After Heiser birth, had turned over a new leaf. Gifted with the ability to foresee the future, ha harnessed these information advantage totem a tetha stock market and manipulatory estate, amassing fortune obliance overnight, becoming Ganon mat ched Tycoon. Asher Ned wield hand gain strength, hissily objective becama directive fit, the grievance shio to his beloved, family, and dear friends from his past life. Chapter 1 Regret Soft Past, the Divorce Agreement. In a cramped bedroom. Each instadinades, clutching isphonies a female streamer and imita lipper formed love, alluring la twisting airbody, beckoning her followers. Isa truth that I've been rebern? Imala vitrally have indeed. Yishan wasad in la jalted awake, yet upon seeing the divorce agreement infitable, he froze. In his previous life, he had a happy familianda beautiful wife, who had borne him a lovely daughter. However, during his swift pregnancy, he became infatuated with a female streamer, extravagantly showering hair with gifts and securing the top spot on the leaderboards, lost in a deluge of seductive I love you, darling calls. From that moment onward, he found himself at her alliance nared betwirled o flive stream of gifts. With a touch of a button, he could send a lavish gift valued at $300, draining his savings and tie levant Hemonophorus Guild's formula was spent. Fully entranced, he resorted borrowing and mortgaging his property, astonishing lie splurging $1 within a month afterward the female streamer. When the gift ceased, his affection vanished completely. Seeing that Hichin had drew nutif money, the streamer blocked all contact. In Thizment, Yishan was left to sell his possessions, witnessing E's wife kneeling in despair, pleading for him to overcome his obsession at Wazel readitolate. In his past life, he had list everything is familiciter beyond repair, succumbing to allonging to and diddle. Yet, unexpectedly, had been rebern. Mayun. Yichin called out thys wife's name, holding the divorce agreement, tears brimmingen hises. At that moment, Thedo were swungupin. A woman with long hair dress sedden a cockasweetenturd. She had a slender figure, her proportions perfect libelanced, and possessed an innate trait of calm dignity. Even after having given birth, her figure remained graceful and well-maintained. This was Yichin's wife, Chin Mayun. Yichin, please sign a divorce agreement. Vuril split $1 in debts, but he have a butan request Tong Thomas stay with him. Chin mi un glance a day the divorce agreement in Yichin chans, her expressionacy. She had little faith in Themen before her. During her pregnancy, had stolen from their savings to shower gifts on a streamer, neglecting work and losing his stable job. Even Themina for their daughter's formulae, at being squandered on the online platforms. More contemptible than any gambler, Yichin Otonlai abandoned his wife and daughter for a streamer Boodle so sold off their belonging sand and financial debts. To evident creditors, Chin Mi and Haid to take their daughter into hiding, enduring countless nights in terror. Her heart had been irreparably shattered. Wife, I was wrong. Please give me another chance justance. It promise not a spin host a streamers. Considering how can I have a been to the past, just thisn't. Returned from rebirth, Yichin refused to squander thys opportunity. Hesias redden dashirid lyros, pleading. It's stole it. You've made count lessa with stodiciavim, timey and again hurting min tong tong. Do you even know? Tong Tong has never worn a new piece of clothing in her life. Feshes always been dressed in hand-me-downs. Even her kindergarten feasts were borrowed from prince. And yet, for a woman, you've a reckless lie spent in soft house hands. Have a ever thought about how your daughter and wife have been forced to sneak away from creditors daily? I can o tindurithis lift for no thermomet. Yichin, if the racish redovkinshin swithin you, let me go. I bid you. Athis, Chin Miu unexpected Linelton tears. Instantly, Yichin was struck senseless, his mind blank. A buzzing sound fled his ears, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Yichin, think o for daughterlet's divorce. The vow swan smadaminating to me now. In a longer disery our empty promises, for the future I want nothing, just wanna leave. Ash spoke, tears streamed down Chin Mayun's face, hair exquisite fetcheriza ched with despair. At that moment, Yichin felt as though he could barely breathe. Hishi art endured a searing pain. A wretch. Here Elizad had been a wretch. Thadriel Hunt's gazed upon him with pure admiration had become a mother, yet remained steadfast in her struggle. She couldn't even bear to change her tattered underwear. Their daughter, with her miager offering sand shabby clothing, suffered immensely. Aloft this wash is doing. This life of failure, What is a way sit a comeback again? It was fartlet. Damn heaven, if it granted Haima Khansa tree birth, why not return to the best off times? If Hekud turn back the clock, Hu do everything his power to his wife. I agree to the divorce. Tong Tong shall stay with you for now. Yichin lower redished, conceding. He recognized he was soon worthy of this marriage. When eat Kamato mentioning their daughter's name, a sharp hangeripidishi arthword shung at the back of his throat, choking him repeatedly, silencing his struggle to breast him. Half an hour later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yichin and Qin Mayun merged. Yichin shed the divorcee certificate, darkness clouding his features. Daddy, don't send gifs to thousandties anymore, and don't sneaky at instant noodles. If hidden a yarov teddy bear cookie sunderyorbed, don't forget o them. At that moment, a 60-year-old girl with charming pigtails stood before him. Her clothes, though clean, had already faded with wear. Her innocent face smeared with palpable reluctance. She was Yichin's daughter, Tong Tong. Other words, Yichin felt as thoughtful artois grumbling. Okay, Daddy will astinto you. Tong Tong, be go dando bear mother. Dada will earn big money and build do a dream a castle, making out the happiest princess in the world, all right? Yichin crouched down, wishing to hug his daughter. But Qin Mayan swiftly intercepted, lifting Tong Tong into her arms. Tong Tong, say goodbye to Daddy. Qin Mayan stated impassively. Daddy come back soon. Tong Thomasesiasia? Once Tong Tong finished speaking, Qin Mayan hurried Lemovid to the roadside. Suddenly, a BMW X3 Kamatoa halt. Amid a Lee Gedman opened the car door and welcomed Qin Mayun inside. The sight of this man darkened Yichin's expression. Yichin, don't atheris Mayun any longer. Europe's incised the greatest protection for Heron Tong Tong. You worthless scoundrel, you've cloud dragathers done. From this day forward, if I see you trying to interfere, don't blame me for being ruthless. The middle Lee Gedman spoke coldly. Cousin, don't bother with him, let's go. Qin Miu 9 the car said impatiently. Only then did the middle Lee Gedman enter the car, start the engine, and drive away. Through the glass, Yichin spotted his daughter Tong Tong pressing against the window. Here he's read, gazing at them with lingering attachment. In that moment, Hishi art felt like it was hattering. Since heaven has given me a tree birth, I must not let it slip away. For me daughter, for Mayun, I shall strive to live a better life. I must earn money and change my circumstances. Wakanal and gerba disgrace. Suddenly, Yichin clenched his fists, resolute in his decision to achieve greatness. Hu'd make he highs wife take an otis. This time, Hu'd not lose Heron their daughter again. Chapter 2. The Extraordinary Gift of Foresight. This life shall not be in vain. Just then, a delivery man passed by Yichin. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and vivid images flashed before his eyes. Yichin took a step forward and halted the Mate 1 delivery and AT the next intersection. Do not run the red light, even if you're pressed for time. Think of your family. They are waiting for your return. Yichin earnestly implored, positioning himself in front of the delivery man's vehicle. The delivery man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled that he was running late for an order, in a fit of urgency. He retorted, "Get out of the way, are you crazy?" With that, he revved the engine and sped off. Yichin merely cast a glance, letting out a deep sigh in the blink of an eye. The delivery man saw the red light ahead and glanced at his phone. Time was running out. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the accelerator, preparing to run the light. Suddenly, the words of the stranger who had stopped him came rushing back. Think of your family in that fleeting moment of contemplation. He released the accelerator. Just as he was about to surge forward, a deafening roar echoed from ahead. A certain brand of electric vehicle suddenly lost control, speeding past the delivery man and colliding with 3 cars before coming to a halt. The delivery man widened his eyes, trembling all over, utterly stunned. No. There were no ifs. Just ahead lay the very target of the electric vehicle's rampage. Had he not recalled that stranger's words and slowed down, he would have been obliterated by the force of that collision. In an instant, the delivery man felt a wave of terror wash over him. Surviving this incident left him with tears brimming in his eyes. A divine being, surely a divine being had descended. Without a moment's hesitation, the delivery man turned back, abandoning his order. He sought to find his benefactor, but upon returning to the spot, the stranger had vanished without a trace. Dingling! The phone suddenly rang, and Yichen glanced at it, his heart racing with anxiety. It was the creditor, a call demanding repayment. However, he could not afford to ignore it. Otherwise, they would harass Mei Yun, gritting his teeth. Yichen answered the call. Yichen, do you want to die? How dare you hide away? You haven't prepared the interest for the past half-month, have you? I told you before, if you don't repay, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. 1 million in principal, and your wife has helped you shoulder 500,000 in debt. What a waste of such a beautiful wife to end up with a useless man like you. Now, how much have you managed to scrape together? The voice on the line belonged to Xiao Tianhao, the notorious loan shark known throughout Longzhou, with a formidable influence and a cadre of ruthless subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to engage in such predatory lending. Brother Hao, please give me 7 more days. I promise to return the principal and interest after that, Yichun hurriedly pleaded. However, the other end merely chuckled coldly. Yichun, you've said that too many times that you think I'm your foolish wife, easily deceived. I warn you, you must repay today, or I'll have someone kill you right now. What makes you think you can negotiate terms with me? Xiao Tianhao scoffed. Just then, as Yichen was about to beg further, a sudden sharp pain struck his head, and inexplicably, a flood of information surged forth. He was momentarily stunned as the scene of the car accident involving the delivery man unfolded vividly before his eyes. Foresight. He was certain of it. In this rebirth, he had acquired the ability to foresee. Damn it, speak up. Have you lost your tongue? After a prolonged silence, Xiao Tianhao erupted in a tirade. Yichen, jolted awake by the outburst, summoned his courage and solemnly declared, Brother Hao, there is something I need to tell you. Spit it out. I'm quite busy here. The irritable cursing from Xiao Tianhao echoed through the line. In 10 minutes. The president of Haitan Group will be meeting you to discuss a collaboration project. He needs you to invest 10 million. Please, do not invest. Otherwise, you will lose everything. Yichen spoke, though he was uncertain if the sudden flash of insight was genuine. The intensity of that sixth sense was overwhelming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to voice it. Are you out of your mind from watching too much live streaming? What nonsense is filling your head? Chen Baiqiang, the president of Haitan Group, is a super-rich businessman. How could he possibly be seeking me out? Don't spout such rubbish, Xiao Tianhao scorned. Brother Hao, if you don't believe me, let us place a bet of 300,000. If I lose, I'll pay you an additional 300,000 on top of the principal and interest. Do you dare? At that moment, Yichen's sixth sense intensified, clarity washing over him and instilling a newfound confidence. You're quite bold. Have you become emboldened after watching female streamers? Xiao Tianhao mocked. I'll ask you one last time. 300,000 isn't a lot for you. Do you dare to take the bet? Yichen glanced at the time, gritting his teeth as he inquired. Xiao Tianhao fell into a brief silence before sneering. Fine. Do you think I'm afraid of you? With that, Yichen abruptly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at Jepu Loan Company, Xiao Tianhao had just lit a cigarette when the phone rang again. This time from the front desk. He answered casually. President Xiao, the president of Haitan Group, Chen Baiqiang, has arrived and wishes to discuss a collaboration. This is a great opportunity. Upon hearing the front desk's announcement, Xiao Tianhao was momentarily taken aback as he checked the time. Perfectly timed, just 5 minutes to spare. Let him in, Xiao Tianhao instructed, though an inkling of suspicion crept into his mind. What on earth? Chen Baiqiang, the financial mogul, has actually come. Just then, the doors swung open, and a middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a female secretary. The man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of authority, waved his hand dismissively. What brings President Chen here? Please, have a seat. Lu, prepare my finest Dahongpo tea. Xiao Tianhao welcomed him warmly, instructing his secretary to prepare the tea. No need for that. President Xiao, I'm here to discuss a project. Chen Baiqiang waved his hand impatiently as he sat down, appearing quite anxious. Xiao Tianhao's heart raced. Could it be that Yichen's words were indeed true? What is the investment for this project? 30 million for a stake. After investing, you'll receive 30% equity or 1 million in interest each month. As Chen Baiqiang concluded, Xiao Tianhao extinguished his cigarette, his heart growing heavy. This was a monumental deal. Equity would yield higher returns than mere interest, especially at the year's end. Yet, 1 million in monthly interest was no trifling sum. Even the highest of loans wouldn't reach such heights. Temptation tugged at Xiao Tianhao. A deal of this magnitude was rare. Securing it could net him a profit of 1 million a month. However, he suddenly recalled Yi Qin's warning, causing him to hesitate. President Qin, you know my humble establishment lacks such funds for investment. Most of my capital is already loaned out and yet to be recovered. How about? Xiao Tianhao bit his lip, rejecting the offer despite the pain it caused him. Before he could finish, Qin Baiqiang stood up impatiently. If 30 million is too much, I'll accept 1 million as well. I'm giving you a chance to make money. Don't squander it. Qin Baiqiang straightened his attire, speaking dismissively. 0.1 million, hissing. Xiao Tianhao found himself in a quandary. Fine. If you're not interested in collaborating, I'll seek others. With that, he turned to leave, offering Xiao Tianhao no opportunity to respond. Watching Qin Baiqiang depart, Xiao Tianhao leaned back against the sofa, exhaling a heavy sigh. Damn it, have I really missed this chance? But how could Yi Qin possibly know? This was all too uncanny. Precisely 30 million. Not a cent less. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Tianhao picked up the phone and dialed. Meanwhile, Yi Qin answered on the other end. Qin Baiqiang has indeed come, and he wants to discuss a collaboration, an investment project of 30 million. If I take equity, I could earn at least 10 million in dividends by year-end. Even as interest, that's 1 million a month. Just 2 months would yield a net profit. Yi Qin, what on earth is happening? You need to clarify this, or I'll be in deep trouble, Xiao Tianhao demanded earnestly. Meanwhile, Yi Qin, having confirmed the validity of his foresight, was filled with exhilaration. It seemed his gift of foresight was indeed real. He steadied his excitement and replied coolly, Brother Hao, watch the news tonight, and you will uncover the truth. With that, he ended the call, leaving Xiao Tianhao in a state of perplexed contemplation. Moments later, he called the front desk. Liu, keep a close eye on any developments from Tycoon Group. Inform me immediately of any changes. Chapter 3. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. At this moment, Yi Qin had returned home, gazing at the familiar yet desolate room. The dilapidated house still bore the scent of his wife, Qin Meiyun. He entered his daughter's room, staring at the toys scattered on the floor, unable to hold back his tears any longer. Slap! Yi Qin struck himself across the face in frustration. Bastard. A well-established home has been lost just like that. Meiyun, Tong, just wait. I shall live a remarkable life and ensure that you both enjoy a prosperous existence. I will make you mother and daughter the happiest individuals in this world. With red-rimmed eyes, Yi Qin clenched his fists and growled. Possessing the ability of foresight, he believed it was merely a matter of time before he turned his fortunes around. It was all about how he utilized it. Moreover, he could feel the immense strength of this foresight ability. Whether it was terrain, climate, fortune, or the cycles of life and death, there were no limits to what he could foresee. Even the fate of nations, with just a thought, visions would illuminate his mind, revealing the information he sought. Yi Qin approached the bedside, bent down, and found a jar of cookies inside. He then walked to the window, gazing at the fiery clouds at the horizon, savoring the cookies one bite at a time. He started to miss his daughter. As night fell, Yi Qin wandered the streets, feeling akin to a homeless stray dog. He made his way to the riverbank, where the wind blew gently, and suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Tianhao. He answered casually, Yi Qin, you were right. The Haitian group is finished. It's under thorough investigation for fraudulent contracts, deceiving numerous corporate executives. That scoundrel Qin Baiqiang has absconded with 10 billion and fled overseas. The Tycoon Group has been utterly obliterated and is now bankrupt. Those investors must be crying at home now. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tianhao's voice was filled with shock and a touch of schadenfreude. Had he not placed a bet with Yi Qin today, he might have been among those weeping. Brother Hao, about the 300,000 we discussed earlier, could you possibly transfer it to me? I'm in urgent need. I promise to return the remainder within a week, Yi Qin tentatively suggested. Sure, send me your card number, and I'll transfer it right away. You've saved my life. Otherwise, I would have been on the verge of jumping off a building after investing 30 million. As for the debts you owe, forget the interest. Just repay the principal whenever it's convenient for you. Xiao Tianhao sighed, genuinely grateful to Yi Qin. This so-called waste had indeed saved his life. He was more astonished by how Yi Qin had gleaned such insider information. After all, the shocking downfall of the Tycoon Group had not been foreseen by anyone, including far more astute giants in the industry who had also fallen victim to the deception. That was Yi Qin's brilliance. Thank you, Brother Hao. Yi Qin expressed his delight upon hearing this. His greatest fear had been Xiao Tianhao defaulting on the debt. The call soon ended, and Yi Chun received a notification of the 30,000 arriving in his account. He then took a taxi to the entrance of the Tycoon group, which was swarmed with people, creditors, and stockholders alike, due to the CEO's embezzlement, resulting in many shareholders being trapped in financial ruin. It could be said that Qin Baiqiang had single-handedly ruined thousands of families. Hundreds of people surrounded the company, making it impossible for Yi Chen to enter. He decided to check into a nearby hotel for a rest. Early the next day, he purchased 2 buns and headed to the stock hall. Upon glancing at the Tycoon group, he found it utterly bleak, with stock prices plummeting into a sea of red. And many shareholders were cursing vociferously. Yi Chen approached the window and placed his bank card down 30,000, purchasing shares of the Tycoon group. As his words fell, the surrounding shareholders looked at him with incredulity. Even the staff at the window wore expressions of disbelief. "Sir, are you certain?" the staff member inquired, thinking they must have misheard. "Certain. Hurry and purchase." Yi Chen glanced at the time. Only 1 hour remained before the market closed. "Bro, are you out of your mind? The Tycoon group is on the verge of collapse, and the chairman has fled overseas. You still dare to buy this dying stock? Exactly. How many people have jumped off buildings after being scammed? You willingly stepping into a trap. Have you lost your mind?" 2 shareholders mocked him, convinced he was insane. However, Yi Chen paid them no mind and instead entered his password. Instantly, 30,000 was deducted from his account. "Sir, the purchase was successful. Here is your card." The staff still gazed at Yi Chen in astonishment, presenting the card with both hands. At this moment, Yi Chen picked up the card with satisfaction and left the stock hall. Outside, he lit a cigarette and took a drag before dialing a number. Moments later, on the other end, Xiao Tianhao's boisterous voice asked, "Hey, Yi Chen, you've got money to return already?" Xiao Tianhao was merely joking. With only 30,000, Yi Chen would struggle to win $1 million at a casino in one night. After the events of yesterday, while he intended to repay the debt, he no longer wished to press the matter. "This time, I can help you make some money instead of just repaying the debts." Yi Chen took a deep drag of his cigarette before speaking. His tone suggested he was not jesting. After the last incident, Xiao Tianhao grew serious, responding to the call. "What do you mean?" Yi Chen inquired. "How much capital do you have available?" "About 3 million. Xiao Tianhao hesitated to reveal. In reality, he had over 5 million at his disposal. Now is the time to buy shares of the Tycoon group. There will be surprises in the afternoon 3 days from now. Yi Chen casually tossed away his cigarette, and continued. "Shares of the Tycoon group? Qin Baiqiang is finished. Buying in now. Have you lost your mind? Or am I hearing things wrong? Did you help me yesterday just to turn around and sabotage me?" Xiao Tianhao's booming voice came through the phone. Yi Chen quickly moved the phone away and asserted, "This opportunity is singular. We'll see the results in 3 days if you don't invest now. It will be too late. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Seize it." With that, Yi Chen hung up. After multiple validations of his foresight abilities, the information he possessed could indeed propel him toward rapid success. However, he needed more initial capital. If he aimed to accelerate through Xiao Tianhao, it would depend on Xiao Tianhao's resolve. On the other side, after hanging up, Xiao Tianhao fell into deep thought. "Brother Hao? You seem troubled?" A middle-aged man with golden teeth and flashy jewelry approached him. This man was a shareholder in Jeep Loans, akin to Xiao Tianhao. "It's not a matter of being troubled. Oldly, do you think I'll be berated for buying shares in the Tycoon group now?" Xiao Tianhao asked earnestly, scratching his head. "No, that's not just foolish. It's downright idiotic. Even a novice investor knows the Tycoon group has collapsed. Nobody would want those shares for free. If you proceed, I'll withdraw my shares and cease cooperation with you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhao shot a glare at his companion. He then took out his phone, opened the stock market app, and found the entry point for the Tycoon group shares. Checking the time, it was 12:47. Deep in thought, Xiao Tianhao eventually gritted his teeth and muttered, "Yi Chen, you truly are something else. I've fallen under your spell." At that moment, Xiao Tianhao made a decision that contradicted the wisdom of his ancestors. After purchasing 1,000,000 shares in one breath, he exhaled deeply, his heart racing with a premonition of impending loss. Yet he could not comprehend why he had acted so impulsively, actually believing Yi Chen's words. Now it was over. Everything was over. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Tianhao's brow, and despair clouded his heart. 3 days later, Yi Chen stood at Nanhai Square in the city center, glancing at the time. It was precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The moment had arrived. He raised his head to look at the large screen. which suddenly flickered to life, displaying the news report. Chapter 4. Stock prices surged dramatically. Our station reports breaking news. 3 days ago, the CEO of the Tycoon Group, Chun Baiqiang, fled overseas with embezzled funds, leaving the company burdened with nearly 100 billion in debt. Chun Baiqiang's shares have become worthless, however. According to the latest updates, the leading enterprise in the city, Shangshe Group, has initiated a strong investment of 100 billion to fully acquire all assets of the Tycoon Group. As Shangshe Group took decisive action to turn the tide, the shares of the Tycoon Group experienced a continuous 3-day surge, signaling a monumental shift in the stock market. As the broadcast concluded, a roar erupted from the crowd in the square. Damn it. Consecutive 3-day surges. Why didn't anyone say anything earlier? I sold all my shares. Damn it. I regret it so much. Who would have thought Shangshe Group would acquire Tycoon's assets? Indeed, tomorrow the stocks will skyrocket. If I had held on to my few hundred shares, I could have bought a new car. Heaven is blind. I bet there are hardly any shares of Tycoon left in anyone's hands now. Right? Wait, look. There was actually a buy record this morning, one for 30,000 and another for 150,000. Who is this big shot? Could it be a deity? How else could one predict the acquisition of Tycoon by Shangshe Group? This is insane. 150,000 from a big shot instantly doubled in value. The sum of 300,000 is not insignificant. I am utterly envious. Such is fate, indeed. At that moment, the square was abuzz with chatter. Yichen simply smiled faintly upon hearing this. Xiao Tianhao displayed a modicum of courage, albeit he only invested a small amount. Yet, it is likely that anyone else would not dare to invest even 10,000. Yichen instantly surmised that the second individual to invest 1.5 million must undoubtedly be Xiao Tianhao. To his astonishment, this old rascal actually went through with it. Presumably, it was due to the valuable information Yichen had provided him previously that instilled some trust. Otherwise, unless Xiao Tianhao were a fool, he would not have believed him. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Yichen glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Xiao Tianhao calling, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He answered the call casually. Brother Hao, calling so late. Have you seen the news? As Yichen's words fell, an excited voice boomed from the other end. Yichen, do not call me Brother Hao. You are my father, my real father. This is simply incredible. Shangshe Group not only took over the mess, but also released insider information, beginning a frenzied recruitment drive. It is evident they are gearing up for something grand. Our stocks will surely soar tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Just a moment ago, the secretary of the deputy CEO of Shangshe Group contacted me, wishing to purchase the shares I hold. Can you believe it? Guess how much they offered to buy my shares. The tremor in Xiao Tianhao's voice reflected his overwhelming excitement, particularly his booming voice nearly damaging Yichen's phone speaker. Just as Yichen was about to speak, the other side could no longer contain his exuberance. Damn, they quoted 6.5 million to acquire my 150,000 shares. Xiao Tianhao exclaimed with fervor. And you agreed to sell? Yichen finally interjected with a question. Of course. A net gain of 5 million. Such a fortuitous opportunity. How could I let it slip by? I have already signed the agreement. You should act swiftly. Xiao Tianhao laughed heartily, roaring with excitement. Yichen exhaled deeply. Xiao Tianhao's vision remained rather short-sighted. The shares were bound to skyrocket tomorrow, brimming with potential. They were akin to a golden goose. Instead, the offer of over 6 million ensnared him. Yichen could foresee that this stock would continue to ascend. A 30,000 increase of 10% daily would yield at least 30,000. An absolute golden goose. Once the stock market entered the trading phase, if Xiao Tianhao's 150,000 shares were not sold, with the stock soaring, 6 million would hardly suffice. Nevertheless, this fellow still exhibited a sense of loyalty, promptly informing him of the good fortune. That was somewhat commendable. My funds are not pressing. I shall observe the situation tomorrow. Certain to secure a profit. Just a matter of how much, and when the profits are in, I shall treat you to a meal. Yichen smiled and said, withholding the harsh truth. After all, that would be too cruel. No, Father Yi. How could I let you treat me to a meal? Tomorrow at the Kelton Hotel, I'll reserve a table. You just need to show up. Do not stand on ceremony. Having concluded, the call abruptly ended. Yichen could only chuckle wryly. The address of Father Yi felt indeed somewhat awkward. As night fell, Yichen returned home, gazing at the desolate room, and familiar images flooded his mind. Once upon a time, his daughter played with toys in the room, while his wife busied herself in the kitchen, tears flowing down her cheeks, her delicate face marred with bruises. Meanwhile, he lay heartlessly in bed, soundly sleeping, to shower gifts upon that female streamer. Yichen resorted to deceit and borrowing, his reputation utterly tarnished, even frequently gambling. There was even a time when he lost so badly that he pawned his wife. This led to his wife being harassed daily by a group of thugs during that period. In retrospect, Yichen gritted his teeth and slapped himself across the face in self-reproach. With reddened eyes, Yichen entered the room and picked up a tattered doll. The toy was grimy and well-worn. All these toys were salvaged by his daughter from the rubbish heap, discarded by other children. He recalled a moment. When he took his daughter past a cake shop, she licked her lips through the glass. Yearning yet afraid to speak up, ultimately receiving a beating from him instead. Damn it, beastly Yichen. You are nothing but a brute. Hugging that toy, Yichen crouched on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Regret erupted from deep within, impossible to suppress. Tong tong, mei yun. I, Yichen, vow to provide you both with a life free of worries, to indulge you in every luxury and procure all the things you cherish. The former Yichen was dead, gone forever. Curling on the floor, holding the toy, he gently caressed it. That moment, the phone rang, and Yichen hurriedly picked it up. To his surprise, it was Tong Tong calling. He wiped his tears and quickly answered. Tong Tong, why are you still awake? Yichen softened his tone, hastily inquiring. There was a brief silence on the other end, and just as Yichen grew anxious, he heard Tong Tong's sweet voice. I miss you, Daddy, but I am afraid you will hit me. Upon hearing this, Yichen's heart seemed to be gripped tightly by a large hand. Daddy won't hit you. Daddy was wrong. From now on, Daddy will never hit you again. Really? But Mommy won't let me see you. I secretly called you. Mommy will be back soon. But I miss you. What should I do? Tong Tong's voice was soft, adorably obedient. Daddy will come to see you tomorrow. It's too late now. You should rest. Wei Yichen felt an urgent longing to see his daughter right away, but Mei Yun would not allow it. Tong Tong, be good and rest. Wait for Daddy tomorrow. Wei Yichen reiterated. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound from the phone, Yichen was puzzled. Tong Tong, what are you doing? He asked. Knocking on the phone. Tong Tong replied, sounding aggrieved. Knocking on the phone for what? Yichen was even more confused. Tio hit you. After saying that, there was silence from Tong Tong's end, and she hung up. Wei Yichen put down the phone, a mix of laughter and tears, feeling warmth in his heart. Suddenly, he recalled that the screensaver of his daughter's old phone seemed to be a photo taken during a trip to the ZOO. Wei Yichen felt a pang in his heart and lay back on the floor. Closing his eyes, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face. In his dreams, he wore a smile. He dreamed of his daughter. Chapter 5. Please don't hit me, Daddy. The next day, Yichen was awakened by the ringing phone, and he fumbled for his mobile device. Calling this early, Yichen groggily opened his eyes, noticing the caller ID was Xiao Tianhao. Dad, I regret it. I am filled with remorse. I was utterly bewitched. The stock market exploded today. Tycoon Group's stock has skyrocketed, a 10% increase. If I had not sold my shares, I could have been raking in tens of thousands daily. Xiao Tianhao's lamentation echoed through the phone. Last night, to celebrate his 5 million windfall, he had invited a few massage girls and indulged in a night of revelry. In all his time running a company, he had never amassed such a fortune. He felt like a newly minted tycoon, however. Upon awakening today and preparing to trade his shares with Shangsher Group according to their agreement, he was horrified to discover the stock was still surging. This was an assured profit. In other words, had he not sold his 150,000 shares, he would have continued to profit. Yet, he had already signed the agreement, making it impossible to back out. The pain in his heart nearly caused him a cardiac episode. Enough, stop wailing. Who told you to be so impatient? Yichen replied, in the future, be mindful and observe the market trends. Shangsher Group is making such a fuss, clearly aiming for a surge in their shares. Besides, the price they offered was not low. They essentially made a take it or leave it offer, considering stocks can also fall. Yichen casually reassured him, then rose from the floor. After washing his face, he spoke into the phone. I will sell the stocks in due time and transfer the money I owe you. Dad, what are you saying? What do you mean you owe me money? Don't scare me, Xiao Tianhao exclaimed in exaggerated disbelief. A debt is a debt. It's easy to repay, but human favors are harder to settle, Yi Chun insisted, shaking his head. In a way, you can't say that. Xiao Tianhao retorted, you saved me once by helping me avoid a loss of millions. Now you've led me to earn millions. That's a total of 10 million. If I were to take your money again, would I still be a human being? If this gets out, how could I ever show my face again? Xiao Tianhao's tone grew even more resolute. Stop dawdling. It's settled. I will transfer the money to you now. Yi Chun was about to hang up the phone. Dad, you're treating me like I'm not even human. If you insist on returning the favor, fine. I'll give you the 5 million I earned. This money is yours for bringing me this fortune. I don't want it, Xiao Tianhao replied, his voice tinged with anger. He understood the difference between a substantial meal and a feast every day. Yi Chun's remarkable talent lies in the sudden influx of enigmatic information, strikingly accurate to an extraordinary degree. He is truly a being akin to a deity. If one can seize the opportunity to attach oneself to Yi Chun before he completely ascends to greatness, it is possible that fate may be altered. Fine, do as you wish, however, refrain from calling me father in the future. It sounds far too unpleasing. From now on, I shall refer to you as Brother Hao, and you may call me brother in return. Yi Chun could also sense Xiao Tianhao's intentions. This individual possesses a sense of loyalty and can be of assistance. Hey, splendid, brother, when are you free? I will introduce you to a significant figure tonight. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao spoke mysteriously. Networking. Yi Chun immediately made the connection. Now that he desires to rise swiftly, even future developments cannot be divorced from connections. Especially in terms of social niceties, wealth alone cannot resolve everything. Otherwise, possessing the ability to foresee would not prevent one from encountering developmental limitations. All right, call me tonight. I have matters to attend to, so I shall hang up for now. After ending the call, Yi Chun promptly accessed the stock market. It was currently within trading hours, and after some contemplation, he decided to trade 30,000. The remainder he would continue to hold, for he foresaw that Haitian Group shares would experience stable appreciation for at least the next 6 months, with minimal fluctuations in between. After 10 minutes, upon seeing the numbers reflected in his account from the 30,000 investment, he felt a surge of emotion. In his previous life, he had squandered several million, leading to the ruin of his family, yet now, he effortlessly receives nearly 30,000 daily in this life. The chips for a comeback lie firmly in his grasp. He must not squander this opportunity. Checking the time, Yi Chun exited his home, first visiting a toy store, followed by a bakery. After purchasing an abundance of items, he then hailed a cab to his intended destination. 30 minutes later, Yi Chun stood before a door, hands laden with bags. After surveying his surroundings and confirming no one was watching, he knocked on the door. Who is it? A childish voice responded from within. Hearing it made Yi Chun's smile widen. Tong Tong, it's Daddy. I've brought you a cake and a Barbie doll, both brand new. As his words echoed, a voice filled with astonishment emerged from inside. Really? Yi Chun noticed the door lock shifting slightly, but soon all fell silent. So there really is cake. You're not lying to me, are you? Also, if I eat it, will you hit me? The weak inquiry from Tong Tong conveyed both anticipation and caution. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a pang in his heart. I would never. How could I hit you? In the past, it was always Daddy's fault. Tong Tong, do not be afraid. His voice cracked with emotion as he recalled the way his daughter gazed at him with hope yet trepidation, intensifying his heartache. In his previous existence, he had been utterly unworthy. Last time, I merely glanced at you and you struck me. It hurt so much, I think I should wait for Mommy to return. All right. Can you wait outside? It was evident that the child bore emotional scars. Tong Tong yearned for the cake yet feared punishment. Such contradictions plagued her young heart. The simple act of enjoying a small cake had become a luxury for her. All right, Daddy will wait here. I won't go inside. Yi Chun understood that regaining his daughter's trust required patience. He must not act impulsively, not even a little, for he had sown the seeds of his own suffering. Do you have a place to sit? The floor is quite cold. Mommy will be back soon. It won't be long. Once more, Tong Tong's voice sounded from inside, seemingly worried that Yi Chun might leave. Do not worry. Daddy will stand out. Yi Chun replied with a smile. Just then, the building's door swung open. A middle-aged woman entered, carrying a basket of groceries and humming a tune. However, upon spotting Yi Chun, she froze momentarily before rushing towards him. her face contorted with rage. Why Yi-chun, you beast? What do you want here? Haven't you caused enough suffering for Mei Yun and her daughter? Get out, and do it now, or I won't be polite. The stout woman, known as Li Liping, a vendor from the market and affectionately nicknamed Fat Sister, was known for her fiery temper, yet she had a kind heart. She had always taken special care of Mei Yun, often bringing vegetables to support them. Upon learning of Yi-chun's past transgressions, her fury erupted upon sighting him. Yi-chun offered no resistance as his back collided with the railing, suppressing any cries of pain. Auntie, please don't hit my daddy. He has come to bring me a cake, I beg you. Annie, at that moment, Tong Tong's voice emerged from within, prompting the stout woman to pause. If you want to strike, do so. It was all my fault in the past. I accept it. If you feel unsatisfied, you can use a rolling pin or a stick. I won't resist. Yi-chun spoke with a face full of shame. Stop pretending. Look at how well-behaved Tong Tong is. At her age, you actually laid a hand on her. Mei Yun is beautiful, capable, and devoted, working tirelessly to support you while helping pay off your debts, yet you squandered it all on live streams and gifts, bringing ruin upon your family. Are you even human? If you possess any humanity, spare her and her daughter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unmerciful. Fat Sister, have some clout around here. Fat Sister raged, her voice thunderous. I acknowledge my mistakes, Fat Sister. I genuinely wish to make amends for them. I do not seek anything else. Yi-chun sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. Make amends? With what? Tong Tong should be in her last year of kindergarten. Yet she is stuck at home due to lack of funds. When Mei Yun was pregnant, she couldn't even afford fruit, often going to the market to buy rotten ones, peeling and eating them at home. Now, she works while also taking on extra jobs to help pay your debts, often collapsing from exhaustion. Tong Tong is already malnourished. At her age, she should be growing, yet you've caused this. What will you use to make amends? Fat Sister jabbed her finger into Yi-chun's chest, her voice raised. Observing Yi-chun's silence, seemingly not there to beg for money, Fat Sister's fury began to subside. Fat Sister, I know you don't believe me, but I will prove it. Just give me one more chance, just this once. By the way, last time Tong Tong was hospitalized, you lent 3,000. Take it back, along with these 2 bottles of wine for your older brother. At this moment, Yi-chun produced 3,000 in cash and 2 bottles of wine, extending them towards her. Forget it. With this heart, you should focus on paying for Tong Tong's school fees, allowing them to improve their lives. Fat Sister sighed, waving her hand dismissively, causing the money to scatter across the floor. In that moment, she froze, witnessing Yi-chun bend down, diligently collecting the bills. He carefully organized the money, smiling as he returned it to her hand, saying, Rest assured, Fat Sister, as a husband I have failed, as a father I am unworthy. The only thing I can do now is earn money to provide a good life for them, and nothing more. Instantly, Fat Sister fell silent. She sensed genuine sincerity emanating from Yi-chun, not a facade. She had always been perceptive. The former Yi-chun had been a complete beast, yet now, he seemed truly different from the past. Fine, I will accept this for now. I hope you keep your word and do not let her down again. Otherwise, I will not spare you. With that, Fat Sister turned and entered the room. Just then, the door opened, revealing Qin Mei Yun, brushing back her hair and wiping the sweat from her forehead as she staggered in with a bag of rice. Upon seeing her, Yi-chun hurriedly approached, extending his hand to help. Qin Mei Yun was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back. Her gaze towards Yi-chun was filled with wariness. Even as Yi-chun reached out, the corners of her beautiful eyes twitched, and she turned her head slightly. It was the muscle memory of having been beaten. She had become fearful. Get away from me, Qin Mei Yun shouted, her eyes red-rimmed. Witnessing this scene, Yi-chun's hands fell limply to his sides as he silently stepped aside. Qin Mei Yun, carrying the rice, lowered her head as she returned home. Upon noticing the toys and snacks on the floor, she frowned and moved them aside. Take your things. Do not come here again. We do not need you. She placed the rice down, lifted her head, and spoke with unwavering determination. I will leave now. Do not worry. Next time, I will deliver the items directly to Fat Sister's home. May I see Tong Tong one more time? Yi-chun's words were cut short. No, you do not need to say anything further. We simply wish to lead a peaceful life. Qin Mei Yun's tone was resolute, her teeth clenched as she glared at Yi-chun. Now that they were divorced, she no longer needed to fear him. If Yi-chun dared to strike her again, She would call the police or confront him directly. Do not be angry. I will leave now. Tell Tong Tong that Daddy ate the little bear biscuits, and he still has 3 cans for her. Yi Chun sighed deeply and turned to walk away. Present. Qin Meiyun was far too sensitive. He could not act hastily, or it would only backfire. Once Yi Chen departed, Qin Meiyun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That moment, the door across the hall opened, and Fat Sister stepped out. Meiyun, I believe Yi Chen genuinely intends to turn over a new leaf. Why not give him a chance to prove himself for a while? The plight of a woman, constantly entering and exiting one establishment after another. Particularly when burdened with the responsibility of a child like Tong Tong, would be fortunate to encounter a compassionate stepfather in the future. However, should one find themselves entangled with a heartless individual, peril awaits if the anguish becomes unbearable and one wishes to salvage the situation. Perhaps grant him another chance. If he is merely feigning remorse, the truth will inevitably surface. Upon emerging, Sister Fat offered her heartfelt counsel. Sister Fat, a dog cannot change its nature. Yi Chen is rotten to the core. For a full 7 years, I have afforded him the opportunity to amend his ways. He has sworn countless oaths of repentance, deceiving me time and again, even resorting to violence. Were it not for Tong Tong, I might have considered ending my own suffering. Tio abandoned his wife and child for an online female streamer to indulge in gambling, to mortgage our home. This existence is nothing short of hell. He is beyond redemption, and I have finally escaped this demon. How could I ever return? As Qin Meiyun spoke, she leaned against the wall, her delicate face stained with tears. The word aggrieved had festered within her for far too long, unspoken yet flowing from her eyes. You should deliberate carefully. I sense that this young man exhibits genuine intent. Vastly different from before. Rest assured, should he persist in his old ways and dare to bully you again, I shall strip him of his skin. With that, Sister Fat turned and re-entered the house. Qin Meiyun composed herself, gathered her belongings, and opened the door, only to find Tong Tong standing at the threshold, her cherubic face alight with joy. Mommy, you're back. Did you send Daddy away just now? Tong Tong's gaze was filled with concern for Qin Meiyun, for her mother constituted her entire world. We need not fear him anymore. As she spoke, Qin Meiyun brought the rice into the house. Suddenly, she noticed the gifts on the floor, including an exquisite cake, and hesitated for a moment. That moment, Tong Tong, with her finger in her mouth and head tilted, was also gazing at the cake. Alongside a strawberry bear larger than herself, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun couldn't help but smile and brought everything inside. However, when she retrieved the snack bag, she was astonished to discover 3 stacks of cash inside, a total of 30,000 yuan. Her expression shifted slightly. What scheme was Yi Chen concocting? Her demeanor turned icy, apprehension gnawing at her. She did not perceive this as a good omen. Chapter 7. I warned you, your misfortune is imminent. Meanwhile, in the evening, at the Golden Palace, the most luxurious hotel in Longzhou City. Upon arriving, Yi Chen exited the taxi and spotted Xiao Tianhao, who was chatting with a glamorous woman in black stockings while smoking. Upon noticing Yi Chen, Xiao Tianhao promptly discarded his cigarette and rushed over, his face alight with excitement. And my goodness, Brother Yi, you finally made it. That esteemed individual has been waiting for you inside for quite some time. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were going to stand me up today. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao appeared less like a lone shark and more like an eager subordinate. His face brimming with respect in his eyes, Yi Chen was akin to a deity. Let us proceed inside. By the way, who exactly is this esteemed individual you mentioned? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. The princess of our Longzhou jewelry enterprise? Miss Han Yashuan of Wanding Group, Xiao Tianhao replied, his expression brimming with pride. Miss Han Yashuan of Wanding Group. How did you manage to make contact with her? Yi Chen expressed his surprise. It is worth noting that Wanding Group is a genuine industry leader, having amassed a fortune exceeding 100 billion. The term industry leader denotes a company that stands at the forefront of its field. The Han family has its roots in jewelry. It is said that the elder Han amassed considerable wealth through antiques, rivaling nations in riches. Do you think that Xiao Tianhao could forge a connection with such a figure? Yi Chen smiled slightly. This was indeed a fortuitous development. I merely mentioned your capabilities, and they sought you out, wishing to witness the prowess of this esteemed individual. Xiao Tianhao rubbed his hands together, stating. Yi-chan shot him a disapproving glance, but refrained from further comment. The two made their way to the elevator. They ascended directly to the 6th floor. Upon entering the private room, they beheld a short-haired woman seated gracefully in a chair. The woman possessed a delicate beauty and an exquisite demeanor, clad in a fitted white shirt and loose trousers, exuding youthful vitality. However, at that moment, she emanated an air of nobility, rendering her seemingly unapproachable. Upon their entrance, the woman merely glanced up briefly before returning her attention to a man seated beside her. "Miss Han, I hope we are not intruding," Xiao Tianhao said, attempting to break the awkward silence with a warm smile. "You are not intruding. Please, take a seat. The waiter just inquired if we would like to order. But since you had not yet arrived, I asked them to wait while I discussed work with a friend." The woman replied with a smile, turning to acknowledge them. Yi-chan and Xiao Tianhao settled into their seats. Her gaze fell upon Yi-chan, scrutinizing him for a moment. "You must be the esteemed individual that Xiao mentioned?" "Hello, I am Yi-chan." "You flatter me," he replied courteously. "Indeed, this is my brother, exceedingly gifted, my stock investments, which netted me several million, were guided by his advice. Had I not sold, I would have been enjoying daily profits." Xiao Tianhao began to extol Yi-chen's capabilities like a salesman. "Is that so? At such a young age, you are quite the remarkable stock guru," Han Yashuan remarked, a smile playing on her lips upon hearing this. At that moment, the burly man beside Han Yashuan interjected, his voice rough and arrogant. "So you are Yi-chan. How did you ascertain that the Tycoon group, on the brink of collapse, could still undergo such a significant transformation?" It is worth noting that the news of Chen Baiqiang's flight from the Tycoon group was kept from even the police. Furthermore, the acquisition of the Tycoon group by the Shangshi group was an internal secret. "I am curious to know how you came by this information." Xiao Tianhao quickly introduced Yi-chan. "Brother Yi, this is the president of our Longzhou Feng Tian Liquor Group, Feng Tian Hai. He is also the sole agent of Mao Dai in Longzhou City." At this moment, Yi-chan was indeed taken aback. The two individuals before him were undoubtedly significant figures. Their status and wealth were formidable. In his previous life, he would have had no opportunity to mingle with such illustrious individuals, let alone share a conversation with them. "If I claim to have calculated it, Mr. Feng, would you mock me?" Yi-chan spoke in a calm tone, his expression tranquil. His demeanor remained composed, even when faced with these eminent figures, whose mere presence could shake the foundations of Longzhou. This steadiness starkly contrasted with Xiao Tianhao's eager and boisterous demeanor. "Ha ha, what era are we in? You still cling to superstitions? You crack me up. It's 2023. The Zhurong spacecraft has already launched." Feng Tianhai shook his head, his face a mask of derision, laughing heartily as though he had heard the most ridiculous joke. The atmosphere grew tense, and Xiao Tianhao appeared anxious. However, Yi-chan remained unfazed, his expression as unyielding as a still lake, revealing no signs of anger or joy. "Enough of the laughter. Let us discuss serious matters," Han Yashuan interjected, redirecting the conversation. Although Feng Tianhai ceased his laughter, his gaze towards Yi-chan became increasingly disdainful. "Mr. Yi, I apologize. Mr. Feng enjoys jesting. Let us delve into the matter at hand. I am genuinely curious about how you obtained your information, as I have yet to receive any wind of it." Han Yashuan inquired with interest, her curiosity piqued by Yi-chen's insider knowledge. "As I mentioned earlier, it was a calculation I made." Yi-chen responded nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Upon hearing this, Han Yashuan's expression turned icy. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. "Mr. Yi, I have already apologized. Why must you persist in jesting?" she stated, her tone growing stern. "I indicated earlier that Mr. Feng enjoys humor, but I do not. There is a limit to tolerance." Yi-chen furrowed his brow, his countenance growing colder as he replied, "If you do not believe me, that is beyond my control. It appears there is no need to continue this discussion. I apologize. I must take my leave." Yi-chen rose, preparing to exit, leaving Xiao Tianhao bewildered. "Stop." At that moment, Feng Tianhai stood up, his expression fierce. Miss Yashuan inquired, "You have yet to respond. Who allowed you to leave? Who do you think you are? You can predict the future. Ha! You must think you're fooling a 3-year-old. Speak up. From where did you obtain this information?" Feng Tianhai's expression dripped with mockery, his presence imposing. "Brother Hai, please, calm down," Xiao Tianhao interjected, attempting to mediate. "Mr. Yi, please stay." Han Yashuan sighed, Addressing Yi Chun with a serious tone, Mr. Yi, since you claim to be able to calculate, could you perhaps foretell my recent fortunes? If your prediction proves accurate, we shall apologize for earlier. If not, you must reveal to us how you acquired your insider information. How does that sound? Han Yashuan blinked her eyes. Her pair of phoenix eyes exuded a natural charm, yet radiated an air of authority. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun turned his head to glance at her and smiled as he spoke. Miss Han, you are about to encounter significant troubles. Misfortune will soon befall you. Your endeavors will meet with failure, and you shall suffer considerable financial loss. Most importantly, you have offended a powerful figure. Observing the disdainful smile that appeared on Han Yashuan's face, Yi Chun continued, Miss Han, have you not recently spent 170 million to acquire a renowned painting? A genuine masterpiece from Master Wang of the Tang dynasty, intended as a gift for a certain esteemed individual? I shall refrain from revealing the identity of this figure. Should you wish to obtain the land in Beihai, you must secure this prominent figure's approval through gifts to ensure their satisfaction. However, regrettably, the painting you acquired at such a high price is a forgery, deliberately placed in your hands by your competitor. When you present it to that esteemed individual, it will be exposed on the spot, rendering you a laughingstock. At that point, not only will you lose the Beihai land, but the reputation of the Han family will also be at stake. As Yi Chun's words unfolded, the previously disdainful smile on Han Yashuan's face gradually faded, replaced by a grave expression. Chapter 8. You are a fraud. I'll expose you. For everything Yi Chun stated was indeed the content of their internal family meeting. Moreover, they were currently in the process of executing it. To acquire the Beihai land for a resort development, they needed the critical vote from that old general. But how did Yi Chun know? This matter was clearly a secret known only to members of the Han family. Still skeptical? Perhaps you should verify the painting first, Yi Chun suggested with a mysterious smile. Please wait. Han Yashuan took out her phone and dialed. Assistant Sun, please take Master Wang's genuine piece back to Olden for re-evaluation, and do it quickly. It would be best to summon a few other masters as well. After finishing her words, Han Yashuan hung up the phone. With a playful expression, she extended her hand and said lightly, Mr. Yi, please take a seat. I believe we will have results shortly. Yi Chun smiled and resumed his position. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Feng Tianhai, sipping his drink, cast a scornful glance at Yi Chun. Kid, are you getting anxious? Afraid of being proven wrong soon? Feng Tianhai mocked. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun merely smiled faintly without responding. Minutes passed and suddenly, Han Yashuan's phone rang. She picked it up and placed it on the table, activating the speakerphone. Miss, there's a serious problem. That painting, a voice on the other end was panting heavily, struggling to catch their breath, clearly agitated. What about the painting? Speak quickly. The previously composed Han Yashuan was now visibly shaken, urgently inquiring, It's fake. The painting is a forgery. After a joint appraisal by 3 masters, they discovered threads along the edge, and upon unraveling them, the inscription turned out to be burnt ink, not a genuine piece by Master Wang at all. Mississippi, we have been deceived. As the words echoed through the phone, Han Yashuan was momentarily stunned, leaning back in her chair, lost in thought. Retrieve the painting immediately and contact the old man. We need to find a substitute. Can we perhaps select a suitable piece from his collection? It must be delivered by tomorrow. There can be no delays. Having given her instructions, Han Yashuan hung up the phone, her gaze fixed on Yi Chun, her face filled with astonishment. Everything he said had come true. Was this man truly that extraordinary? Without even having seen the painting, he knew it was a forgery. This was simply uncanny, surreal. Mr. Yi, I apologize. I was rude earlier and even questioned you. Please accept my sincere apologies. With that, Han Yashuan, looking serious, stood up and earnestly apologized to Yi Chun. At this moment, her mind was still racing as for how Yi Chun accomplished all this. She no longer cared. It could be said that Yi Chun had just saved the Han family. That painting was meant to be a gift for a super powerful figure. Although the figure had retired, they still wielded immense connections. The Han family could afford to lose the Beihai land. But sending a fake painting would result in unimaginable consequences. Thus, Yi Chun had effectively rescued the Han family. Instantly, Han Yashuan's demeanor transformed, her face now radiating respect. There is no need for such formalities, Miss Han. It was merely a small effort on my part. Yi Chun waved his hand nonchalantly. He did not rise or appear flattered. To him, accepting this gratitude was entirely justified. Had the Han family indeed presented that painting, not only would they lose the Beihai land, but offending that powerful figure would suffice to bring the Han family to ruin. In his foresight, he envisioned that after the Han family offended this prominent figure, within mere months, all their projects would face abrupt termination. Subsequently, malicious rumors would circulate in the community, severing ties with other business groups. Ultimately, the Han family would plummet from being a leading enterprise in Longzhou to obscurity and even face total destruction within 2 years. Mr. Yi, there is no need for you to be modest. If that painting had been sent out, the consequences. Han Yashuan felt cold sweat seeping through her inner garments. I apologize, Mr. Yi. I must visit the restroom. Please do not leave. I insist we drink to our heart's content tonight. Han Yashuan even stood up and approached Yi Chun. Suddenly, she smiled slightly, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and deeply bowed, displaying utmost humility. This scene left Yi Chun taken aback. He had not expected such sincerity from her. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhao looked on with envy and admiration, his gaze toward Yi Chun akin to that of a devotee worshipping a deity. Incredible, that is Han Yashuan, the ice goddess of Longzhou, whom countless men dream of. Truly impressive, Yi Chun. You have managed to make the goddess submit at your very first meeting. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao's admiration for Yi Chun soared exponentially, silently vowing to cling to this golden opportunity. After Han Yashuan exited the room, Feng Tianhai regarded Yi Chun with a complex expression. You can't be serious, can you? Did you truly predict that? Feng Tianhai continued to feign bravado. The matter with Miss Han is manageable. After all, offending someone is not irreparable. But what you are involved in is far more troublesome. Yi Chun turned his gaze toward Feng Tianhai, speaking calmly. Kid, what do you mean? Are you cursing me? Clarify your words, or do not blame me for being impolite. Feng Tianhai suddenly stood up, appearing quite furious. Why? Yi Chun chuckled coldly, responding, a few days ago, you imported a batch of 2008 Roman Connie red wine at Robert's Manor. A whole ship, over 1,200 bottles, at a purchase price of 19,999 each, totaling 23.99 million. Am I not correct? Based on the timeline, this batch of wine should have shipped from the Golden Eagle country and is expected to arrive at Haikou tonight. However, I advise you to call and cancel the order right now. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai slowly sat back down, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yi Chun. Ha! You expect me to abandon everything I've painstakingly prepared based on your words? Do you have any idea how much I invested in bringing in the live streaming guru? Just the advertising alone cost several million. I fought against a group of tycoons from the west for this batch. You think I'll just back out because you said so? Feng Tianhai declared resolutely. After witnessing what had just transpired with Han Yashuan, he felt uncertain. Yet he could not let Yi Chun's vague words derail his plans. Returning the order would mean losing all the advertising expenses and the fees for hiring the live streaming guru. Far too great a loss. If word got out that he was scared off by someone else's words, it would be utterly humiliating. He couldn't even get past his old man's scrutiny. Tonight, there will be a storm, possibly even a typhoon, and Haikou may be closed off. This is your first calamity. Most of the wine on your ship will be lost. Of course, that is not the worst part. If your wine sells, that would be a disaster of epic proportions, Yi Chun stated calmly, delivering shocking revelations. This left Feng Tianhai enveloped in silence. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Ha ha ha, you fraud. You are indeed trying to scare me. Feng Tianhai laughed loudly. In my presence. You cannot deceive me. The weather forecast has predicted a drought for the past 2 weeks. My employees even suffered from heat stroke this afternoon. Yet you dare claim there will be a storm tonight? He approached the window, pulling back the curtains and opening it. Outside, the weather was calm and tranquil. A mocking expression spread across his face. Feng Tianhai was eager to see how long this fraud could maintain his facade. Chapter 9. Complete Conquest. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao felt a surge of anxiety, even though he had immense trust in Yi Chun. Having witnessed many events that eradicated any doubts about him, he too found himself bewildered by Yi Chun's words. He discreetly took out his phone to check the weather, and indeed, it was 32 degrees Celsius. With no rain forecasted for the next 7 days, not even a cloudy day. If Yi Chun had misspoken, it would be utterly disastrous. Feng Tianhai had no faith in Yi Chun and was determined to confront him relentlessly. What could be done about that, however? In the next moment, boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the dark sky. The glass on the window trembled violently. The wind howled, thunder roared. Torrential rain, mingled with the fierce wind, instantly poured in through the window, drenching Feng Tianhai. His face changed drastically as he hurriedly reached out to push the window shut. Xiao Tianhao also sprang up, and together they managed to close it just in time. Only then did calm return. Ignoring his soaked state, Feng Tianhai quickly retrieved his phone, his hands trembling with anxiety. "Secretary Li, has the wine been loaded onto the ship yet?" he asked urgently, almost shouting. "Mr. Hai, it's almost finished loading." "We'll set off in 10 minutes, came Secretary Li's voice from the other end. Unload it all, however, Feng Tianhai suddenly issued the command. "Mr. Hai, why?" Secretary Li exclaimed. "The loading and unloading here are incredibly costly, and if we store it in the warehouse, it will cost thousands of dollars for just one night. If even a few bottles break during loading or unloading, the losses would be significant. If we unload it now and then reload it later, that's yet another expense." Secretary Li spoke urgently over the phone. "Stop talking nonsense. I said unload it. Furthermore, return all the wine, every single bottle." Feng Tianhai bellowed. "Mr. Hai, this is a sought-after item that I had to toil for half a month to secure, with a year-long reservation. Other merchants can't even get their hands on it. And returning it would be a huge loss. If we take it back, we could sell it through live streaming or offline sales and double our profits. Are you really willing to let it go?" Secretary Li was completely bewildered, unsure of what had possessed his boss. "Secretary Li, can't you understand my words? I'll say it again. Return it all. If you dare bring back even a single bottle, I'll make sure you regret it." With that, Feng Tianhai hung up the phone. He then walked over to Yi Chun, his hair still dripping with rainwater, completely disregarding his own disheveled appearance. "Mr. Yi, I only wish to ask one thing. This storm will last at most 2 or 3 days. But why is it absolutely necessary to return the wine and not bring it back?" This time, Feng Tianhai was not merely acting out of anger but spoke with sincere intent, filled with eagerness to understand the reason. "It's quite simple. The batch of foreign wine is counterfeit, laced with numerous toxic substances, to be precise. Someone has bribed your secretary to set you up for a significant downfall if it is brought back and sold. The consequences." Yi Chen paused, choosing not to elaborate further. According to his foresight, once Feng Tianhai's batch of wine made it ashore and was sold, it would lead to fatalities, not just one, but many. This incident would create an exceedingly grave impact, shattering countless innocent families. Feng Tianhai, a successful entrepreneur, would instantly become a condemned criminal. His family's wine business would collapse in no time, resulting in universal scorn. Although the investigation would eventually clarify the situation, the secretary who had betrayed him would remain free, evading justice. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. He picked up the phone and dialed. "Anlin, don't go to sleep yet. Bring the 2 bottles of foreign wine I retrieved to the studio for testing. Hurry, it's urgent." After hanging up, less than 5 minutes passed before the phone rang again. Feng Tianhai quickly answered. "Tianhai, there's bad news. The 2 bottles of wine you brought back are severely tainted with toxic substances, all mixed with industrial alcohol. Just now, Technician Wang used a mouse for testing, and it died on the spot." Came the voice of Feng Tianhai's wife. At once, the phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Feng Tianhai sank to his knees. In that moment, Xiao Tianhao stood aghast. Han Yashuan, who had just changed into a blue and white porcelain qipao, was equally astonished by the scene. What's wrong? Why is Mr. Hai kneeling?" Han Yashuan asked, her delicate face reflecting surprise as she stood frozen. Feng Tianhai, lost in despair, shook his head, no longer caring about anything else. In his eyes, Yi Chun had saved his life. To be precise, he had saved his entire family. Had the red wine been brought back and sold through the live streaming platform, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Just the mere thought sent shivers down Feng Tianhai's spine. "Get up, the ground is quite cold," Yi Chun said with a faint smile. Yet, Feng Tianhai shook his head vehemently. "No. I was reckless and blind. Disrespecting Brother Yi. I, Feng Tianhai, am deeply indebted to your great kindness." With that, Feng Tianhai slapped himself across the face, exclaiming, "It was my ignorance, my arrogance. Brother Yi, you are my benefactor, the benefactor of the Feng family. If it weren't for your timely warning, I would have. At this point, Feng Tianhai felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Relief washed over him like a wave, and gratitude blossomed in his heart. In his eyes, Yi Chun was like an ancestor, akin to a living Buddha. But it cannot be said that way. Your willingness to believe my words is a testament to your trust and recognition. If you had doubted me, no amount of persuasion would have prevented the inevitable. Get up, or I shall truly take my leave, Yi Chun said, extending his hand. After kneeling for so long, Feng Tianhai's sincerity was evident. Even Xiao Tianhao urged Brother Hai, please get up. Brother Yi has said he doesn't mind. If you don't, he might really leave. Han Yashuan also chimed in, persuading him that at last. Feng Tianhai reached out, grasping Yi Chun's hand, and slowly rose, yet his face remained etched with gratitude. Han Yashuan was curious about what had transpired during her absence, and Xiao Tianhao leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. Upon learning the truth, Han Yashuan was moved once again, her gaze towards Yi Chun sparkling with admiration. Mr. Xiao, has Brother Yi got married? Han Yashuan suddenly inquired, lowering her head. Xiao Tianhao instantly realized something. It was clear that Miss Han was developing an interest in Brother Yi. This was monumental news for Yi Chun. Brother Yi has just divorced a few days ago and is currently single. Xiao Tianhao replied after a moment of contemplation. I have an ex-wife and a daughter. Yi Chun added with a smile. As he continued to enjoy his drink with Feng Tianhai in his heart, there was only Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong, and he could not allow anyone else to intrude. He could sense that Han Yashuan harbored some interest in him. Although it was merely the beginning of affection, he was determined to suppress any external elements. He had already lost his wife once, endured the heart-wrenching pain of that loss, and would not allow himself to commit any act that could betray his wife and daughter. Xiao Tianhao awkwardly nodded in agreement. As for Han Yashuan, she merely smiled and remarked, Brother Yi is not only exceptionally capable but also loyal to his family. In this materialistic age, that's a rarity. I truly envy your wife for finding such an outstanding man. But why did you divorce? Your wife truly does not appreciate you. Rest assured, Brother Yi, it won't be long before your wife comes to her senses and returns to you. She will regret the divorce. Han Yashuan said earnestly. She has already regretted it, Yi Chun replied, downing his drink in one gulp, a bitter smile crossing his face. See, I told you she would regret it. Where else can she find such an exceptional man? Han Yashuan said with a smile. No, it's I who regret it. I was the one who didn't cherish them enough, losing my wife and daughter. Now, I'm desperately trying to win them back, but I don't know if there is still a chance. Yi Chun sighed deeply. Memories of Tong Tong's innocent face and the pain he had inflicted on Meiyun flooded back, causing his heart to ache anew. Brother Yi, please don't be sad. Now that you recognize the issues, if you work earnestly to resolve them, your wife will surely come back. We believe in you. Keep it up. Han Yashuan smiled and waved her hand. Yes, Brother Yi, don't get too worked up. With your character, we all believe your wife will forgive you. Making mistakes is not to be feared. What is feared is not knowing how to repent. At this point, Feng Tianhai also stood up, respectfully raising his glass and declaring, Come, let us drink to this. We shall not return until we are drunk. Instantly, the atmosphere at the table grew lively as everyone raised their glasses and began to drink heartily. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through the room. Who is it? Xiao Tianhao, nearest to the door, irritably stood up to open it. Just then, a man in formal attire, wearing a prestigious watch, walked in. Excuse me, is Mr. Feng Tianhai here? I am Liao Yang, the investment director of Lantian Company, here to discuss a potential collaboration, Liao Yang said, a sincere smile on his face. His gaze swept across the gathering before finally landing on Yi Chun, causing his expression to falter. Feng Tianhai was just about to inquire what the other party wanted from him when, unexpectedly, Liao Yang strode directly towards Yi Chun. A mocking smile plastered across his face. Oh my, is that not Yi Chun? What kind of person are you to dare visit such an upscale restaurant? I heard you divorced that wretched Qin Meiyun. Ha ha ha, I knew it all along. You worthless scum. You squandered your daughter's milk money to shower gifts on female streamers, to maintain your status as the #1 donor. You even took out loans to gamble. How utterly disgraceful. Wasn't it you who was once so impressive in university? The renowned campus heartthrob, no less. Yet here you are, reduced to a pile of muck in the real world. Ha ha ha, what use is being a campus heartthrob if you're just a pauper? Li Yaoyang acted as if he had mistakenly entered the wrong room and had unintentionally encountered Yi Chen. Overwhelmed by jealousy, he began to hurl insults without regard for their former camaraderie. During their university days, Qin Meiyun had been the belle of the campus, and Li Yaoyang, who was affluent and influential, had pursued her, garnering the attention of countless onlookers, only to be brutally rejected. Yi Chen, being the top student in both looks and academics, had also caught Qin Meiyun's eye, and the two initially held disdain for one another. To everyone's surprise, they eventually became a couple and married shortly after graduation. Evoking envy from their peers, upon learning of Qin Meiyun's marriage, Li Yaoyang chose not to attend the wedding, opting instead to pursue opportunities abroad, and now he had returned with a sense of accomplishment. The moment he learned of Yi Chen's divorce from Qin Meiyun, his pride swelled even further. Meanwhile, Yi Chen maintained a smile on his face, yet a glint of cold fury flickered in his eyes. He had intended to greet Li Yaoyang, as they were old classmates who hadn't seen each other for many years. However, he was taken aback to discover that this despicable man still harbored grudges. It was one thing to hold a grudge, but this scoundrel had the audacity to insult his wife. Li Yaoyang, did your parents die early and fail to teach you how to speak properly? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, Yi Chen seized a wine bottle in anger and hurled it at his opponent. Li Yaoyang instinctively raised his arm to block the bottle, letting out a cry of pain. Damn it, Yi Chen. Have you lost your mind? You dare to strike me? Take a good look in the mirror. What do you think you are to challenge me? I swear I will end you today. At that moment, Li Yaoyang bellowed, and two burly men rushed in from behind. Beat him! Kill him! This damned fool has no idea what he's up against. As Li Yaoyang cursed, the two muscular men prepared to attack. Xiao Tianhao's temper ignited instantly, and he hurled a chair at the men charging through the door. Damn it! You all better settle down. Who dares to touch my brother Xiao Tianhao? I'll take their life. Concurrently, Feng Tianhai sprang to his feet, brandishing a wine bottle ready to strike. However, Li Yaoyang remained arrogant, turning to shout outside, Someone, come here. His call was met with the sound of chaotic footsteps in the corridor. Moments later, a dozen strong men armed with machetes and iron rods stormed into the private room. Leading them was a young man with a buzz cut, a scar across his face, and tattoos on his neck. Clearly not a good person. Who dares to cause trouble in my golden palace? Are you tired of living? You should know my name, Wu Hao. The youth tilted his head, his face full of menace. It was evident that if I recall correctly, you are here representing Blue Sky Liquor Company seeking collaboration with my company. Am I right? Now, this project is terminated. With that, Feng Tianhai took out his phone and dialed a number. Shortly after, the call was answered. Is this the general manager of Blue Sky Liquor? I am Feng Tianhai. How was I unaware of your company's remarkable prowess? Your recruitment manager is so impressive, poking at my chest and calling me a loser. So, that's that. The partnership is over, and there shall be no future possibilities upon finishing. Feng Tianhai switched to speakerphone. Li Yaoyang. You really are courting death. You don't even recognize General Hai, and you dare to discuss matters with me? You've been dismissed. Go back to your countryside and farm. The voice on the other end erupted in curses. Li Yaoyang, upon hearing that familiar voice, was struck dumb. That voice belonged to his own general manager. It was unmistakable. Could it be that the person before him was indeed Feng Tianhai? Li Yaoyang, in a daze, walked to the room's entrance, rubbed his eyes, and scrutinized the room number. It felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck him. Suddenly, he was jolted awake. He had indeed come to this private room seeking Feng Tianhai, but upon seeing Yi Chen, he instinctively assumed he had entered the wrong room. Who would have thought that Yi Chen, a notorious gambler drowning in debt and a wastrel who lavishes gifts on female streamers, could be on familiar terms with a figure like Feng Tianhai? The more Li Yaoyang pondered, the more horrified he became. His scalp prickling. You truly are General Hai? Li Yaoyang, upon returning to the room, asked cautiously. His face paled. Or else what? As Feng Tianhai's words, laden with displeasure, fell, Li Yaoyang's phone rang, and he hurriedly answered. In that instant, his complexion grew increasingly ashen. Beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. General, please let me explain. Before Li Yaoyang could finish, the other party had already hung up, their tone resolute. Given the general's explosive temper, he would be utterly blacklisted in this industry, unable to survive. Li Yaoyang's face drained of color, cold sweat drenching him. At that moment, He finally realized the gravity of his blunder. Just then, the door was kicked open. A bald man strode in, his expression darkening upon witnessing the scene. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the bald man, Wu Hao was taken aback and hurriedly approached him with inquiries. The bald man was none other than Zhao Wuchang, the owner of Huangjin Palace. "Slap, do not call me uncle. You are my nephew. How dare you provoke someone I cannot afford to offend?" Zhao Wuchang delivered a resounding slap, sending Wu Hao sprawling to the ground. Wu Hao's eyes widened in confusion. "Uncle, what do you mean by that? Get lost, you blind fool." Zhao Wuchang kicked Wu Hao far away, not sparing him a glance, and then turned to Han Yashuan with a sycophantic smile. "Miss Yashuan, my sincerest apologies. You arrived without notifying me. I could have instructed the staff to guard the entrance. I had prepared for this. Such chaos should never have occurred." Zhao Wuchang, drenched in cold sweat, bobbed his head and ingratiated himself, leaving Wu Hao's mind reeling in shock. Chapter 12. Well, I suppose we are even now. Zhao Wuchang, a true brother of the underworld, commands immense respect. A mere stomp from him could send tremors through Longzhou. Wu Hao had never witnessed his uncle so obsequious in appeasing anyone. Yet now, he was being exceedingly cautious, prompting Wu Hao to recall Han Yashuan's previous words. In that moment, Wu Hao's face turned ashen, despair consuming him. "Mr. Zhao, are you implying that I am at fault? Should I have informed you of my arrival beforehand?" Han Yashuan retorted coldly, a hint of mockery in her smiled. "Oh dear, my esteemed lady. You are blameless. Who would dare claim otherwise? I would personally deal with him. Today, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Zhao Wuchang nodded vigorously, his conviction evident. Han Yashuan narrowed her eyes, her tone icy. "There is no need for you to provide me with an explanation. Rather, it is my esteemed guest who requires an account from you. Should he be dissatisfied, I suggest you consider closing Huangjin Palace." As she emphasized the word esteemed, Han Yashuan stepped back, making way. Instantly, Zhao Wuchang's gaze fell upon Yichun. In that moment, his mind raced, flooded with trepidation as he broke into a cold sweat. Who was this esteemed individual, so unfamiliar yet clearly held in high regard by Miss Han? Although he had never met him, such youth and the attention of Miss Han signified he was undoubtedly someone extraordinary. Zhao Wuchang could not afford to be careless. He promptly approached, saying, "Brother, please do not be angered. I shall provide you with an account. Just tell me how you wish to handle today's matter, and I shall comply entirely." Zhao Wuchang spoke urgently, his words laced with desperation. "I am quite agreeable." Yichun replied nonchalantly, "Just break his legs, and we shall consider this matter settled." Though he entertained darker thoughts of killing Wu Hao, given Miss Han's assistance, he knew to temper his actions and leave room for negotiation. Soon as Yichun finished speaking, Wu Hao collapsed on the ground, turned pale, instinctively clutching his legs. "No, I was wronged at Yichun. My dear grandfather, I am blind to your virtues, unworthy of your presence. Please, grant me one more chance. I was mistaken," Wu Hao pleaded desperately. Having shed all traces of arrogance, however, Yichun remained impassive, devoid of any compassion. "Very well, this brother of mine. I will now proceed to break this scoundrel's legs." Zhao Wuchang, equally ferocious, narrowed his eyes menacingly, even for his nephew. He showed no leniency. Grabbing an iron rod, he approached Wu Hao, raising it high. "Uncle, please, do not. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Grant me one more chance." Wu Hao trembled all over, losing control of his bladder. "Wu Hao, do not be foolish. I am trying to save you." Provoking such a powerful figure, merely breaking a leg is already a generous act. "Remove your hands, or I shall cripple you as well." Zhao Wuchang suddenly shouted menacingly. In that instant, Wu Hao gritted his teeth, turned his head away, his eyes refusing to open, and reluctantly released his grip. With that, Zhao Wuchang swung the iron rod down, striking Wu Hao's leg with a sickening crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed horrifically. Wu Hao convulsed in agony before succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Li Yaoyang stood frozen in shock, his gaze vacant, drooling in disbelief. "Over there." Yichun suddenly pointed at Li Yaoyang. Speaking casually to Li Yaoyang, "We were once classmates. You cannot treat me this way." "I spoke thoughtlessly. I underestimated you. Had I known you had achieved such success, I would not have dared to appear before you. Please, spare me this once. For the sake of our past. Li Yaoyong, now thoroughly terrified, knelt on the ground, bowing his head and pleading desperately. However, Yichen merely seized a bottle and swung it forcefully at his mouth. Ah! The piercing scream reverberated throughout the room. Li Yaoyong's mouth was left mangled, his front teeth shattered, blood pouring forth as he writhed in pain on the floor. Very well, this matter is settled. Should you dare to speak ill of my family again, I will take your life. Yichen clapped his hands and turned to leave. Following closely behind, Feng Tianhai stepped over Li Yaoyong's body. Xiao Tianhao trailed right behind them. Finally, only Han Yashuan remained, picking up her bag in preparation to depart. Miss Yashuan, may I inquire who this Yichen is? Zhao Wucheng hurriedly approached, cautiously inquiring. What, do you wish to reclaim your honor and provoke him? If you intend to act against him, you must first pass through me. Upon hearing Zhao Wucheng probing into Yichen's identity, Han Yashuan's brows furrowed, and she spoke coldly. My dear uncle, you are entirely mistaken. I must remember this esteemed gentleman. I shall never offend him again, and I will ensure my subordinates are cautious, lest we provoke him once more and invite our doom. I must give my subordinates a warning. Zhao Wucheng hastily explained. That is more like it. Just remember, his name is Yichen. Anyone who dares cross him is effectively crossing the Han family. With that, Han Yashuan strode out. Zhao Wucheng remained rooted in place, peering at Yichen's departing figure, lost in thought. Hiss, it seems he is a figure from another province. Could it be, good heavens, that esteemed gentleman also bears the surname Yi? Could he truly be related to that prominent individual? It must be. Both Han Yashuan and Feng Tianhai hold him in such high regard. It can only be that esteemed person. The mere thought sent Zhao Wucheng's heart racing. He turned and instructed his subordinates. Listen closely. That Lord Yi just now, should you encounter him in the future, steer clear. Anyone who dares provoke him, let it be known I will annihilate their entire family. Understood, boss? Sir. Instantly, a chorus of voices rang out from more than a dozen subordinates. At this moment, after bidding farewell to Yichen and Han Yashuan, he made his way to the Korean fried chicken restaurant, where he indulged in a lavish set meal costing 200 yuan. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and made a call. After several minutes, the call was finally answered, and a sweet, youthful voice emerged. Daddy, why did it take you so long to call me? I've missed you. I've already finished all the snacks from last time. I am so hungry. Upon hearing Tong Tong's voice, Yichen felt his heart melt. How could he have ever brought himself to harm such an adorable girl? He felt like a complete beast. Yichen could hardly forgive himself. Hee, Tong Tong, can you guess what Daddy is doing? Yichen managed to suppress his choked voice and said with a smile. Turning away, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Are you playing mahjong? Tong Tong asked hesitantly. If so, I won't disturb you. Suddenly, Tong Tong's mood shifted, and her voice began to tremble. In the past, Yichen would play mahjong for an entire day or even all night long. With Qin Meiyun at work, Tong Tong often found herself home alone, going hungry, resorting to chewing on raw rice just to fill her belly. There were even occasions when she fainted from hunger. Whenever she could no longer bear it, she would cautiously call Yichen, but each time, she was met with furious roars and harsh curses. No, no, no. Don't hang up. Daddy isn't playing mahjong, and he won't ever again. Daddy's here at the Korean fried chicken place, and I bought a super large set meal. The waitress even gave me a little bear. Yichen spoke gently, hurriedly explaining. Chapter 13. A misunderstanding, a missed appointment. Really, Daddy? Upon hearing about the food, Tong Tong was filled with delight. She was growing and had been starving for a while now. Yes, indeed, but with so many delicious things, who should I give them to? Yichen chuckled out. Of course, they are for Tong Tong. Daddy, hurry and bring them over. I can't wait to eat. Tong Tong, still a child at heart, could no longer resist the temptation of the delectable food. And the little bear? The waitress said it was for the most adorable child. Who could that be? Yichen couldn't help but tease Tong Tong again. That would be me, of course. Mama always says Tong Tong is a little sweetheart. The best listener to Daddy and Mama. Daddy, please come soon. I miss you. Ah, the clever little girl had learned to play her cards right, pretending to miss her father while truly yearning for food and toys. Yichen couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth and softly said, Why don't you ask Mama if I can come? Daddy won't go inside but will leave the things at the door. Tong Tong, It's already night. Why indulge in fried food? Don't you remember the last time you had a stomachache? At that moment, Qin Meiyun snatched the phone and said, Tong Tong, you need to stop this late-night snacking habit. You shouldn't tempt her with things at night. Yichen quickly nodded. Then I'll leave it at the door, and you can eat it in the morning. It won't spoil. The line fell silent for a moment. All right, just leave it at the door. We're both going to sleep now. With that, Qin Meiyun hung up the phone. Wei Yichun felt a surge of joy. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the restaurant, hailed a taxi, and headed to their residential complex. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he discovered that it was completely locked. Wei Yichun sighed, lighting a cigarette and squatting down to see if anyone would come back and open the door. But after smoking 1, 2, and even 3 or 4 cigarettes, there was still no sign of anyone. What now? Meiyun had already felt that she had broken her promise. However, she couldn't leave the food outside. What if someone mistook it for trash and threw it away? Yichen checked the time on his phone. It was already 2 in the morning. He couldn't call and wake them. So he decided to wait a bit longer. Wei Yichun curled up in a corner, clutching the food, leaned against the wall, and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Fat Sister donned her fish-cleaning apron and gloves before stepping out of her home. As she pushed open the unit door, she spotted Yichen, his head tilted, still asleep against the wall. When she noticed the KFC meal he was clutching, Fat Sister was momentarily taken aback. Hey, you little rascal. What are you doing sleeping here? Hurry up and get up. Fat Sister, puzzled, reached out and nudged him awake. Wei Yichen blinked his bleary eyes and yawned. Upon seeing Fat Sister, he quickly stood up and greeted her with a smile. Fat Sister, you re-heading to the market so early? As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes. I've gotten used to it over the years. How else would I earn a living if I don't get up early? By the way, why are you here sleeping? Fat Sister inquired. I came last night to bring Tong Tong some food, but the unit was locked. I thought it was too late to disturb them. So I waited for someone to come back. I ended up falling asleep without realizing it. Heh, Yichen grinned. Instantly, Fat Sister nodded, her gaze softening. It seems you're a bit different now, but you must keep it up. Don't just do it for a couple of days. I believe if you truly repent and realize your mistakes, treating them well, Meiyun will forgive you. That girl has a kind heart. I know her well. Fat Sister nodded approvingly, feeling quite pleased. It seemed that Yichen had indeed changed, at least in stark contrast to what Qin Meiyun had described. To avoid waking them, he had waited all night outside. Knowing it had gotten cold and he must have been freezing. Fat Sister, I don't want to make promises, nor do I expect Meiyun to forgive me. I just want to do everything I can to make amends. Yichen spoke earnestly. All right, just having that intent is enough, Fat Sister replied, patting Yichen on the shoulder. Fat Sister, you should hurry and get to work. I'll take this to Tong Tong and then head back. Yichen shook his head. Fine. I'll take my leave then. Fat Sister nodded and walked away. A few minutes later, Qin Meiyun emerged, dressed elegantly in a suit. Upon seeing Yichen, her brows furrowed and a hint of frostiness crossed her face. What are you doing here? Her tone was icy and stiff, a stark contrast to her demeanor the previous night. I came to bring Tong Tong some food. You haven't eaten either, right? There's plenty in here. You can eat before heading to work. Wei Yichen gazed at the woman before him. Even without makeup, she remained strikingly beautiful. He cursed himself for his past actions, reminiscing about how he had treated such a stunning woman. The former campus belle of Longzhou University, Qin Meiyun, was exceptional in every aspect, figure, temperament, appearance. Yet since marrying him, she had refrained from buying herself new clothes, resorting to cheap cosmetics, and often wearing hand-me-downs from friends. Throughout the year, she had barely acquired 2 new outfits, and her shoes were the simplest and most unattractive ones. It was hard to believe that she once adored high heels. But now, the more Yichen thought about it, the more his heart ached. Why was I so foolish back then? You can keep it for yourself. I have to go to work. Move aside. Qin Meiyun said coldly. Sensing her emotions, Yichen instinctively stepped aside. However, Qin Meiyun did not leave immediately. Instead, she opened the unit door slightly and slowly turned her head, saying, You can go in, but don't promise her things you can't fulfill if you can't do it. Don't make promises. Just as Yichen grasped the unit door, Qin Meiyun flicked her head and walked away. Wei Yichen watched her retreating figure with a sigh before stepping inside. He approached the door and knocked a few times. Who's knocking? Is it Mama? A soft, somewhat muffled voice came from inside, seemingly while brushing her teeth. Tong Tong, it's Daddy. I've brought you some delicious food. Yichen hurriedly called out, but there was no response from within. Tong Tong? Why aren't you saying anything? What is wrong? Yichen panicked, pacing back and forth at the door, anxiously reaching for the gap in the door. Bad Daddy. Suddenly, a murmuring voice floated out from inside. Peering through the peephole, Yichen saw Tong Tong in a little tank top, holding a cup in her left hand and an adorable bunny-shaped toothbrush in her right, pouting with a tear-streaked face full of grievance. Tong Tong, it's all Daddy's fault. I was wronged. Yichen felt a pang of heartache and unreservedly admitted his mistake. It's you who's in the wrong, Bad Daddy. You said you'd bring me food last night, and I didn't eat properly. I waited all night. You're a liar. You're a liar. Tong Tong pointed her tiny hand at the door, taking 2 steps back in protest. What? Yichen's eyes widened in shock, realizing that Tong Tong had been waiting for him all night. No wonder she was so upset. Chapter 14. The truth unveiled to Qin Meiyun. Yichen could easily envision his daughter staring at the clock, resting her chin on her hands with a sigh, a simple-minded little girl, unable to sleep, waiting eagerly for her father to deliver the promised treats. After waiting throughout the night, feeling famished, how wronged must she have felt? How disappointed? In an instant, Yichen grew anxious as he explained, Tong Tong, it's all Daddy's fault. I came yesterday, but it was too late. If I had called you, we both would have been scolded. So I waited for Mama to leave for work and quietly came to bring you the treats. It was Daddy's mistake. Please forgive me this time. All right, very well, I forgive you. Father, I shall open the door for you. Tong Tong declared with a hint of pride. Indeed, children remain children, unburdened by doubt, and readily believing in simplicity. Unlike adults, whose complex minds often lead to misunderstandings, as the door swung open, Tong Tong instinctively recoiled a few steps. Though she dared to question from behind the door, upon seeing Yichen in person, she instinctively sought refuge behind the wall, peeking out cautiously. Father, please place the food there. I fear you might strike me. Tong Tong trembled as she spoke, anxiety evident in her voice. Hearing this, Yichen's heart ached as if it were being shredded, for a similar incident had occurred in the past. Once, when a female streamer ceased communication with him, coupled with his gambling losses, his mood plummeted. He had consumed copious amounts of alcohol and staggered to Qin Meiyun's workplace, causing a ruckus that forced her to take a leave of absence. Yet, driven by desperation, he had followed her home, cursing and kicking at her door. Terrified, Qin Meiyun had locked herself away, sobbing in a corner. Yichen had bought some snacks and deceived Tong Tong into opening the door. At that time, she was barely 4 years old, incapable of grasping such complexities. The aftermath was, as one could imagine, too painful for Yichen to contemplate, his heart nearly numb with agony. Tong Tong, your favorite treats are placed here by Father. I shall take my leave now. I will come to visit you another day. Yichen's voice broke with emotion. In an effort to shield his daughter from fear, he turned and walked away. Gently closing the door in that fleeting moment, he glimpsed Tong Tong cautiously emerging, her small face radiating joy at that instant. Yichen leaned against the door, his body sliding down until he sat on the floor. After a long while, he took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun hurried to work, encountering the plump lady who was enjoying soy milk and fried dough sticks. Good morning, plump lady. Qin Meiyun greeted. The plump lady, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, Meiyun, I've been waiting for you. I brought you breakfast. You shouldn't go to work on an empty stomach. It's not good for your health. As she spoke, the plump lady handed over a portion of breakfast. Qin Meiyun accepted it with embarrassment. There was no way to refuse. The plump lady was too kind, always knowing her financial struggles and ensuring to prepare breakfast for her, waiting to hand it over whenever she passed by. Every time Qin Meiyun attempted to decline, the plump lady would be upset. Such unwavering warmth and goodwill were hard to resist, and Qin Meiyun accepted it, silently vowing to remember this kindness. After receiving her salary, there would be enough left to manage expenses, and she would occasionally treat the plump lady, fostering a mutual camaraderie that was harmonious and pleasant. Plump lady, I heard your son is getting married and preparing a new home. How wonderful. Once I receive my salary this month, I shall surely gift you a generous red envelope, wishing you a swift embrace of a grandchild. Qin Meiyun said with a smile. At this, The plump lady revealed a bittersweet smile. Alas, it's tough. Housing prices are exorbitant, over 10,000 per square meter, and an entire house costs upwards of $1 million. My husband and I have been making a living at the market, just managing our daily expenses while supporting our child's education. We haven't even saved enough for a down payment yet. My daughter-in-law refuses to register the marriage without a house. I've borrowed from all my relatives, but still haven't gathered enough. Let us not dwell on it. It's quite distressing. Oh, by the way, I saw that scoundrel Yi Chun sleeping at the entrance this morning. He seemed to have been there since last night. The plump lady changed the subject. You saw him? Qin Meiyun, who was munching on the fried dough, suddenly froze, nearly choking. Indeed, I spotted him as I left, sleeping against the wall. That fool really waited the whole night, claiming he wanted to bring food for Tong Tong, but was too late to call. Fearing he might disturb your slumber, the plump lady chattered on at that moment. Qin Meiyun halted, turning back to glance in the direction of her home, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. It dawned on her that she had misjudged Yi Chen. Assuming he had failed to keep his promise the previous night, she longed to return and see him, yet upon checking the time, realized she must hurry to work. Plump lady, I'm running late. I must be off, Qin Meiyun called out as she rushed toward the bus stop. Take care, don't trip, the plump lady kindly advised. Meanwhile, Yi Chen arrived at the stock market trading hall. He raised his gaze to observe the market trends. The situation appeared promising. Yesterday, the market had surged to its peak, dipped slightly, but quickly rebounded. Now, he was raking in at least tens of thousands daily. After several days, his principal plus earnings had reached 570,000. After deducting the 30,000 he owed Meiyun, he was left with 540,000. This sum, he intended to leave untouched, for he foresaw that this stock would yield consistent profits within 6 months. However, Yi Chen was not one to rest on his laurels. He retrieved his phone and made a call. It wasn't long before someone answered. Brother Yi, do you have any promising deals lately? Hurry and let me know. On the other end, Xiao Tianhao eagerly inquired. At this moment, he held Yi Chen in high esteem. Having lost interest in loan companies, he now anxiously awaited Yi Chen's call, glued to his phone. Actually, I need to borrow some money. Yi Chen began, feeling somewhat awkward, as he had yet to repay his previous loan. So that's what it is. I have a few million on hand. I'll transfer it to you right now. Xiao Tianhao declared with grandiosity. He promptly began arranging for the funds to be sent. Wait, I can't accept your money without a return. Let us agree on this. You lend me 2 million, and in 3 days, I'll repay you 220,000. Don't rush to refuse. If you're not willing, I'll seek help elsewhere, Yi Chen stated with unwavering resolve. Brother Yi, I see now. You really don't regard me as a close friend. Why are we discussing interest? This is quite demeaning, Xiao Tianhao exclaimed, his frustration palpable. This was not an outburst, merely a sense of injustice. He felt he had treated Yi Chen as a brother while Yi Chen had perceived him as a fool. I knew you would think that way. Borrowing money is one matter, repaying is another. For our relationship to flourish, we must maintain transparency in finances. Even brothers must keep accounts clear, or disputes are bound to arise. Yi Chen explained succinctly. If the other party failed to comprehend, so be it. He would simply refrain from borrowing from Xiao Tianhao in the future, treating it as if nothing had ever happened. You should have said so earlier, Brother Yi. Had you mentioned this sooner, I wouldn't have misunderstood you. All right, I'll transfer the funds right away, Xiao Tianhao responded, enlightenment washing over him, his excitement palpable. And no need to transfer. Just use the cash you have on hand, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Brother Yi, what new ventures are you embarking on? Bring me along. Xiao Tianhao grinned over the phone, also gauging Yi Chen's intentions. I am only borrowing 2 million. No more. The rest you should keep as startup capital for your own endeavors. I have a question. Do you have any connections to procure Mutai liquor? The older the better, but regular ones will suffice. At this moment, Yi Chen had foreseen a grand official event on the horizon. Many places would follow suit, holding similar ceremonies. Mutai was emblematic of Chinese heritage. The demand for Mutai during the event would be astronomical, likely outstripping supply. With only 3 days for this event, even factories wouldn't be able to keep up with production. Thus, the existing stock would become highly sought after. I should reach out to Feng Tianhai. In the past, he wouldn't even acknowledge us, but now, just a word from you, and he'd personally deliver it. Xiao Tianhao chuckled, filled with anticipation. This is something I can't oversee directly. You should approach him as well. Yi Chun had his own reasoning. If he sought Feng Tianhai directly, it would incur a debt of gratitude, counteracting the previous arrangement. Such connections were invaluable, and he didn't want to squander them lightly. All right, I'll discuss with him. How much should I order? Xiao Tianhao asked. Currently, the price for Feitian Mutai fluctuated around 2001 to 2002. I'll take 1,000 bottles. Aim to get it down to 2 million. As for the rest, you can decide how much to procure based on your available funds, Yi Chun instructed, aware that after taking 2 million from Xiao Tianhao, he would likely have little left, especially since he had a company to fund and a daughter requiring constant care. Every day was an expense. Thus, Xiao Tianhao had resorted to the loan business. Everyone has their own struggles, Brother Yi. Do you think the price of Mutai can still rise? Xiao Tianhao asked, incredulously. It has been 2 years, and the price has remained unchanged, particularly in the past few months, with no fluctuations whatsoever. He is not questioning Yi Chun. He is merely curious to understand the reason behind it. You will know soon enough, so hurry up and take care of it. The sooner, the better. Until that wine arrives, neither of us will sleep soundly tonight. After finishing his statement, Yi Chun abruptly hung up the phone. On the other end, Xiao Tianhao picked up the phone and dialed, reaching Feng Tianhai. Mr. Hai, how much Mutai do you have on hand? After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Tianhao swiftly got to the point. I just received a new batch, but sales have been sluggish in recent months, and the price is only declining, not rising. If you want it for personal consumption or as a gift, I can drive over and bring you 2 bottles. However, if you're considering stockpiling, my brother advises against it. This product can easily be suppressed. Over the past year, as you have seen, Mutai's price has not fluctuated. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Without a storm, investing is futile and meaningless. Feng Tianhai leaned back in his chair in the office as he spoke. Earlier, he had dined with the sales director of Mutai, who had brought gifts, and the price was suppressed to 1,500 per bottle, which is how he managed to acquire this batch. This clearly indicates that Mutai's market condition is not favorable and challenging. I actually want to stock up a bit since I happen to have some spare cash. Let us do this, Mr. Hai. Consider it a blind investment, a lesson learned. I currently have 4.3 million. Can you get me 2,000 bottles? At this moment, Xiao Tianhao spoke airily. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Feng Tianhai was taken aback and took a long time to respond. Have you gone mad? Or do you have too much money on your hands? No way, absolutely not. We are acquaintances. I cannot exploit you. If this gets out and Brother Yi finds out, what will I become? Feng Tianhai shook his head repeatedly in refusal. To be honest, this batch of wine is for Brother Yi. No more talking. Just prepare 2,000 bottles for me, and I will transfer the money to you. This matter entirely relies on you, Mr. Hai. With that, Xiao Tianhao hung up the phone directly. Meanwhile, on the other end, Feng Tianhai fell into deep contemplation. 2,000 bottles? What on earth is he planning? Confounded, Feng Tianhai mumbled a few words before calling his assistant. Bring all the Mutai stock from the warehouse and have it delivered to Xiao Tianhao's company. 3 days swiftly passed. In Longzhou City, the streets were adorned with colorful decorations. Along the city moat, various wines and offerings filled the space. The latest news reported that the mayor of Longzhou City, aiming to boost the economy and promote urban development, released a significant amount of land and collaborated with numerous real estate companies. On this day, the Longzhou Chamber of Commerce was bustling with banquets everywhere. Countless foreign guests participated, creating an unprecedented lively atmosphere. The grand banquet lasted for 3 days, welcoming overseas chambers of commerce. Feitian Mutai wine became a favorite among domestic and international dignitaries, establishing itself as a mainstream symbol. On the same day, Feitian Mutai was in short supply. The market swept bare, and prices skyrocketed. At this moment, Yi Chun was still lying in bed, asleep. Suddenly, a phone rang. Yi Chun casually answered. Brother Yi, you truly have a gift for foresight. You are simply a living deity. The Feitian Mutai you advised me to stock up on has skyrocketed. Ha ha ha. I've already put away the statue of Guangong and replaced it with your photo. I bow to it every morning. We procured the wine from Mr. Hai at a low price of 1,791 per bottle, and now it has surged to over 7,800 per bottle. The voice on the phone belonged to Xiao Tianhao, who was exhilarated and exuberant, nearly shattering the speaker with his enthusiasm. As expected, upon hearing this, Yi Chun was equally delighted and hastily sat up. Old Xiao, you must have made quite a fortune this time. Yi Chun leisurely lit a cigarette. inhaled deeply, and casually inquired, "Brother, share some of the profits with your little brother, please, Brother Yi. Your 1,000 bottles have multiplied in value, yielding a gross income of 7.8 million. After deducting costs, your net profit is 5.8 million. It's exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. I've rounded it up and transferred 6 million to you. Brother Yi, let us not quibble over trivial amounts. We're friends, after all," Xiao Tianhao shouted, his excitement palpable even through the phone. "Old Xiao, it seems you've saved up quite a sum. Have you considered changing careers? After all, high-interest loans can be quite detrimental to one's moral standing. Think of it as accumulating virtue for your daughter. Of course, it's just a suggestion. The decision lies with you." Yi Chun remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. "High-interest loans, especially those targeting students, are exceedingly harmful and a total trap. They lure impressionable college students, leading them to lose their senses and fall into a whirlpool, leaving their families to deal with the exorbitant debts. It's a terrible business. Of course, I can't blame anyone else for the money I borrowed for the female streamer. That was my own folly. Sigh, to be honest, I've long wanted to quit. Seeing my daughter like this pains me every day. It feels like retribution. I will withdraw my stake tomorrow. Don't worry, Brother Yi, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I had already planned to wash my hands of this." Xiao Tianhao's tone grew somber, and he sighed. His demeanor was earnest, not joking at all. Think it over, I'll hang up for now." Yi Chun ended the call and noticed the transfer notification. A full 6 million had been credited. In the stock market, he had also gained over 800,000. Adding the two amounts, Yi Chun's assets had reached nearly 7 million. It was time to make a significant move. Yi Chun smiled slightly, beginning to formulate his plans. Suddenly, the phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Feng Tianhai. Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It seemed the other party was coming to confront him. He answered the phone while getting out of bed and heading toward the bathroom, turning on the speaker and splashing water on his face. "Hello, is this Brother Yi?" The raspy voice on the other end belonged to Feng Tianhai, who seemed a bit agitated, continuously smacking his lips as if he were smoking. "I'm washing up." Yi Chun replied succinctly. "Brother Yi, you really lack consideration. I genuinely admire and appreciate you. But this time, while you and Xiao Tianhao made money quietly, you didn't even inform me. What makes me less than him? I admit I made mistakes before and went against you. But that's all in the past, Brother Yi, you." The voice on the other end was filled with grievance. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun hung up the phone without hesitation. Almost immediately, the phone rang again. After ringing 7 or 8 times, Yi Chun finally answered. "Brother, please don't hang up, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. It's normal for you not to include me in your profits. I'm not upset. I have no right to be it's just that Xiao Tianhao is lucky to have known you first. The order of appearance is crucial, I understand. I'm not particularly in need of money. I'm just envious of your brotherly bond with Xiao Tianhao. Brother Yi, if you don't want to befriend me, I genuinely feel miserable and like a failure," Feng Tianhai hurriedly explained, fearful that Yi Chun would hang up again. "What? Didn't Xiao Tianhao remind you?" Yi Chun wiped his face dry and began to shave. "He did, but I thought he was just joking. This is too strange. It has been over a year without a ripple. Who could have imagined Feiyan Matai would suddenly soar? I truly didn't see it coming. Brother, I genuinely believe I excel in making friends, but you must give me a chance to prove myself. If there's a good opportunity next time, please let me know." Feng Tianhai's tone was filled with grievance. Yet he dared not be too dramatic. He wanted to express his feelings but feared annoying Yi Chun, resembling a resentful wife. Yi Chun felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, sensing a chill. "All right, I thought you wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. You just mentioned that you're not short on cash." Yi Chun finished tidying up, picked up his phone, and walked out of the bathroom, beginning to get dressed and put on his shoes. Today, there was still something important to attend to. "No, Brother Yi, I was wrong. Please don't take it seriously, Brother Yi. To be honest, I'm just putting on a brave front. I am actually broke. My father gave me 20 million to start a business, and now I'm nearly bankrupt. We run this liquor group, which seems stable, but it's actually quite precarious. I just want to achieve results quickly to prove to my father that I'm not useless. Hee brother, next time you make money, please include your little brother." The last sentence held the key. Feng Tianhai actually pleaded with a tone of desperation. Yi Chun chuckled, confident and composed. He knew Feng Tianhai well. This guy has a strong background. Although his father is an ordinary businessman, his grandfather is quite remarkable. He is the lord of the entire Longzhou city. An influential figure of the highest order, equivalent to a governor in ancient times. Though retired, he still holds a title and is busy every day. Such a person is undoubtedly worth befriending. All right, stop rambling. I'll take you next time. I have matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. Upon concluding the call, Yichen abruptly hung up and exited his home. After pondering for a moment, he made his way to a nearby upscale restaurant, where he ordered an array of seafood and desserts to take away. Subsequently, he headed towards the residential complex where his wife and daughter resided. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yichen retrieved his phone and dialed their number. Moments later, Qin Meiyun answered. Meiyun, I have brought some food for Tong Tong. Could you please open the door? I will leave it at the entrance and depart. Yichen whispered softly. Come in. I have unlocked the door, came the reply from the other end before the call was disconnected. Wei Yichen then stepped inside and was greeted at the door by Qin Meiyun, who stood waiting. Beside her, Tong Tong's cherubic face lit up with an eager smile. Daddy, are you here to bring me food again? Tong Tong exclaimed, attempting to rush forward, only to be pulled back by the stern expression on Qin Meiyun's face. Tong Tong is so clever. She knew I would come and came to greet me. Look, Daddy has brought you something special. Yichen observed with a wry smile as he placed the various bags on the ground. As he spoke, he pulled out a box, which, when opened, revealed a beautifully packaged pink mobile phone. A brand new Huawei P40, exquisite and adorable. Qin Meiyun was momentarily taken aback. Wow, is this a new phone? It's so beautiful. Thank you, Daddy. Tong Tong joyfully accepted the gift. Why would you buy such an expensive phone for a child so young? This phone costs at least 7,000 or 8,000, not to mention the previous 30,000. Where did you acquire such funds? Qin Meiyun inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Rest assured, the source of this money is legitimate. It is all earned by me. If it were illegal, I would have been apprehended long ago. Tong Tong's current phone was used by her grandfather for 3 years. Its battery and hardware are no longer functional. The screen is shattered and unclear, which is detrimental to her eyesight, especially with the frequent call drops. It would be catastrophic in case of an emergency, Yichen replied with a radiant smile. His daughter's happiness was infectious, illuminating his face. However, Qin Meiyun remained skeptical, her worry deepening. Each sum of money weighed heavily on her conscience. Recalling Yichen's past misdeeds, could it be that he had returned to gambling? This thought filled her with dread. Yet, even if she wished to refuse the money now, she was uncertain of where to return it. Yichen, with this money, you should focus on paying off your debts instead of causing your parents further distress. They have no source of income and have exhausted their savings to support your education. They could have enjoyed their lives now that you secured a civil service position, but enough. If you have money, pay off your debts, don't flaunt your wealth, I will handle my own share. Do not expect me to support you any longer. Qin Meiyun turned her head away, her expression resolute. She had made up her mind to cease any involvement with Yichen, viewing him as a bottomless pit. As a human being, I have failed in my 3 vital roles, as a father, a son, and a husband. But rest assured, I will take care of my parents. I will do my utmost in the future, Yichen stated earnestly. Why are you telling me all this? Speak with your parents instead. By the way, I may be returning to my grandmother's company soon and might move. If you wish to see Tong Tong, you should not do so frequently, Qin Meiyun spoke coolly. The Qin family had previously run a family business, but her father was not adept at managing it and had become a truck driver instead. She felt compelled to work in her grandmother's company in sales to repay her debts quickly. She wished to be self-sufficient and no longer rely on anyone. That's fine. I can rent an apartment nearby when the time comes, Yichen replied, nodding in agreement, completely adaptable to Qin Meiyun's changing circumstances. As long as he could see his wife and daughter, he was willing to do anything. All right, you may leave now. I need to tidy up the house, Qin Meiyun remarked, initially hoping Yichen would offer her some advice, but losing interest in the thought. Seeking his counsel felt less reliable than flipping a coin. Wait, hand me the phone, Yichen suddenly interjected, blocking the door as it was about to close. What are you doing? Qin Meiyun retorted, instinctively stepping back. Her face filled with suspicion as she eyed Yichen warily. He could see her body trembling slightly from tension, sensing her palpable fear of him. Just need to use it briefly, I promise. Please trust me, Yichen replied, his voice trembling with nervousness as he carefully controlled his tone. After a long silence, Qin Meiyun hesitantly handed over the phone. Wei Chun instinctively entered his birthday, recalling that Qin Meiyun had set the unlock code with it. At that moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Upon successfully unlocking the phone, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up at Qin Meiyun with astonishment and emotion. I forgot to change it. It's just a password. It doesn't matter if I change it. I've grown accustomed to it. Qin Meiyun stammered, her cheeks flushing red, quickly masking her embarrassment with impatience. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Oh, this is good. This is good. Yi Chun maintained a composed exterior, while internally he was elated. He understood his wife well. If she truly despised someone or felt utterly hopeless, she would not entertain any association with them, let alone reminisce. This meant that he still had a glimmer of hope. It seemed he needed to redouble his efforts. With joy swelling in his heart, Yi Chun promptly took out his old phone and transferred 50,000 yuan via WeChat. Then, using Qin Meiyun's phone, he received the money. I have transferred 50,000 yuan to you. Spend it freely, waste it as you wish. I initially intended to send more, but I hit the daily transfer limit. I should devote all my resources to you too, yet I squandered the household funds on women outside. Consider this money as a symbol of my past transgressions. Spending it will alleviate the guilt. Use it to take revenge on me for my previous foolishness and cruelty. Don't concern yourself with the 100,000 I borrowed. I will handle it all, Yi Chun declared, before hastily stuffing the phone into the bag of food on the ground and turning to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back to wave at Tong Tong, saying, Tong Tong, Daddy will visit you again soon. If you miss me, let's video call. If you want food or toys, just let Daddy know with that. Yi Chun pushed open the entrance door and departed swiftly. Qin Meiyun, regaining her senses, picked up her phone and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the transferred 50,000 yuan. Having purchased a new phone, treated Tong Tong to food, and now receiving this additional sum, it all amounted to nearly 100,000 yuan. What on earth was Yi Chun doing? If he had money, why not pay off his debts? Was he intending to become a deadbeat? Her worry intensified. A moment later, Qin Meiyun, with money in hand and accompanied by Tong Tong, left the house and boarded a bus headed for Jepai Loan Company. She intended to utilize every penny Yi Chun had given her to repay debts, leaving not a single cent behind. Otherwise, she feared Yi Chun might land himself in serious trouble. Meanwhile, after leaving, Yi Chun took out his phone and made a call. It wasn't long before Xiao Tianhao answered. Brother Yi, what can I do for you? I'm at your service, Xiao Tianhao responded in a joking tone. Nothing much, just that Meiyun, your sister-in-law, will likely return to repay her debt soon. When that happens, find a way to dissuade her. I will repay you the 100,000, Yi Chun stated earnestly. He understood Qin Meiyun well. Given the previous 30,000 in cash, she would undoubtedly rush to settle her debts first. I thought it was something significant. No problem. I've got it covered, Xiao Tianhao assured confidently. All right, I leave it in your hands. With that, Yi Chun hung up the call. That moment, a blue Maserati slowly came to a stop before him, and shortly after, Han Yashuan hopped out of the car. Dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans, paired with red-soled black high heels, she exuded style. Moreover, she had applied delicate makeup and, removing her sunglasses, greeted him with a beaming smile. Brother Yi, are you busy? I would like to take you to meet someone. Yi Chun paused for a moment before replying nonchalantly, not particularly busy. Then let us get in. ILL drive. Han Yashuan eagerly opened the car door, gesturing invitingly. Yi Chun climbed into the vehicle, and as it started to move into the center of the road, he asked, Wait, who are we going to meet? My father, Han Yashuan suddenly revealed. Yi Chun froze, astonished at her words as he gazed at her in disbelief. What's wrong? Han Yashuan noticed Yi Chun's intense stare and tilted her head in confusion. Brother Yi, you helped our Yi family immensely last time. My father wishes to personally express his gratitude to you. Han Yashuan quickly explained. It was nothing, just a small favor. Yi Chun smiled, leaning back in his seat as flashes of memories danced in his mind. He gently closed his eyes, seeking to relax. Approximately half an hour later, Han Yashuan gradually parked the car on Gu Feng Street, prompting Yi Chun to open his eyes. Are we there? He inquired, upon arrival. Han Yashuan found her father in the store. She nodded and opened the car door, both stepping out simultaneously to approach a shop named the Treasure Pavilion. That moment, a middle-aged man with a strong, square jaw was sitting on a rosewood chair, sipping tea while idly playing with a bracelet made of golden silk Nanmu. He noticed Han Yashuan and Yi Chun entering the room. He slowly raised his head and promptly stood up to greet them. "Father, this is the esteemed individual I mentioned, Brother Yi Chun. If it weren't for his timely warning last time, that painting would have ended up with old Master Qi, leading to dire consequences." Han Yashuan hurriedly introduced. "Brother Yi, this is my father, Han Tianjing." Han Yashuan warmly facilitated the introductions, and Yi Chen extended his hand in greeting. However, Han Tianjing turned abruptly and walked expressionlessly towards the bookshelf. This left Yi Chen feeling somewhat awkward, yet he smiled and did not take it to heart. Seeing this, Han Yashuan immediately expressed her displeasure. "Father, it was not easy to invite Brother Yi here. So why are you acting this way? He helped our family avoid a significant disaster last time, yet you treat him with such disdain." Han Yashuan, visibly upset, approached her father and inquired. Yet, Han Tianjing remained silent, producing a wooden box instead. Upon opening it, a painting emerged, a landscape piece. He gently unfurled it and placed it upon the ancient Eight Immortals table. "I heard from my daughter that you didn't even take a glance. Yet you claim to ascertain the authenticity of this painting with a mere statement. In our line of work, discerning true from false requires keen observation, yet you assert you can unveil the truth from afar. Which piques my curiosity. If you are indeed so skilled, why not help me determine the authenticity of this painting before us? Should you succeed, I shall apologize for my earlier rudeness. If not, then do not blame Han for thinking you a charlatan." With that, Han Tianjing gestured for Yi Chen to proceed. Yi Chen smiled lightly, casting a casual glance at the painting before calmly stating, "It is a forgery." Han Tianjing's expression shifted dramatically. "Preposterous. Authenticating antiques requires experience, keen eyesight, and meticulous attention over time. You haven't even examined this painting closely. How can you declare it false? It seems my suspicions were correct. You are merely guessing and have stumbled upon fortune. Perhaps you have colluded with the seller to deceive our Han family. Speak, what is your true intention in getting close to my daughter?" Han Tianjing fixed Yi Chen with a piercing gaze, reprimanding him coldly. "Father, what are you doing? Brother Yi helped us avert a calamity, yet you are here harboring suspicions. How disheartening this is. If word of this spreads, what will others think of our Han family?" Han Yashuan's teeth clenched, her face flushed with anger as she anxiously scrutinized Yi Chen's expression, fearing he might lose all faith in the Han family. To her surprise, Yi Chen remained as tranquil as a still lake, smiling faintly as he approached the painting. There was no need to waste time. No matter how one looked at it, the painting was undoubtedly a forgery. Yi Chen's confidence stemmed from his ability to glimpse the future. Han Tianjing, ensnared in a grand deception due to his expertise in antiques and paintings, would meet a tragic end if he continued on this stubborn path. Hearing this, Han Tianjing, now enraged, retorted, "Yashuan, do you see this? This is the so-called expert you spoke of. This painting was brought back by your cousin from the South China Sea, having been authenticated by 3 international masters, and it has even made the news. We spent over 70 million on this genuine piece. The evidence is irrefutable, and yet he dares to deceive us, treating the Han family as fools. You, my foolish daughter, have always been clever. How could you be so easily duped by a charlatan?" Han Yashuan paused momentarily but then resolutely shook her head. "That's impossible. Brother Yi is not a fraud. I believe in him." Yi Chen smiled gently, warmed by her trust. It was precisely because of Han Yashuan's faith that he chose to remain. Otherwise, Han Tianjing's fate would be of no concern to him. Han Tianjing sighed, his face darkening as he exclaimed, "I truly do not know what kind of sorcery this fool has cast upon you. Even now, you continue to defend him. This is sheer folly." He turned to Yi Chen, glaring coldly, "Young man, while you may possess an appealing exterior, your deceit towards my daughter has crossed a line. I will give you one chance. Leave at once. Or do not blame me for being uncivil. I cannot allow my daughter to suffer further harm." At that moment, Yi Chen confidently took 2 steps forward and calmly stated, 3 months ago, you invested 6 billion to acquire a South China Sea auction house. As it housed many genuine artifacts, however, that establishment is merely a fade, a trap designed to siphon your funds. Your money has already been deposited. The other party has begun to relocate the collection. As for who this individual is, I need not divulge that information." Instantly, Han Tianjing, who had been icy in demeanor, felt a tremor of shock course through him, his mind stirred by tumultuous waves. If Yi Chun had merely mentioned one detail, Han Tianzheng might have dismissed it as mere coincidence. However, the string of accurate claims, each laden with intricate specifics, was truly alarming. In that instant, Han Tianzheng's doubtful gaze instinctively fell upon his daughter. Han Yashuan, father, at this juncture, you cannot still believe that I would conspire with brother Yi to deceive you, can you? Han Yashuan's eyes widened as she questioned. Han Tianzheng offered no response, yet his countenance remained grim. It was evident that his obstinate nature precluded any trust in Yi Chun. Chapter 19. Mind your words, or it won't be just a simple head injury. Han Tianzheng took a slow breath, redirecting his gaze back to Yi Chun, stating coldly, even if everything you say is true, what proof do you have that the auction house is merely a shell? At this moment, his tone had shifted from one of skepticism to one of earnest inquiry. His subconscious mind had begun to entertain the possibility of believing Yi Chun. Yi Chun smiled lightly and replied, is it not simple to provide proof? In 3 days, the 6 billion you invested will be transferred to another account. Even the land deed of that auction house, valued in the tens of millions, will not bear your name. I trust you have noticed discrepancies during this time, yet you have been reluctant to confront them. He refrained from directly revealing the truth, knowing that even if he did, Han Tianzheng would likely remain unconvinced. Some truths must be discovered personally. Only by witnessing the reality will one come to believe it. Otherwise, excessive explanation may yield counterproductive results. Han Tianzheng, worth over $1 billion, was not foolish but rather astute. Yet, the most dangerous predators often target the sharpest minds, laying intricate traps specifically for cunning old foxes like him. As Yi Chun's words settled, Han Tianzheng fell into deep contemplation and took a seat on a nearby chair. Father, may I ask if the South China Sea auction house is managed by my cousin Han Jingqi? Should we not summon him for a confrontation? The truth will surely come to light then. Han Yashuan anxiously interjected. Han Tianzheng scoffed. What a joke. How could your cousin deceive me? I have supported his entrepreneurial endeavors since his return, paving the way for him. Yi Chun, you wait here. I will call him in for a confrontation. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Jingqi, come here immediately to the treasure pavilion. Yes, hurry. Upon hanging up, Han Tianzheng squinted at Yi Chun, who leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of calm and composure. The more relaxed Yi Chun appeared, the more uncertain Han Tianzheng felt. During this time, he had indeed uncovered numerous discrepancies. The South China Sea auction house had many unclear data points, including the authentication of those antiques, which remained incomplete. The only source of reassurance was his trust in Han Jingqi. After all, he was a member of the Han family. How could he possibly betray his own? However, after Yi Chun's analysis, his conviction began to waver. Approximately 20 minutes later, a BMW X6 pulled up outside. Shortly after, a young man dressed in a tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses entered. The youth, Han Jingqi, was handsome yet had a slightly effeminate appearance, exuding an air of refinement as he hurriedly walked in, carrying a Hermes bag. Uncle, why did you summon me in such haste? What has happened? He inquired anxiously upon noticing the unfamiliar figure, Yi Chun, but did not pay him much heed. At this moment, Han Tianzheng lit a cigarette and asked, has everything been confirmed with the South China Sea auction house? Have the antiques been authenticated? His face remained inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Han Yashuan, growing more agitated, seized Han Jingqi by the collar, her demeanor fierce. Jingqi, tell me, is that South China Sea auction house merely a fade? Are you deceiving me, intending to swindle the 600 million investment from my father? Where has the money gone? As Han Yashuan's words echoed, Han Jingqi's expression shifted dramatically, but he quickly regained his composure. Cousin, such words should not be spoken lightly. The value of over 100 antiques has long surpassed our investment of 600 million. The rights verification process must not contain any errors. Each item must be meticulously appraised, and we cannot rush it. Since returning from overseas, I have been supported by Uncle. Without him, I would not be where I am today. Even if I, Han Jingqi, am devoid of humanity, I would never stoop to such despicable acts. We are family. We earn money together. How could I possibly commit such treasonous deeds? Cousin, do you not regard me, Han Jingqi, as a person? At this point, Han Jingqi spoke with fervor. Thumping his chest in assurance, his words steeped in righteousness and indignation, even feeling quite wronged. Yet, in truth, Han Yashuan's earlier remarks had sent his heart racing, as if a tempest had stirred within him. Had it not been for his strong mental fortitude, he might have revealed his true feelings. Enough, Yashuan. Let go. You are being excessively disrespectful. In this world, anyone can betray me, except for our own family. Han Tianjing suddenly stood up, sternly reprimanding her, and forcefully pulled Han Yashuan away. Given the gravity of the situation, any further questioning would clearly imply doubt and distrust. If Han Jingqi's emotions were to escalate, their business would surely falter, rendering all his prior planning futile. Uncle, who has instigated this? This is truly malicious. Han Jingqi, however, was unrelenting, his face a mask of fury as he immediately pressed for answers. Observing the silence from the Han father-daughter duo, his gaze settled on Yichun. Indeed, it was I who said it. Yichun coughed lightly and replied casually. Upon hearing this, Han Jingqi spun around, his expression darkening to the point of being nearly palpable. He gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing fiercely, and growled. Who do you think you are, stirring trouble and spouting nonsense? You must be courting death. Han Jingqi erupted in rage, raising his fist to strike Yichun. Yichun merely smiled indifferently, tilting his head to evade the blow effortlessly. What a jest! With his foresight ability, Yichun could foresee not only punches but even the trajectory of a bullet should one be aimed at him, thus sidestepping any threat. His own safety, along with all fortune, geographical advantage, and national luck would manifest instantaneously in his mind. You dare evade? I'll make sure to beat you to death today. Han Jingqi momentarily hesitated, his anger intensifying as he prepared to attack. The next second, Yichun coldly chuckled, delivering a swift kick that landed squarely on Han Jingqi's leg. Caught off balance, Han Jingqi lurched forward, his head crashing against the table. With a loud thud, everyone rose in alarm. Only Yichun remained unfazed, arms crossed, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Jingqi, are you all right? Han Tianjing hurriedly inquired, urging him not to act impulsively and to discuss matters calmly. Yet, at that moment, Han Jingqi clutched his bleeding head, rising from the floor. You underhanded scoundrel! He whirled around, resembling a ferocious wolf, glaring at Yichun and howling, watch your tongue, or it won't merely be a cut on the head. Yichun's expression turned icy as he replied, Enough. Chapter 20. Short selling, countering. Yichun's tone was neither warm nor cold, yet his mere presence exuded an unshakable, formidable aura. His words carried an undeniable weight of intimidation. Han Jingqi froze, a tremor coursing through him. Enough, Jingqi, you are being overly impulsive, even considering violence. Let this matter rest. Hurry to the hospital for treatment. We cannot risk infection. Moreover, complete the antique rights verification swiftly. Han Tianjing spoke firmly. Understood, uncle. Han Jingqi shot a furious glare at Yichun, begrudgingly conceding, gritting his teeth as he turned to leave. Once Han Jingqi had departed, Han Tianjing poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yichun. Young man, I initially believed you to be composed and seasoned, yet you still exhibit a degree of impetuosity. This tendency to retaliate immediately will hinder your future progress. At this moment, he no longer doubted Yichun's capabilities and had lowered his demeanor to speak amicably. His eyes now reflected admiration. Wai Yichun took his time sipping the tea, then slowly raised his head to say, if there is a grievance, why not settle it? Some matters can be endured, yet others must not be overlooked. For patience will only exacerbate the situation. Indecision and hesitation are marks of the weak. By the time one reacts, it may be too late. Han Tianjing's brow twitched violently, his expression darkening instantly. How could he not perceive the implications of Yichun's words, which criticized his lack of decisiveness? Impudence. Who do you think you are, so brazenly pointing fingers at me? Were it not for my daughter's regard, I would have expelled you long ago. Han Tianjing erupted in fury, pointing at Yichun, his voice booming. As a man of considerable experience, he would not permit a junior to lecture him. Yichun appraised Han Tianjing coolly, replying, It appears you are beyond redemption. For the sake of Miss Han Yashuan, I will offer one last piece of advice. Do not be overly greedy, and close your net soon. You may think of yourself as the fisherman, but alas, a lifetime of fishing will ultimately lead to your downfall into the depths of the lake. With that, Yichun displayed a complete lack of interest, rising to take his leave. Han Yashuan quickly stood, her heart racing with anxiety. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Han Tianjing's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Wait!" Han Tianjing called out, unable to restrain himself as he watched Yi Chen stride toward the door. However, Yi Chen remained impassive, not even glancing back as he walked out. "This young man has a worse temper than mine." Han Tianjing slapped his thigh and hurried after him. Moments later, Han Yashuan was astonished to witness her father respectfully grasping Yi Chen's hand as they returned together. "Why, Yi Chen? I apologize for my earlier behavior. Please do not take it to heart. My temperament can be rather abrasive, and over the years, I have offended many. Please be magnanimous and not hold it against me. In truth, I admire your spirit. You retaliate promptly, and your resolve is commendable." "Ha ha ha." Han Tianjing spoke hurriedly, finally managing to invite Yi Chen back. They resumed their seats. Han Yashuan, witnessing this turn of events, was filled with delight. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. "Uncle Han, I am aware of your scheme. That 600 million is merely bait you cast, intending to absorb those antiques. Beyond that, a greater plot lies in wait. However, regrettably, that 600 million is already water under the bridge. Han Jingqi seeks to claim your invested funds for himself. He has already succeeded halfway. Within 3 days, the auction house and those invaluable antiques will change hands. Particularly after the earlier incident, he has likely sensed something amiss and will hasten the process, leaving you with only a day." Han Tianjing's brows shot up, his heart racing in alarm. Each of Yi Chen's words struck with precision, resonating deeply within him, alas. Han Tianjing sighed deeply, speaking with a weary tone. "From the earlier test, I have already surmised the situation. I contacted the secretary sent to Nanhai and confirmed that our account now holds only a few tens of millions. The antiques have been taken away. Han Jingqi has produced rental contracts, and the land deed for the auction house is undergoing transfer. This money is irretrievable," he lamented. "Who would have thought that my own nephew, the flesh and blood of my brother, would seek to swindle me, his elder? Our family has fallen into misfortune, and I fear you've witnessed this disgrace." As he spoke, the wrinkles on Han Tianjing's face deepened, and he appeared a decade older. Yi Chen paused for a moment before smiling and saying, No, your secretary is entirely misinformed. He has been bribed by Han Jingqi, which is why you have remained in the dark. Trust me, Han Jingqi's movements are not so rapid. The auction house still has antiques worth at least 300 million that have yet to be transferred, and there remains a chance for redemption. If you act swiftly, you may mitigate your losses. However, the stocks you have invested in will be far more challenging. At once, both Han Yashuan and Han Tianjing displayed expressions of utter astonishment, particularly Han Tianjing, whose mind was overwhelmed by the shock. His heart surged with tumultuous waves, unceasing and relentless. If earlier, Yi Chen's calculations regarding Han Jingqi's feigned weakness and his plot to seize 600 million had profoundly impacted him, then now, the implications concerning the stocks were 1,000-fold more devastating. This secret was known only to him, his wife, and his daughter Yashuan. How could Yi Chen possibly know this? This young man is truly extraordinary. Yi Chen, I apologize. I have concealed the truth from you. Please, tell me what has transpired with those stocks. At this moment, Han Tianjing was finally moved, an aged visage, etched with an unprecedented tension. Despite the knowledge that 600 million had been ensnared, he maintained an air of nonchalance, showing little sign of anguish. Yet now, the 20 billion tied up in stocks had reached his breaking point. It had shaken the very foundations of his existence. This 20 billion was secured by mortgaging all of the Han family's antiques and properties. Borrowed from 6 banks, should he incur losses, he would face utter ruin. Yi Chen inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, "It appears that the 600 million was a deliberate gift to Han Jingqi. This is a matter for your family, and I shall not interfere. However, did you not consider the possibility of losing the entirety of your 20 billion investment in Tiansheng real estate? If you liquidate your position now, there may still be a chance for salvation. If you continue to delay, prepare yourself for complete loss." At this point, Yi Chen had no desire to say more. For Han Tianjing understood better than anyone the significance of this money to him. Han Tianjing clutched his chest, the lines on his face quivering with trepidation. Should he lose this 20 billion? He would only be met with the wrath of relatives and the shattering of his family's hopes. Ultimately, he would be left with Han Tianjing felt a chill creeping up his spine, drenched in cold sweat. Growing increasingly horrified. I beseech you, intervene, save me. This is the lifeblood of the Han family. I implore you. Trembling, Han Tianjing rose and knelt upon the ground, his eyes devoid of any doubt. Han Yashuan watched in stunned silence, but soon recognized the gravity of the situation. Casting a pleading glance for help, Yichun sighed, resigned, and said, "Very well, I shall intervene and see what can be done." Day after day, hunting geese yet being pecked in the eye. Henceforth, you must refrain from this endeavor. Prepare a laptop for me. Quickly go and withdraw as much funding as possible from the auction house. Yichun sat cross-legged on the couch, exhaling slowly. Tea seemed today would require some warming up. Just in time, that troublesome stock was on the horizon. A timely preparation was in order. As Yichun finished speaking, Han Yashuan hurried to the bedroom to fetch the computer. Han Tianjing also rose, took out his phone, and hurried upstairs. Meanwhile, after leaving the treasure pavilion, Han Jingqi parked his car by the roadside and pulled out his phone to dial. "Secretary Liang, now, as I instructed, immediately sell off all the antiques. Find buyers for everything, without exception." However, the other end of the line fell into silence. "What is happening?" A moment later, the voice on the phone inquired. "My uncle has grown suspicious. We must implement the plan ahead of schedule." Han Jingqi replied anxiously. Chapter 21. Dual Strategy, Ultimate Maneuvering. The voice on the other end, filled with urgency, responded, "Young Master Han, I regret to inform you that Chairman Han Tianjing has already sent someone to take all the antiques. These individuals are experts, and they have taken the genuine articles, leaving behind only the replicas we previously crafted. Furthermore, I received a notification from the bank that the funds previously injected by the chairman have been temporarily frozen, leaving us with 300 million that we could not cash out." Han Jingqi's eyes widened, his teeth grinding in anger as he exclaimed, "Damn! Truly worthy of my uncle. A cunning old fox, turning the tables so swiftly. It seems he merely aimed to placate me. However, I am not at a loss. I managed to secure half of the 600 million, and as for those antiques, they are inconsequential. Moreover, a far greater fortune is soon to be within my grasp. I won't miss these trifles. Ha ha ha." With that, Han Jingqi hung up the phone and drove away. On the other side, the treasure pavilion had closed its doors. Inside, Yichun's expression was serious as he sat on the sofa, his hands flying over the keyboard. He looked up at the hurriedly approaching Han Tianjing and casually asked, "How much funding have you managed to gather?" "I had the antiques pawned to a few old acquaintances, and additionally secured 30 million from the bank, leveraging my very life to seek assistance from a few brothers in the field, along with the 300 million that was frozen and now retrievable. We currently have 920 million available." Han Tianjing approached, his face grave. "Uncle Han." Yichun leaned back into the sofa, narrowing his eyes, and said coolly, "The time for a high-stakes gamble has arrived. Are you prepared? You must now determine whether you truly trust me. If you do, I shall commence." In Yichun's mind, vivid scenes began to unfold. In a parallel universe he envisioned, Han Jingqi's plan succeeded, not only securing 600 million from the auction house, but also all the antiques. He had even colluded with his father, Han Jingshan, orchestrating the manipulation of two stocks to undermine Han Tianjing's market resources, causing all the Han family's wealth to flow into the stocks of Tianshang Real Estate. For behind Tianshang Group was none other than Han Jingqi and his father. Father and son conspired together, betraying the entire Han family, building their wealth upon the bones of many. They emerged victorious in the stock market, becoming figures of great renown. As for Han Tianjing, he would face the scorn of relatives, humiliation, and relentless pursuit by creditors, culminating in a desperate leap from a building. Just before his fall, he would call his wife, uttering, "I love you, my dear. Take care of our daughter," and then he would plummet into the abyss. A once great collector, antique dealer, and business magnate, fallen. As Yichun foresaw all this, the image of Han Tianjing on the edge of a rooftop, buffeted by the wind, lingered in his mind. Han Tianjing inhaled deeply, trembling all over, his body shaking uncontrollably. This 900 million was genuinely his last vestige of wealth. Should he lose it, he would be irretrievably doomed. There was no escape but death. His family would suffer the most. After a moment, Han Tianjing's eyes turned red. Gritting his teeth with resolve, he declared, "Let us go for it. I refuse to succumb to this fate." I have fished all my life, and I shall not be swallowed whole. Yichen sat up, his expression stern. Then let the battle commence. I will do my utmost to recover your 20 billion. Afterward, you can settle accounts with him at your leisure. Han Tianjing nodded firmly. Very well, proceed without hesitation. I believe in you. At this moment, Han Tianjing felt a deep pang of regret. He had received intel that his 20 billion had plummeted by 2 billion in just 3 days and continued to decline. This was the entirety of the Han family's pooled resources. If he lost, it would not only mean personal bankruptcy. The entire Han family would bear the weight of terrifying debts they would be unable to recover for the rest of their lives. All their stores, businesses, and properties would not suffice to repay the banks. Yichen began to input codes, locating 2 stocks, Tianshang Real Estate, the enterprises of Han Jingqi and his father, Han Jingshan. It was through this stock that the father-son duo had initially breached Han Tianjing's defenses, Yichen scoffed. Han Jingshan and Han Jingqi had thoroughly dismantled the Han family after identifying the 2 stocks. He also pinpointed another, Tian Shareholdings. This was the second trap laid by Han Jingqi and his father. Yichen was filled with confidence. Having resolved to assist Han Tianjing in reversing his fortunes, he was determined to see it through. He decisively injected 300 million into Tianshang Group. The A shares were formidable. Even a few hundred billion could barely ripple the surface. Yet Tianshang Group was relatively small, only valued at 12 billion, with 600 million still belonging to Han Jingshan. As 300 million surged in, it instantly propelled Tianshang Group's real estate to its peak. A massive bullish candlestick shot up, breaking through the sky. It was evident that substantial capital had entered the fray. All investors were stirred into excitement. Numerous large institutions were left dumbfounded. At this moment, Tianshang Group resembled a new venture. Its stock price skyrocketing. This sudden surge caught the attention of many, and discussions erupted across major stock markets. In this critical moment, Yichen began to liquidate. After the price ceiling was breached, he swiftly began to depress the price, creating a frenzy. This round immediately sparked panic among many investors, fearing the fund managers were about to abscond. No one wished to be the unfortunate victim, hastily withdrawing their investments. Then, as the stock market plummeted, Yichen smiled slightly, continuing to build his position, absorbing the undervalued stocks. He bought as much as he could. This repetitive cycle of action, harvesting, impacting, hitting the ceiling, and then consuming the sell-off, played out. After several rounds, Tianshang Group's stock price resembled a roller coaster, soaring to its peak before plummeting into the depths. Like the relentless waves of the sea, it ebbed and flowed. Yichen calculated the trends, invisibly reaping wave after wave. Countless investors erupted in curses. The most vocal were those holding significant shares. Yet this was merely the first step of the plan. A satisfied expression graced Yichen's face. Simultaneously, on the other side, Han Jingqi arrived at a club, intending to unwind with a companion, when he received a call from his trading operator. His face lit up with surprise as he answered, aware that such a call indicated significant market movements. It seemed the harvesting had commenced. Young Master Han, we have grave news. Today our shares have been obliterated, repeatedly hitting the limit down, resulting in catastrophic losses. Upon hearing this, Han Jingqi was left in a state of shock, nearly crashing into a stone pillar while parking. What the hell? How much have we lost? Han Jingqi exclaimed, his voice trembling and his features contorted in distress. Young master, it's not a matter of how much we lost. Rather, the pot is empty. It has been completely smashed by the opponent. We are left with less than 3 million. There are experts, stock market experts, targeting us. On the other end of the line, a voice filled with despair echoed, almost in tears. Each word felt like a dagger, piercing Han Jingqi's heart. Damn it, this is it. It's completely over. No, wait, what about my father? I need to check on him. As long as my father is safe, there is still hope. His stakes are substantial. Can you see if we can initiate an early buyout? We can't wait any longer. I have a terrible feeling, as if someone is watching us. After the initial panic, Han Jingqi surveyed his surroundings, filled with unease. He felt as though unseen eyes were observing everything he had done and was about to do. That sensation was utterly chilling. Following Han Jingqi's instructions, the sound of keys being struck resonated from the phone line. Soon, a voice reported, Young Master Han, there has been no movement from Tianshang Holdings. Ha! It seems this person merely stumbled upon the shares of Tianshi Group by chance. After all, their stakes are small. For now, there's no issue. Your father has injected over 2 billion into the market. The opponent should not dare to act recklessly. The trader replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence. Han Jingqi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Responding with elation, "Good, keep a close watch. I need to finalize matters with the auction house as soon as possible. We cannot afford another mistake." Just as he was about to hang up, a voice from the other end exclaimed in astonishment. "Young master, what is happening? There's also a situation with Tianshang." Suddenly, a large sum of funds has been injected. Before the trader could finish speaking, Han Jingqi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, veins throbbing on his forehead as he swallowed hard. "How much?" he urgently inquired. "500 million. Although we haven't reached the limit up stage yet, I'm unsure if the opponent has more funds to inject." The trader replied, panic evident in his voice. "500 million is substantial. It appears the opponent is targeting me. Who could it be? Damn it, could it be that old ghost Han Tianjing?" Han Jingqi bellowed. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. After all, the opponent had already risked everything, investing all of his relatives' funds into this venture. There was no way he could have any capital left. Han Tianjing's 20 billion investment had already incurred a loss of 2 billion and had long since fallen into his hands. And even the bank would not lend him money. Instantly, he dismissed the notion. Forget it. What is the status with Tianshi? Han Jingqi resolved to confront the opponent. He absolutely could not allow them to easily siphon away over 600 million from him. He had to devise a way to recover at least some of it. The opponent still has 300 million left, and I suspect that the 500 million injected into Tianshang comes from the same person. It seems they truly wish to target our Tianshang holdings. What should we do, young master? Just give the word, and I'll take action. The trader was equally furious. This was an affront to his professional career. All right, your analysis is sound, and I share the same thoughts. But the individual on the Tianshi side still has 300 million left, so target him. First, absorb his 300 million, then enter the accumulation phase. Han Jingqi shouted decisively, "Understood, young master. I'll get started right away." The trader hurriedly hung up the phone. Han Jingqi quickly redialed. Before long, the call was answered. "Jingqi, is there something you need?" His father, Han Jingshan, spoke in a grave tone. "Father, there's been a problem with the auction house. It seems my uncle has sensed something and has preemptively moved a batch of antiques. Additionally, someone is targeting our 2 stocks, and we've incurred a massive loss of 600 million. I need some funds to counterattack." Han Jingqi stated earnestly. "What? How could this happen? Could the one targeting us be your uncle?" Han Jingshan asked in shock from the other end of the line. Evidently alarmed, he had even overlooked the antiques, focusing entirely on the stocks, as that was where the real stakes lay. "It can't be my uncle. That old ghost is currently penniless. Where would he get the funds to target us? Besides, with his capabilities, how could he possibly take on our most professional trader? If it were truly him, we wouldn't need to worry. His meager funds are incapable of causing a stir." Han Jingqi scoffed dismissively. "Very well, as long as you are confident, tell me how much you need." Han Jingshan said boldly. "At present, we must prepare at least 1 billion. Han Jingqi stated solemnly. "That much? Are you certain it's viable?" Upon hearing 1 billion, Han Jingshan was taken aback. His current funds were down to only 1 billion. All other money had been invested in stocks as bait, aimed at completely swallowing Han Tianjing's 20 billion. He truly could not spare more. "Father, I have already underestimated the amount. I have 1 billion on hand, and combined with yours, it might not even be enough. I am genuinely unwilling to accept this. Tianshang has been utterly blindsided like this. After all, it's 600 million. Han Jingqi roared, venting his pent-up frustration. Feeling his son's emotions, Han Jingshan could only nod, saying, "All right, I will transfer the funds to you now." With that, the father and son ended their call. At that moment, in the treasure pavilion, Han Jingshan and his daughter were dining, though neither had much appetite. The pair occasionally glanced toward the engrossed Yichun, who was buried in his computer, their expressions tinged with concern. Yet, no one dared to break the silence or approach him. At this moment, no one dared to disturb him. Yichun remained utterly focused. Every second potentially worth millions or even billions, particularly Han Yashuan, who bit her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the focused Yichun. Indeed, A man absorbed in his work exuded an irresistible charm. At that moment, Yi Chun was intently monitoring the stock lines of Tiansheng real estate until a line began to rise. A smile spread across his face. Finally, it has arrived. I have awaited you for quite some time. Yi Chun grinned, feeling exhilarated, and quickly began tapping on the keyboard. He swiftly injected funds, aggressively accumulating shares. Once again, he pushed the stock to near the limit-up stage. However, the opponent had abruptly ceased injecting funds. Upon noticing this, Yi Chun's face displayed a look of disdain. He raised his hand and injected another sum into the shares of Tianshi real estate. On the Tiansheng side, 500 million was established. On the Tianshi side, 300 million was closed, then continued to establish another 400 million. This was all the available capital that could be activated. Seeing 1 billion enter the market, Yi Chun did not hesitate to establish, accumulate, and close. He devoured the opponent's entire billion. Then, he swiftly reinvested the remaining funds into Tiansheng holdings. Just as the shares of Tianshi were being demolished, they shockingly injected another billion. Yi Chun paid no heed. Instead, he began to repeat the process, pushing the shares of Tiansheng to near the limit-up stage. With significant holdings, he commenced a massacre, a frenzied slaughter. He was convinced that the opponent had run out of funds to operate, for they mistakenly believed they had invested all their shares into Tianshi. Hence, their continued focus was also on Tianshi. This resembled a ticking time bomb. Yi Chun had split the two stocks, injecting a total of 9 billion into Tiansheng, and Tianshi was akin to a red and blue fuse. The opponent cutting the red fuse was merely testing the waters. Yet, those 2 billion were devoured by Yi Chun. The opponent was desperately attempting to cut the blue fuse. Otherwise, this bomb would surely explode. Unfortunately, they had already run out of capital. Thus, Yi Chun wagered that Han Jingqi was out of bullets. He then went all in, embarking on a frenzied harvest, driving prices down, and reaching the limit up. Yi Chun felt exhilarated. Akin to a soaring sun, transformed into a general, charging through the stock market, a grand slaughter ensued. After a considerable time, Yi Chun stretched and leaned back on the sofa. What's the situation at this moment? Han Jingshan finally dared to inquire, his heart anxious and tension evident on his face. It's done. Both pots have been smashed. I've secured 21 billion from them, Yi Chun declared, turning the computer screen toward Han Jingshan. Displaying the funds, upon seeing the stream of numbers flowing into the bank, Han Jingshan was moved to tears, his hands trembling, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate a single word. He had encountered many storms in the market, yet had never witnessed such an extraordinary scene. At that moment, Yi Chun had essentially saved his life. The delight of surviving a calamity was beyond words. Yi Chun, how can I ever repay you? Han Jingshan's legs buckled, nearly kneeling. Seeing this, Yi Chun quickly reached out to pull him up. Uncle Han, my assistance this time is not without cost. The Han family owes me a significant favor. I don't want the money, but I would like one thing from you, Yi Chun said with a slight smile. 20 billion constituted nearly all of Han Jingshan's assets, though it also included shares from his siblings. Not solely his personal wealth. However, even so, Yi Chun was confident that as long as he asked, obtaining 2 billion would not be an issue. Yet, what he desired was not merely this 2 billion. Despite the words, as long as I have it, Han Tianjing wiped away his tears, patted his chest, and spoke grandly. Chapter 23. Once my in-laws. At this moment, Han Yashuan also emerged from the kitchen, and upon learning that the crisis had been averted, a sweet smile graced her features. She let out a deep sigh of relief, her gaze toward Yi Chun filled with admiration and longing. Uncle Han, all I desire is a ring. The ring worn by Emperor Zhu during the Ming dynasty. Yi Chun spoke without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Han Tianjung was momentarily taken aback, and once he regained his composure, he expressed his astonishment. Young brother, I indeed possess such a ring. However, its market value is merely around 20 million. Are you certain? Yi Chun smiled slightly. Of course, I am certain. This ring is indeed worth 20 million now, but it won't be long before it becomes priceless. Even 200 million would not suffice. Of course, this was merely Yi Chun's thought, which he would never voice aloud. Indeed, I am certain, Yi Chun affirmed with a nod. Very well, I shall fetch it for you. Just a moment. With that, Han Tianjing turned and ascended the stairs. 10 minutes later, he returned, cradling a classical wooden box in his hands. Additionally, he placed 2 bottles of wine on the table. Here are 2 bottles of Mutai, aged 70 years, which I have collected. They are also a gift for you. Young brother, feel free to take them home for your elders, or enjoy them yourself. Han Tianjing carefully placed the wooden box into Yi Chen's hands. Upon opening it, Yi Chen beheld a jade ring of imperial green nestled within golden fabric. At that moment, the light of the evening glow streamed through the window, casting a shimmering dragon-shaped shadow upon it. This is the very ring, Yi Chen chuckled, carefully tucking it away, before finally rising to his feet. Well, the matter is resolved. I have other affairs to attend to, Uncle Han. I shall visit again another day. With that, Yi Chen prepared to exit. Brother Yi, allow me to see you off. Han Yashuan hurriedly stood and followed him out. Han Tianjing waved his hand, standing at the door with a warm smile, watching as his daughter and Yi Chen walked towards the car. This young man is remarkable, a true dragon among men. Surely he will soar to great heights in the future. If only my daughter could be with him. Han Tianjing's eyes squinted with joy as he mumbled to himself. At that moment, the weight of his burdens finally lifted. The long-awaited relaxation brought him immense joy, and his regard for Yi Chen grew even fonder. On the other side, Han Jingqi was in a frenzy, violently smashing his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Damn it! Who is it? Who is scheming against me? He fumed at I swear. I will make you pay. Just a minute ago, Han Jingqi had discovered that 2 of his stocks had been crushed. Only Tiansheng remained with a mere 300 million. But it had already hit the limit for price increases. The opposing party had already sold their shares. Once the market opened tomorrow, he would lose that 300 million, because the other party had already pulled out their investments. What should he do? How could he explain this to his father? He had already leaked the news of Han Tianjing's financial troubles, intending to leverage family and creditors to force Han Tianjing into despair. At that point, no one could contest his father's inheritance. But now, his father was reveling in the joy of a resounding victory. He dared not reveal the truth. Boundless despair clouded Han Jingqi's mind. After Han Yashuan dropped Yi Chen off at home, she departed. Yi Chen lay on the sofa, contemplating as he gazed at the 2 bottles of fine wine in his hands, contemplating a visit to his former father-in-law. On the day of their wedding, he had knelt before his father-in-law and vowed to care for Mei Yun. Yet, after their marriage, not only had he caused his daughter suffering, but he had also burdened his in-laws with countless troubles. The image of his father-in-law's aged face, his graying hair, and his disappointed gaze flooded Yi Chen's mind, overwhelming him with guilt. Before leaving, he made a stop at a nearby convenience store. Boss, I'll have 2 packs of soft Zhonghua, Yi Chen said with a smile. What? What do you want? The middle-aged man, sitting at the door eating watermelon, looked astonished at Yi Chen's request. Why, Yi Chen, have you lost your mind? Have you paid off your debts? 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cost 1,300, and look at your situation. What are you thinking? The entire neighborhood was aware of Yi Chen's plight, having squandered all his money on female streamers. Reduced to living off handouts and even becoming a gambler. It had made the news, serving as a cautionary tale. Previously, he would buy on credit, often owing a mere $10 for an entire year. Cigarettes? He would only buy the cheapest. Yet today, he audaciously asked for soft Zhonghua, and 2 packs at that. Don't worry, this time I'm not buying on credit. I will also pay you back what I owe. Yi Chen reassured him with a smile. Forget it. Yi Chen, you're not a child anymore. You should really change your ways. Your wife is wonderful, and you have a lovely child. Why squander your life like this? Look at my wife, always playing mahjong, neglecting her duties, and I can't even reprimand her. You married a beautiful and capable woman. You should cherish her. The boss sighed, pulling out 2 packs of $10 Baisha cigarettes, which he handed to Yi Chen. Take these, no need to pay. After saying this, he returned to his watermelon. Ding, a notification of a WeChat payment arrived. 1,500 yuan. The supermarket owner stared wide-eyed at Yi Chen. Astonished. Are you serious? You actually did it? You little rascal, why aren't you listening? Save some money for your wife instead of being so extravagant. The boss grew anxious. Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart. Despite the boss's nagging, he recognized the man's good intentions and patiently explained, Don't worry, brotherly. I've made some money recently and have already cleared my debts. Not only that, but I even have some left. Is that true? A lucrative business has come your way? The boss remained skeptical. Yi Chen had already approached him, pushing him toward the counter. Trust me, I'm not gambling or stealing. My means are legitimate. Otherwise, would I be bold enough to buy cigarettes here? Hurry now, brotherly. This is for my father-in-law, not for myself. Quickly. This time, the boss could only produce the 2 packs of cigarettes and hand them to Yi-chun. I am off now, brotherly. Keep the remaining 200 as repayment. Yi-chun then hailed a cab and headed towards his former in-law's old neighborhood. Not enough? You little rascal still owe me 300. Ah well, let it go. A wayward son returns, and that's all that matters, the boss called out with a chuckle, waving his fan while returning to his watermelon. On the other side, Yi-chun got out of the car, paid the fare, and stood at the familiar yet somewhat foreign entrance, momentarily frozen, as if experiencing a pang of nostalgia. Memories surged in his mind. He recalled the nervousness of his first visit to Mayun's home. Meeting his in-laws, he thought of the first time he set the table under his father-in-law's stern yet gentle gaze. Entering the kitchen, he remembered the first time he drank, smoked, and conversed with his father-in-law. He reflected on the solemn vow he had made while kneeling before him, promising to care for his beloved wife. He recalled the countless times he had deceived his father-in-law, extorting money from him, leading to his father-in-law's exasperation, transitioning from initial pride and fondness to eventual disdain and animosity towards him. The outcome he faced now was a fitting consequence for his past misdeeds. Alas! Yi-chun shook his head, his lips trembling as his eyes reddened. He could maintain his composure when dealing with a figure as grand as Han Tianzheng, even amidst investments of billions. Yet when confronted with the weight of his indebtedness to his father-in-law, he felt a surge of panic. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense what would happen next, only to be met with a wave of pain in his head. The last time he had tried to foresee whether he and Mayun could reconcile, he had found no answer. It seemed that this ability to foresee was ineffective when it came to family. Never mind. Regardless of the outcome, I must atone for my past transgressions. With this thought, Yi-chun summoned his courage and took a determined step forward. Chapter 24. Time has already claimed that beast. Bang bang. Yi-chun's heart raced, yet he still knocked on the door, coming. After a moment, a familiar voice responded. His mother-in-law? Han Guizhi. When the door opened, a woman in her 50s stood there, her face beaming with a smile. However, upon seeing Yi-chun, her smile froze. Why, Yi-chun? What brings you here? Yi-chun forced a smile and inquired. Is my father home? Yi-chun, what do you want? Can't you just leave us alone? Han Guizhi pleaded desperately, her hands clasped, her legs bending as if she were about to kneel. This scene startled Yi-chun. He hurriedly reached out to assist her, but Han Guizhi recoiled in fright, stepping back a few paces. Mom, please don't do this. I'm just here to bring you some things. I'll leave them here. Take care of yourselves. Yi-chun sighed, lowering his gaze and speaking softly. However, his mother-in-law recoiled as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, unwilling to approach him at all. This filled Yi-chun with shame and left him helpless. This was all his doing. His in-laws had once held him in high regard, especially after learning he had passed the civil service exam. They had proudly boasted about him. Whenever he encountered someone, he would boast, my son-in-law Yi-chun is preparing for a civil service exam and is on the verge of success. My daughter is truly fortunate. However, as time passed and Yi-chun became engrossed in live streaming, his in-laws never again brought up their son-in-law, even when neighbors inquired. They would respond with a sheepish, he's doing well. It was not the fault of anyone else. They could only blame themselves. After placing his belongings at the doorstep, Yi-chun turned to leave. Just as he was descending the stairs, he collided with an elderly man clad in military green trousers and a white shirt, who was approaching with 2 bottles of ergotu in hand. The old man, with a head full of white hair, was humming a tune. However, upon catching sight of Yi-chun, the smile vanished from his face. You little brat, how dare you show your face here? I swear I'll beat you to a pulp today. The old man was none other than Yi-chun's father-in-law, Qin Jinshan, a veteran who had once served as a company commander in the field army. He remained strong despite his advancing years. In a single stride, he lunged at Yi-chun. With a powerful grip, Qin Jinshan seized Yi-chun by the collar, pinning him against the wall. The bottles in his hand were hurled to the ground, shattering upon impact. Yi-chun, you scoundrel, you've caused my daughter endless suffering. You've squandered away my pension, he bellowed. Why have you come back? What do you want from me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to lay hands on you just because I'm older? I'll trade your life for hers to spare her from your ruin. With bloodshot eyes, Qin Junshan swung his fist, landing a heavy blow on Yichen's face. But it didn't end there. He forced Yichen down to the ground. Yet, when Qin Junshan raised his fist, ready to unleash further punishment, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Yichen was not retaliating. Qin Junshan furrowed his brow. Taken aback, indeed, it was astonishing. This so-called son-in-law, who had exchanged blows with him on multiple occasions, now appeared completely indifferent, like a condemned prisoner accepting his fate, eyes filled with remorse, devoid of anger, and not striking back. Dad, I came this time with no ulterior motive, merely to see you both. Just a glance. If you wish to vent your frustrations, feel free to hit me if you desire. You can strike me once or multiple times every day. Yichen's lips quivered. His voice choked with emotion. Gazing at his father-in-law's white hair, a sharp pain pierced his heart. This old man, blessed with such an exceptional daughter and a delightful granddaughter, should be enjoying a peaceful retirement. Yet, because of him, the pension had been entirely depleted. At his age, he had to toil daily, stoking the boiler and clearing the drains, performing menial labor to make ends meet. The wrinkles on his face, the aging hair, were all consequences of Yichen's actions. Qin Junshan took a deep breath, snorted coldly, and spoke. Don't call me Dad. I can't bear it as long as I don't see you. I might live a few more years. Just leave. I don't need your concern. Despite his words, he stood up and refrained from striking again. At that moment, a woman carrying groceries passed by, casting a curious glance. Old Qin, is this your son-in-law? Why is he lying in the hallway? She inquired. What is going on here? The old man, who had always valued his dignity, suppressed his inner fury and forced a smile. Saying, my son-in-law came to visit us, but he accidentally fell down and broke the bottles. Why, Yichen, you rascal, get up and come inside to wash up. The old man sighed deeply. It was a case of biting down on broken teeth and swallowing the bitterness. Family disgrace must not be aired. To maintain his face in front of the neighbors, despite hating Yichen to the core, he hurriedly ushered him inside. Yichen's mother-in-law, Han Guizhi, upon hearing this, wore a look of trepidation, but could only comply with her husband, bringing in the items and opening the door for Yichen to enter. As for the nosy neighbor, she only began to murmur as Yichen stepped into the house. Inside, standing at the threshold, Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He understood that his in-laws had allowed him entry solely to prevent their neighbors from discovering the turmoil within their home. To preserve their dignity and honor. Mom and Dad, I'll just take my leave now. Seeing his father-in-law's grim face as he sat gasping for breath and his mother-in-law wiping her tears, Yichen felt a pang of guilt and turned to leave. Stop. Take back what you brought. Your filial piety is burdensome for me. As he spoke, Qin Junshan grabbed the fallen bottles and fruit from the ground and forcefully shoved them into Yichen's hands. Dad, this is just a small token of my regard. I'm leaving. You can dispose of these items as you wish, even toss them in the trash. Wai Yichen placed the items on the ground, turned to open the door and walked out. After the door closed, the elderly couple sighed in unison. Dio, you still have money? Qin Junshan asked after a moment of silence. Yes, the 2,000 you gave me yesterday is untouched. Upon hearing this, his mother-in-law rummaged through a tattered cloth bag and produced the money. Then what are you waiting for? Go give it to him. That brat only comes here when he's in trouble. Otherwise, why would he show up at our doorstep? Give him the money to silence him. Qin Junshan glared, his eyes wide with indignation. This is our living expenses. If we give it to him, we'll be left with nothing but scraps. Han Guizhi protested, if you don't give it to him, how can our daughter find peace? He'll come looking for her. What can we do with this scoundrel? Should I just grab a knife and chop him up now? Qin Junshan declared, heading towards the kitchen. Han Guizhi, upon seeing this, panicked and hurriedly opened the door to chase after Yichen. She understood her husband's temper. If pushed too far, he could impulsively harm Yichen. Outside, Yichen lit a cigarette and took a long drag, memories of his in-laws' kindness flooding back, causing his eyes to redden. They had treated him as a son. He felt like a failure. Having disappointed them, with a heavy sigh, Yichen resolved to change his circumstances. He was no longer the same reckless individual he once was. He believed that time would vindicate him. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard a voice call out from behind. Why, Yichen? Wait. Chapter 25. Business Bluster, whose son-in-law is more exceptional. Upon hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Yi Chun quickly halted. He saw Han Guizhi approaching with the 2,000 yuan. Directly pressing it into his hands. Yi Chun, consider this your honest plea. Take this money and leave. Don't trouble Meiyun and her daughter any further. They cannot withstand your torment. The moment his mother-in-law spoke, Yi Chun felt a lump in his throat. The 2,000 yuan felt heavier than the millions he had earned combined. For the first time, he realized how burdensome money could be, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. He looked down and softly said, "Mom, Auntie, please take this money back. I truly did not come for the money, nor will I disturb Meiyun and her daughter. I know you don't believe me, but I will prove it to you." Han Guizhi was unconvinced, her eyes reddening as she exploded. The emotions she had suppressed for so long were ignited by Yi Chun's words. "Why, Yi Chun, if you don't want the money, what do you want? Just tell me how much you need, and we'll scrape together whatever we can to give it to you. Just please spare my daughter. Do you want to drive the Qin family to ruin just to satisfy your own desires? You beast, don't push us to the edge. Otherwise, we'll drag you down with us." Ignoring the odd glances from those around, she pointed at Yi Chun, berating him fiercely. "All right, Auntie, I'll accept this money." Yi Chun suddenly smiled, tucking the cash into his pocket. Seeing him accept the money, Han Guizhi finally felt a sense of relief. Her greatest fear was that he would refuse it, leaving them unable to satisfy his demands. Ensuring this ordeal was far from over. "By the way, can I borrow your phone for a moment?" Yi Chun asked softly. "What do you need it for?" "My phone isn't worth much." Upon hearing Yi Chun request her phone, Han Guizhi adopted a wary demeanor, speaking cautiously. "Auntie, just for a few minutes." Yi Chun replied with another smile. Skeptical, Han Guizhi hesitantly handed over her phone. After receiving it, Yi Chun quickly opened his WeChat, added a friend, and transferred 10,000 yuan without hesitation. He feared that if he sent too much, his in-laws might hesitate to spend it, thinking it was ill-gotten gains. "Mom, here is your phone back. I've transferred 10,000 yuan. You both should buy some decent food and drink. Please don't skimp on yourselves anymore, and let Dad rest at home for a few days." He shouldn't return to the construction site. "Don't worry, this money is clean. If you need anything, just call me. I can make money now, and I want to ask you for more. You can keep the 2,000 out." After saying this, Yi Chun pulled out the cash again, leaving 100 yuan, which he waved in front of a stunned Han Guizhi. "This 100 is for your secret smoke money. I'm leaving now, Auntie. Take care." Yi Chun turned, wiping away his tears, clutching the 100 yuan in his hand. On the verge of breaking down in his darkest moments, he had no money even for cigarettes. His mother-in-law had secretly stashed 100 yuan in his clothes every time he left. Now, reflecting on it, Yi Chun felt an urge to slap himself. Once, they had placed all their hopes on him. He could hardly fathom how the hopes accumulated by his in-laws over the years had transformed from concern to anger, eventually culminating in their despair and indifference towards him. It was he who had brought them to such ruin. However, this time would be different. Han Guizhi watched Yi Chun's departing figure and glanced at her phone. Walking home in a daze, as soon as she entered the house, Qin Zhunshan hurried over, his face etched with worry. "Did he take it?" he inquired anxiously. Han Guizhi nodded. That's good as long as he took the money. At least Meiyun and her mother can enjoy a period of peace." Qin Zhunshan sighed in relief. Yet, in the next moment, Han Guizhi pulled out the cash and said, "He only took 100. The rest he gave back to me." "What? That scoundrel didn't take it all?" "The sun must be rising in the west," Qin Zhunshan exclaimed, a mix of panic and anger flooding his senses. "In a way, absolutely not. He never leaves without draining our pockets, and he also transferred me 10,000. Look," Han Guizhi said, handing her husband the phone. At that moment, she appeared quite flustered, utterly at a loss. "Dashin, he wouldn't be going after our daughter again, would he? We can't accept this money. How do we return it?" Han Guizhi expressed her concerns. "He dares. This money is too hot to handle. We cannot accept it. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. I'll transfer it to Meiyun later. That way, if the rascal has regrets, she can return the money, sparing us from further trouble." Qin Zhunshan was initially shocked but soon deemed the situation quite dire. Speaking gravely, Han Guizhi nodded in agreement. Just as the elderly couple settled down to their frugal meal, they heard a knock at the door. Qin Zhunshan went to answer it, and upon seeing an elderly man clad in a green military uniform, a broad smile spread across his face. Old Wang, what brings you here? Come, join us for a meal. Qin Junshan warmly welcomed his old comrade inside. Ah, I was just bickering with the old lady at home and felt a bit irked. So I thought I'd find you for a drink. Old Wang boomed with his hearty voice. Yes, they sat down and surveyed the table laden with vegetarian dishes. Old Wang chuckled. You two really prioritize health. Your quality of life is commendable. My family, on the other hand, cannot escape the daily fare of chicken, duck, and fish, and now we're grappling with high blood pressure. His words left Qin Junshan and Han Guizhi feeling somewhat embarrassed. This was not a matter of health consciousness. Rather, it was a reflection of their financial struggles. Qin Junshan, enviously, remarked, Old Wang, you shouldn't be so discontented. I heard your daughter has found herself a businessman who just bought you a grand Mercedes. You reliving the good life now. Once upon a time, Yi Chun, that ungrateful wretch, had uttered similar sentiments. Yet, now, he was not even in possession of a bicycle, let alone a car, and had squandered his pension. Old Wang smacked his thigh, fuming. Don't get me started on that nouveau riche. Speaking of which, old Qin, I heard your son-in-law has resigned. What a pity to abandon such a solid job. Old Wang, with his blunt nature, inquired curiously. Qin Junshan, understanding his friend's character, sighed heavily. I in the hands of an unfamiliar person. This might have seemed like an intentional provocation, but among old comrades, it was merely a lament. Let us not dwell on it. Let us have a drink. Old lady, bring the wine. Qin Junshan waved his hand dismissively, seeking to avoid further bad luck. Old Wang, also sighing, expressed his concerns about his own son-in-law's reliability. Ah, that nouveau riche son-in-law of mine. What good is his wealth now? Who can predict the future? If they were to marry, who knows what troubles might arise? He lamented, I once envied you, having your daughter marry into a stable government position. Your son-in-law seemed so honest. Who would have thought he would lose a job like that? As Old Wang continued to boast about his exploits, Qin Junshan felt a competitive urge rising within him. I must say, my son isn't as dreadful as you claim. He has found work and even sent 1,000 over to my wife just a while ago. Look, there's plenty of stuff he sent. While not particularly valuable, it's the thought that counts. But even as he spoke, a sense of insecurity crept in. How could Yi Chun, that rascal, be compared to anyone? One was a high-flying businessman, the other a gambler. One gifted his father-in-law a car, while the other squandered his father-in-law's pension. Why Yi Chun was a brute, abusing his wife and mistreating his children. A mere beast. Old Wang shook his head, bragging, my nouveau riche son-in-law. Every time he visits, he brings a mountain of gifts, from Maudai to king crabs, spoiling my palate. Oh, that's not too shabby, old Qin. You're even drinking Maudai now. I heard your son-in-law is deep in debt, living off others. It seems the rumors might be exaggerated. When Han Guizhi brought out the wine, Old Wang's eyes lit up with astonishment. Qin Junshan, however, felt a wave of discomfort. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chun had once been his acknowledged son-in-law. He could chastise him, but no one else could. Old Wang, don't listen to the gossip. They just love to chatter why son-in-law is doing just fine. It's not as bad as they say. Qin Junshan laughed heartily. But this wine, let us not drink it. I'll go buy a couple of bottles. Though he spoke confidently, he secretly feared it might be counterfeit. Old Wang was known as a connoisseur. He could discern the authenticity of any liquor at first sip. If he were to be embarrassed, he would lose face entirely. However, before Qin Junshan could rise, Old Wang was quicker, already popping the bottle open. Old Qin, how can you have Maudai and not share? That's rather stingy. I'll bring you a couple of bottles later. Let us enjoy this one for now. Old Wang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he poured the wine, grumbling as he took a sip. Qin Junshan watched, feeling uneasy as he observed Old Wang's changing expressions. If he detected counterfeit liquor, it would be worse than death. Yet, after taking a sip, Old Wang sat up straight, hurriedly inspecting the bottle. Qin Junshan, feeling a sense of dread, realized that today would be a disaster. All the little scandals from their lives had already spread. Having lived so long, the dignity he had accumulated in the first half of his life would be entirely lost in the latter half. Old Qin, this wine. Old Wang began, but he was cut off. Enough of the chatter. If you don't want to drink, then don't. This is a gift from my son-in-law, and I'm free to enjoy it. Qin Junshan declared, handing the bottle to Han Guizhi. Forget it. I've lost all face. Just throw it away. Han Guizhi felt equally frustrated but said nothing more, rising to discard the wine. No, please don't. Old sister-in-law, don't scare me like that, Old Wang exclaimed. Old Qin, you've really lost your mind. How can you toss out a 70-year-old Maotai? What kind of show-off are you? This bottle is worth hundreds of thousands. You can't just throw it away. Old Wang, now alarmed, quickly intercepted Han Guizhi, carefully placing the bottle back on the table and sealing it again. What are you talking about? Qin Zhenshan, startled, asked urgently. Old Qin? Stop pretending to be ignorant. This is a 70-year-old Maotai. Look at the color. It's so pure. One sip is worth a couple of thousand. Where did your son-in-law strike gold? P.S. quite filial. This bottle could buy me a Mercedes, Old Wang exclaimed, awestruck. Qin Zhenshan was once more taken aback and rushed to the door, retrieving another bottle from inside before placing it on the table. You mean this is worth hundreds of thousands? Qin Zhenshan asked, his excitement causing his voice to rise to a painful pitch for Old Wang. Meanwhile, Han Guizhi stood speechless, utterly bewildered. After leaving the community, Yichen opened his stock market app and saw his stock soaring once again. His initial investment of 300,000 had now ballooned to 1,700,000. Soon, it would grow like a snowball. However, he needed to close his position now. Because this stock had attracted considerable capital, a downturn was imminent. He planned to short sell, making a quick profit before reinvesting, repeating the process several times to ensure he could earn money effortlessly within 6 months. After closing his position and deducting fees, he would still have 1,720,000. Adding the previous profit of 6 million, Yichen now had over 770,000 available for investment. His next objective was clear. Hailing a taxi, Yichen headed towards Nanhu, where a cluster of unfinished buildings awaited him. Upon arriving at the sales office, he was met with a barrage of banners announcing various refund slogans. The entrance was in disarray, with the door broken and glass shattered. A few sales consultants lounged on the couch, sipping date. As Yichen walked in, they merely glanced at him before ignoring his presence. Are the unfinished buildings still for sale? One man, engrossed in his phone, asked without looking up, wearing a manager's badge. Are the houses not for sale anymore? Yichen inquired, puzzled. They are for sale, but do you really want to buy? Can't you see the construction has stopped? The group's boss isn't investing any more money. We're just here dealing with people wanting refunds. The manager finally put down his phone, looking at Yichen with surprise. Yes, I'm here to buy a house. The significance of whether a project is left unfinished or not pales in comparison to its prime location. Is there any available? Yichen inquired with a smile. Listening to Yichen's remarks, the manager, intrigued, responded, Brother, I sincerely advise you not to waste your time here. Who in their right mind would willingly invest in a half-finished building that is uninhabitable? You should leave. We haven't even received our salaries for 3 months. If it weren't for the hope of those 3 months' wages, we would have departed long ago. The manager's concern was somewhat genuine, as anyone with common sense would refrain from jumping into such a pitfall. It seemed that this individual was merely hoping to seize a bargain by considering the unfinished property. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to invest their money here? Have the units in Area A and Area B been sold? Suddenly, Yichen moved towards the model display, pointed, and asked, I must say, you are quite stubborn. You truly intend to buy, don't you? Fine. I can make the decision for you. I'll offer you the lowest price. 5,000 per square meter. How many square meters do you desire? You can choose freely from these 2 areas. Upon hearing this, the manager also approached Yichen and said, it seems he is determined to profit from this commission. In that case, let's lower the price a bit more to 4,001 per square meter. I want 70 units. All of the best layouts, between 80 and 100 square meters. Yichen stated earnestly, gazing at the manager. Presently, Longhai Bay is a property in the southern New District, where land is limited and only 12 buildings have been constructed. The second phase was abandoned due to a lack of funding and the remote location. Devoid of amenities, leading the group CEO to give up on development and leave it unfinished. However, Yichen sensed the imminent strong development of the Longhai Bay community, prompting him to stock up on properties in advance. Upon hearing his words, the manager's expression darkened, and he laughed in disbelief, saying, Buddy, if you're joking, don't blame me for being rude. I wasn't trying to trick you when I suggested you leave. This unfinished property would be unwanted even if given away for free. And now someone wants to purchase 70 units? Are you attempting to make a fool of me? Yichen sighed, feeling helpless, and said, I am not joking. If you don't believe me, let's sign the contract now. If I cannot provide the funds, you may do with me as you wish. Furthermore, after we sign the contract, I will introduce you to a major client. Yi-chun understood that the other party would likely not believe him. But this matter needed to be resolved promptly. Time was of the essence. Very well, you said it. Xiao Wu, go fetch the contract and the official seal. The manager gritted his teeth. Feeling irked, he was also somewhat bored. Since the other party wanted to play, he would indulge him to the end. With his command, an assistant hurried to the printing room. Approximately 10 minutes later, the contract was prepared and stamped with the official seal. Next came the signatures, followed by the payment process. Yi-chun signed without hesitation, each party retaining a copy of the contract, and then he pulled out his phone. Please provide me with the company account number, and I will transfer the funds. After Yi-chun spoke, the manager was already prepared and quickly provided the account number. Chapter 27. The profitable restaurant business you avoid, yet you gamble on unfinished buildings? Turning around, he noted the payment information and the purchase contract amount. After a few minutes, Yi-chun put away his phone and looked at the manager. The manager scoffed, still skeptical, and said, I told you. If I'm just playing along, don't get too attached. It's just a game. I'll tear this contract up, and you can quickly leave. If you don't blame me for being rude. Do you really think you're a businessman? As he spoke, the manager was indeed about to rip the contract apart when suddenly his phone rang. He quickly answered, and to his astonishment, it was the chief financial officer from headquarters. Hello, Director Chun. I'm at the sales office. We still haven't received our salaries for 3 months. Could you tell me when it will be convenient? He had not finished speaking when the voice on the other end interrupted. I ask you, did you just receive a payment of over 7 million? Is it for the purchase agreement? Has someone gone to Longhai Bay? The rich voice resonated over the phone. Director Chun, you received the payment? The manager asked incredulously upon hearing the voice. Of course, you sold the property. Do you not know this? Regardless, you've done well. The company is in dire need of cash flow, and you managed to sell Longhai Bay. You've proven your worth. I'll transfer your salary and bonus share shortly. If this client decides to cancel, you'll handle it, and if the contract is signed, there's no way for them to back out. Let them go through legal channels if they must. Once this matter is resolved, I'll reward you with an additional 100,000. After finishing, the call ended abruptly. Meanwhile, the manager stood there in shock. He gazed at Yi-chun with a look of utter disbelief, stammering, Brother, are you serious? Yi-chun replied earnestly, Of course. If I were joking, I would be doing stand-up comedy, not coming here. He added, in a while. A friend of mine will arrive. Prepare another contract for him. He can decide how many units he wants. The manager, now resembling a sycophant, grasped Yi-chun's arm, exclaiming joyfully, Brother, my dear brother, I didn't treat you well earlier. You clearly have great potential. It's my fault for not recognizing that. Please, come upstairs. Xiao Wu, why are you still dawdling? Bring up the fruit platter. And you, Zhang Qinzi, hurry and change into something more alluring. Give my brother a dance. All salaries and bonuses will be distributed shortly. The manager treated Yi-chun like royalty, leading him upstairs. The girl named Zhang Qinzi indeed changed into a seductive miniskirt. Bringing forth the fruit platter along with fine tea and cigarettes, Brother, may I sit for a moment? After a performance, Zhang Qinzi asked with a smile, Of course, there are plenty of seats. Yi-chun gestured toward a nearby chair. Meanwhile, the manager was busy massaging Yi-chun's shoulders and legs. However, Zhang Qinzi, who was sitting, was allergic to the chair and flirtatiously inquired, Can I sit on your lap? She continuously cast flirtatious glances in her eyes. This man was merely a nouveau riche. Who in their right mind would spend over 7 million on 30 units of unfinished buildings? Wasn't he that akin to having their brains excavated? A complete fool. Fearing he might have second thoughts, she was already employing her charms. Yi-chun, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. I say, manager's son, let us skip these theatrics. I'm here to buy a house. Not to be entertained. Yi-chun stated seriously, If you intend to continue selling this property, it's best to let me make a call in peace. You have another friend interested? The manager, Sun Quan, brightened at this. That's wonderful. Please, take your time. Just let me know if you need anything. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan's eyes glimmered. This foolish friend was certainly a prime target, and he was determined to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, if this guy changed his mind, it would be too late. Sun Quan then took Zhang Qinzi and hurriedly exited the reception room, closing the door behind them. Finally, Yi Chun sighed in relief and took out his phone to call Feng Tianhai. Moments later, Feng Tianhai answered, "Brother Yi, what can I do for you?" "Always at your service," Feng Tianhai joked earnestly. "I have a business proposition." Yi Chun began, but before he could finish, Feng Tianhai interjected, "I'm in." "How much do you need?" "I have over 10 million on hand. I can invest right now." Feng Tianhai was eager and quick to respond. "Please let me finish." Yi Chun, slightly taken aback, smiled and continued, "Are you interested in purchasing unfinished properties at Longhai Bay?" "Ah? Unfinished properties, Brother Yi? You can't be serious. Is this the promising project you mentioned?" Feng Tianhai, who had initially been excited, suddenly went silent. "If you're not interested, then fine. Don't say I didn't bring you along." Yi Chun was about to hang up. "Wait, brother, hold on. I didn't say I'm not investing. I just wanted to know if you were aware that Longhai real estate is unreliable." Feng Tianhai, though trusting Yi Chun, was skeptical about Longhai Bay. Currently, Longhai real estate was akin to a mythical beast, only taking in money without returning any. Especially with their unfinished properties, no one wanted to take them over. Not even a dog would look at them. Now Yi Chun wanted to acquire properties there and treat them as an investment project, which raised concerns. "Of course, I know. Haven't you heard the saying? The bigger the storm, the larger the fish. If it weren't for the unfinished properties, would you think you or I would have a chance at a house priced over 3,000 per square meter?" Yi Chun scoffed, growing impatient. Feng Tianhai truly lacked the boldness of Xiao Tianhao. "All right, let me ask you this. Just this one question. Brother Yi, how much have you invested?" Feng Tianhai inquired cautiously. 0.70 units, over 7 million. Yi Chun casually replied, "Got it, brother. Please hold on for a moment. I'm driving over right now." "Brother Yi, you mustn't leave. Please help me choose the layouts." Feng Tianhai hurriedly hung up the phone. Now, that was more like it. It was worth bringing him along. Yi Chun also put away his phone. Meanwhile, Feng Tianhai, dressed appropriately, looked at the bespectacled youth before him and said apologetically, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry, but I can't accompany you today. I have a business deal to attend to. It's rare for such a generous brother to help me. If I miss this opportunity, there won't be another." The young man rubbed his eyes in disbelief and inquired, "Wait a moment. Did I just hear you mention Longhai Bay? You can't possibly be considering an investment, can you? The funds the old man provided you must be nearly exhausted by now. Have you lost your mind, or are you simply foolish?" Feng Tianhai, brimming with excitement, replied, "Hey, it's just a half-finished building. Have you ever heard the saying, the greater the storm, the bigger the fish? No risk, no investment. You might as well deposit your money in a bank and live off the interest." The young man surnamed Lu shook his head and said, "I am quite curious about who this big brother of yours is, who could persuade you to gamble everything on a dilapidated structure. Instead of pursuing my foolproof restaurant investment, you insist on investing in a half-finished property." He wished to dissuade Feng Tianhai, concerned that he had been lured into a trap. After all, it was over 10 million, not merely 1,000. "Let me tell you, my big brother is simply extraordinary. Just a couple of days ago, did you hear about Mutai liquor? Before the price hike, he stockpiled over 2,000 bottles, and in just a few days, he made over 6 million. He generously brought me along this time, and I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Your restaurant investment is indeed commendable, but at most, it would yield a few 100,000 a year. The business my big brother is guiding me towards, if it turns around, could easily net tens of millions. What do you say, Lu Chun, care to join?" Feng Tianhai said with a smile. "Forget it. I have money, but I am not insane. I believe it would be best for you to squander your startup funds sooner rather than later, enabling you to return home and inherit the family business with a clear conscience." Lu Chen scoffed and shook his head repeatedly, filled with curiosity about the methods employed by this so-called big brother of Feng Tianhai, which instilled such unwavering trust in him. Chapter 28. The Surprise of the Third Uncle. Feng Tianhai chuckled lightly and said, "Hee, this time, you might be making a miscalculation. Remember, in a couple of days, do not feign pity in front of me." With that, Feng Tianhai eagerly rose and headed outside. In just 40 minutes, Feng Tianhai, driving a sleek black Land Rover, sped to the Longhai Bay sales office in half an hour. Upon arrival, he spotted Yi Chen, who promptly ushered him inside. Upon seeing Feng Tianhai arrive in a Land Rover, Sun Quan's heart swelled with joy, and he immediately extended a warm welcome, leading the two into the lounge. After approximately half an hour, once all procedures were completed and the contract signed, Sun Quan escorted the two to the door, adding, I almost forgot to remind you both. This purchase agreement includes breach terms. Should either party default unilaterally, a penalty of 3 times the compensation will be required. So, gentlemen, we have signed the contract, and if you regret it later, it will be threefold the penalty. He had not intended to remind them, but to preemptively caution them, he even took out his phone to record the moment. With a written contract in hand, it served as dual evidence. When the time came for them to seek him out, he would possess undeniable leverage. He felt confident that these two fools would inevitably regret their decision. From the exchanges between Feng Tianhai and Yi Chun, he deduced that they had been duped. Hearing whispers that Longhai Bay's property prices would skyrocket. As for the reasons, they were likely as varied as they were ludicrous, and Sun Quan couldn't be bothered to speculate. Such talk was merely a fool's dream. An illusion. The properties in Longhai Bay, given their geographical location, held no advantages whatsoever. There were no commercial districts nearby, nor was it close to the sea, meaning the prices would inherently remain low, primarily serving as transitional housing for newcomers. Not only were they currently unfinished, but even in the best of times, prices would not exceed 8,000 AS for surrounding amenities. It had long been indicated that they would gradually improve, but that was a distant dream. At least 5 years away. Thus, Sun Quan's dual insurance plan was astutely devised. All right, manager son, I will record a video too. I hope your real estate business won't regret selling to us later. At that moment, Feng Tianhai smiled and began recording. However, to Sun Quan, his actions seemed no different from those of a fool. 2 wealthy second-generation individuals had likely contributed their entrepreneurial funds and were now being misled. That money was destined to go down the drain. But alas, it was too late. The video was already recorded, purely a means to bolster his own achievements. Rest assured, gentlemen, our Longhai real estate will absolutely not default. He chuckled. Just fear that. Haha, enough of that, let's have a pleasant collaboration. Sun Quan eagerly shook hands with Yi Chen and Feng Tianhai. Seeing them off, Feng Tianhai drove and pulled over at the roadside with Yi Chen. Brother, did you not find that manager Sun's gaze was rather peculiar just now? At that moment, Feng Tianhai lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Is this the kind of gaze? Suddenly, Yi Chen turned around, fixing Feng Tianhai with a half-smiling, half-serious look. Exactly, that's the one. It's particularly familiar, though I can't quite place it. Feng Tianhai widened his eyes and nodded vigorously. Yi Chen burst into laughter, casually remarking, exactly. It's the look of concern for someone with a diminished intellect. To put it bluntly, in that manager's eyes, we are nothing more than complete fools. With such a vast expanse of unfinished buildings, they would likely be demolished and auctioned off in a couple of years. Who would have thought that we two would take over? I bought 100 units, and you bought 100 units, scooping up all the prime layouts, leaving him to pick up the scraps. Yi Chen suddenly exclaimed with a smile. Huh, brother, does that mean we have been duped? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Feng Tianhai expressed his concern. All right, don't dwell on it. In 3 days, we shall see the outcome. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. With that reassurance, Feng Tianhai felt a tad more relaxed. Yet upon returning home after dropping Yi Chen off, he began to regret his decision. Alone with a glass of red wine on the sofa, he sought solace in the drink. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a white shirt, with graying temples, entered the room. Upon seeing Feng Tianhai sulking on the sofa with a drink, he furrowed his brow and approached. What's wrong, Xiaohai? Are you downcast because your father's entrepreneurial funds have been squandered? Enough of that. You're clearly not cut out for business. You lack your father's acumen. Our family, the Feng family, has long followed the path of officialdom. Only your father, the odd one out, ventured into business on his own merit, creating his illustrious achievements without relying on family connections. If all else fails, come work with me in the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department. You can take over my position when I retire. The man sat beside Feng Tianhai, comforting him with a pat on the shoulder. He was Feng Tianhai's third uncle, Feng Zhongjie, a senior official in the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department. Enjoying a stable government job, he lived a life of integrity. Many had previously doubted that Feng Tianhai's father had become wealthy due to his connections to the elder generation and his younger brother. However, after thorough investigation, it became clear that Feng Tianhai's father had achieved his success through sheer capability. Uncle, please do not discourage me. If I can turn my fortunes around this time, it will be a testament to my own endeavors. This is my last chance, Feng Tianhai replied earnestly. Last chance? Ha ha. I heard Lu Qin mention that you are acquiring a site of unfinished buildings. You little rascal, your adventurous spirit is akin to your father's. However, being bold is not enough. You need vision and intellect. You cannot rely solely on luck. So, where is your investment? Though I cannot offer you advice, I am curious to see how discerning your eye is. Feng Zhongjie said with a smile. Sigh, it's in the southern New District, Longxibei. A good brother led me there. I invested 10 million and purchased over 120 units. This good brother of mine is quite impressive. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust him so much. Unfortunately, he is rather secretive and never shares his reasoning, which is why I feel anxious and uncertain. Feng Tianhai sighed deeply on the sofa. The most torturous part was the waiting. Even the process of drawing a lottery held the same agony. Knowing he had won 5 million, yet not having the money in hand was equally distressing. He feared that during this long wait, something might go awry. Initially, Feng Zhongjie did not grasp Feng Tianhai's words and was about to offer some advice. But after a moment of pause, a flicker of realization crossed his face. Longxibei, southern New City. A wave of astonishment washed over Feng Zhongjie's face, yet he quickly regained his composure. Internally, however, he was engulfed by a turbulent storm of curiosity regarding the good brother his nephew had mentioned. Young man, who is this good brother of yours? What is his background, business or politics? If he is involved in politics, that could spell disaster. There have been significant upheavals in the southern New City recently, and they are nothing short of revolutionary. As a senior official in the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department, I have only a limited understanding. The specifics will only be known once directives from above are issued. This information is entirely confidential. No one dares to circulate it. Otherwise, should it come to light, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Feng Zhongjie furrowed his brow, eager to uncover the source of this insider information. Chapter 29. Do not joke with me excessively. Hee, dear uncle, you may find it hard to believe, but this good elder brother of mine once embarked on a political career, only to falter and lose his position due to a misstep. Now, he can be considered a businessman. As for how he acquired this knowledge, I cannot say, but he possesses an uncanny intuition. The shares of Haitan Group have skyrocketed, and the price of Mutai has surged. In just a few days, he has amassed a fortune of 7 or 8 million, and even his companions have profited immensely, truly a case of one person achieving success leading to the uplift of all around him. As he spoke, a look of admiration unconsciously appeared on Feng Tianhai's face. Feng Zhongjie, noticing this, remarked coolly, your friend is quite intriguing. Do bring him around when you have the chance to introduce him to me. Suddenly, Feng Zhongjie rose from his seat with a smile and turned to ascend the stairs. Huh? Feng Tianhai was momentarily taken aback. In his uncle's eyes, his friends, apart from Lu Qin, were merely drinking buddies. While they could share meals and drinks, they would part ways when it came to matters of profit. This was the first time Feng Zhongjie had shown an interest in meeting one of his friends. A smile crept across Feng Tianhai's face as he vaguely sensed something significant. 3 days later, in the early morning, Longhai Group convened an internal meeting. Director Chun stood at the podium and activated the large screen. Now, everyone, take a look at this news report. As he spoke, the news anchor on the screen, beaming with a smile, began to relay the information. Our latest report states that the southern New District of Longzhou will undergo a significant expansion, with complete surrounding facilities expected to be realized within 6 months. The second experimental primary school, Longzhou Qingtian Academy, and a top-tier hospital will all be established here. Furthermore, the southern New District has secured sponsorship from the Hong Kong-based Tianju Group, which will invest in the construction of a Disneyland theme park, set to commence this year. The southern New District is poised to rapidly develop into the city's high-tech zone, with property prices projected to soar to unprecedented heights. As the news report concluded, Director Chen solemnly unveiled the data chart. The shares of Longhai Group displayed a bullish trend, soaring upward. Property prices, which had plummeted to a low of 3,002 per square meter last June, have now surged to a staggering 25,000 per square meter this month, and the upward trend remains stable. The red line data was striking. Projections estimate prices will rise to at least 30,000. The transaction volume has skyrocketed from 30 units per year to its current peak. At that moment, the conference room fell into a hush, followed by thunderous applause. "Ha, we're going to strike it rich this time," exclaimed the chairman. The once abandoned project that had been shelved is now a coveted asset. It seems we are truly on the verge of takeoff. Yes, we still have the second and third phases of land development yet to be executed. This land has transformed into gold. The shareholders wore expressions of exhilaration. Longhai Bay's properties, once deemed unfinished projects, have now become focal points of commerce and education. A dual advantage, and now, with the investment from wealthy merchants in the Hong Kong region. This is truly a remarkable turn of events. I trust the shareholders know what to do next. Prepare the funds and promptly initiate the construction of the second and third phases. Moreover, there are still several hundred units available from the first phase, which can yield substantial profits. Fellow shareholders, we share in both the glory and the shame. On behalf of the chairman, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Director Chen bowed deeply, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Finally, the long-silent Longhai real estate can hold its head high. The shareholders moved, stood up and applauded in celebration. Champagne was uncorked, and it flew through the air. Meanwhile, Yichen sat on the hotel sofa, drying his damp hair, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he watched the news report. Longxi Bay has skyrocketed. To be precise, the school district and commercial area would not have thrived without the investment from that Hong Kong businessman, breathing life into the southern new town. Without this investment, even with the school district and commercial area in place, the property prices in the southern new town would have peaked at 18 to 19,000. However, at this moment, even a price of 30,000 per square meter would not be the ceiling. Due to the presence of speculative investors, this price is bound to rise further. At this time, he held 100 of the finest units, with the smallest being 80 square meters and the largest 120 square meters. A preliminary calculation revealed that even just the down payment for these 100 units would yield nearly tenfold returns. Given the current property prices, with down payments ranging from tens of thousands per unit, it would now require 60 to 70,000. Should the peak reach 30,000, Yichen intends to seize the opportunity. This move could net him at least 50 million. Indeed, a full 50 million. Just as Yichen was pondering how to double this sum again, his phone rang unexpectedly. Without needing to look, he already knew who was calling. He answered the call, quickly pulling the phone away from his ear. Brother Yi, you're incredible. You've become a legend. Did you see the news report? Longxi Bay has attracted investment from a major player in the port area, coupled with robust economic support from our city. Property prices are soaring. Even the surrounding dilapidated buildings are being demolished. The properties we hold have already multiplied 4 to 5 times, and this is just the beginning. Feng Tianhai's ecstatic shouts erupted from the other end of the line, nearly overwhelming the speaker. Thankfully, Yichen had the foresight to wait until the noise subsided before bringing the phone back to his ear. Brother Yi, I've made my decision. From now on, I shall be your long-lost younger brother. Brother, you are my true brother. Perhaps I should change my surname to Yi. From now on, I shall be called Yi Tianhai. Doesn't that sound like a protagonist from a novel? Brother. Why are you silent? Brother? Feng Tianhai rambled on, his loud voice causing Yichen to wince in pain. Yichen rubbed his throbbing ears, rolling his eyes in exasperation. This fool, I want to speak, but he doesn't give me a chance. Be quiet for a moment, he continued. Now, quickly contact potential buyers. Ideally, we need someone who can purchase all the properties we have in one go. If they lack the capability, there's no need to pursue them. We must act decisively in 2 days as for any future price increases that no longer our concern. We have too many properties on hand to let them linger. Yichen spoke earnestly. All right, brother, I'll handle this minor task. By the way, brother, where did you get this news? Feng Tianhai inquired playfully. I even suspect that the Hong Kong Tycoon is related to you. Could it be your long-lost parents? He jested, testing the waters. In the past, he would never have dared to speak to Yichen in such a manner, but now he was utterly exhilarated, so much so that he was on the verge of losing his composure. You dare to say that again? Suddenly, an icy demeanor enveloped Yichen's face. His adoptive parents had done far too much for him. They had given him a second chance at life. He could tolerate jokes, but not those concerning his parents. Under no circumstances would he allow anyone to jest about them. No joke would be acceptable. At that moment, Feng Tianhai sensed the shift in Yichen's tone and quickly covered his mouth, frantically slapping his own face. Brother, I was wrong. I spoke thoughtlessly, but I truly meant no offense. Your parents are my parents. If I had even the slightest ulterior motive, may I be struck by lightning and meet a terrible fate. Feng Tianhai hurriedly tried to explain. All right, find potential buyers quickly. With that, Yichen hung up the phone. On the other end, Feng Tianhai, burdened with thoughts, sighed repeatedly. What a show. This time we really hit the jackpot. Haven Tiwi, he lamented. Stop pretending in front of me. I'm already regretting missing out. Your good elder brother is so incredible. Even the abandoned buildings of Longhai real estate have been revitalized. It's all your fault. Why didn't you kneel and beg me to let you buy a few hundred units back then? Lu Chun sat dejectedly on the sofa, howling in despair. Damn it. I didn't give you the chance? Who told you not to get on board? I've said it before. Don't blame me for your regrets. Feng Tianhai pulled out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and took a puff, feeling extremely anxious. He had just jokingly offended the big boss. If Brother Yu was still angry, he felt uncertain. The thought of this made him hastily rise, grabbing his clothes and rushing outside. At this moment, Yi Chun composed himself, feeling much more relaxed as he left home. He first visited a jewelry store. The person attending to him was a woman clad in a fitted skirt, her legs adorned with black stockings, her makeup heavy and striking. Excuse me, could you kindly assist me in identifying the most expensive diamond ring? Quality is secondary. I desire something exceedingly costly, Yi Chun stated calmly. He owed Qin Meiyun far too much. When they got married, he could barely afford a gold ring, ultimately settling for a cheap gemstone ring worth only a few hundred. Yet even then, Qin Meiyun smiled as radiantly as a blooming rose. Beautiful and full of life, that ring, she wore it continuously, even after their divorce, never once removing it. Reflecting on this, Yi Chun felt a pang of heartache. Expensive? You've come to the right place. We have every type of diamond ring imaginable. Just no cheap ones. As long as your wallet is sufficiently filled, anything can be purchased. The saleswoman scrutinized Yi Chun for a moment, noticing that none of his clothing appeared valuable. Everything seemed like cheap street market finds. Her expression immediately soured, and she treated him with disdain. Having encountered many high-end clientele daily, she regarded Yi Chun as no different from a lowly individual, merely here to make an appearance, not worth her effort to attend to. The sales assistant casually gestured and impatiently remarked, "Take a look at this one, the Brilliant Star, a new addition to our collection, 1 carat, priced at 37,000. And this petite teardrop diamond, over 90,000. Yi Chun shook his head and replied, "Too inexpensive. Do you have anything more extravagant?" The two options presented were not aesthetically pleasing to him. He preferred to procure only the finest. With over 500,000 at his disposal, especially with the impending sale of a batch of properties that would elevate his worth to over $1 billion, he saw no reason to be frugal. What about this piece? 80,000. The sales assistant pursed her lips, noticing the lack of other customers, and continued to showcase various items to Yi Chun. Yet, he remained dissatisfied. After introducing over a dozen styles, the most expensive reaching 180,000, Yi Chun still found no satisfaction, prompting the sales assistant to lose her patience. Coldly, she stated, "I'm sorry, take your time choosing. I have esteemed guests to attend to." With that, she approached a corpulent gentleman. "Mr. Zhou, you've arrived. Are you purchasing jewelry for your wife or your mistress today? Being your mistress is such a fortunate endeavor. Why not consider taking me in as well?" Standing here facing a pathetic loser who merely inquires but never purchases, I'm nearly starving. The sales assistant's demeanor was overtly sycophantic, practically clinging to the rotund man. "Xiao Hui, if you truly wish for that, once I recover my health, I'll consider it. Haha. You temptress, I can hardly resist right now. For today, let us start with 3 traditional gold bangles. And I'll take that ring as well. Tally it up." Mr. Zhou waved his hand grandly. The sales assistant, named Xiao Hui, immediately perked up, eager to weigh and calculate. The total came to 68,000. As Mr. Zhou made the payment, Xiao Hui's envy nearly brought her to tears as she trailed behind him, pleading for his attention. However, he hardly acknowledged her, exchanging a few crude jokes before turning to leave. "Humph, worthless man, they're all the same, just boasting and pretending. Do they think I'm impressed?" With that, Xiao Hui turned back only to find Yi Chun at the payment counter. Frowning, she approached him. "Have you been deliberating for so long? Are you buying or not? Look at Mr. Zhou, a successful individual purchasing $60,000 jewelry in mere minutes. What's the matter with you? Are you merely browsing because you can't afford it? Hurry up and leave." Just an eyesore. Xiao Hui, already in a foul mood, felt even more irritated upon seeing Yi Chun, a mere price-asking loser who wasted her time without intent to buy. Normally, such individuals would slink away without retort. Yi-Chun let out a cold laugh and addressed the manager at the counter. Excuse me, is there a time limit on purchasing jewelry here? If so, I'll return the ring and look elsewhere. The manager, who had been packaging Yi-Chun's ring, was taken aback. Sir, that is hardly the case. Even if you choose until evening, we will provide full service. Xiao Hui, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your vision? Mr.Ye here just casually purchased a limited edition Dr. Eternal Vow diamond ring for a total of 500,000, and you're ignoring him. Meanwhile, you fawn over Mr. Zhou for a few thousand in gold. You clearly lack discernment. I believe you're not cut out for this job. Quickly apologize to Mr. Yi. With the manager's reprimand, Xiao Hui stood frozen, her mouth agape in shock. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly impoverished fellow was capable of such extravagance. A 500,000 diamond ring, purchased without hesitation. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he was tall and handsome. I apologize, sir. My previous demeanor was inappropriate. Please forgive me. Once she regained her composure, Xiao Hui hurriedly bowed her head in apology. Covertly assessing Yi-Chun, no need for apologies. Have you finished packaging? I'll take it with me. Why Yi-Chun dismissed her entirely. He had encountered too many materialistic women over the years. Engaging in further conversation was merely a waste of time. It's all packaged, sir. Please take this receipt. The manager hurriedly presented the gift box with both hands. Yi-Chun smiled with satisfaction, grasping the box as he turned to leave, completely ignoring Xiao Hui, who was left fuming in frustration. 20 minutes later, Yi-Chun arrived at the residential complex where Mei Yun and her daughter lived, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. Just as he was about to enter, a voice called out from ahead, Daddy, Mommy, look, Daddy is here. Tong Tong, with a pink backpack on her back, was joyfully tugged along by Qin Mei Yun. Yi-Chun looked up and was taken aback. Beside Mei Yun stood a dapper man in a tailored suit, none other than Zhang Taixiong, her cousin, who had previously warned him to stay away from her. Zhang Taixiong was the owner of an advertising firm, earning a modest annual income of 700,000 to 800,000, which marked him as relatively successful. In contrast, Yi-Chun's previous circumstances were worlds apart from his. Although they were cousins, Zhang Taixiong had been adopted and shared no blood relation with Mei Yun. Over the years, he had quietly supported her, fully aware of his affection for her. At that moment, upon seeing Yi-Chun, Mei Yun's face displayed surprise. After a glance at her cousin, she sighed and approached Yi-Chun. My cousin is off today and intends to take Tong Tong to the zoo. Perhaps you could visit another day. It has been a while since Tong Tong went out. Mei Yun spoke in a tone that sought understanding. Mei Yun, why are you explaining so much? You're divorced from him now. There's no need for his approval. Zhang Taixiong interjected, his face dark with anger. He positioned himself in front of Yi-Chun, effectively shielding Mei Yun and her daughter. This is a family matter and none of your concern. You may not share blood ties with Mei Yun, but I still regard you as her cousin. I appreciate your past care for her, but now, please put away those inappropriate thoughts. You have crossed the line. Yi-Chun maintained a calm facade, yet fury simmered within him. Oh, and what of being a cousin? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of it, but I can now clearly state that I have feelings for Mei Yun. I have liked her for a long time, and I intend to take care of her for life. I will marry her. As for you, garbage, the further away you are, the better. You are unworthy. Suddenly, Zhang Taixiong erupted, shouting loudly as he roughly shoved Yi-Chun. Cousin, what are you saying? In public, please don't speak such nonsense. How can I maintain my dignity if people start gossiping? Mei Yun was startled by Zhang Taixiong's words, her complexion paling as she quickly scanned the area for familiar faces. Noticing no acquaintances, she led Tong Tong over, her expression serious. Mei Yun, I no longer wish to hide this. Before you married that scoundrel, I had a crush on you. I like you, and since we aren't related by blood, we can be together. While you were ensnared by him, I had no chance to approach you, but now, I can care for you and Tong Tong. I will treat you both well at this moment. Zhang Taixiong laid his cards on the table, turning to Mei Yun with sincere intent. Over the years, Mei Yun had endured great hardship, and during her desperate times, Zhang Taixiong's support had made her situation more bearable. Given his years of assistance, it was easy to see why any woman might fall for him. However, Mei Yun was different. Her heart was filled with gratitude rather than romantic affection. She had never considered him in that light. Particularly now, with Zhang Taixiong expressing such sentiments in front of Yi-Chun, She felt panic rising within her, constantly glancing at Yi-chun to gauge his reaction. Indeed, she still cared about Yi-chun's feelings and feared he might misunderstand. Enough, cousin. It's impossible between us. I see you merely as a brother. Besides, you are so accomplished, and I am just a divorced woman with a child. I don't wish to burden you. I'm not feeling well. And neither is Tong Tong. We want to be going with that. Mei-yun turned to leave with Tong Tong. Mei-yun, wait. What I said earlier was just to provoke that scoundrel Yi-chun. I meant nothing by it. Even if you don't want to go, consider Tong Tong. She has been cooped up at home and could get sick. Zhang Taixiong hurried after them, eager to clarify. Upon hearing this, Mei-yun glanced at Tong Tong's eager little face and felt a pang of sympathy. Mommy, I'll be good. If you let me go, I'll go, but if you don't, I'll stay home with you. Tong Tong raised her little head, displaying her understanding. Mei-yun's heart warmed, and she smiled gently, tenderly patting her daughter's head. At that moment, she found it impossible to keep her daughter cooped up at home. All right then, let us go have a look. Okay, let us go. I'll lead the way. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Tiexiong's face lit up with surprise as he took the lead. Striding ahead as for Yi-chun, he merely shot a glance and chose to disregard him. Qin Mei-yun passed by Yi-chun, halting her steps to say lightly, if you have nothing else to do, you might as well come along. Tong Tong has been missing you. With eager anticipation, Tong Tong asked, Daddy, are you coming too? With a bright smile, Yi-chun replied, of course, if my precious Tong Tong has spoken, then I shall go. Instantly, Tong Tong clapped her hands in delight and jumped up joyfully. The three of them walked together until they boarded Zhang Tiexiong's car, heading towards the zoo. Upon arriving at the zoo, Zhang Tiexiong remained closely by Qin Mei-yun's side, attending to her every need. Whenever Yi-chun approached, he would adopt a frosty demeanor and drive him away, incessantly berating him. Mei-yun has asked you to accompany the child, so cherish this opportunity. Spend more time with your daughter. Now that you are divorced, do not entertain thoughts of harming Mei-yun. As long as I am here, you shall not succeed, Zhang Tiexiong stated coldly. Yi-chun chuckled derisively, responding, oh, look at your righteous stance, trying to play the gallant protector. But have you ever considered that 7 years ago, Mei-yun had no interest in you? Even today, despite our divorce, she still looks down on you. Initially, Yi-chun felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Tiexiong for stepping up and caring for Mei-yun and their child during his most disgraceful times. However, now he found Zhang's delusions utterly laughable. If he harbored intentions towards Mei-yun and her daughter, then Yi-chun was no longer inclined to hold back. Zhang Tiexiong, you were once quite the catch. Even Mei-yun's parents held you in high regard, given your adeptness at flattery back then. Yet the outcome was that Mei-yun, the campus belle, married me, the campus heartthrob. We are the true match made in heaven, blessed with Tong Tong, Yi-chun said without mercy, striking hard at him. Ha, and what of it? At least I still have a chance, while you are utterly devoid of one. What do you have to compare with me? My company generates nearly 100,000 annually. I have wealth, while you, a pitiful wretch drowning in debts of gambling and loans, you'll never rise again. You are nothing but scum, and whatever glory you once had has been thoroughly tarnished. Yi-chun, remember this. You are nothing but a pauper, devoid of prospects. I have never felt threatened by you. I simply wish to keep you away from Mei-yun, lest she be disgusted by your presence. Zhang Tiexiong straightened his belt, brimming with pride. With his current status and position, wherever he went, he was held in high esteem. Women flocked to him, and he believed that as long as he remained sincere and treated Mei-yun well, he would eventually reap the rewards. Mei-yun's resistance was not against him, but rather her lingering shadows from her previous marriage. Chapter 32. This is the romance I offer you. It is a form of atonement. Yi-chun, unfazed, narrowed his eyes and sneered, Zhang Tiexiong, when it comes to repulsiveness, I cannot possibly match you. Tong Tong is my daughter, and you think you deserve her? Do you honestly believe that after divorcing me, Mei-yun would be left unwanted, needing your pity? You underestimate Qin Mei-yun far too much. Put away your arrogance and ignorance, drop the pretense before me. Your worth is trivial in my eyes. With that, he turned and went to stand beside Tong Tong, laughing and chatting. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiexiong glared daggers at his retreating figure. Daddy, I can't see the animals. There are too many people in front. At that moment, Tong Tong stood at the back of the crowd, unable to catch a glimpse of the giant panda. Qin Mei-yun felt helpless. The throng was overwhelming, and with her limited strength, she couldn't carry Tong Tong through the crowd without fearing for their safety. Tong Tong, there are too many people here. How about we go see the elephants instead? It might be dangerous to stay here, Qin Meiyun suggested with a smile. No. I want to see the giant panda, Tong Tong pouted, shaking her head. Zhang Tiexiong approached, ready to distract her with a toy to coax her towards the elephant exhibit. Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice rang out, "What's wrong, Tong Tong? My little princess, why the long face?" Having bought water, he noticed Tong Tong sulking, her head bowed in disappointment, and quickly inquired, "Daddy, I want to see the giant panda, but Mommy says there are too many people and I can't see. I have to see the elephants instead." Upon seeing Yi Chen, Tong Tong finally lifted her head, her eyes red with unshed tears. The sight of her dejected expression broke Yi Chen's heart. "Come, Daddy will take you to see it. There's nothing you can't see. I promise you'll get to see the giant panda," he said, motioning for her to climb onto his shoulders. In an instant, Yi Chen lifted Tong Tong onto his shoulders, and her face lit up with joy as she clasped his head, tugging at his hair as if he were her fortress. Though Yi Chen winced in discomfort, he bore it in silence. Tong Tong even turned to Qin Meiyun and stuck her tongue out playfully, as if to say, "Humph, I have a silly daddy." In that moment, Qin Meiyun was taken aback. The Yi Chen of old would have resisted even the slightest request from their daughter for a hug, displaying impatience. Yet now, post-divorce, he was lifting her above his head, beaming with happiness. It seemed. This was the true embodiment of paternal love, wasn't it? Had he truly changed? Zhang Tiexiong's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, how can one spoil a child like this, Meiyun? In the future, keep him away from Tong Tong. At this rate, he'll lead her astray." However, Qin Meiyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sincerely replied, "This feels quite nice." In an instant, Zhang Tiexiong was seething with rage, his teeth nearly grinding together. Watching Tong Tong and Yi Chen maneuver through the crowd, her face lit up with a sweet smile. Not only was she getting to see the giant panda, but she was also boasting to the other children about riding on her father's shoulders for a better view. Qin Meiyun's gaze gradually sparkled with a newfound light. Amidst their laughter, as evening fell, Yi Chen carried the already exhausted Tong Tong, who had fallen asleep, out of the zoo. Behind them, Qin Meiyun walked alongside Zhang Tiexiong. "Cousin, you should head back first. I have something to discuss with Yi Chen," Qin Meiyun suddenly stated. Zhang Tiexiong frowned, clearly displeased, and replied, "Well, fine. I shouldn't meddle in your personal affairs. But Meiyun, remember, gamblers are the least deserving of pity. Do not let your compassion lead you to another pitfall. Understand? Given what Yi Chen has done, he surely harbors no good intentions upon his return. You must not fall into his trap." Qin Meiyun smiled and assured him, "I understand, cousin. Rest assured, after enduring so much hardship and suffering for so many years, I have learned my lesson. You should go back now. It's getting late." "All right, call me anytime if you need anything." Zhang Tiexiong nodded and then turned to walk towards the parking lot, driving away into the night. Qin Meiyun hurriedly caught up with Yi Chen, taking Tong Tong from his arms. Looking at her daughter's flushed face, glistening with sweat, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This kind of life had once been her dream. A family of 3, spending leisurely evenings in the park, strolling together. Yet, unexpectedly, it was after their divorce that she found herself longing for such moments. After a brief hesitation, Qin Meiyun spoke up, "What are you doing at my house? With my father's temper, he might just kill you." "It's nothing. I made mistakes and disappointed them. I must face it eventually," Yi Chen responded, lowering his head in shame. "Well, try to go less often. The money you've sent has already reached me. If you have any spare change, you should visit your parents. They are struggling in the countryside, having raised you with great difficulty. They finally saw some hope, but now. And your younger brother and sister are also in school. The household expenses are considerable, and your parents are already frugal. Do not burden them further. You're not a child anymore." As she spoke, Qin Meiyun halted, suddenly feeling that she was overstepping. Yet upon hearing her words, Yi Chen felt warmth bloom within him, intensifying his regret for his past actions. How could he have repeatedly hurt such a virtuous and devoted wife? Not a human, but a beast. "Rest assured, I promise you. I will no longer stray from the right path. I will make time to visit my family," Yi Chen said earnestly, meeting Qin Meiyun's gaze with sincerity. His fervent eyes made her shy, causing her to turn her head away. Blushing. All right, these are your matters. You don't need to assure me. Just live your life well. As for Tong Tong, don't worry. I'll soon start working at the family company with a slightly higher salary, and I'll strive to repay the debts as quickly as possible. With that, Qin Meiyun began to walk ahead, muttering to herself as they arrived at a small square bustling with people. She glanced back, only to find that Yi Qian had vanished from sight. True to form, he remained unchanged, unable to absorb anything. With a bitter smile, she prepared to head back with Tong Tong. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Instinctively, Qin Meiyun looked toward the source of the commotion, only to see Yi Qian holding a large bunch of balloons and a beautifully wrapped gift box, approaching her with a serious demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear witness. I once was a scoundrel, a rogue who failed to appreciate the treasures before him. I foolishly let slip away a girl who desired nothing but to love me wholeheartedly, a woman who cherished me with all her sincerity. I vow that from this day forth, I shall strive relentlessly to amass wealth. I will dedicate everything I possess, even my very life, to ensure she lives the happiest of days, ignoring the curious gazes of those around him. Yi Qian approached Qin Meiyun and knelt on one knee. Chapter 33. Testing the waters, the mystique of Yi Qian. Qin Meiyun's fair visage paled, her eyes widening in alarm. Why, Yi Qian? Have you lost your mind? You're behaving like a lunatic. Get up, there are so many eyes upon us. She could hardly fathom that Yi Qian would orchestrate such a scene, catching her completely off guard. Yi Qian lifted his gaze, his eyes warm and profoundly earnest. I shall not rise. I seek not your forgiveness, but merely wish to demonstrate that I am aware of my wrongs. How childish, Qin Meiyun furrowed her brow. Exasperated. You amuse yourself as you will. Casting a glance at Yi Qian, she turned to leave. Yet at that moment, Yi Qian retrieved a remote-controlled airplane, which gracefully lifted a delicate gift box, gliding it towards her. He quietly opened the box to reveal a diamond ring, the size of a pigeon's egg, shimmering brilliantly in the glow of the setting sun. Qin Meiyun was instantly transfixed. In her youth, she too had been a girl unable to resist the allure of jewels. No woman can escape the fascination of precious gems. Yet, given her current circumstances, she could hardly afford even 2 new garments in a year, let alone extravagant jewelry. As Yi Qian presented the diamond ring before her, he declared, "This diamond ring is meant for but one person in a lifetime. I could bestow countless diamonds, yet I shall reserve only this one for you. This is merely the first. Many more shall follow. Meiyun, I owe you this from our wedding. I now begin to repay that debt." However, Qin Meiyun turned on her heel, gritting her teeth. I refuse. It's clearly a fake. Do not attempt to deceive me. Yi Qian stood there, momentarily stunned, before hastening after her until they reached her doorstep. Just go. I'm exhausted. Qin Meiyun opened the door, casting a cold glance back at him. Accept this and I shall leave. Yi Qian insisted earnestly. I shall accept it. Now depart. Qin Meiyun retorted, snatching the gift box and tossing it onto the shoe rack as she entered her home. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qian sighed deeply and turned to walk away. It appeared he had been overly optimistic. He had hoped that Meiyun would begin to warm to the idea of accepting him once more. Alas, she remained resistant. This matter could not be rushed. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian lit a cigarette. Just then, his phone rang. Brother, where are you? It was Feng Tianhai calling. There's something you need? Yi Qian inquired. Frowning, there is indeed good news. My uncle wishes to meet you. If you're busy, we can reschedule. Haha, Feng Tianhai cautiously probed. Apple Community, come pick me up, Yi Qian replied, ending the call and waiting at the community entrance. During this time, he received a WeChat message from an unfamiliar woman, the live-streaming host named in Ping Ping. Brother Qin, why haven't you visited the live-stream room lately? Didn't you say you'd gift me a carnival? How about we dine together offline? I know you were upset that I didn't accompany you to the hotel last time, but you see, a wealthy patron has been fixated on me in my live stream. What can I do? Yi Qian opened the voice message, and a sultry voice filled the air. Don't have money to spend? Get lost? Frowning, he typed a brief reply. Just a minute later, the other party responded. Humph, I knew you were a broke loser, dreaming of sleeping with me? You're not worthy. I can't even be bothered to waste my breath on you. If it weren't for the prospect of extracting some money from you, I wouldn't even look your way. You deserve your downfall. So why don't you just vanish? Without needing to guess, Yichun knew he had been blocked. He was unfazed in his past life. He had been severely taken advantage of by this very host. This time, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Moments later, Feng Tianhai arrived in a Land Rover, picking up Yichun and heading to a restaurant and club called Longhuan Palace. On the way, Feng Tianhai kept glancing nervously at Yichun through the mirror. Brother, I truly apologize for my earlier indiscretion. My mouth ran away with me. Please don't hold it against me. If it comes to it, feel free to slap me a few times to vent your frustration. Enough, I'm not that petty. Just refrain from making jokes about my parents in the future. They are my dearest. Yichun waved his hand, smiling. Thank goodness you say that. You've relieved my anxiety. Otherwise, I'd be sleeping with one eye open every night. Feng Tianhai exclaimed, patting his chest dramatically. Yichun chuckled, playfully ruffling his hair before gazing out the window. Soon, they arrived at the club, entering a private room where Feng Tianhai's uncle, Feng Zhongjie, was seated, meticulously preparing tea. Uncle, my brother Yichun has arrived. Brother, this is my uncle, Feng Tianhai introduced with a beaming smile. A friend of Tianhai's. Please, take a seat. Feng Zhongjie responded warmly, gesturing for Yichun to sit. Yichun smiled and politely said, Uncle Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for keeping you waiting amidst your busy schedule. Yichun was well aware of Feng Zhongjie's reputation, both the good and the bad. The Feng family had a long history of serving in official capacities, with only Feng Tianhai's father venturing into business and achieving success. Cultivating relationships with such a prestigious family would greatly benefit Yichun and lay a foundation for his future. Ha ha ha, young brother, it's only right. Had it not been for you guiding Tianhai, he would have likely been summoned back to the city long ago. I'm curious, how did you predict the impending surge in property prices in the southern new city of Longshiwan? As he spoke, Feng Zhongjie handed Yichun a cup of tea. Yichun accepted it with both hands, taking a gentle sip. To be quite candid, it was merely a hunch, he replied with ease. He sensed Feng Zhongjie was testing him, ensuring his nephew was associating with trustworthy individuals. As an elder, he bore the responsibility not only for himself but for the younger generation as well, a natural inclination. Should insider information leak, the consequences could be dire. For any high-ranking official in the housing department, the repercussions could range from dismissal to imprisonment. A hunch? I never would have guessed you were so young and believed in such things. But I admire your intuition. Just hope you Haven Tea merely stumbled upon luck, or else it could be disastrous. It was evident that Feng Zhongjie did not fully believe Yichun's words. Most rational individuals would find it difficult to trust someone who claimed to foresee future events. Uncle Feng, recently have there been any developments in the port area? Yichun suddenly inquired, catching Feng Zhongjie off guard. Feng Tianhai scratched his head in confusion, utterly lost. However, Feng Zhongjie's eyes flashed with a hint of shock, and the hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. His expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly masked it, maintaining a facade of calm. Yet internally, he was in turmoil. Could this young man truly possess such uncanny insight? Did he somehow have connections with influential figures in the port area? If so, then his advanced purchases of properties would indeed make sense. Chapter 34. Jealousy distorts perception. Haha, let us not discuss business. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Tianhai, let me impart one piece of advice. Choose friends like Yichun, a reliable person. Young brother Yi, I'm grateful you've taken Tianhai under your wing. Words are insufficient. Should you ever need assistance, as long as it remains within legal bounds, I will not hesitate to help. Feng Zhongjie had gleaned enough and stood to extend his hand to Yichun. You flatter me. Yichun warmly shook his hand, escorting him to the door. By the way, uncle, did you bring the medication? Just as Feng Zhongjie's assistant approached, Yichun momentarily hesitated before asking. Feng Zhongjie was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How did this young man know he had a heart condition? Yes, it's with my assistant, Xiao Zhang, he replied with a smile. Perhaps Tianhai had mentioned it to Yichun previously. Yichun truly displayed thoughtfulness. You all enjoy yourselves, I must take my leave. I'll treat you both to a home-cooked meal another day. With that, Feng Zhongjie departed. As he reached the door, he turned to his assistant and asked, Xiao Zhang, did you bring the medication? The assistant, suddenly drenched in cold sweat, rifled through his briefcase, only to discover that while everything else was in order, the medication was nowhere to be found. Sir, The medication is missing. There's a pharmacy nearby. I'll go get it right away with that. He dashed off. Upon the assistant's return, he presented Feng Zhongjie with the emergency heart medication. Feng Zhongjie sighed in relief and climbed into the car. Starting the engine and driving away, however, midway through the journey, he suddenly clutched his chest, gasping for breath, his expression contorted in pain. The assistant, seeing this, turned pale and hurriedly pulled the car over to the side. Director, are you all right? Quickly, take your medicine. The assistant hurriedly retrieved the medication from Feng Zhongjie's clothing and placed it at his lips. Feng Zhongjie's complexion gradually eased, yet cold sweat drenched his entire body. It was a close call, just a moment away from losing his life. Had he not reminded his assistant earlier to promptly procure the medicine, he might not have survived the day. Half an hour later, Feng Zhongjie leaned back in his chair, finally regaining his composure. This young man is remarkable. Suddenly, Feng Zhongjie recalled the words of Yi Chun's admonition. If it weren't for that reminder, the assistant might have forgotten entirely. The consequences of such negligence were unimaginable. In that instant, Feng Zhongjie's staunch atheism was shattered. Within, he felt an overwhelming sense of reverence for Yi Chun. Meanwhile, at the club, Yi Chun was drinking with Feng Tianhai. Suddenly, Feng Tianhai received a phone call. Upon answering, his expression darkened, and he began to curse vehemently. Once the call ended, Yi Chun's phone rang as well. Brother, that bunch of scoundrels from Longhai Real Estate wants to renege on their debts. The properties we painstakingly acquired, they refuse to sell. Before Yi Chun could even answer, Feng Tianhai erupted, smashing a glass onto the floor in fury. It was evident that his emotions had reached a boiling point. I understand, but do not speak yet. Let me discern their intentions. Yi Chun set down his utensils, glanced at his phone, and indeed it was the sales manager of Longsawai, Sun Quan, calling. He answered casually, hello, is this Mr. Yi Chun? I am Sun Quan, the manager of Longsawai. Sun Quan's voice remained grating and unpleasant. Recalling his previous sycophantic demeanor only added to their distaste. There's something you need. Yi Chun's mind was as clear as crystal. He had no interest in engaging in idle chatter. Heh, you remember the last time you brought your friends to support us and purchased nearly 200 properties? I'm sure you've seen the news. Property prices have skyrocketed. Our company has been suffering losses, and we finally had a chance to turn the tide. However, Sun Quan was abruptly interrupted by Yi Chun's impatience. Get to the point, or I will hang up. Yi Chun spoke in a low tone. All right, I won't beat around the bush. The headquarters has decided to reclaim the sold properties. According to the contract we signed at the time, we are willing to pay you 3 times the penalty. Sun Quan's attitude shifted dramatically, adopting a serious tone, in stark contrast to the previous days when he had called Yi Chun brother and grandfather. Mr. Yi, are you still there? After receiving no immediate response, Sun Quan inquired, I'm listening. So you mean to say that your Longhai group would rather pay me 3 times the penalty than honor our agreement? Correct? Yi Chun's countenance darkened. Indeed, that is the case, Mr. Yi. I am simply relaying orders from above. I have no power to change this. After all, the properties we acquired have increased tenfold in value. The company has yet to receive the funds, and the properties are slipping away. If I were in your shoes, I would be just as frustrated. But at least you stand to gain, with over 10 million in penalties, Sun Quan emphasized, his tone dripping with sarcasm and envy. He was consumed by jealousy, especially upon witnessing the news of soaring property prices. While others could effortlessly profit from a few properties, he was stuck earning a meager salary. Thus, his words were not merely a company directive but laden with personal malice. Yi Chun sneered, is this the reputation of your Longhai group? To breach contracts at will, devoid of any moral compass? Have you lost all sense of conscience? Although Yi Chun had anticipated this scenario, the actual experience ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. Laughter erupted from Sun Quan on the other end of the line. Mr. Yi, personal attacks are uncalled for. If you're angry, take it up with the corporate office. What good does venting to me do? I'm merely the messenger. Enjoy your 3-fold compensation while you can. If it were up to me, you wouldn't receive a single cent. What could you do about it? Our 2nd and 3rd phases are already in development, so if you wish to contest this, take it up with our legal team. While our properties may be at the bottom of the industry, our legal department is formidable. Ha 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 ha. Sun Quan laughed uproariously, his mirth bordering on madness. His taunts, schadenfreude, and provocations might have incited someone else to murderous rage. Yichun inhaled deeply, calming himself, and stated solemnly, "Very well, since you show no regard for decency. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy. I will pursue this matter to the end." "Oh? Mr. Yi, you are quite fierce. We shall await your next move," Sun Quan retorted, his tone dripping with mockery. Before hanging up the call, "How about it, brother?" That scoundrel echoed the same sentiments. "Didn't he? Offering us trifling compensation while reclaiming the properties. They're clearly taking advantage of us honest folks. Do they think we're soft targets? That mere penalty is an insult." Feng Tianhai exploded with rage, his eyes aflame. It was clear he was on the verge of violence. It was no wonder. This represented a tenfold profit, a potential windfall of nearly 100 million. Yet, now they were left with only a meager penalty. Anyone would find this unacceptable, especially the hot-tempered Feng Tianhai. Wei Chun lit a cigarette, taking a drag before coolly replying, "Truth be told, had they approached us sincerely, proposing a legitimate agreement for revised compensation, we might have considered it. The issue lies in their insatiable greed. Threefold penalties? They act as though they are being magnanimous, as if they are bestowing a favor upon us. Especially that Sun Quan. I initially intended to resolve this matter amicably, but alas, my patience has worn thin." Yichun adjusted his clothing, his expression as cold as ice, and slowly rose. "Brother, you needn't concern yourself with this." However, Feng Tianhai, still seething, stood up and stormed out. "These bastards are dreaming if they think they can take our money. I'm going to confront them." It was evident that he was genuinely furious. Chapter 35. This matter has escalated. Yichun squinted, pondering for a moment, yet he made no attempt to stop him. Feng Tianhai was efficient in handling this situation. Wei Chun, meanwhile, took out his phone and uploaded the video of the property purchase from that day to the internet. He even spent a sum on promotions to draw attention. Within just an hour, the video garnered thousands of comments and likes. "Wow, Longhai Real Estate is utterly shameless. Just look at that manager's face. When the properties were hard to sell, he acted like a sycophant. Now, it's downright disgusting. They dare to breach a contract in black and white. Their audacity knows no bounds. Indeed, they are blatantly contemptuous of the law. But they did offer compensation. What does it matter? The houses we worked so hard to buy just skyrocketed in price, only to be forcibly reclaimed. Who can endure that? If we do not speak out for others today, who will speak up for us tomorrow?" The upstairs comments ring true. "If this matter is suppressed, when our turn comes, no one will come to our aid. Longhai Real Estate, trash. Longhai Real Estate, scum. Protest, protest." Instantly, the internet was flooded with various comments seeking justice and expressing outrage. Rapidly propelling the video into trending topics, however, the trending topic lasted only a moment before being removed by the platform. Wei Chun frowned, glancing at the back-end notifications that cited the video as a violation. He merely smiled, unperturbed, for the impact had already been made. On the other side, in the Longsawai real estate office, Sun Quan was also reviewing the video, rubbing his jaw, showing no signs of remorse, instead wearing a smug expression. "You young fool, you underestimate the capabilities of Longhai Real Estate. Do you really think a mere video can compel us to relent? You are courting humiliation." Sun Quan scoffed derisively, rising to leave. "Manager, you are incredible. UVE become a web sensation? Yes, once the traffic is sufficient, we can do a live stream to sell products and drive those two fools mad. Haha." Several sales consultants eagerly chimed in. The Longsawai sales office was now bustling. Unlike before, each day, prospective buyers lined up for miles, and one had to enter a lottery to make a purchase. Sun Quan received accolades from Director Chen, hinting at a possible promotion. The future looked exceptionally bright. "Brothers, drop your work. Tonight, I'm treating. Red Rose Bar. Let us go." With Sun Quan's shout, the sales consultants erupted with excitement. That night, Sun Quan and his team partied until dawn. After a night of revelry, they exhaustedly took a taxi back to the sales office, only to find large, conspicuous seals plastered on the building's entrance. A throng of customers stood outside, gathering in hushed discussions. Sun Quan was startled. The effects of the alcohol dissipating instantly as he hurried over to tea that moment, he spotted a young man in uniform, busily affixing seals. Brother, please take a moment to rest. I am the manager here," he inquired. Which department are you from, and why have you placed seals on our building? Sun Quan approached the young man, forcing a smile as he spoke. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development. As for the reason. Our bureau chief will notify you. The young man called out, Chief, the manager from Longsawin is here. Immediately, a dignified middle-aged man strode over. Exuding an imposing presence, he scrutinized Sun Quan, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Sir, here, have a cigarette. Sun Quan hurriedly offered a cigarette, but it was coldly pushed aside. We received a report that there are issues with the unfinished properties at Longsawin. We must verify the quality before allowing any sales. Effective immediately, your sales office is to undergo a comprehensive inspection and cooperate with our investigation, the middle-aged man said with a sardonic smile and a serious tone. Sir, are you sure you have the right person? We merely faced a temporary cash flow shortage. External parties have been spreading unfounded rumors about our unfinished projects. There are no inherent quality issues with our properties, Sun Quan exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. Moreover, sir, our Group's president has a good relationship with your superiors. Perhaps you could remove the seal for now. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan hastily explained, invoking the name of the president. Don't mention your president. It's irrelevant. This is a matter of public duty, not personal ties. Your President Zhang and I are comrades. He has heard of this situation and agrees that public matters must be handled according to protocol. Whether there are quality issues with your properties is not something you, a mere manager, can determine. It requires thorough standards and verification. You need only cooperate as per the regulations. Furthermore, during our inspections, we discovered fire safety hazards, and the fire department has been notified. They will likely arrive tomorrow, and you must cooperate with that. The middle-aged man turned and left with his team. Sun Quan was left utterly dumbfounded. The surrounding clients, upon hearing of the quality issues, promptly dispersed. Sun Quan slumped to the ground, his face pale, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Dingling. The phone rang, startling him. He quickly answered. Sun Quan, what the hell is going on? The Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development has always had a good relationship with us. How could they suddenly come looking for trouble? The chairman just said in a meeting that someone reported issues with the properties, and orders have come down for a thorough investigation. Even the chairman couldn't prevent it. Tell me what is going on, and if you dare shirk responsibility, I'll make you pay dearly. The thunderous roar of Director Chen echoed through the phone, akin to rolling thunder. Sun Quan's phone felt as if it might explode, and he trembled in fear. Director Chen, please calm down. I have no idea what happened if it comes to properties. There are bound to be some issues, but our quality is definitely not a problem. They are clearly overreacting. So, there must be some underlying issue. Could it be a competitor? Sun Quan said, trembling as he cautiously suggested. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, his heart nearly numb with fear. Sun Quan, this matter is undoubtedly connected to those two homebuyers. What the hell did you say to them during your negotiations? Tell me, Director Chen pressed, his voice low and intense. Those two homebuyers? Sun Quan suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, That's it. It must be those two scoundrels. They threatened me yesterday, saying they would pursue this to the end. It has to be their doing. But even if they reported us, the investigation shouldn't be this severe or swift. Director Chen, please say something. Don't scare me like this. I'm truly at my wit's end. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Sun Quan pleaded desperately. Director Chen frowned, analyzing the situation meticulously. It seems they have utilized connections. Their background is likely not simple, by the way. What are the names of those two homebuyers? Sun Quan quickly replied. One is named Yi Chen, and the other is Feng Tianhai. Yi Chen Feng Tianhai. Director Chen muttered to himself, and suddenly, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Feng Tianhai, damn it. No wonder such a big incident has occurred. The official from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development also has the surname Feng. As Director Chen's words fell, Sun Quan's complexion changed drastically, fully collapsing under the weight of realization. Chapter 36. Manager Sun pleads for mercy. Sun Quan, you truly deserve to die. I told you to keep them at bay, yet you had to provoke them. Now look, they are holding a grudge, and at this critical moment, you've made such a colossal blunder. Being fired would be a light punishment. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, the chairman will not spare either of us. As Director Chen uttered these words, Sun Quan nearly soiled his pants in fear. He trembled, clutching the phone, crying out, Director Chin, I was wrong. Please save me. Director Chin roared in anger. Save you? I'm barely holding on myself. You need to buy some expensive gifts immediately and go apologize at once. Remember, even if it costs you your life, you must earn their forgiveness, Director Chun said with utmost seriousness. Understood, Director. I'll go right away. I will handle this matter no matter what, even if I have to grovel. I'll accept it with that. Sun Quan sprang to his feet, hurriedly running out, intercepting a car, and heading towards the city. Near 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, gazing at the stock market displayed on his phone. Huawei Technology. This was a volatile stock, but currently, there wasn't much fluctuation. What truly piqued Yi Chen's interest was the oil shares. He glanced at the date. Less than 3 days remained. He needed to maximize his funds within these 3 days, and then make a bold investment in this stock. Just as he was lost in thought suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Yi Chen rose to open it, only to find Sun Quan standing there, laden with gifts and wearing a beaming smile. Brother, I finally found you. A small token of appreciation. Please don't mind it. Sun Quan hurriedly nodded and bowed, presenting an array of exquisite gift boxes filled with bird's nest, abalone, ginseng, and more. At his feet lay several boxes of Maotai and Wuliangya. How did you know I was here? Yi Chen did not take the gifts but stepped back, watching Sun Quan with curiosity. It wasn't easy to find you. Boss Hai informed me, brother, I was in the wrong before. I've come to apologize. Please, let me off this time. Sun Quan placed the items on the ground, appearing quite humble, nervously rubbing his hands, unwilling to step inside. His face full of subservience, Yi Chen smiled. He knew that the housing issue had been settled. Thus, he found himself somewhat intrigued to converse with Sun Quan. Stop standing at the door. Come in and kneel. Yi Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Ah, thank you, brother. Kneel? Sun Quan was taken aback, hesitating as he looked at Yi Chen with a troubled expression. Just kidding. Yi Chen leaned back against the sofa, hands in his pockets, speaking casually. Oh dear brother, please don't toy with me. I truly can't take it anymore. Even if you made me kneel, I wouldn't dare defy you. Sun Quan exhaled, calling him dear brother repeatedly, his tone filled with pleading, his knees trembling as if he might kneel at any moment. Yi Chen wore a teasing smile, half amused, then kneel. Words without actions don't convey sincerity. You didn't have this attitude on the phone. Remember, I had 100 properties forcibly taken by your group. At least you had the chance to lament in front of me. When my properties were forcibly reclaimed, who could I turn to for justice? No matter how wronged I felt, I had to bury it deep inside. Yi Chen feigned innocence, spreading his hands as he spoke. Sun Quan unexpectedly dropped to his knees with a thud. Kneeling upright, brother, the housing issue has been resolved, and the director also scolded me. I was envious and jealous. I am not human, brother. Please, show mercy and let me off the hook. If you don't agree, President Hai will make my life miserable. I have elders above and children below. Losing my job means losing my income, and my family will starve. I've worked hard from the countryside to stand on my feet, and I don't want to go back. My parents have worked their whole lives. As he spoke, Sun Quan wiped away tears, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, Sun Quan fully recognized the formidable nature of Feng Tianhai. Initially, he thought the other party was merely a rich second generation, but little did he know the depth of his background. Offending such a ruthless individual meant he would no longer have a place in Longzhou. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. Although fully aware that the other party was playing on emotions and employing a tactic of feigned suffering, Yi Chen found himself touched when it came to the matter of his parents. This was largely due to the overwhelming guilt he felt, particularly towards them in the past. He had even pilfered all the hard-earned savings that his parents had accumulated over a lifetime, lavishing it as gifts upon a female streamer. This included the funds meant for his older brother's wedding and house purchase, as well as the money for his younger siblings' education, all squandered by him. The thought of this made Yi Chen grit his teeth, almost wishing to slap himself in the face. Enough. Stop pretending to be pitiful in front of me. Leave, with a wave of his hand. Yi Chen spoke in a low voice. Huh? So, does that mean you've forgiven me, brother? Thank you, brother. You truly are my flesh and blood. Whenever you need assistance from your little brother, do not hesitate to command. I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Sun Quan, wearing a face of delight, stood up and, under Yi Chen's disdainful gaze, began to scurry away. Stop. Take your things with you. Yi-chan suddenly called out. Brother, those are gifts for you. Our company will reimburse you. You must accept them, for I cannot dare to take them back. Sun Quan hurriedly dashed into the elevator, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Relieved, and flashed Yi-chan a toothy grin. Once the elevator doors closed, Yi-chan finally brought the items inside. The cigarettes, alcohol, and supplements added up to at least 100,000. It seemed that this time the other party had indeed recognized the severity of the situation and was thoroughly intimidated. Yi-chan shook his head and was just about to pick up the phone when Feng Tianhai called. Brother Yi, the matter has been resolved. Longhai Real Estate has yielded. Additionally, my uncle asked me to thank you for your reminder the other day, brother. You saved my uncle's life. From now on, you are my leader. With just one word from you, I would give my life for you. On the other end of the line, Feng Tianhai's voice was choked with emotion. His uncle treated him as his own son, showering him with love. Upon learning that his uncle had faced life-threatening danger, Feng Tianhai realized that if it weren't for Yi-chan's warning, he could have lost a beloved relative. This debt of gratitude was profound, and he felt utterly unable to repay it. Chapter 37. Qin Meiyun's Best Friend. A smile tugged at the corners of Yi-chan's mouth as he remarked, How pretentious. All right, please convey my regards to uncle. Speaking of business, you must immediately contact some reliable real estate agents, house flippers, or capable investors to expedite the sale of our properties. Feng Tianhai laughed heartily, affirming, Rest assured, brother. I have already made the necessary contacts. A friend of mine introduced me to a team of 7 property investors with ample funds, fully capable of absorbing our batch of properties. That's excellent. After saying this, Yi-chan was about to hang up. Brother, since we're making money now, shouldn't we celebrate tonight? I'll treat you. Let us go to the Dihao Club for a round. At this moment, Feng Tianhai suddenly suggested, Forget it, I need to see my daughter. I want to be joining you all. You all enjoy yourselves. Yi-chan shook his head, his thoughts drifting to his daughter's adorable little face, which made him yearn to rush over. All right, I feel ashamed. You, my leader, are such a devoted family man. After earning such a substantial sum, your first thought is to spend time with your family. By the way, how is the situation progressing between you and your wife? Do you need your little brother to lend a hand? Feng Tianhai asked, his curiosity piqued. You chatterbox, hurry up and focus on the task at hand. We'll celebrate once everything is settled. I'm hanging up now. Yi-chan promptly ended the call on the other end. Feng Tianhai was grinning foolishly in the afternoon, under the blazing sun. At the apple orchard community, Qin Meiyun was bustling about in the kitchen when she heard a knock at the door and hurried over. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a fashionable girl dressed in trendy attire. The girl's tall figure and sun-kissed skin accentuated her shapely form. Her fitted shirt showcased her ample curves, complemented by a pair of shark pants and high heels that perfectly embodied sensuality. Anchi, what brings you here? Qin Meiyun exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing the girl before her. I can't believe you still remember me, your best friend. It's been over 2 months since we last met. I thought you had completely forgotten about me. I figured you didn't miss me at all. So I rushed over to see you right after work. Come on, let me hug my beloved beauty, Qin. I've missed you dearly. Xiao Anchi pouted, stretching out her arms for an embrace. Oh dear, I just cooked. I am covered in oil. Hurry, don't dirty your clothes. Qin Meiyun, feeling the warmth of her best friend's affection, clutched a ladle, unsure of where to place it, and quickly reminded her. Xiao Anchi didn't mind at all. Snuggling closer to her without a care, it's worth noting that Qin Meiyun was once the epitome of beauty. Even now, her figure and looks surpassed those of her friend. However, her impoverished circumstances had forced her to dress increasingly plainly, evoking pity in those who saw her. Oh, what if it's dirty? I'm not afraid of that. But look at you, with your figure and beauty, you're far superior to me. Alas, you've had such bad luck. Ending up with that scoundrel who won't even buy you new clothes, squandering your prime years to bear a child for him. Look at what you're wearing. This won't do. Let us go shopping later. I'll buy you 2 new outfits and some cosmetics. Xiao Anchi chattered as she entered the house, closing the door behind her. Not even bothering to take off her shoes. She caught sight of the old clothes hanging on the rack and felt a pang of heartache. I'm not interested in that. You can spend your money as you please. Come on in. I've made dinner. Let us eat here. Qin Meiyan replied, I'm not eating. My friend is waiting for me outside. Oh dear, I came to take you out for fun. If you can't go, so be it. After all, Tong Tong can't part with you. Another day, send Tong Tong to your grandmother's house, and I'll introduce you to some quality men. Now that you've left that scoundrel, you can live a better life, Xiao Anqi said with a bright smile. However, upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun displayed a bitter smile. Mama, I'm hungry. At that moment, Tong Tong had just woken up, rubbing her eyes as she walked out. Seeing Tong Tong, Xiao Anqi's heart melted, and she quickly bent down to scoop her into her arms. Oh my dear Tong Tong, did you miss your aunt? Come here and let me look at you. Oh dear, I forgot to bring you something to eat. Here is 100. Let us have your mother take you shopping later. Tong Tong's eyes lit up as she pouted, saying, Aunt Anqi, you smell so good. And your clothes are beautiful, Mama. Can you wear clothes like Aunt Anqi? You look so pretty. Tong Tong was simply too adorable, her sweet words making even Qin Meiyun chuckle. See that? My silly sister, our daughter is so young. Yet she knows her mother is beautiful. As women, we must treat ourselves well and never let any wretched man diminish our quality of life. How about this? You want to eat at home. And since my friend is waiting outside, let us go out for a nice meal. With that, Xiao Anqi cheerfully picked up Tong Tong and headed for the door. Qin Meiyun sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. She hadn't intended to go out, but considering how long it had been since she last met with her friend, and given how much Xiao Anqi had helped her during her difficult times, she decided to turn back and change her clothes. Tong Tong, what is that you're holding? Xiao Anqi asked curiously. Hee, this is the diamond ring my dad bought for my mom. It's so big, so big. Tong Tong exaggeratedly gestured. Xiao Anqi merely smiled coldly. As a good friend, she was well aware of the scoundrel Yi Chen and his despicable actions. He was nothing but a hopeless gambler, not to mention whether he would even consider buying Meiyun a diamond ring. Even if he had any intentions, he lacked the means. It was no use imagining. It was undoubtedly a trinket from a street vendor, at most worth 10 or 20 bucks, aimed at fooling the gullible. No sane person would fall for it. She felt a deep sense of injustice for Meiyun, a woman who had sold her home and lost her job for the sake of a female streamer, unworthy of being called a human being at all. All right, let us go. Qin Meiyun changed into a simple pair of jeans and a white shirt before stepping out with Xiao Anqi. However, just as they exited the building, they spotted Yi Chen approaching, laden with bags. Meiyun, you hold on to Tong Tong, don't be afraid. I'll deal with him. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Xiao Anqi's rage boiled over. She placed Tong Tong into Qin Meiyun's arms and strode towards Yi Chen with fiery determination. Anqi, don't. Qin Meiyun tried to intervene, but it was too late. Why Yi Chen, you scoundrel, are you still haunting us? Do you really think there's no one in Meiyun's family? If you dare to lay a finger on her today, I'll fight you to the death. Xiao Anqi unleashed her fierce spirit, completely disregarding her demure image, and unleashed a torrent of curses at Yi Chen. Huh? You're here too? I came to bring them some supplements. Upon seeing Xiao Anqi, Yi Chen's brows furrowed, inexplicably feeling a surge of anxiety. Meiyun's best friend was truly formidable. She was not only fierce but also willing to wield a brick against anyone. Previously, there was an incident where Yi Chen, inebriated, assaulted Meiyun. That occasion marked the most brutal episode, during which he savagely choked her to the brink of suffocation, leaving her face marred with bruises that took a fortnight to heal. Upon hearing of this, Xiao Anqi stormed over in a fury. She seized a brick and struck Yi Chen with it, before escorting Meiyun away. Since that day, Yi Chen has felt a knot of anxiety each time he encounters Xiao Anqi. The pain at the back of his head is a constant reminder. However, things have improved considerably, as he is no longer the beast he once was. Chapter 38. Sarcasm. Oh dear, is the sun rising in the west today? You, a bona fide scoundrel, ought to open your eyes and see that Meiyun barely has any clothes left to wear, yet you still dare to buy her supplements. Do you not find this utterly ludicrous? Hand it over. Let me inspect what counterfeit goods you have procured. Without waiting for a response, Xiao Anqi snatched the gifts from Yi Chen's hands. He sighed in resignation. The items he brought were compensation gifts from Sun Quan, who was too terrified to even consider giving him counterfeit products. It appears that Xiao Anqi's misunderstanding of him runs far too deep. Well, look at you, Yi Chen. Is that bird's nest an abalone I see? Do you have any idea how much this stuff costs? A heap of fakes, and you're trying to dupe Meiyun into parting with her wages? Have you lost all sense of humanity? No, wait. You never had any connection to humanity at all. Quickly take your rubbish and get lost. Xiao Anqi, her teeth clenched in fury, flung the items onto the ground and pointed an accusatory finger at Yichun. How could she possibly believe that this impoverished wretch could afford such lavish gifts? Just those few boxes of bird's nest alone would cost over 10,000 yuan, not to mention the other offerings. Moreover, even if he could afford them, he would lack the conscience to bestow such generosity upon Mei Yun and her daughter. This is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Anqi, please don't do this. Qin Mei Yun hurried over, eager to explain. Auntie Anqi, please don't scold my dad. He is a good father and often buys me food. Please stop berating him. Even Tong Tong joined in to plead for his father. Xiao Anqi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the pair. What is going on with you two? Has this scoundrel not caused you enough suffering that you still defend him? Come on, ignore him, and let us leave at once. With that, Xiao Anqi firmly grasped Qin Mei Yun's arm and led her away. Wei Yichun watched them depart, taking a deep breath as he bent down to collect the scattered items. Just then, Tong Tong returned, presenting him with a set of keys. Daddy, there are some unfinished dishes in the kitchen. You can make yourself something to eat. We are off to have a feast with Auntie Anqi. Tong Tong chimed cheerfully. Tong Tong, how can you bear to leave your father alone at home? Yichun chuckled, teasing her. At that moment, he felt a rush of excitement. Mei Yun had actually allowed him inside. This was indeed a positive development, albeit one that had taken considerable time to arrive. Then, I'll stay home with you, Daddy. Tong Tong found herself torn between the desire for a grand meal and the wish to keep her father company. Her fingers fidgeting. The little girl's reluctance was utterly adorable, melting Yichun's heart. He gently ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, Go on, Tong Tong, Daddy is just teasing you. I'll wait for you at home. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong beamed, wrapping her arms around Yichun's neck and planting a kiss on his forehead. Daddy is the best. I'm off to find Mommy now. Bye-bye. With that, she skipped away joyfully. Yichun returned to the rental apartment of Mei Yun and her daughter, first cleaning the place from top to bottom. Mei Yun had a penchant for cleanliness and a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. With Yichun's thorough tidying, the space appeared even more inviting and comfortable. He opened the window, allowing a gentle breeze to chime the wind chimes, producing a delightful tinkling sound. Sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, he savored a moment of tranquility. After a while, he ventured into the kitchen, where he found the vegetables Mei Yun had already chopped. He heated the oil in a pan and began to stir-fry. Within 20 minutes, 3 dishes and a soup were ready. Wei Yichun looked at the spread on the table with a sense of accomplishment. Had I only understood the value of what I had back then, I wouldn't be filled with such regret now. Wei Yichun's heart was a tumult of mixed emotions as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat at that moment. Qin Mei Yun and Tong Tong were seated in a Mercedes C-Class. Driven by a handsome man exuding a mature charm, he was Xiao Anqi's new boyfriend, Chen Jun, who owned a high-end restaurant and was financially well off. Although he was driving, he kept one hand intertwined with Anqi's, radiating sweetness. Upon seeing this, Qin Mei Yun felt a pang of envy mixed with happiness for her friend. This scene was one she had envisioned countless times, yet her own marriage had brought her not sweetness, but a series of relentless nightmares. June, weren't we supposed to go for a meal? Why are we at a jewelry store? Xiao Anqi inquired with a puzzled expression as the car halted in front of a jewelry shop. Hee, I'll tell you in a bit. Come on, let us go inside. Chen Jun smiled mysteriously. Naturally, Xiao Anqi sensed something and excitedly pulled Qin Mei Yun and Tong Tong out of the car. Entering the jewelry store. Most women have a near-zero resistance to jewelry, and upon seeing the dazzling array of gems and styles, Xiao Anqi's eyes sparkled with delight. Qin Mei Yun admired them too but concealed her desires deep within, too aware that such luxuries were beyond her reach. Purchasing a piece of jewelry necessitated matching clothing and shoes. One cannot adorn themselves with expensive gems while donning cheap attire, in her current situation. Every penny had to be meticulously accounted for, making such extravagance utterly impractical. In her mind, she felt out of place amidst the opulence, merely able to envy Anqi as she tried on various styles. Mei Yun, what do you think of this ring? At that moment, Anqi joyfully raised her hand, showcasing a ruby ring on her index finger. Qin Mei Yun glanced at it and nodded quietly. It's quite beautiful. It suits you well. Receiving her friend's affirmation, Anqi beamed even brighter, waving her hand to admire it under the lights. "Madam, this ring is our latest design, a ruby imported from Nanzhou, crafted using ancient European techniques. It perfectly complements your elegance," the sales assistant remarked with a sweet smile. This further solidified Anchi's resolve to make the purchase. "How much does this ring cost?" Anchi asked, her excitement palpable. "This ring retails for 56,700 yuan. But with a discount, it's 32,500 yuan. It truly would be a shame to miss out on such a fitting piece," the sales assistant eagerly promoted. Chapter 39. My goodness. "Miss, this is an eternal vow, priced at 500,000 yuan, Anchi exclaimed in astonishment. As a yoga instructor, she barely earned 7 to 8,000 yuan per month, with the occasional peak pushing over 10,000. Yet, this ring equated to 4 to 5 months of her salary, an extravagant sum she simply could not afford. "Madam, the price isn't what matters. It's the fact that it genuinely reflects your taste and charm," the sales assistant skillfully flattered, providing Anchi with both face and a reason to Jayuan. "At that moment, Xiao Anchi turned, pouting playfully as she spoke in a coaxing tone. "If you like it, just buy it. I brought you here to surprise you." "Miss, I'll take care of the bill," Qin Jun declared with a flourish. "Beautiful lady, you are incredibly fortunate. Your boyfriend is so handsome and treats you so well. You truly are a winner in life." The sales assistant's words rang true, not mere flattery. At merely 35 or 36, Qin Jun had achieved financial independence by owning a high-end restaurant, a standard that countless women dream of in a partner. Hearing this, Xiao Anchi felt an even greater sense of happiness, wrapping her arms around Qin Jun's waist. "Jun, I adore you." "I feel the same," Qin Jun replied with a gentle smile. "Mei Yun, do you see? Finding the right man can truly heal your life. Wait a moment. I'll have Jun introduce you to some quality male friends," Xiao Anchi said, her face alight with joy. "No, thank you. I've just gone through a divorce and have a child. I don't want to burden anyone," Qin Mei Yun replied, her self-doubt evident as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lowering her gaze. "Miss Mei Yun, you are being overly modest. With your beauty and grace, not only could you easily attract a partner even with a little girl, but even with another boy, it wouldn't be difficult at all." Qin Jun interjected earnestly. "Did you hear that? Mei Yun? Jun would never deceive you. Once you find a new boyfriend, that scoundrel Yi Chun won't dare to pester you anymore. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of Tong Tong. There will inevitably be many places in the future where money is required. You cannot allow the child to suffer alongside you." Xiao Anchi sighed, earnestly attempting to persuade her. By the way, Mei Yun, I cannot let you accompany me without compensation. I find this ring quite appealing, and it is reasonably priced, so I shall purchase it for you." "Miss, could you please bring this particular ring to me?" Xiao Anchi waved her hand and selected another ring from the counter, stating, "Anchi, there's no need truly." Qin Meiyun quickly shook her head in response. "Enough of that, just listen to me." However, Xiao Anchi remained resolute. "You too, accompany me. Is it possible for you both to spend money? Go and pick one out carefully, and I will handle the payment." Qin Jun even took out his bank card and handed it to the sales assistant. Qin Meiyun found it difficult to refuse any further. To do so would seem ungrateful, and she reluctantly acquiesced. "Mommy, why do you need another ring? Daddy clearly bought you one already. Look, this is the ring Daddy got for you." Suddenly, Tong Tong opened the gift box in her hands and retrieved the diamond ring, adorably placing it on Qin Meiyun's finger. Qin Meiyun merely smiled, not paying much attention to the ring on her hand. "Meiyun, I picked a new one. Come and try it on." With that, Xiao Anchi waved her hand, prompting Qin Meiyun to walk over. "This ring costs over 6,000. It's too expensive. Perhaps we should not buy it, Anchi." Upon seeing the price tag, Qin Meiyun's expression shifted to one of discomfort. 6,000 is merely 6,000. We can afford it. Hurry and try it on," Xiao Anchi replied nonchalantly, pulling Qin Meiyun's hand and placing it on the counter, receiving the ring from the sales assistant and adorning Qin Meiyun's finger with it. "It looks splendid. It fits perfectly. However, this wretched ring should be removed. It clearly appears to be a cheap trinket. Yi Chun, that scoundrel, only knows how to buy such items worth 20 bucks to deceive you. You are simply naive." As she spoke, Xiao Anchi found the ring on Qin Meiyun's index finger quite unsightly and attempted to remove it. Qin Meiyun shook her head, dismissing it. After all, Yi Chun had deceived her too many times. Now, he had presented her with such an ostentatious diamond ring. It was undoubtedly fake. She would not be so gullible as before. Just as Anchi was about to remove the ring, the sales assistant's expression suddenly changed. Revealing astonishment, "Miss, could you show me the ring?" Xiao Anchi smirked coldly, casually pushing the ring forward. "You like it? It's yours. A counterfeit, made of glass." The sales assistant took it and examined it closely. Anchi and the others had already proceeded to settle the bill, chatting and laughing as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, the sales assistant rushed out in a panic, catching up with Qin Meiyun. "Miss, wait. You forgot to take this ring." The sales assistant was internally agitated. "Do these wealthy individuals have such poor memories? A ring worth a fortune left on the counter. It is utterly absurd. Didn't you just say it was a gift?" Xiao Anchi asked, puzzled. "Miss, please do not jest. This ring is worth hundreds of thousands. I wouldn't dare accept it. Merely being able to see it is enough for me." The sales assistant replied, flabbergasted, and hurriedly extended the ring with both hands. "What? Hundreds of thousands? Miss, are you joking? This is just a piece of glass. Do you truly believe it to be a diamond ring? This is a cheap trinket given by my sister's shameless ex-husband, a pathetic gambler. If you do not want it, feel free to discard it." Upon hearing this, Anchi was initially taken aback but soon reacted with disdain. Why Yi-chun presented Qin Meiyun with a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands? Unless the sun rises in the west. "Miss, I just appraised it. This ring was indeed sold here. It is the latest model, a DR diamond, eternal vow, valued at 500,000, purchased by a gentleman named Yi-chun from our store. The computer can verify the DR record," the sales assistant asserted with unwavering conviction. Instantly, her words detonated like a bombshell. Xiao Anchi was left utterly stunned. Qin Meiyun, too, wore an expression of disbelief, her face alight with astonishment. Even Chen Jun, standing nearby, looked equally taken aback. A few minutes later, Qin Meiyun and the others exited the jewelry store, appearing burdened with heavy thoughts. She had just seen the record. It was indeed Yi-chun who had made the purchase. Moreover, the date was recent. The value of the Eternal Vow, DR diamond ring, was not merely in its price, but in its profound significance. One can only gift it to a single person in a lifetime. "Meiyun, has Yi-chun returned to gambling, or engaged in some illegal activity? Where did he acquire such a sum? It hardly seems to fit his character. You should be cautious. This is too unusual. What exactly is he plotting?" Xiao Anchi caught up with Qin Meiyun, concern etched upon her face. "That cannot be. Even if he were to gamble, he would only face losses. What I fear most is that he engages in unlawful activities. Anchi, I will not join you for dinner. Perhaps another day, I will treat you then." The more Qin Meiyun contemplated, the more anxious she became, rendering her entirely disinterested in dining. She took Tong Tong by the hand and headed toward the nearby bus station. Chapter 40. Has he truly turned over a new leaf? Chen Jun approached, observing Qin Meiyun's hurried departure, and pondered aloud. "Anchi, Meiyun's ex-husband may not be as despicable as you claim. To present a diamond ring worth 500,000 is quite extravagant. Could it be that you have misunderstood him? Jun, you do not grasp the details. Meiyun's ex-husband was commendable before marriage, and everyone held him in high regard. However, after Meiyun became pregnant, he became infatuated with a beautiful streamer and fell into depravity. To reward the streamer, he borrowed at exorbitant rates, gambled, and even resorted to domestic violence. Abusing the child, he is nothing short of a beast. I can only pray that this scoundrel ceases to harass Meiyun and spares them both." Xiao Anchi sighed, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Inside the house, Yi-chun finished his meal and began to clear the table. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening outside and hurried over. As the door swung open, Qin Meiyun returned with Tong Tong in tow. "Oh, why are you back so soon?" Yi-chun inquired, puzzled. "Daddy, we didn't eat." Tong Tong appeared somewhat downcast, her head bowed as she spoke. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Yi-chun furrowed his brow, anxiously questioning why Yi-chun. "Where did you get this ring?" Suddenly, Qin Meiyun produced the ring and thrust it in front of Yi-chun, demanding an explanation. "And of course, I bought it. Surely, I wouldn't steal it. Even if I were inclined to steal, I lack the means." Yi-chun replied with a smile, his honesty evident. "Stop with the playful banter. I have inquired about this ring, and it costs 50,000. I believe you have earned a bit of money recently, but I cannot fathom what business or job could yield 70 to 80,000 in a month. Is a windfall simply falling from the sky? How could it land on you?" Qin Meiyun thrust the ring into Yichen's hand. Her anger palpable. Meiyun, please do not be angry. Allow me to explain. Seeing that Qin Meiyun was genuinely upset, Yichen realized he needed to clarify the situation. At this point, do you still wish to lie? My mother called to inform me that you sent her 10,000, along with expensive Maotai, in addition to the cash you previously gave me. Why Yichen? Could you not utter a single truth? Suddenly, Qin Meiyun's eyes reddened, her voice choking with emotion. Tong Tong, frightened, retreated into the room, crouching behind the door, peeking out occasionally. She had been frightened before and was now terrified, hiding away. Meiyun, please let me explain. It is not as you perceive. Yichen grew urgent, instinctively stepping forward. Qin Meiyun, startled, instinctively raised her arm to shield her head. Mommy. Do not hit my mommy. Mommy, sobbing, declared, you wicked father, I shall never let you buy us delicious food again. Tong Tong dashed out, positioning herself in front of Qin Meiyun, kicking at Yichen with her little feet, tears streaming down her face. Why Yichen abruptly halted, his mind blank, retreating as if a criminal. I am sorry. It is all my fault for failing to clarify things, resulting in this misunderstanding. However, you must believe me, I will never strike you again. I truly will not. May I finish speaking? Yichen implored, almost pleadingly. Qin Meiyun gradually lowered her arm, her gaze fixed on Yichen's face, which bore a sincere and earnest expression, allowing her taut nerves to relax. Tong Tong had grown understanding, realizing the need to protect her mother. Wai Yichen lowered his head, reaching out to gently squeeze Tong Tong's small face, hoping to wipe her tears. Yet, Tong Tong, still frightened, scurried behind Qin Meiyun. At that moment, Yichen suddenly comprehended that his recent actions were trivial compared to the profound harm he had inflicted upon the mother and daughter. Although his daughter still referred to him as daddy and displayed affection, the damage he had caused was far too deep. The so-called progress was merely his own delusion. Ding! A text message vibrated, and Yichen hurriedly took out his phone to check. The user of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, account ending in 77898, received a deposit amounting to 151,200,000 yuan. Upon seeing the payment notification, Yichen's expression shifted, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. 150 million. Based on the remittance amount, it was likely that Feng Tianhai had sold the apartments at a price of 28,000 per square meter. The balance had already been deducted after the down payment, and this was now pure profit. He had over 70 units, totaling more than 6,000 square meters, roughly at this price. Although waiting a few more days could yield a selling price of 31,000 per square meter, the volume of properties in Feng Tianhai's hands was too great to sell to individual buyers. It was both cumbersome and a waste of energy. Selling them in bulk to a property speculation group would be more efficient and less labor-intensive, though it would require conceding a certain profit margin to the buyers, which was not a significant issue. Just then, the phone rang. Wai Yichen casually pressed the answer button. Brother, I've transferred the money to you. It's exhilarating. Finally, I can hold my head high in front of the old man. Haha, I earned even more than him. It's absolutely thrilling. Brother, I must show my appreciation, though I'm not sure what you like, cars, villas, or jewelry. Just say the word, and even your daughter's future dowry shall be under my care. On the other end of the line, Feng Tianhai spoke with great excitement, exuding a sense of extravagance. No need. This is your trust in me, and it's rightfully yours. If you didn't believe in me, no matter how grand my words, we wouldn't have arrived at today's outcome. Wai Yichen replied. I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Let's gather with Hao Gu another day. After saying this, Yichen hung up the phone. He then raised his head, opened his mobile banking app, and quietly placed it on the table before stepping back a few paces. Meiyun, take a look. Just one glance. Wai Yichen pointed at the phone on the table, speaking earnestly. Qin Meiyun was unsure of Yichen's intentions, but seeing his expression of delight, she hesitated for a moment before walking over. However, upon seeing the bank balance displayed on the phone, a long string of numbers, she instinctively covered her mouth, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. In fact, the series of numbers left her utterly speechless. Her mind momentarily faltered, realizing that this sum of money, if converted to cash, could likely fill the entire house. Meiyun, if my money were ill-gotten, would I be here boasting to you about such a substantial amount? Even robbing a bank might not yield such quick returns. Yi-chun explained upon noticing Qin Mei-yun's shocked. Why, Yi-chun? What kind of business are you in to earn so much money? If you possess such talent, why were you? Qin Mei-yun paused, her words trailing off. What she wanted to say was why he had been so reckless before their divorce, a scoundrel. And why, after their separation, he had suddenly transformed into such an exceptional person. Did my presence hinder your success? Chapter 41. Preparing for a big gamble, Yi-chun shook his head and approached the table to pick up his phone. Smiling as he said, I truly have been spoiled by you. If you were like other wives, willful and solely focused on money, pushing me to strive harder, I might not have gone astray. This time? Qin Mei-yun did not evade his gaze, retorting coldly, yes, that's right. It's all my fault. You can do no wrong. Whenever something goes awry, it's solely my responsibility. Why, Yi-chun sighed, speaking earnestly, I won't jest with you anymore. Everything is the consequence of my own folly. It was my ignorance of the fortune I had until I lost your love that I finally awakened. In comparison, I would willingly forfeit this money if it meant returning to the past. If only to earn your love once more. I would gladly give everything. Even if just once, I would never again be foolish. As he spoke these words, Yi-chun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The person standing before him, once so close, now felt painfully distant. All because of his foolishness. Why, Yi-chun could confidently assert that revealing this enormous sum would attract countless women seeking his attention. Yet only Qin Mei-yun would not. She had married him solely for the man he was. Yet he had let her down, leading her to utter despair. It is challenging to rekindle warmth in a heart that has grown cold. Nonetheless, Yi-chun vowed never to give up. That's enough. Stop talking. Leave now. Return the ring and improve your parents' lives. You took their harvest from the fields and deceived your brother, Qin Tianjun, out of his betrothal gifts. If you wish to prevent the family from falling apart, quickly repay these debts of gratitude and stop causing them trouble. With a frosty demeanor, Qin Mei-yun uttered these heartfelt words. Even at this moment, she was still concerned for Yi-chun's family. Why, Yi-chun shook his head, sincerely stating, this ring was a gift from me to you. If you don't like it, feel free to return it. The money is yours to spend freely, no need to save for me. I will also visit my parents. I previously refrained from returning due to lack of funds, but now that I have the means, I can help improve their lives. From now on, you and Tong Tong should spend without reservation. If you run low, just come to me. This is what I owe to both of you. Do not feel the need to save. Spend as much as you like. I will earnestly work to atone for my past misdeeds, Yi-chun stated with utmost seriousness. He had owed far too much before, and now he was finally presented with an opportunity for recompense, naturally. A tenfold or hundredfold atonement. Upon hearing Yi-chun's words, Qin Mei-yun felt a ripple of emotion stirring within her. This unique and unconventional affection had arrived rather late. If only Yi-chun had adopted this attitude earlier. Even without wealth, they might not have reached this dire predicament. I am capable of taking care of myself. I do not need your assistance. Although you have money now, I must remind you, don't be so extravagant. Remember your days of hardship. Forget it. That is your own business. Just go. It's getting late. Qin Mei-yun sighed. Why, Yi-chun, upon hearing her words, felt a profound sense of disappointment. He had achieved great success in business. Yet in his marriage, he faced relentless discouragement. He cast a reluctant glance at Tong Tong before turning to leave. Once Yi-chun had departed, Qin Mei-yun picked up the ring, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. He had truly changed. 500,000, just like that. Previously, he would hesitate for half a month to buy her a piece of clothing and ultimately squander the money on a female streamer, sending it to the casino. Qin Mei-yun approached the window, gazing at Yi-chun's forlorn figure as he walked away. For reasons unknown, a sense of satisfaction surged within her, akin to the exhilaration of victory. The wounds inflicted by Yi-chun over the years began to heal. In any case, witnessing Yi-chun's downfall brought her a sense of relief. Unconsciously, a smile crept onto her face, a smile she had nearly forgotten over the years. Mom, I'm hungry, Tong Tong suddenly exclaimed. Qin Mei-yun snapped back to reality, quickly wiping the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Sit down. Mommy will cook for you right away. With that, Qin Mei-yun headed into the kitchen, only to be taken aback upon seeing a sumptuous spread of 3 dishes and a soup. For a long while, she stood frozen, unable to comprehend, tears brimming in her eyes. until she finally picked up the chopsticks and tentatively took a bite. The long-lost flavor had returned. She recognized this taste, delightfully fragrant and savory. It was just that she had not savored it in so long that it had nearly faded from her memory. This was the meal prepared by Yi Chen himself. Indeed, Yi Chen was an excellent cook. In the early days of their marriage, he had been the one to cook at home. During that time, Qin Mei Yun had truly been pampered like a princess. However, after various changes, Yi Chen had become a shadow of his former self. Returning home each day intoxicated, he would either hit her or demand money. Every time she saw Yi Chen, it felt like encountering a plague, a nightmare. Why? Reflecting on the past, Qin Mei Yun could no longer maintain her composure. Sliding down against the wall, she covered her mouth, stifling her cries. Yet tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. It always when I have made up my mind that you give me hope. You scoundrel, Yi Chen, you are an unrepentant scoundrel. I hate you. With tears flowing like rain, Qin Mei Yun could no longer control her emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Chen stood at the entrance of the community, taking a deep breath. He then pulled out his phone and made a call. On the other end of the line, Xiao Tianhao answered with a boisterous greeting. Hello? Brother Yi. What made you think of me now? I heard you made a fortune off that unfinished building. I am not envious, truly not envious. Hee, can you take me along next time? Currently, his admiration for Yi Chen was akin to daily worship at the altar of Guangong. It was no exaggeration. He had printed Yi Chen's photo and hung it at home, paying homage to it with incense every day, more devoutly than he would to any deity. How Gu, I'm calling you this time to take you on a journey. However, before that, I need you to help me find a trustworthy bank to obtain an unlimited credit card. Then, find a professional trader. Yi Chen said with a confident smile. In the coming days, that stock is about to face a storm. Time waits for no one. We must begin preparations. With this conclusion, he was certain that the money he held would multiply several times over. According to his calculations, he would, by then, possess a fortune exceeding 10 billion. On the other end of the line, Xiao Tianhao exclaimed with excitement, That's easy to arrange. During my previous tenure at a loan company, I became acquainted with the president of Industrial and Commercial Bank. He had several adept young individuals under his guidance, showcasing remarkable prowess in their operations. Here is the plan. I shall give him a call now, and we can arrange a meeting at a designated location this evening. All right, I await your call. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Chapter 42. Underestimated. Hey brother, could you possibly give me a hint about how much we might earn this time? Xiao Tianhao inquired tentatively. That depends on how much trust you place in me, as well as the amount you ultimately decide to invest, Yi Chen replied with a faint smile. Come on, that's a given. Naturally, I will invest fully. Xiao Tianhao laughed heartily. Fine, as long as you invest alongside me. Regardless of the profits, I can assure you I will cover any losses. With that, Yi Chen ended the call. He then sought out a nearby CAF, ordered a cup of coffee, and spent the next half hour there. The phone rang. It was Xiao Tianhao, arranging to meet at the Shangri-La Hotel in the city. Without hesitation, Yi Chen rose, exited the CAF, and hailed a cab, heading straight for the Shangri-La at the entrance of the hotel. A row of luxury cars was parked. The BBA had become commonplace. Range Rovers, Maybachs, McLarens, Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons, and Alfords could only be considered mid-tier, with Cullinans and Rolls-Royce Phantoms also in abundance. Even globally limited Bugattis and Lamborghinis were parked nearby. A few sharply dressed high-profile individuals stood at the entrance, engaged in lively conversation, while doormen, beaming with smiles, opened car doors to welcome esteemed guests. The entire Shangri-La Hotel was adorned with distinctive artistic spaces, blending the warmth and romance of the lounge with the elegance of the Xiang Palace, creating a stunning artistic fusion. Particularly noteworthy was the six-sided Tibetan drum that hung prominently, contributing to a sacred ambience that left all in awe. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao was conversing with a slightly overweight man sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, none other than Wei Zonglin, the vice president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. He was a figure of some repute. Previously, Xiao Tianhao had to lower his gaze and speak humbly in front of him, but the tides had turned. The entire circle was aware that Xiao Tianhao had recently come into considerable wealth. First, he played the stock market, then hoarded mutai, amassing tens of millions in profit, elevating his status and popularity within the community. Old Xiao, it seems you finally struck gold. I heard you hoarded quite a stash of mutai and made a fortune. Have you received guidance from some expert? If so, you ought to introduce me. You hit the nail on the head. Tonight, a distinguished individual will be opening an account at your bank. Don't say I didn't look out for you. Xiao Tianhao replied with an air of pride. Now, standing tall before Wei Zonglin felt exhilarating. Wei Zonglin's expression shifted to one of excitement. Just as he was about to ask a few questions, a taxi slowly pulled up beside them. Wei Yichun emerged from the vehicle and paid the fare. The appearance of the taxi instantly drew everyone's attention. In a place teeming with luxury cars, a taxi was hardly worthy of parking on the steps. Upon seeing Yichun, Xiao Tianhao's eyes lit up. The main character has arrived. Let me go greet him. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Tianhao excitedly rushed over. Wei Zonglin followed suit, but upon realizing the person he was greeting was a young man stepping out of a taxi, he paused, his expression turning perplexed. How could an ordinary young man, who didn't even own a car, command such attention from Xiao Tianhao? Brother Yi, you finally made it. Come, this is the person I told you about, Wei Zonglin, the vice president of the Northern New District branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. He can handle everything you mentioned, Xiao Tianhao exclaimed with utmost enthusiasm. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, but upon seeing Yichun, he adopted a demeanor of utmost humility, as if he had encountered a deity. Indeed, that was the very attitude and gaze one would expect. This left Wei Zonglin even more bewildered. Greetings, I am Yichun. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wei Yichun, not wishing to appear arrogant, extended his hand with a smile. Hello, let us discuss further inside. Wei Zonglin coolly responded, not extending his hand, instead turning to walk into the hotel. This scene left Xiao Tianhao feeling intensely awkward, his brows knitting together in concern. Brother Yi, please don't take offense. This fellow has a peculiar temperament and has been under a lot of pressure lately due to poor performance. Xiao Tianhao hurried to explain, it's quite all right, after all. We are here to seek assistance, Yichun replied with a smile, dismissing the incident. Xiao Tianhao finally exhaled in relief as they entered the hotel together. Once they settled at a restaurant, Yichun noticed Wei Zonglin on the phone, his expression far from pleasant. Wei Zonglin cursed vehemently, his veins bulging as he shouted a few expletives before returning to the sofa. A bunch of useless fools. It's been half a year, and they still can't manage 500 million in sales. He fumed, slamming his phone onto the table. Vice President Wei, I would like to inquire about the requirements for obtaining an unlimited credit card at your bank, Yichun interjected. Unlimited? That would be the Centurion Gold Card. But it's quite limited in availability, Wei Zonglin replied nonchalantly while sipping his tea. To qualify, one must deposit 30 million in one go. Wei Yichun stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before stating, that's simpler than I anticipated. Let us see, I'll deposit a tidy sum, 100 million. Would you kindly assist me in obtaining one tomorrow? It seemed that conducting business at the bank was straightforward as long as one had sufficient funds. Wei Zonglin spat out his tea in shock. Deposit. How much? 100 million, Yichun said casually. Ha. Wei Zonglin suddenly let out a cold laugh, turning to Xiao Tianhao with a questioning gaze. Old Xiao, can you rein in your friend's penchant for exaggeration? This young man, dressed so modestly and without even a vehicle, dares to claim he will deposit 100 million. Who would believe that? Exaggerate. I'll have you know, you better not mock my brother again. Xiao Tianhao's face turned crimson with anger as he lashed out. Wei Zonglin, I'm only introducing my brother to you because you assisted me previously. If you can't see his worth, then so be it. How can you maintain such a lowly attitude in front of someone so prosperous? From this moment on, we shall cease all communication. Brother Yi, I was wrong to misjudge you. Xiao Tianhao declared, utterly enraged, I may tolerate insults, but I will not allow you to suffer even a hint of disrespect. Enough. I am unfazed by this, Yichun interjected. Vice President Wei, let us prioritize our business. I intend to acquire an unlimited credit card at your esteemed bank, depositing 100 million with an additional 50 million left over. He waved his hand dismissively, not taking the matter to heart. Chapter 43. Doubling down. In truth, Yichun's actions were not merely an act of magnanimity. Upon surpassing the 100 million mark in funds, he suddenly grasped a vital truth. The opinions of others held little significance, as long as their gaze did not linger on his own pocket. Standing at his current height, the words he heard would naturally filter through his mind. The time spent quarreling with others could instead be invested in earning substantial profits. and the thrill of slapping the fruits of his labor in the faces of his detractors was a far greater delight. As Yichun concluded his statement, he pulled out his phone, revealing his balance, causing Wei Zhonglin's eyes to widen in astonishment. "I shall drink 3 cups in penance for my rudeness. Mr. Yi, I have genuinely underestimated you. It is my honor to earn your trust." After recovering from his shock, Wei Zhonglin hastily stood up, pouring himself 3 glasses of liquor. With a deep sigh, he downed the shots with gusto, his sincerity palpable. He acknowledged that he had misjudged the situation. Who would have imagined that a young man emerging from a taxi could be a billionaire? "Actually, I do not trust you. I simply find it tedious to seek out other banks," Yichun remarked nonchalantly as he took a bite of cake. "Is it possible to process this card?" "Of course, it can absolutely be done. Tomorrow morning, I will ensure the card is registered and activated." The Centurion Gold Card. Wei Zhonglin pledged, feeling utterly ashamed. "Old Wei, to be candid, the reason I have accrued such wealth is largely due to my brother Yichun. Are you familiar with the recent developments in the northern Newtown real estate market? When it was still a construction site, my brother invested 7 million to acquire over 100 units, and now the value has skyrocketed." Xiao Tianhao, brimming with pride, interjected, as if flaunting his achievements. Hearing this, Wei Zhonglin was left in utter disbelief. His scalp tingling, his gaze towards Yichun shifted once more, filled with newfound respect. In just a few minutes, the individual known as Yichun has delivered a series of profound shocks to the vice president before him. The revered Lu Xun. What an honor it is to encounter the legendary Lu Xun in person. I never anticipated that the illustrious figure rumored within our circles, the one behind the Tianhai real estate, would indeed be Brother Yi. Brother Yi, allow me to pour myself another drink in penance. I implore your forgiveness for my earlier ignorance." Wei Zhonglin was utterly moved, overwhelmed by the revelation. He hastily rose to his feet and downed another glass. "Let us proceed inside. President Zhang and President Wang are awaiting us, and it would be fortuitous for us to sit down and discuss business." Wei Zhonglin's sudden shift in demeanor relieved Xiao Tianhao, who keenly observed Yichun's expression for any signs of change. However, Yichun's countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake, revealing no hint of disturbance. "Director Wei, there is no need for such formality. To speak candidly, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance." Wei Yichun smiled, raising his glass slightly in a gesture of camaraderie. "If there is something that needs addressing, please do not hesitate to share, and I shall do my utmost to assist." Wei Zhonglin confessed, "To be frank, our bank's former president has reached retirement age and has just recommended me for advancement, yet I find myself lacking confidence in my performance. As you heard during my phone call, my achievements have been stagnating, severely impacting my prospects. At this critical juncture, should you choose to deposit your funds with me, it would truly be a timely boon. Akin to a ray of sunshine amidst a snowstorm." Wei Zhonglin, taken aback, eagerly raised his glass to clink with Yichun's, both men downing their drinks in a display of masculine bravado. Wei Zhonglin's expression was one of anticipation, tinged with anxiety, fearing that Yichun might reconsider due to his previous ungracious demeanor. Should such a substantial sum of money be injected into his prospects, his promotion would be virtually assured. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he not exhibited more patience earlier? It should have been apparent that someone whom Xiao Tianhao held in such high esteem must possess considerable significance. Let us not dwell on past misunderstandings. I am not so petty. I am prepared to deposit 150 million, but I hope that in the coming days, this sum may multiply." With that, Yichun articulated his needs. "Brother, which stock has captured your interest to such an extent?" Upon learning that Yichun intended to invest in stocks and required 2 professional traders, Wei Zhonglin inquired with curiosity. "It is not exactly a speculative stock. To be precise, it pertains to crude oil. Furthermore, I am inclined to take a significant risk. Given this amount, what leverage could I potentially achieve?" Yichun reclined in his chair, his demeanor nonchalant as he posed the question. The mention of leverage. Wei Zhonglin gasped in surprise. It suddenly dawned on him why Yichun was contemplating depositing such a substantial amount into the bank, seeking his assistance. It was all for the purpose of leveraging stocks. Such transactions not only necessitate a specialized trading security, namely an unrestricted credit account, but also require the signing of a leverage agreement to pay a margin through their bank. Wei Zhonglin fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the gamble at hand. Leveraged stocks are fraught with risk. Should one succeed, Their investment could multiply exponentially, but should they falter, they would be left with nothing, their capital evaporated. If Yichun were to win, the bank would gain a superlative client, and his promotion to president would be all but guaranteed. However, if he were to lose, Wei Zhonglin would have gone to great lengths only to find himself empty-handed. Observing Wei Zhonglin's hesitation, Yichun's patience waned, and he coolly glanced at the time, allowing precisely 1 minute for consideration. With 40 seconds elapsed, it became apparent that hesitation indicated a person driven solely by self-interest. Likely unwilling to proceed without guaranteed returns at last. When the 50-second mark approached, Wei Zhonglin, filled with concern, spoke up, "Brother Yi, I can facilitate this, but if you are considering leveraging, crude oil may not be the wisest choice. Unless there is international conflict or a major disaster, it typically exhibits minimal fluctuations. I genuinely fear you may lose your entire investment." Yichun remained silent, finding no need to respond. This matter was one in which he had full confidence and did not require external validation. "Old Wei, this is not your concern. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall introduce several savings clients to you. Rest assured, you will not have worked in vain," Xiao Tianhao added earnestly. Chapter 44. The Harmful Female Streamer. "Old Xiao, do you truly consider me, Wei Zhonglin, so miserly?" After speaking, Wei Zhonglin appeared wronged, rising from his seat as if deeply aggrieved. "Yes, I acknowledge I offended Brother Yi earlier. If M.Y still holds a grudge, I shall continue to apologize until you are satisfied, and we may move past this incident." As he spoke, Wei Zhonglin lifted the bottle, intent on downing it in one go. "Director Wei, please refrain from such extremes. It is detrimental to your health and quite unnecessary." Wei Yichun swiftly interjected, grasping the man's arm with a smile. "Is this how you wish to be perceived? As someone who is solely motivated by profit?" Wei Zhonglin glared at Xiao Tianhao, yet the bottle was already wrested from his grasp by Yichun. "Brother Yi, I genuinely worry. The risks associated with crude oil are considerable. While the fluctuations may be minimal, the size of your investment could easily be wiped out with a single wave." Wei Zhonglin explained earnestly, emphasizing his good intentions. "Misunderstandings abound, Director Wei. I am well aware of what I am doing. I merely require your assistance in finding 2 professionals to manage the trades." Wei Yichun countered, having misinterpreted Wei Zhonglin's intentions. "Are you truly intent on proceeding?" Wei Zhonglin asked again, noting Yichun's unwavering determination. Yichun nodded emphatically. "And you?" Wei Zhonglin turned his gaze toward Xiao Tianhao with curiosity. "Invest whatever I have. I will not leverage, just earn what I can," Xiao Tianhao replied with a hint of pride. "Very well. You are the big players here, and my counsel is futile. When you face losses, I shall be there to mock you," he added, gesturing toward Wei Zhonglin with a smirk. As the 3 men laughed. The earlier tension dissipated, replaced by a camaraderie forged through shared ambition. At that moment, at the hotel entrance, a woman clad in a long, black slit dress, clutching an LV bag, strolled in. Her makeup was heavy, and her hair was styled up, lending her a certain allure, albeit overshadowed by an air of frivolity that clashed with the establishment's elegance. The woman marveled at the opulence of the lobby, her expression one of wonder, exclaiming, "Oh my, this place is incredibly upscale. I have never been to such a lavish hotel restaurant before." She then whipped out her phone, snapping selfies with abandon. The surrounding patrons cast disdainful glances her way, but paid her no mind. "Family, who understands? I am at the Shangri-La Hotel, the most luxurious establishment in this city. For tonight's gala, I specifically donned evening attire, striving to tread lightly so as not to disturb the ambience," she remarked. Upon entering, she spotted 3 unsophisticated men in the lobby, drinking and boasting, which she deemed a severe disruption to the atmosphere. The woman filmed a video, critiquing the scene, thus showcasing her own taste. The 3 men she derided were none other than Yichun, Xiao Tianhao, and their companions. After uploading her video, comments began to flood in. "Oh my, Ping Ping the streamer is at the Shangri-La Hotel. I hear the prices there are astronomical. A single dinner can run tens of thousands. Isn't this the same beauty streamer and Ping Ping, who has been known to swindle wealthy gentlemen out of their fortunes? Oh dear, has she lured another unsuspecting soul into financial ruin? I heard she caused a public servant to lose his job, get divorced, and fall into debt." The viewers were quick to label her a vicious vixen. Unfazed by the negative comments, and Ping Ping reveled in her own video, until suddenly, Her expression shifted as she recognized a familiar face. Yi Chen. He was one of the boisterous men drinking in the lobby, and Ping let out a cold laugh, her face marred by disdain as she sauntered over to Yi Chen, who was engaged in conversation with Wei Zonglin. Lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Ping approaching. Instantly, his expression turned. I see why Ping was the very woman who had caused his family to shatter and his life to crumble. In his previous life, he had encountered her twice in person. And once he had squandered his last penny, he was unceremoniously blocked. That moment of being blocked had driven him to choose suicide. To his astonishment, encountering her here was beyond his wildest imaginings. Yet, Yi Chen had long since lost any interest in her. Now, reborn with the gift of foresight, the trajectory of his fate had undergone a tremendous transformation. In his former existence, he was a scoundrel, a wretch, a man who sold houses, abused his wife, struck his daughter, and squandered money on female streamers. But now, he was a legitimate billionaire. Indeed, it was you, Yi Chen, you pathetic waste. I have heard that you frequently deceive your family and wife, only to gamble it away, all in a bid to be my #1 supporter. How pitiable you are, lacking the means, yet trying to put on airs. You should take a look in the mirror. Do you truly believe you deserve this? Even if you were to spend $1 million, I would never consider being with you. Did you not claim to be out of money? How dare you come here to dine? Surely, you must be here to con others for a free meal. And Ping felt a surge of displeasure upon seeing Yi Chen indulging himself in lavish dining. This pauper had caused her endless nights of toil to manipulate him into submission. Yet only a few days prior, he had claimed to be broke. Seeing him here, she had to come over and berate him to vent her frustrations. Yi Chen merely cast a nonchalant glance in her direction, choosing to ignore her. Had he just been reborn, filled with regret, he might have slapped her a few times to release his pent-up anger. But now, it was unnecessary. Such a vile creature was not worth the effort. Even striking her would soil his hands. He had no desire for further entanglements, fearing that Mei Yun might misunderstand. Noticing Yi Chen's silence, and Ping grew increasingly brazen, her voice rising considerably. Oh, Yi Chen, what are you pretending to be so composed for? You, a mere pauper, dare to dine here? I suspect you snuck in. Otherwise, how could someone of your lowly status, the dregs of society, possibly qualify to enter such an upscale establishment? Many passers-by turned to look upon hearing her words. Aren't you here too, lowly lady? At last, Yi Chen replied with a casual remark. I am here with Mr. Zhang Liang. How absurd. I am here openly, not sneaking around like some penniless wretch. And Ping, hands on her hips, laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face. Miss, I suggest you mind your language. Wei Zonglin could no longer tolerate the scene, his expression rife with annoyance as he interjected. Yi Chen is my friend and an important client. As for your talk of paupers, we have none here. The only billionaire present is the so-called poor loser you disparage. Wei Zonglin frowned, his tone dripping with disdain as he found such a woman utterly revolting. Oh my, a billionaire? You two seem to have some status, but don't be fooled by him. And Ping, seeing Wei Zonglin's icy demeanor, lowered her voice but did not relent in her mockery. Ping, what is going on? What happened? At that moment, a tall man in a sharp suit with slicked back hair approached. His voice was magnetic, and he was handsome, casually wrapping an arm around Ping's waist. Darling, it's nothing. Just ran into an acquaintance. Upon seeing the man, Ping's eyes sparkled with infatuation, and her demeanor shifted dramatically. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. The man, after briefly acknowledging Wei Zonglin, expressed surprise. Mr. Wei, what a coincidence to see you here, Wei Zonglin. Taken aback, responded Mr. Zhang. What a delightful surprise. I am here discussing business with a few friends. I didn't expect to run into you. How about it, Mr. Zhang, the stock god? Do you have time to join us for a drink? Wei Zonglin extended an invitation with a smile. Zhang Liang was quite the figure in the stock market, having amassed tens of millions within 3 years through 2 exceptional stocks. Moreover, he had consistently increased his wealth, reportedly earning over 10 million annually in the stock market, and his net worth was estimated to be at least 3 billion. As Zhang Liang surveyed Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, his expression turned cold. He did not recognize either of them and presumed they held no significance in the industry. Naturally, he would not waste his time engaging with a pair of nameless individuals. Let's not chat outside. Let us head in directly. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wang are also inside. Zhang Liang stated coolly. Wei Zonglin turned to Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, warmly inviting, brothers, why don't we all go in together? We are friends after all. It's good to know one another and broaden our connections. Certainly, Yi Chen nodded, rising to follow Wei Zonglin, with Xiao Tianhao doing the same. Zhang Liang ignored Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, instead conversing with Wei Zonglin. Thus, the group entered the banquet hall together. Inside, the opulence was even more pronounced, with carpets woven from some kind of deer hide that felt soft underfoot. Numerous affluent socialites were already engaged in conversation. The men congregated to discuss various topics, predominantly business and finance, while the women beside them were increasingly youthful and stunning. The atmosphere was filled with beautiful women chatting about jewelry and cosmetics, exuding an air of elegance. Most of the men present were middle-aged, with several older gentlemen, making Yi Chen the youngest in attendance, followed closely by Xiao Tianhao and Zhang Liang. Even Zhang Liang, nearing 40, was remarkable for his accomplishments at such an age. With Zhang Liang's arrival, the surrounding crowd immediately swarmed to greet him. Oh my, the stock god graces us with his presence. Mr. Zhang, your recent maneuvers have been quite enigmatic. I hear you've struck gold again. It's a talent we can only envy. I'm almost green with jealousy. We toil away in the real sector, laboring through life, while you, Mr. Zhang, just have to lift a finger. Mr. Zhang, I trust you've hit your target of 100 million this month. Each individual was exceedingly warm, treating Zhang Liang like a star. Come now, everyone, don't flatter me. My modest gains are merely a stroke of luck. Zhang Liang remained humble, blending in seamlessly as he jested with the gathered magnates. Laughter echoed as they settled in. Mr. Wei is here as well. Tonight truly brings together the heroes, exclaimed Mr. Zhang, a logistics industry magnate. His excitement palpable. Are these two by your side your subordinates, Mr. Wei? To accompany you here, they must be your right-hand men, Mr. Wang, a restaurant mogul from the city, remarked, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao. Inquiring with a smile, Wei Zonglin's brow twitched in concern as he glanced at Yi Chen, fearing his displeasure. To his surprise, Yi Chen's expression remained as calm as a placid lake, unfazed by the inquiry. Wei Zonglin hastily clarified, it's just that I haven't had the chance to introduce you. This is Xiao Tianhao, previously involved in a loan business. As he introduced Xiao Tianhao, Wei Zonglin couldn't help but notice the flicker of disdain that crossed the faces of the executives. After all, the loan industry did not carry a favorable reputation in their circles. Business circles had their hierarchies, and those in private lending often found it difficult to integrate with the financial elite. Recognizing this, Wei Zonglin quickly added, recently, Mr. Xiao has successfully transitioned. He made 6 million in just one day investing in Tycoon Group stocks, and he stocked up on 1,000 bottles of Maodai before it sold out. Old Xiao, how much did you earn from that Maodai venture? Wei Zonglin asked knowingly. About 1 million. It's nothing to boast about, Xiao Tianhao replied, aware that Wei Zonglin was painting a favorable picture for him. Yet, in reality, he indeed had something to be proud of. His 2 ventures had yielded millions, enough to make the old industry magnates green with envy, and of course, this success was largely due to Yi Chen. Upon learning of Xiao Tianhao's profits, the demeanor of the executives shifted dramatically. Disdain? Contempt? Even if such feelings existed, they were buried deep within. The faces of the executives radiated warmth, eager to befriend Xiao Tianhao. After all, they were all striving to pivot their careers, and having friends to guide them could spare them from many missteps. Unfortunately, transitioning industries was akin to traversing mountains. Connections were hard to forge. My goodness, so it's Mr. Xiao. I heard rumors in the circle that someone had stockpiled Maodai ahead of time, making a fortune effortlessly. It was you, exclaimed an astonished executive. I also heard about that Tycoon Group incident. On the day when Tycoon collapsed, it was astonishing that shares being sold off were purchased, resulting in a meteoric rise in stock prices the very next day. A remarkable individual, truly remarkable. It seems that our Longzhou has gained another dark horse. In an instant, flattery from everyone poured in without restraint. Xiao Tianhao, well aware of the hypocritical faces of these sycophants, paid them no mind and exhibited a humble demeanor in response to the praise. And then there was this gentleman, Brother Yi. I must introduce you all to him with great fanfare. Upon mentioning Yi Chen, Wei Zonglin's expression turned serious, imbued with utmost gravity. at that moment, and Ping suddenly let out a cold laugh, rising with an air of sarcasm and declared, "Hold on. Allow me to introduce him to everyone. No one knows him better than I do." Chapter 46. Provoking the stock god, preparing leverage, the greater the storm. The pricier the fish. Zhang Liang glanced at Yi Chen, his expression indifferent, saying nothing. With his tacit approval, and Ping grew even bolder, brimming with confidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Yi Chen, a former lowly public servant who became enmeshed in gambling, losing everything and deceiving all his relatives. Be sure to keep your eyes wide open and not be fooled by his fade. I have no idea how he managed to infiltrate this circle. He is nothing but a pathetic loser and an abusive man. Once you get to know him, I fear the first thing he will do is ask you for money. Mr. Wei, you hold a respectable position. It is best to avoid associating with such a pauper, as it may tarnish your reputation." And Ping's tone was sharp and cutting, her attitude haughty as she demeaned Yi Chen. As her words echoed, all eyes turned to Yi Chen, filled with astonishment and disdain. After all, and Ping was Zhang Liang's companion, and it was unlikely she would falsely accuse someone without cause. Thus, whispers began to circulate among the crowd, each person exchanging opinions. Yet, Wei Zonglin remained unconvinced. Only he knew that Yi Chen had single-handedly reversed the tides and emerged as a billionaire. However, Yi Chen slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Ping, and calmly replied, "You are correct, I am indeed a gambler and a loser, entirely accurate. But how do you know all this? What is our relationship and what is your profession? I believe everyone here would be quite interested to learn. Would you care to share?" As Yi Chen's words fell, and Ping's triumphant smile vanished in an instant, the crowd's attention shifted entirely to her. Ping's complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead as her face flushed with embarrassment. She was merely a minor entertainment hostess, a figure who danced, sang, and flirted for a living, leveraging her looks to get close to someone of Zhang Liang's stature. In this circle of executives, her standing was far from admirable. Ping stammered, struck with fear and unsure how to respond. At that moment, Zhang Liang, with an air of arrogance, coldly interjected, "She is my girlfriend, with no official profession. If one must label it, she is my personal assistant. As for her relationship with you, you would do well to inquire whether I consent to it. If I nod, you may consider yourselves mere acquaintances. If I do not, you will not even be permitted to glance in her direction. Do you understand my words?" Zhang Liang's declaration was commanding and filled with pride. In an instant, he reduced Yi Chen to a mere insect that must bow in submission, stripping him of any dignity even in front of his woman. This brought a sigh of relief to Ping, who returned to Zhang Liang's side, her face reflecting gratitude. Yi Chen, however, wore a knowing smile, responding lightly, "Mr. Zhang, your words are quite amusing, but alas, I cannot comprehend them. I only understand that like attracts like, and birds of a feather flock together." With that, Xiao Tianhao, who had long harbored disdain for Zhang Liang's arrogance, suddenly burst into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Come on, brother Yi. If you're going to compare yourself to a turtle, just say it outright. Why beat around the bush?" Ha ha ha. Even the surrounding executives found it hard to suppress their laughter, though they dared not offend Zhang Liang, their faces turning red from the effort. Yet, Yi Chen's words were undeniably humorous. The executives recalled their own sorrows, forcing themselves to stifle their laughter. At that moment, Zhang Liang's face turned ashen with fury. Yet he hesitated to retaliate, knowing that with so many high-profile figures present, he could not afford to lose face in such an environment. However, Ping was seething with indignation. "Yi Chen, you're full of nonsense. You read the turtle, and what about you? Who do you think you are, associating with a loser like Yi Chen? You're nothing but a pathetic soul. The two of you combined wouldn't match even a single toe of Mr. Zhang." In that instant, Ping erupted in a furious tirade, her voice sharp and piercing. Though such behavior was indeed beneath her station, it served to vent Zhang Liang's frustrations. Zhang Liang smirked, feeling quite satisfied to finally find his moment. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, with your esteemed reputation as the stock god, do you dare to wager with me?" Yi Chen smiled slightly, leaning forward, hands resting on the table, his expression a challenge. He had foreseen this. Zhang Liang was indeed a man of considerable fortune, having skillfully navigated many hardships, amassing great wealth. Unfortunately, all his skill points had been invested in financial luck, while his romantic endeavors were utterly disastrous, leading to his eventual downfall at the hands of women. Indeed, despite being married, Zhang Liang had numerous mistresses. His later downfall and destitution were ultimately a consequence of his wife's vengeance. For instance, had he not initiated the wager himself, Zhang Liang would have found himself embroiled in a trap. Investing in a stock that would lead to substantial losses, jeopardizing his company's finances, compelling him to place all his chips on a stock that would only explode in value 3 years later, resulting in his bankruptcy. Ultimately, his remaining real estate would be seized by his wife, leading not only to disgrace but also to illegal fundraising charges that saw him imprisoned. By the second year of his incarceration, he would have gone mad. Bet with me? What level do you think you're on? In this circle, who doesn't he know of my reputation as the stock god? Do you think you're worthy of competing with me? Suddenly, Zhang Liang exploded with rage, pointing a finger at Yi Qian in indignation. His gaze swept across the crowd, and the executives all wore smiles, feigning silence, a look of trepidation on their faces. This only served to fuel Zhang Liang's arrogance. Yi Qian, I could crush you with a mere finger. What do you have to contest me? Given your youth and vigor, I'll extend a courtesy to Mr. Wei. You should promptly apologize to my woman and then leave my sight, or I will not hesitate to have you thrown out. Zhang Liang cast a cold glance at Yi Qian. His voice icy white, and Pingping crossed her arms, a dramatically exaggerated smile gracing her face. Reveling in her superiority, I must speak up for my brother Yi. Wei Zhenglin rose, his demeanor earnest. Mr. Zhang, have you heard about the recent shares of Tycoon Group? Among the two individuals who profited, one was Xiao Tianhao, and the other was him. Mao Dai surged unexpectedly, and brother Yi had stockpiled ahead of time, securing a substantial profit. According to Xiao, his success was largely due to brother Ye's guidance. At this revelation, the crowd displayed expressions of shock. Zhang Liang's eyebrows furrowed deeply as he abruptly turned to Yi Qian, astonished. When Tycoon Group encountered its crisis, he too had taken action, yet he had made the wrong choice and lost millions. How did Yi Qian manage to make the right call? Zhang Liang's mind raced with confusion. This waste of space must surely be bewildered. However, once could be chalked up to luck, but twice could not be so easily dismissed. Though Zhang Liang was astonished by Yi Qian's abilities, he did not genuinely regard him as a threat. Oh, that is indeed quite the rise to fame. Young man, you possess some talent, but do refrain from being too ostentatious. How else would we older predecessors be able to assist you? Zhang Liang's words dripped with sarcasm, appearing to commend Yi Qian while simultaneously belittling him. Chapter 47. Competing with me in wealth? I will crush you. Zhang Liang's gaze was locked onto Yi Qian, filled with mockery and derision. He had long been renowned, an acknowledged stock god within this circle. As a man, he could not afford to lose face in such a setting, especially before his woman. Now, facing this upstart, their confrontation was charged with palpable tension, as if a fierce fire was on the verge of igniting. The coming moments would reveal how Yi Qian would respond. Mr. Zhang, your words are misguided. Why? Yi Qian smiled lightly, responding calmly. In the financial realm, age does not dictate wealth. If that were the case, my grandfather, great-grandfather, and ancestors, if they were alive, would simply enter the stock market and each become the richest in the world. Are you implying that our generation is so lacking that we cannot compare to the elderly in nursing homes? Yi Qian's words struck like a powerful blow to Zhang Liang's face. Resounding with authority, Zhang Liang, upon hearing these words, slightly squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, "Young man, do not let your fervor overwhelm your judgment." His countenance remained largely unchanged, yet an unsettling chill emanated from his gaze. His voice was low and resonant, casting a pall over the atmosphere surrounding them. It's still considered youthful exuberance if one does not temper it. Yi Qian, undeterred, responded with equal fervor. Ha ha ha, you possess quite the audacity. It has been ages since anyone dared to act so brazenly before me. I find myself beginning to admire you. The new dark horse truly exuded confidence, perhaps even more so than I did when I first rose to prominence. Zhang Liang's voice sharpened, akin to the calm before a tempest, an ominous signal, reminiscent of a leopard poised to strike. The surrounding executives collectively inhaled sharply, rendered speechless by the sudden intensity. They secretly admired Yi Qian for his boldness, daring to confront Zhang Liang with such fortitude. Yet, None dared to express this admiration openly, for offending either of these financial titans would be a grave misstep. It was far wiser to observe the unfolding drama from a safe distance. Yi-chun settled back into his seat, lighting a cigarette as he inhaled deeply. What dark horse? We are merely individuals who have grasped a few secrets to wealth. I must commend you, Mr. Zhang, for your unique taste in women. In your youthful vigor, you seem to have resorted to flaunting your seniority for the sake of a cheap trinket. I suddenly perceive that you, this so-called stock god, are not as formidable as I once thought. Yi-chun remarked coolly. Why Yi-chun? Whom do you dare to label as cheap? Zhang Liang's anger flared, his voice booming. Why Yi-chun glanced up at him, coldly retorting, Oh, I forgot to mention, your woman was previously an entertainment anchor. To meet the top donor offline, all it took was a gift worth 3,000 as for other pursuits. A few more gifts could easily secure your title as daddy. In light of this, your status as a husband seems rather diminished. I once held genuine respect for you, but alas, your taste is simply atrocious. By the way, this marks the third encounter I've had with her. Our last meeting was at Chunnan Hotel and a sudden twist. Yi-chan delivered a final, cutting remark. Instantly, the room erupted with murmurs of shock as the executives gazed at him, their faces a mix of horror and disbelief. This was a blatant indication to Zhang Liang that his woman was merely a plaything, easily acquired for a price, yet he treated her as if she were a treasure. How audacious of Yi-chun to utter such humiliating words before Zhang Liang. Was he mad or simply reckless? You speak nonsense, Yi-chun. You cannot tarnish my reputation because of your own inadequacies. You wretched loser. And Ping Ping, incensed and embarrassed, unleashed a tirade. Zhang Liang, upon hearing this, took a deep breath. What a sharp-tongued brat. What does mere rhetoric accomplish? Everything must be substantiated by strength. Zhang Liang laughed maniacally. Wei Zonglin perceived Zhang Liang's escalating fury and, concerned for Yi-chun's well-being, attempted to mediate. Mr. Zhang, I believe this matter need not escalate further. Brother Yi, he held a deep appreciation for Yi-chun, who had aided him in achieving his goals, and felt it was his duty to defuse the situation. President Wei, if you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you keep your mouth shut and watch from the sidelines. Zhang Liang slammed his hand on the table, causing glasses to shatter on the floor. He barked an order, extending a hand adorned with a jade ring, pointing directly at Yi-chun. Earlier, you expressed a desire to play a game. Very well. With 42 minutes until the market opens, let us each select a stock and see whose gains surpass the other. I wish to see if this wave of the Yangtze River can suppress the audacity of your youthful exuberance. Zhang Liang's gaze burned with fervor, as if he were entranced. If he did not put Yi-chun in his place today, he would be unable to swallow his resentment. Moreover, there were many old friends from the business world present. The reputation of the stock god must not be tarnished. Oh dear. Wei Zonglin sighed deeply, observing Zhang Liang's determination. Brother Yi, this could be dire. Although Yi-chun had indeed emerged as a formidable contender recently, he was no match for Zhang Liang, who had long dominated the stock market with his wealth of experience. Very well, Mr. Zhang. Let the games begin. However, merely playing for pride seems rather dull. What if we raise the stakes? Yi-chun, observing Zhang Liang's darkening expression, casually suggested. His words detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Provocation was one thing, direct confrontation was another. To raise the stakes further? This was utterly audacious. Yi-chun narrowed his eyes, showing no fear of Zhang Liang. Indeed, he was deliberately provoking him. While everyone else quaked in fear of Zhang Liang, he remained unperturbed. In truth, Zhang Liang had managed to reach this point due to a stroke of luck from a previous life. At his current age, he ought to be exercising restraint and focusing on low-key development. Yet, his personality was that of a sword, shining brightly. When it was time to sheath it, it had already dulled, too late. Tonight marked the beginning of this stock god's decline. From this night forth, he would embark upon a path of destruction. Destined to lose everything. Ha 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 ha. Yi-chun, you bold rascal. Upon witnessing Yi-chun's fearless demeanor, Zhang Liang erupted in laughter, for no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Name your sum. Yi-chun casually replied, let us add 30 million, shall we? I fear it may be too much for you to handle. Upon hearing Yi-chun's audacious challenge, Zhang Liang, despite his attempts to contain his rage, exploded. Ha! You think you can toy with me, don't you? 30 million? Who do you think you're looking down upon? 50 million. Anything less, and you can get lost. He swiftly produced a pen and paper, writing out a check, which he handed to Wei Zhonglin for verification. This check could be cashed at any time. Kid, it's your turn to show your capital. Stop relying solely on your words. Competing with me in finances? I'll crush you. Zhang Liang reclined in his chair. A sinister smile etched upon his face. Ping, upon seeing the 50 million check, was nearly drooling. She knew Zhang Liang was wealthy, but she had no idea he was this wealthy. Chapter 48. The turmoil brought by a ring, 50 million. And Ping's eyes gleamed with envy. This was a sum she could scarcely fathom. Immediately, she leaned against Zhang Liang, feigning innocence. Wei Yichun shifted slightly in his chair, casually retrieving the ring he had acquired from Han Tianjing, placing it on the table. This ring, in no time, would be worth over 100 million. Even now, it should fetch around 60 million, and Wei stake surpasses yours by 10 million. You own a hotel business in Tianheng district, correct? That should account for the difference. Wei Yichun smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang displayed a look of disdain. A mere broken ring worth 50 to 60 million, and it might rise to over 100 million in time. Was this not the epitome of foolishness? A pauper is a pauper, and even in boasting, he exuded an air of desperation. Treating trash as treasure, what a laugh. And Ping seized the opportunity to mock. That broken ring is worth 100 million. You poor wretch should stop showing off. The loose change from my family's Zhang's assets could buy your life. Zhang Liang erupted in laughter. Haha, everyone sees now. It's not that I refuse to play with him. It's that this fool is too impoverished to join in. A dark horse? More like a dark fool. Yichun, if you're short on cash, just say the word. Bark like a dog in front of me, and I'll give you 100,000 for each bark. As this statement rang out, others joined in the laughter, with one executive, a close ally of Zhang Liang, roaring with mirth. Wei Yichun crossed his arms, gesturing towards the ring with a calm demeanor. This ring belonged to the Ming dynasty's founder. While its value was indeed low a few days ago, around 20 million, those in the know recognize its significance. It was almost confiscated as a cultural artifact. If auctioned, its current worth should be around 60 to 70 million. If you doubt it, consult an expert for appraisal. Initially, the room fell silent, but it was soon followed by uproarious laughter. Some executives laughed so hard they clutched their stomachs, tears streaming down their faces. Two attractive women crossed their legs, nearly laughing uncontrollably. Old Wei, did you really bring this dark horse here? Ha ha ha. It seems Miss Anne's words hold some truth. This kid might truly be a penniless fool. Just released from a mental institution? Not necessarily. Antiques can often deceive the eye. I suspect Brother Yi has been duped by someone. I must be so. Last month, a classmate of mine spent over 7 million on a painting, only to discover an Ultraman silhouette hidden within the landscape. That classmate is still crying at home. Laughter and ridicule echoed around the room. And Ping shook her head, regarding Yi Chen with a look of pity, and coldly remarked, Yi Chen, I never anticipated that the trauma I inflicted upon you would lead to such a state of madness, spouting nonsense. Alas, reality is indeed harsh. As a mere commoner, one cannot perpetually fantasize about being with a goddess like me. We simply inhabit different worlds with that. And Ping retrieved 100 yuan from her bag and mockingly tossed it to Yi Chen. Seeing your pitiful state, take this money for a taxi and spare us the tears on your way home. Zhang Liang observed this with a hearty laugh as he settled back onto the sofa, completely losing interest in Yi Chen. Initially, he had believed the other party possessed some skill, only to discover he was merely a deluded fool. What a misjudgment! He almost fell for the ruse, amidst the derision directed at Yi Chen. Only Xiao Tianhao stood by, his face a mask of astonishment. He was not disbelieving. Rather, he was in shock, to his surprise. Yi Chen had dabbled in antiques and apparently made a significant profit. What had he missed during this time? Ever since the Haitian stock incident, Yi Chen had undergone a transformation, akin to a sudden bloom after a thunderous storm. Rising uncontrollably, in just a few days, his worth had skyrocketed from millions to tens of millions. After a month, he had become a billionaire. The ring he casually presented was an astonishing relic. This was simply terrifying. Wei Zhonglin cleared his throat twice. Though he did not mock, his expression was awkward and uncomfortable. He raised his head, casting a guilt-ridden glance at Yi-chun. Yet, Yi-chun remained composed and unperturbed. Wei Zhonglin felt a stir within him, his gaze locking onto the elderly man in the crowd, who was intently examining the ring on the table. Old Master Zhu, you are our city's esteemed second-class appraiser. Perhaps you could lend your expertise and determine the value of this ring? Wei Zhonglin proposed politely after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, that was my intention, Old Master Zhu replied. Ever since the young brother presented the ring, I have been eager to examine it. May I take a look? He stepped forward, pointing at the ring on the table, addressing Yi-chun. Yi-chun smiled, unhesitatingly lifting the ring and handing it to him. The previously calm old man, upon receiving the ring, took but one glance. Suddenly his eyes bulged, his expression grave, and his breathing quickened. His aged face flushed with excitement, and his wrinkled hands trembled violently. Old sir, just take a cursory look. Don't take it too seriously. Quickly, throw this pauper out. This shabby ring is probably a cheap trinket from the night market. And Ping jeered. This Yi-chun has deceived even his father-in-law and wife. What makes you think you're any different? With hands on her hips, she scoffed. Nonsense. What gives you the right to speak here? What do you understand? Silence yourself. Suddenly, Old Master Zhu rebuked, startling and Ping into silence. Old Master Zhu, what do you mean by that? Zhang Liang inquired, frowning and speaking in a deep tone. The surrounding onlookers were equally astonished by Old Master Zhu's reaction. Tio Zhang Liang, Old Master Zhu's demeanor had noticeably softened. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly stated, this ring exhibits a rich patina. Its craftsmanship is extraordinary. It is entirely composed of emerald jade, and one can discern a dragon's silhouette within its inner band. It is authentic. What is most astounding is the significance of this ancient dragon ring. Surely, you are all aware of the deep bond between Emperor Taizu and Empress Ma, who loved each other profoundly throughout their lives. After Empress Ma's passing, Emperor Taizu wallowed in despair, losing his appetite for food and drink, and withering away in sorrow. Had it not been for this ring, it is likely that Emperor Taizu would not have lived to the age of 71. This ring was crafted by Empress Ma during her lifetime as a token of her affection for Emperor Taizu. I never imagined that such a genuine dragon ring, one of the 10 treasured burial items of Emperor Taizu, lost for so many years, would be before my eyes today. Old Master Zhu was visibly moved, his voice trembling with excitement, stirring a tempest of astonishment among the crowd. He cautiously returned the ring to Yi-chun, tentatively asking, Young Master Yi, might you be interested in parting with this ring? If you are, the lowest price I can offer is 80 million. Yi-chun smiled slightly. We can discuss this further another day. Old Master Zhu, are you certain this ring is worth 80 million? Zhang Liang exclaimed, rising abruptly, incredulous. Yet, Old Master Zhu, with a serious countenance, firmly assured, I guarantee it with my personal credibility. There is no mistake. Furthermore, the 80 million I mentioned is merely the market value for today. Since this ring has been unheard of for a while, its value has diminished. Once it hits the market, it could easily fetch over 100 million if it finds the right collector. In an instant, Old Master Zhu's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving all those who had mocked Yi-chun utterly speechless, collectively gasping in disbelief. The mere thought of a ring being valued over 100 million was astonishing. And Ping stood there, dazed, unable to process the revelation. How could she have imagined that Yi-chun possessed such a valuable ring? Had she known, she would not have risked a falling out with him. Her regret was profound. Had she been a tad more patient and continued to charm this loser into showering her with gifts, she would have soared. Oh, Yi-chun, you cried poor to me before. Turns out you weren't broke at all, you scoundrel. And Ping fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi-chun. What does it matter to you? Have you lost your mind? Yi-chun replied coldly, you don't think I would spend another cent on you. Do you? You think you're worthy? After delivering that frosty retort, he chose to disregard her entirely, and Ping was left speechless, yet she dared not reveal their prior connection, gnashing her teeth in frustration. Even Zhang Liang at that moment was taken aback. This was no trivial matter of dozens or hundreds of millions. This was 1 billion in value. Yi-chun had fully captured his attention now. I never expected you to possess such a treasure. However, it is unfortunate that this ring will soon belong to me, he sneered confidently, gesturing for someone to bring the computer. Mr. Zhang, Your leverage is insufficient now. The hotel under your name must also be included. If you are reluctant to part with it, at least write an IOU, Yi Chen retorted, shrugging nonchalantly. How absurd. I, Zhang Liang, need an IOU, he scoffed, exuding arrogance. That hotel, along with the property, is worth at least 17 million. I can write you a check right now. With that, Zhang Liang disdainfully produced a bank draft and tossed it onto the table. At this moment, Zhang Liang brimmed with confidence. In his eyes, Yi Chen was merely there to hand him money. Stock trading? In this realm, Zhang Liang had never feared anyone. This naive young man was practically offering himself up for slaughter, and Zhang Liang intended to seize every opportunity without leaving a shred for him. Likewise, Yi Chen was equally self-assured. He was determined to extract a sum from Zhang Liang before the latter's downfall, augmenting his leverage for oil stocks. If he could secure 50 million from Zhang Liang, along with a hotel, his plans would face significantly fewer hurdles. In the past, he would have lost to someone like Zhang Liang without fail. Even in a casino against petty gamblers, he would have been doomed to lose. But now, things had changed. With his newfound foresight, even with his eyes closed, it would be difficult for him to concede defeat to Zhang Liang. At this moment, making a profit had become second nature to Yi Chen. Moments later, 2 high-end laptops were delivered, placed before Yi Chen and Zhang Liang, respectively. This super high-stakes gamble, amounting to 70 or 80 million, instantly captivated the surrounding executives, who held their breath, fixated on this elite showdown. Although they too were of considerable wealth, their market valuations paled in comparison to the cash flow boasted by Yi Chen and Zhang Liang. Such a monumental contest, even the smallest fraction of it, was something an ordinary person could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Brother Yi, you are being too impulsive. Wei Zonglin, standing beside Yi Chen, expressed his concern. Why play stocks with Zhang Liang? He is seasoned and gifted, particularly with his sixth sense for the stock market, which is the foundation of his success. There is still a chance to back out. Don't sacrifice your future for pride. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, merely smiled lightly. What is this? Are you worried that if I lose, your performance will suffer? Rest assured, I am confident. What nonsense. It's not about performance. I just think this is far too risky and unnecessary. Wei Zonglin sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Having realized Yi Chen's intention to pursue such a reckless venture as leveraged oil trading, he had attempted to dissuade him. Who would have thought Yi Chen's approach was so unique that he would not heed anyone's advice? This trait, perhaps, was why he had recently found such fortune. Alas, his overly blind confidence might only lead to enlightenment through failure. But should he lose this round, the fall would be catastrophic. Wei Zonglin sighed deeply. Feeling a sense of futility for Yi Chen. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao also approached Yi Chen. So, you wish to persuade me to back down too? Yi Chen asked, intrigued. However, Xiao Tianhao merely curled his lips and grinned, saying, No way, Brother Yi, you are my idol. How could I possibly urge you to retreat? I actually think your bets are too modest. The reason I came over to take a look is that I'm curious about that Zhang fellow and how he'll react when he loses. Ha ha. Brother Hao, you truly understand me. Yi Chen laughed heartily. The two of them, spewing such arrogance, were bound to regret it later. And Ping Ping, observing Yi Chen's smug demeanor, felt a surge of discontent in her heart. Xiao Tianhao had long harbored a disdain for her. Veins bulging, he slammed the table and shouted, You foul woman, stop pretending to be impressive in front of me. Don't think that just because you've found a pathetic backer, you can prattle on in my presence. Who would want a lowly creature like you? It's truly embarrassing to associate with you. What kind of taste do you have to sit at the same table as me? A so-called stock god with all that wealth. Let me show you what enjoyment really is. As he spoke, Xiao Tianhao pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon, a woman clad in a super short qipao, stepping in high heels, swaggered over. Her figure was alluring, with curves that were simply breathtaking. Her skin was as smooth as snow, her features exquisite, standing at a height of 1.70 meters, with a pert backside that was quite enticing. Even the seasoned executives present, accustomed to stunning beauties, found it hard to resist swallowing hard upon seeing her. Brother Hao, she's here. Upon arrival, the woman leaned directly against Xiao Tianhao. He took her by the waist and walked over to Zhang Liang and Ping Ping, raising his chin with an air of superiority. Hey, Zhang, have you seen this? You consider yourself a person of some renown, but your taste in women is truly abysmal. Look at your partner, as thin as a stick. Are you some kind of dog that enjoys gnawing on bones? With that, Xiao Tianhao wrapped his arm around the girl's waist, his hands growing increasingly brazen. Although his actions were crass, they incited envy among the so-called gentlemen present. Who wouldn't want to indulge with such an exquisite woman? Alas, it was a pity that their lives couldn't compare to the carefree existence of a nouveau riche like Xiao Tianhao. And Pingping's face flushed with humiliation, feeling utterly mortified. Yet, her beauty paled in comparison to the woman beside her, leaving her devoid of the courage to retort. And Pingping pointed at Xiao Tianhao, but words failed her. What about me? Scram. You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Even with my wealth, I wouldn't bother with you. Xiao Tianhao proclaimed boisterously. At that moment, Zhang Liang's expression also faltered in comparison. And Pingping's looks were indeed mediocre, and the more he compared, the less interested he became. Zhang Liang's gaze fixated on the woman next to Xiao Tianhao. And with a gentlemanly smile, he inquired, Miss, I am Zhang Liang, the executive director of Haotian Group. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? Zhang Liang's eyes were filled with eagerness, practically burning with desire. Normally, he only needed to beckon, and any woman familiar with his reputation would rush into his arms, unwilling to leave. Although this woman was attractive, she exuded an air of worldly charm, clearly the type who was swayed by money. Such women could easily be lured with a mere flick of a finger, right? Zhang Liang licked his lips, filled with excitement, however. Chapter 50. Frantic friction. The woman frowned, a playful expression on her face as she replied. Know me? Forget it. Judging by your appearance, I'm not interested. I can offer you money. Plenty of it. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of anger. He hadn't expected such a blunt rejection from her. So he opened his mouth to propose another condition. Money? Sure, but Xiao will give me $1 million per month. You must offer me $2 million because I'm not interested in you. If the price is right, I could roll in bed with you right now, the woman disdainfully remarked. Yet, Zhang Liang fell silent. He couldn't continue. If he spoke, he would lose face. A dignified stock god, reduced to being looked down upon. Would he truly have to spend double just to find a woman? Wasn't that a sign of being a fool? Pathetic. Pretending to be wealthy while lacking funds, the woman rolled her eyes, linking her arm with Xiao Tianhao's in a more affectionate manner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang coldly chuckled. Yichen, shall we raise the stakes? If I win this round, that woman will come home with me tonight. To do with as I please. Suddenly, Zhang Liang spoke again, adding another demand. His gaze turned sinister as he looked at the woman, causing her to shudder, an involuntary chill running down her spine. And what if you lose? Yichen squinted slightly. At that moment, and Pingping stepped forward boldly, declaring, if Mr. Zhang loses, I'll go with you. Her eyebrows arched provocatively. Pingping, you're wonderful. Rest assured, if I win, you won't be neglected, Zhang Liang said. Revealing a satisfied expression, he relished women who understood their role. Upon hearing this, and Pingping felt a surge of excitement. Do you dare, Yichen? You worthless fool. She continued to taunt. I'm not interested in a wilted flower like you. If I win, I'll put you through military training for 3 minutes. Yichen replied coolly with a smile. All right, it's settled then, Zhang Liang exclaimed, thrilled, slamming the table. That moment, the time had arrived for the market to open. This round promised to be exhilarating. Everyone sharpened their senses, anticipation palpable in the AIR. Yichen and Zhang Liang took their positions, their gazes glued to the computer screen. The stock market ebbed and flowed. A whirlwind of unpredictability. No one could predict what would happen in the next second. Except for Yichen. At this moment, his focus had already settled on the predetermined stock, Blue Gold Holdings. As he opened the stock details, his eyes narrowed upon seeing its decline, his confidence soaring. According to his foresight, this stock would first hit a limit down before skyrocketing, ultimately reaching a limit up. Unfortunately, after a swift transaction, the chaos subsided, and it failed to produce any further ripples. In simple terms, it lacked significant potential, not even part of Yichen's long-term strategy. However, it was perfect for a bet against Zhang Liang. Just then, seeing that Blue Gold Holdings was on the brink of a limit down, he declared, I choose Blue Gold Holdings, betting on a limit up. Yichen suddenly raised his head, speaking with unwavering determination. As his words fell, many executives in the financial sector erupted into laughter. This stock had been stagnant for ages, remaining dormant for at least half a year. The investors hadn't engaged in any adjustments because of its poor performance. While other stocks surged, this one was bound to fall, an indisputable fact known throughout the circle. Having just endured a heavy setback, how could it possibly resurrect? In short, Yichen's choice was sheer madness. The youth today are far too impulsive, daring to gamble on anything. The crowd began to murmur, their chatter growing louder. It's over. This time, the ring is sure to be lost. Though brash, he is still young, far too naive. I thought this ye kid had some real skill. Turns out, he is just this. The audacity of his blind gamble surpassed all expectations. I expected him to be a dark horse, but he is truly disappointing. Zhang, you needn't even bother. Just declare the end. Experience trumps youth. What do you have to compare with Zhang? He has chosen Celestial Group Holdings, a company whose performance is renowned in the circle, and its trend is nearly guaranteed to rise. You're simply making a foolish choice. Isn't it just a stagnant pond? There's no need to continue competing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang raised an eyebrow, mockingly retorting, Yichen is a dark horse, naturally possessing his unique vision, stocking up on Matai and knowing when Haoyan Group's stocks will surge. These are extraordinary skills. What if it rises? As his words fell, the Blue Gold Holdings stock plummeted to a limit down. Yet, Yichen was betting on a limit up in an instant. It seemed to validate everyone's assumptions around him, and why heavens, this kid is truly squandering money. He has got cash to spare, loving the thrill. Alas, once the excitement wears off, the money will belong to Zhang. Miracles occasionally occur in the stock market, but they remain just that, miracles existing in a 1-in-a-million chance. It's time to admit defeat, alas. Laughter filled the air, growing increasingly fervent. Wei Zonglin and Xiao Tianhao, once brimming with confidence, now wore grim expressions. It's rising? It's rising. Look at the Celestial Group stocks chosen by Mr. Zhang. With exclamations of surprise, everyone witnessed Zhang Liang's chosen stock surge dramatically. In comparison, the discrepancy was stark. Wei Yichen faced a devastating defeat, a complete rout. Zhang Liang laughed uncontrollably, propping his chin with his hands, mockingly declaring, Yichen, your pathetic dead stock has no hope left. This ring is mine. And that woman, who claimed she wasn't interested in me, now come over here, get on the ground, and lick my shoes clean, until they shine. It was no wonder Zhang Liang insisted on adding the woman to the stakes. It was precisely because she had disrespected him earlier that he was so incensed. Little girl, don't forget about my shoes. Just remember, I want you to lick the soles. And Ping Ping chimed in with a cold laugh. Meanwhile, the woman beside Xiao Tianhao turned pale, trembling as she clutched his arm, pleading, Brother, what should we do? Help me. Xiao Tianhao let out a sigh, intending to take out some money as compensation for her. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a thunderous shout erupted beside him. It's rising! Holy cow! It's really rising! Wei Zonglin, filled with excitement, shouted loudly, his veins visibly straining. Director Wei, your reaction speed is woefully slow. We've all noticed that the shares selected by General Zhang have surged tremendously. Indeed, we have been keeping a close watch. Your astonishment is quite excessive. No, look at what Brother Yi has chosen. Hurry. Look. Wei Zonglin was utterly engrossed, his gaze fixed intently on the screen as he stammered. As his words fell, every heart raced and everyone hurriedly rushed behind Yichen, their eyes glued to the screen. In an instant, all were wide-eyed, their breaths nearly suspended. What a breathtaking sight. It's truly an unimaginable spectacle. It's risen. It has genuinely risen. The shares of Blue Gold Group chosen by Brother Yi have skyrocketed. Look at that massive upward trend. Am I dreaming? Someone wake me up. My heavens, it's a meteoric rise. Soaring like a tempest, such ferocious escalation transformed into tumultuous waves, propelling the shares to the pinnacle of the trading limit. From a halt in decline to a halt in ascent, it transpired within mere minutes. The outcome was a cataclysmic shift. Everyone's mouths gaped in disbelief, struggling to breathe, utterly unable to trust their own eyes. Zhang Liang's face was a mask of fury, his expression darkening to the point of nearly dripping with rage. His eyes bloodshot. He grasped the computer tightly, pressing his face against the screen, desperate to see clearly. Upon witnessing the unmistakable surge limit, his heart raced violently, his breath quaking, appearing as though he were on the brink of a seizure. In just a few fleeting minutes, this newly emerged stock phantom caused him to lose nearly 70 million. 70 million. Even the lavish Tianfu villa, ranked 6th in the city, could be bought with that amount. Such cash flow could elevate a vagabond to a status of prominence in an instant. Chapter 51. The commencement of planning, the eve of madness. Holy cow! This is a tempest. Hundreds of thousands of shares were directly halted. Finally, someone reacted, gasping in disbelief. At that moment, everyone was jolted awake. A primordial beast. This is a primordial beast. The gazes directed towards Yi Chan transformed from disdain to fervent admiration. I have never witnessed such a defiant trend in my life. There were no premonitions whatsoever. It's utterly abnormal. Zhang Liang, at this juncture, had fallen into a significant predicament. At that moment, Yi Chen appeared to the crowd as if he were a deity, instilling deep respect from the core of their beings. Especially Wei Zhonglin, who was overwhelmed with excitement. Previously, he had been concerned for Yi Chen, only to realize he had overthought the matter. Why Yi Chen had not taken it seriously and was already confident in his victory. No wonder he remained unfazed during the wager, appearing as if nothing were amiss. Numerous executives even yearned to stand beside Yi Chen. Yet, upon remembering their earlier scornful mockery, even with thick skins, they could only retreat in shame. One by one, they stood there, exchanging glances, their insides twisted with regret. Who on earth is this young man? Xiao Tianhao mused, wondering if he had saved the galaxy in a past life to befriend such a living deity. Wei Zhonglin thought to himself that had he recognized Yi Chen before Xiao Tianhao, he too might have soared to greatness by now. At that moment, Yi Chen made his move. He reached out, casually retrieving his ring and placing it back in his pocket. With a swift motion, he seized the bank draft from Zhang Liang's desk and pocketed it. Thank you for your generous support, General Zhang. Yi Chen then regarded Zhang Liang with an indifferent expression and smiled. After speaking, he prepared to take his leave. Wait. Suddenly, Zhang Liang bellowed, his face flushed with rage, nearly dripping blood. His entire demeanor appeared exceedingly sinister. With the hotel industry at stake, amounting to 60 or 70 million, Zhang Liang felt a murderous intent rising within him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. With so many eyes upon him, if he were to backtrack now, his reputation would be tarnished forever. Though he ruled the circle with an iron fist, he had many enemies. Numerous spectators were eager to witness his downfall, and at this moment, several executives were already eyeing him hungrily. Should he act inappropriately, he might find himself crushed instantly. The atmosphere, following his roar, fell into a heavy silence. However, Zhang Liang soon calmed himself, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. At this point, an oblivious and Ping tugged at Zhang Liang's sleeve. Brother Zhang, why did he just take the money? That is 50 million. Get it back quickly. You promised to buy me a Hermes handbag. 50 million. Even a fraction of that would suffice. Before Ping could finish her plea, Zhang Liang swung his hand, delivering a fierce slap that vented all of his inner fury. Ping let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth and nose. The recent nose job now appeared askew. However, Zhang Liang's face contorted in fury, resembling an enraged tiger as he roared, "Shut your mouth, you cursed woman. If you utter another word, I'll break your legs." And Ping, clutching her crooked nose, was too frightened to utter a sound. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I won. I can train her for 3 minutes. Yi Chen suddenly turned his head. Smiling as he spoke, Zhang Liang, you have no objections, do you? You wouldn't want to be seen as someone who can't handle a little game, would you? For the earlier part of the evening, Zhang Liang's powerful aura and connections had overshadowed him. Yet now, Yi Chen had completely turned the tables, pressing him down and rubbing his face in the dirt. Nonsense. Am I Zhang Liang someone who can't handle this? Zhang Liang growled, casting a sidelong glance at the still cowering Ping. Just a glance, and Ping was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. Instantly dropping to her knees, she knelt straight, not daring to resist in the slightest. All right, kneel for 3 minutes. Until those 3 minutes are up, you are not permitted to stand. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile and then turned to leave. Zhang Liang, resembling a frenzied beast, seized and Ping by the hair and dragged her out. The onlookers merely shook their heads, realizing this woman was in for a night of torment, reduced to a mere tool for venting frustrations. At this moment, many in the crowd awakened from their earlier shock, their hearts filled with a sense of schadenfreude. They had always dared not voice their grievances against Zhang Liang. Yet now, witnessing his downfall, losing tens of millions in a single night, which could significantly affect his cash flow, provided them with a sense of satisfaction. After all, for a stock market magnate like Zhang Liang, most of his wealth was tied up in shares. The very foundation of his fortune, now severely compromised. Many rushed outside, eager to seize the opportunity to befriend Yi Chun, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Yet at that moment, Yi Chun was already in a car, departing with Wei Zonglin and the others. The following morning, in a luxurious office, Yi Chun sat on the sofa sipping tea, while Xiao Tianhao wore a face full of anxious anticipation. He was well aware that Yi Chun had been preparing for crude oil futures, which represented the second-largest oil field in the world. In recent years, the trajectory of crude oil had been firmly controlled by global capital, including the legendary Rosser family, the Saudi family, and even the Walton family. Any one of them could rival entire nations in wealth. It was said that the Rosser family, ranked first, controlled 40% of the global economy. Many nations sought their financial assistance during times of war, making them akin to deities among merchants. The movements of crude oil futures had remained stable under the influence of these economic titans. Want to make money? Unless your wealth surpassed theirs or was in close proximity. It was nearly impossible. Yet, Yi Chun aimed to wrestle wealth from the jaws of these giants. This was the very reason Xiao Tianhao was filled with trepidation and cold sweat, as it was an exceedingly risky endeavor. At this moment, Wei Zonglin entered, dressed in a sharp suit, appearing rather serious. He extended both hands, presenting a Centurion gold card to Yi Chun. Brother Yi, the card is ready and activated, serving as your savings account. The leverage is also prepared. How much do you intend to invest? Wei Zonglin took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Last night, Yi Chun had been nothing short of terrifying, achieving monumental success by defeating the stock god Zhang Liang with over 70 million. Coupled with the funds he already possessed and the ring that appreciated daily, his worth had become unfathomably immense in everyone's eyes. Such youth, and all achieved through his own efforts, in Wei Zonglin's view. Yi Chun was truly a celestial figure. Cash, 210 million. And if this ring is used as collateral, how many times can the bank leverage it? Yi Chun suddenly smiled as he spoke. Wei Zonglin sighed, realizing that he could not have prevented the previous wager, let alone what was happening now. Sigh, I know I can't dissuade you, so I'll try my utmost to accommodate you. The two traders also arrived. Let us move to the adjacent room. Wei Zonglin led Yi Chun and Xiao Tianhao into the adjacent room. Two young individuals, one male and one female, had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Yi Chun and his companions, they all rose with expressions of utmost reverence. Chapter 52. Headline news: A storm approaches. Director Wei, the crude oil futures are ready. We can establish a position at any moment. Now, it merely depends on how much capital you wish to invest, remarked one of the young men, his tone imbued with respect at Yi Chun. The best I can do for you is a 20-fold leverage, which is the extent of my capabilities. In other words, your principal of 200 million can be leveraged 20 times, amounting to a staggering 4 billion. At this moment, Wei Zonglin felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. This operation carried immense risk. If Yi Chun encountered any mishaps with the crude oil futures, even a minor fluctuation could obliterate that 4 billion. His position as deputy director would be jeopardized as well. Director Wei, do not fret. Trust me, leave the rest to me, Yi Chun reassured with a smile, sensing Wei Zonglin's tension, and gently patted his shoulder. Oh, a few billion is nothing more than a mere ripple. You should be the one worried, not me. You young people are too reckless, too bold, Wei Zonglin commented, albeit nervously pulling out a cigarette and retreating to the window to smoke. He couldn't bear to look at the stock market die in contrast. Yi Chun calmly approached the young couple, handing them his card. The winnings from yesterday had already been deposited onto the card, totaling over 210 million. With a foundational capital of 200 million, leveraged 20-fold, it amounted to an operable capital of 4 billion. In terms of dollar conversion, that equated to approximately 560 million USD. Such a substantial sum would be considered the wealth of a tycoon on the international stage. From here on out, follow my directives. quickly check the recent crude oil prices. As Yichen's words fell, the young male and female traders were momentarily stunned. Their curiosity about Yichen's identity piqued. Wei Zonglin turned back and calmly instructed, "Do as he says. He is the true master of this capital." Boom. The words struck like thunder, leaving the young traders utterly bewildered. They exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the youthful visage before them. He appeared to be under 30 yet commanded 200 million in capital. Not only that, but he was also considering a 20-fold leverage to trade crude oil futures. Wealth, charm, and audacity all converged within this singular man. Even if he were deemed unattractive, he would undoubtedly be instantly glamorized by countless accolades, as if a 10-fold filter had been forcibly applied to their perception. The girl, in particular, was wide-eyed with astonishment. Wealth serves as a comprehensive symbol of a man's capability, strength, and status, and no woman can escape this reality. Yes, sir. The young man was the first to regain his composure, hastily tapping the keyboard to inquire about oil prices. He had been so astonished that his mouth had remained agape for too long, causing discomfort at the corners. Sir, the recent crude oil price is $29 per barrel, with minimal fluctuations. The most significant fluctuation occurred in 2019, when a disaster during transportation caused that month's crude oil price to rise to $31 per barrel. The young man continued to scrutinize the screen, speaking earnestly. Wei Yichen pondered for a moment before replying coolly. Based on the current real-time price, use the principle with leverage to buy in full. Go all in. As the words left Yichen's lips, the young trader's brows furrowed sharply, their hands trembling. Even though they had braced themselves mentally, hearing it spoken aloud sent shivers down their spines. This was $4.6 billion USD. The young gentleman before them was directly purchasing over 17,000 contracts, each contract consisting of 1,000 barrels. However, once Yichen observed the back-end orders being executed, he finally exhaled in relief. Xiao Tianhao had also invested 30 million shares, his entire capital. He did not possess Yichen's audacity or ferocity. Despite his trust in Yichen, he lacked the courage to employ leverage. He was not Yichen. His trust was unwavering, but his boldness only reached 50%. Wei Yichen sighed with relief. The next step was to wait. He exited the office and ascended to the rooftop of the bank, allowing the breeze to soothe his thoughts. Xiao Tianhao followed, carrying a couple of beers. Meanwhile, within the room, the young couple, having just experienced a heart-stopping moment, slumped into their chairs, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The girl wiped the cold sweat from her brow, gasping for air, and casually unbuttoned her shirt, revealing the edges of her delicate lingerie, a sight of pure alabaster. The young man glanced over, swallowed hard, and quickly turned his head to change the subject. You scared me. 4 billion just like that, director. Who on earth is that man? He looks so young yet possesses 200 million in capital. His face bore an expression of admiration, followed by a deep sigh. What a pity. When 560 million exits the market, in the vast realm of international crude oil, it barely makes a ripple. It will be silently consumed. Wei Zonglin turned back, casually remarking, who he is. It doesn't matter. If he succeeds, you may call him Director Yi. If he fails, just refer to him as Young Yi. He made a dry joke. The girl, named Han Mei, fell into contemplation, expressing her pessimism. I feel the odds are not in our favor. She had a profound understanding of stocks herself. The enigmatic Director Yi possessed audacity, yet it seemed destined for failure. In the international market, a 4 billion influx would barely register. It was but a drop in the ocean. Suddenly, the young man beside them let out a shriek, startling both Wei Zonglin and Han Mei. Wei Dong, are you insane? You nearly scared me to death. Han Mei clutched her racing heart and kicked him lightly, clearly shaken. Stop with the theatrics. This is a tense moment. Let's keep it serious, Wei Zonglin admonished. No, director. Something big has happened. You must see this. Open the headlines. It's the top trending story, the young man exclaimed. Wei Zonglin instinctively pulled out his phone, and Han Mei glanced over as well. Shock, the third largest oil field in the world. The Middle Eastern oil field has been shut down. An oil fire has erupted, and the pipelines have been detonated. High-level executives in the Middle East have delivered a mournful address through international media. Moments later, Wei Zonglin's eyes widened, his phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. Chapter 53. The Crude Oil Explosion. entering the capital sequence. What? No. I feel a bit weak in the knees. What was her name again? Hanmei? No. What is wrong with my tongue? Wei Zonglin, overwhelmed by adrenaline, slapped himself hard. Show me which market Yichen purchased in. Hurry. Wei Zonglin stammered, finally managing to articulate his request. The two traders suddenly snapped to attention, their eyes wide as they fixated on the screen. As they witnessed the upward trend, they could no longer conceal their astonishment. The surreal nature of the moment eclipsed any prior shocking rumors they had encountered. It's rising. Brother Yi bought into the Middle Eastern oil market. It's climbing. Each barrel has increased by $0.3, and it's still going. Wei Dong nearly bit his tongue, his eyes bulging as if his thyroid had gone into overdrive. Pointing at the screen, his lips moving without sound. In the next moment, he tumbled from his chair, exclaiming, "It's skyrocketing. My God, it's flying." Wei Dong resembled a child who had just learned to walk, momentarily speechless before erupting into a cheer. Meanwhile, Han Mei sat in her chair, dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes nearly bursting with disbelief. On the screen, crude oil futures continued their frenzied ascent, skyrocketing from $29 per barrel to $32. The initial $4 billion in crude oil futures had now surged to yield an astonishing profit of over $40 million. Indeed, in a heartbeat, they had raked in over 300 million RMB. And this was merely the beginning. As such, everyone in the room felt as if they were gasping for air. Just then, Yichen and Xiao Tianhao returned. Upon hearing the news of the soaring crude oil futures, Xiao Tianhao was utterly exhilarated, clutching his computer with fervor, his eyes reddened, and his face alight with excitement, as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Overcome by his emotions, he trembled uncontrollably. Regaining his composure, he uttered a few exclamations and hastily retrieved blood pressure medication from his pocket, consuming several tablets in quick succession to avoid fainting. In stark contrast, Yichen merely cast a dispassionate glance at the screen before taking a seat, remaining as tranquil as a placid lake. According to his foresight, there were countless avenues for profit. Betting on crude oil was merely one of many. However, this method of earning was undeniably violent, with the potential for instant wealth. One must realize that opportunities to extract wealth from the mouths of world-class capitalists are few and far between, truly rare. Yichen felt a sense of gratitude towards Pingping and Zhang Liang. Had it not been for Zhang Liang's unexpected influx of funds, his earnings would have been significantly diminished. At that moment, crude oil futures resembled a tempest, sweeping across all corners of the globe. Madness ensued. At this instant, stockholders worldwide were engulfed in frenzy. The sudden and drastic fluctuations had upended everyone's understanding and shattered records. Yet, only a handful dared to enter the fray. One could either lose everything in an instant or become fabulously wealthy. The stakes were colossal. Even investments in the hundreds of millions were but mere ripples in the vast ocean of finance. One could either rise as a formidable wave or be swiftly submerged. Even individuals with billions in capital were hesitant to invest heavily. Those like Yichen, who boldly engaged with super leverage, were truly exceptional. Even Xiao Tianhao, influenced by Yichen, was considered a significant player. Having essentially invested all his assets, a tempestuous storm had begun, especially among the major financial magnates and capitalists, who all sensed the impending eruption of a volcano. The atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming force. Akin to a cataclysm. At present, there was only frenzied buying, with no selling in sight. The market had run out of liquid futures, meaning that crude oil had become a commodity with a price, but no market. Those wishing to reduce their positions and buy in, despite sensing the scent of money, found themselves without an opportunity to enter. Even spending money felt like an impossible quest. A catastrophic feast swept through wave after wave, causing global turmoil. As a strategically vital resource, crude oil, an indispensable consumable, drew nations into a frenzied scramble for the remaining futures. No one could have anticipated that such an international market would yield a young man from the East. Indeed, as an individual, Yichen had ascended to the pinnacle. A single person could not contend with the might of a nation. An individual could not rival the centuries-old heritage of venerable families. Compared to the units controlled by nations, or the world's financial tycoons, Yichen's funds were but a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, despite this, he stood tall at the forefront, a beacon of brilliance. as if he were a deity. The true epitome of a commoner radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Presently, the price of crude oil had surged from an initial $29 to a staggering $59. In that moment, the office of the Industrial and Commercial Bank was filled with a sense of numbness. For the nation, money was merely a number, while resources were the true hard currency. When it came to war, gold and resources constituted capital. Everything else was mere illusion. Hence, the scarcity of crude oil futures had rendered them increasingly precious. With demand skyrocketing, such an exaggerated increase left Xiao Tianhao drenched in cold sweat, his face aglow with excitement, repeatedly inquiring of Yi Chun when he intended to sell. Initially responsive, Yi Chun eventually fell silent, causing Xiao Tianhao to tremble in fear. Paralyzed into inaction, he was filled with regret. His insides twisted with remorse. He loathed his own timidity. Why had he not dared to follow Yi Chun into leveraging? Had he also doubled his leverage, the quantity of crude oil futures in his possession could have been doubled as well. The profits would have similarly multiplied. Wei Zonglin, in an unprecedented state of exhilaration, continuously served tea to Yi Chun, nearly resorting to kneading his shoulders and massaging his legs. He resembled a devoted servant, standing behind Yi Chun, his gaze fixated on the screen. Until Wei Dong exclaimed, "It has reached $60. At that moment, Yi Chun finally opened his eyes, remained silent for a brief moment, and calmly stated, "Sell everything." As soon as Yi Chun's words fell, Wei Dong was taken aback, perplexedly asking, "Mr. Yi, don't you think it can rise further?" "Are you sure?" Yi Chun furrowed his brow, remaining utterly silent, his expression icy. "What are you asking for?" "Hurry up," Wei Zonglin, equally irate, urged with a stern demeanor. Only then did Wei Dong and Han Mei break into a cold sweat, promptly executing Yi Chun's orders to sell all crude oil futures. As for Xiao Tianhao, no reminders were necessary. The moment Yi Chun spoke, he obediently commenced action. At this juncture, the crude oil market was ablaze with sales. As numerous nations, financial titans, capitalists, and magnates kept a keen eye on the market. Once an order appeared, price was of no concern. They simply bought. Suddenly, an order of more than 1,700 lots emerged, instantly attracting attention, only to be devoured in haste. Yi Chun and his companion's substantial order was akin to tossing a piece of meat into a pack of wolves that had been starving for days. Immediately torn apart. Report. All sold out in seconds. As Wei Dong observed a torrent of funds flowing into their accounts, he exclaimed, "I've calculated. After deducting commissions and costs, we've earned a total of." Han Mei paused, then turned to Yi Chun, her voice trembling as she announced, "Over 4.2 billion. Overwhelmed with excitement, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing, she spoke in a voice filled with sheer astonishment. She had personally managed this vast sum, having witnessed a young man worth 200 million skyrocket to a valuation of over 4 billion in the span of a single day. The speed of profit was unparalleled, even outpacing a bank heist. Congratulations, Yi Chun. You have now entered the ranks of the top 100 richest in China. With your current assets, you have crossed into the 100th tier." At this moment, Wei Zonglin trembled in excitement, extending his hand to clasp Yi Chun's firmly. Why Yi Chun merely smiled faintly. Top 100 in the nation? Given the abundance of hidden wealthy individuals domestically, his sum truly wouldn't breach the top 100. However, in terms of cash flow, perhaps he could still hold his own within that echelon. Chapter 54. The first thing to do with the wages is to pay off debts, that foolish woman. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to feel proud. In a mere 6.5 hours, his capital had multiplied from 200 million to 4.2 billion. It could be said that he had completely shattered world records. This miraculous scene unfolded in the second-tier city of Longzhou, within the life of a man yet to reach 30. As the dust settled, Yi Chun finally exhaled in relief. He quietly stood up and shook hands with Wei Zonglin, earnestly stating, "That's not of great importance to me. President Wei, I appreciate your trust. In return, I will deposit 2 billion into your bank for a fixed term. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will not touch this sum lightly. However, on the day I require it, I hope President Wei can be accommodating." As soon as Yi Chun's words concluded, Wei Zonglin felt as though he might explode with exhilaration. This colossal sum deposited in the bank would not only fulfill this year's performance target, but also secure next year's achievements in advance. Should this be reported up the chain, coupled with the recommendation of the former bank president, The position of bank president would be nearly assured. Mr. Yi, I won't indulge in sentimentalities. We'll see to specifics in the future. If I, Wei Zonglin, ever fail in my duties, feel free to slap me with this hand, this very hand, until it's worn out. Wei Zonglin shook Yichen's hand. His voice choked with emotion. At his age, retirement was just around the corner. To be promoted before retiring was his utmost desire. Yichen had brought him this opportunity, akin to a rebirth. Old Wei, that statement is rather sentimental, Yichen replied with a slight smile. Come, today I shall treat. We shan't return until we're intoxicated. Wei Zonglin wiped the corners of his eyes, eager to take Yichen out for a grand feast. Just then, Han Mei approached, stealing glances at Yichen, and stood beside Wei Zonglin, preparing to inquire about Yichen's personal circumstances. Wei Yichen suddenly interjected. Another day, my child and wife are waiting at home. I must share this good news with them. Wei Zonglin did not press further. After all, any day would suffice for a meal, and besides, it was only right for Yichen to return home to his wife and child. Wei Yichen bid them farewell and walked towards Xiao Tianhao. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao was grinning widely, drooling, and continually beaming foolishly. Brother Hao, have you had a stroke? Yichen felt somewhat speechless. Han Mei, what did you just say? Wei Zonglin turned back, puzzled at that moment. Han Mei was already in a daze, suddenly feeling as if she had missed something significant, leaving her feeling disheartened. She forced a smile and said, No, nothing, President. I'll take my leave. Where are you going? We ought to celebrate. Today's achievements are commendable. And you too have made significant contributions. This month's bonuses are yours for the taking. Come, let us go celebrate. Wei Zonglin, in a state of excitement, would not allow her to leave, directly pulling his two subordinates as he headed outside. Han Mei, however, looked back 3 times, gazing at Yichen's retreating figure, captivated and unwilling to let go in that fleeting moment. She felt that all the men who had pursued her paled in comparison to this individual, akin to the difference between a grain of rice and the brilliance of the full moon. What is a man? This is it. In the midst of laughter, his worth soared by 40 billion. His demeanor was composed, unhurried, exuding confidence and a sense of tranquility. The unique aura of this successful man was simply infuriating. Brother Yi, although I have earned over 50 million this time, I find myself engulfed in regret. Yet, I am, in fact, quite satisfied. Now I can be considered a wealthy gentleman whose net worth is on the brink of surpassing 100 million. After closing his mouth, Xiao Tianhao embraced Yichen's shoulders and excitedly began his speech of gratitude. All right, hurry back and celebrate with your sister-in-law. I must take my leave as well. Wei Yichen smiled and then walked toward the exit. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already evening. He took out his phone, checked his balance, and suddenly broke into a smile in the eyes of outsiders. His wealth had surged by 40 billion, yet he maintained a stoic demeanor. This was because this joy was one that no one else was qualified to share with him, only family, his wife, and daughter. With this thought, Yichen exhaled deeply and dialed a number. Moments later, Qin Meiyun answered. Qin, my beautiful sister-in-law, might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Yichen's lips curled into a smile as he spoke softly. He had never experienced such joy before and was eager to share it. You're crazy. I'm still at work at this hour. If you're free, could you buy something for Tong Tong? She's probably at home hungry. Recently, Fat Sister had been swamped with the purchase of their new home and couldn't tend to Tong Tong. On the other end of the line, Qin Meiyun was focused on calculating finances. This month, her sales performance was commendable, and her commission alone would amount to over 3,000, bringing her total earnings to 5,000. Life, at last, seemed to hold some promise. However, the thought of the debts owed by Yichen weighed heavily on her mind. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to repay 4,000 once her salary hit her account, leaving her with just over 1,000 for next month's expenses. Perhaps she could even treat Tong Tong to a better meal. Unfortunately, when it came to her parents, she found herself stretched thin and unable to provide for them. Lowering her head, Qin Meiyun felt a wave of guilt wash over her, deeming herself a failure as a daughter. Yichen smiled and said, All right, I'll pick up Tong Tong first, and then once you finish here, I'll come get you. I have something important to tell you tonight. Something good. With that, Yichen hung up the phone decisively and hailed a taxi. Heading straight for the Apple Community.as for Qin Meiyun, she hardly took Yichen's words to heart. After finishing work at 6 o'clock, She saw that her salary had been credited and went to the bank to withdraw the money, then proceeded directly to the loan company. At the front desk, Qin Meiyun, sporting a smile, inquired, "Excuse me, is President Xiao still here?" "President Xiao is in his office, but he is about to leave. If you have something urgent, you'd better hurry," the receptionist quickly replied. "All right, thank you." Qin Meiyun stammered her response, clutching the envelope containing 4,000 as she approached President Zhao's office, gently knocking on the door. "Come in," with the invitation. Qin Meiyun took a deep breath. Previously, she had to come by every month to repay the debts incurred by Yi Chen. This month was no different. Each time she repaid, she lost all hope for her life. The debts owed by Yi Chen felt like a mountain pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Her mood reflected this heaviness as she summoned all her strength to drag her weary body inside. "President Xiao, I've come to repay the debt that I sincerely apologize. The amount I earn each month is quite limited. I can only offer you this much," she assured him. "Rest assured, next month I will repay you an additional 1,000. Here is 4,000. Please accept it for now." Fearing dissatisfaction from the other party, Qin Meiyun first offered a smile, humbly promising a larger repayment next month, hoping he would show leniency toward Yi Chen. Although her tone was humble, it was filled with sincerity. After all, President Xiao, though somewhat intimidating, was relatively polite in the lending industry. In the past, when it came to collecting debts, he mostly sought out Yi Chen and rarely troubled her. The weaker party, upon seeing Qin Meiyun, Xiao Tianhao hurriedly set down what he was doing and rushed over to, "Sister-in-law, you can forget about the money. I've turned over a new leaf and have no intention of continuing. The debts you previously owed can be disregarded. Please, take a seat." In fact, Xiao Tianhao had come today to pack his things and leave. He had already withdrawn his investments some time ago. The behind-the-scenes boss, Li, had tried to retain him, but now, with Xiao Tianhao skyrocketing wealth, all that was left was envy and jealousy as they watched him walk away, forced to maintain a cordial demeanor without daring to offend him. At that moment, Qin Meiyun was utterly taken aback. "No need to repay. Sister-in-law? What do those words mean? Is this a hallucination?" Xiao Tianhao scratched his head, noticing Qin Meiyun in a daze, and chuckled. "No, sister-in-law, you can't possibly still be in the dark about this. Can you? Hiss, that's not right either. Yi Chen isn't that kind of person. After earning so much money, the first thing he should do is tell you. Furthermore, regarding that previous million, whether it was Yi Chen or myself, we should have informed you that it's no longer an issue," as Xiao Tianhao elaborated. Qin Meiyun finally regained her composure. Why Yi Chen had indeed mentioned this to her before, yet he had done so casually, as if not repaying debts was a matter of course. Xiao Tianhao's reaction was even more outrageous. He had politely seen her out and told her not to worry about the repayment. It was she, the debtor, who had felt somewhat presumptuous for trying to repay. "President Xiao, please don't jest. That was 1 million. Qin Meiyun knitted her brows, emphasizing her seriousness. Being granted even a little more time to repay would have sufficed. But to simply dismiss 1 million, that felt like a windfall from the heavens, a complete trap. She refused to believe it. "Sister-in-law, this sum is nothing more than a mere fraction of what Yi Chen has. He probably hasn't even mentioned this to you. He detonated the world's second-largest oil field. Didn't he, you know?" Xiao Tianhao chuckled, making a jest that was not at all unfounded. Yi Chen was nothing short of a visionary, having reached a level beyond comprehension. Utilizing an extraordinarily audacious leverage, he had raked in 40 billion from crude oil futures. To him and Wei Zonglin, it was entirely believable that Yi Chen had indeed orchestrated the explosion of an oil field. Most astonishingly, Yi Chen's timing for selling was nothing short of miraculous. At $60 per barrel, he sold immediately. This operation was simply a masterpiece. As Yi Chen sold off his holdings, the price of crude oil skyrocketed to $60 before plummeting. The television broadcast the latest news, reporting that crude oil futures were retracting as the government began to draw down reserves to fill the gap. Each piece of news corroborated Yi Chen's genius move. The notion that Yi Chen had blown up an oil field, creating a storm in the stock market, was substantiated at every turn. However, this joke sent Qin Meiyun into a panic. She believed him. "What? He blew up an oil field?" Qin Meiyun clutched her mouth, her face paling. No wonder he earned so much money. It turned out he had engaged in illegal activities. Blowing up an oil field could lead to a life sentence. "President Xiao, isn't the situation dire? Will he go to prison? Please, tell me what else he has done." Qin Meiyun's voice trembled, filled with urgency. Xiao Tianhao was completely stunned. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I truly didn't know you lacked a sense of humor. Yichun hasn't committed any illegal acts. The oil field in the Middle East faced a crisis due to internal strife and pipeline leaks. As for the specifics, we are unaware. In short, blowing up an oil field is a matter of national security. It's not something we common folk could possibly do. Seeing Qin Meiyun's seriousness, Xiao Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. No longer daring to joke at that moment, he finally understood why this woman was so important to Yichen. It wasn't foolishness. It was love embedded deep within her bones. Even after being utterly disappointed in Yichen, she was the first to tighten her belt and repay him. When she heard of Yichun's newfound wealth, her immediate concern was whether he might end up in jail. The woman before him, with blood flowing through her veins, was filled with concern for Yichun. Xiao Tianhao was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, suddenly envious of Yichun for having such a wonderful wife. He secretly hoped they could reconcile. So that's how it is. After hearing the explanation, Qin Meiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, sister-in-law, you should hurry back. Why Yichun will explain everything to you. In any case, he is no longer the gambler and scoundrel he once was. I hope you can grant him another chance. Even as a form of punishment, he should make amends to you. Don't you think? Xiao Tianhao said with a smile, packing up his things and moving toward the door. As for the repayment, that was no longer an issue. If she didn't want the money, she could toss it anywhere. In any case, please don't give it to me, given my relationship with Yichen. If he finds out, what would become of me? Ha ha ha. With that, Xiao Tianhao hurriedly left the office, not daring to linger, as if he were the one being pursued by Qin Meiyun for repayment. It took Qin Meiyun a while to process everything. Even after leaving the loan company, she still felt dazed, cradling the money she hadn't repaid, as though she were still lost in a dream. Why Yichen earned so much money? That was 2 billion. Not even robbing a bank could happen so quickly. Qin Meiyun was suddenly engulfed by anxiety once more, hastily retrieving her phone to make a call. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yichun had arrived at the entrance of the unit. Taking out the key that Qin Meiyun had entrusted to him earlier and unlocking the door, as he stood at the threshold, he spotted Tong Tong seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, clutching the strawberry bear he had bought her last time. Her cherubic face was adorably flushed, stifling yawns. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her head to glance towards the entrance. "Daddy?" Tong Tong inquired with a hint of confusion. Seemingly unable to believe her eyes. "Yes, it's Daddy. Quickly put on your clothes. We're going out for a grand feast tonight," Yichen replied, squatting down with a smile. "Really, Daddy? But I thought you wouldn't come back," Tong Tong exclaimed, her face initially lighting up with joy before her expression fell, and she trudged over with her head downcast. Barefoot and clad in a tank top, she appeared quite anxious, as if she had committed some wrongdoing. "How could that be? Daddy thinks of Tong Tong every day. There's no way I wouldn't come," Yichen reassured her. "Tong Tong isn't angry. What did Daddy do wrong? It's all my fault," he hastily explained. Suddenly, with tears brimming in her eyes, Tong Tong looked up at him, her expression pitiful. "Daddy, I thought last time you were going to hit Mommy, and when you kicked Daddy, I thought you were angry with Tong Tong. So you wouldn't buy me treats anymore or come to see me." Tong Tong pouted, her eyes glistening with tears and reddening. Wai Chin's heart ached at the sight, and he quickly enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Nonsense! How could Daddy ever be angry with Tong Tong? That absolutely won't happen. Daddy loves you the most, you know? Everything before was my mistake. From now on, let's have a new Daddy. This new Daddy will only cherish you, love you, and buy you treats and new clothes. Is that all right?" With misty eyes, Yichen held his daughter close, savoring the joy of fatherhood. He was her world, her protector. He vowed to shield her from every drop of misfortune that might come her way. He would surely pamper her into the most cherished princess in the world. Chapter 56. The girl worth $4.50 is not appreciated. "I don't want a new daddy. I only want the daddy I have now," Tong Tong exclaimed, her voice hoarse and on the verge of tears. All right, Yichen chuckled broadly upon hearing her words. "Let us wait for Mommy to come back, and then we'll head to the Sweetheart Princess Castle for a grand feast." He carried Tong Tong into the house, engaging in playful antics with her. With the window open, a gentle summer breeze flowed in, accompanied by the sound of wind chimes, harmonizing with their laughter. "Daddy, come here. Daddy, you can't find me." 10 minutes later, Qin Meiyun, breathless, opened the door to in an instant. She froze in place. Yay! We're riding horses now, Daddy. Giddy up, run faster. Otherwise, Tong Tong won't give you any snacks. At that moment, Tong Tong was riding on Yichen's back. Yichen lay on the ground pretending to be a turtle, and Tong Tong stuffed crushed bear-shaped cookies into his mouth. He let out a playful roar, transforming into a galloping horse, darting around the room. Only when he noticed Qin Meiyun at the door did he lift his head. At that moment, Qin Meiyun felt a profound stir within her heart. This heartwarming scene was beyond her imagination. Wei Chen, displaying such tenderness, rolling on the ground, allowing his daughter to ride on him while cheerfully enduring cookie crumbs scattered all over his face. Such a sight would have been a mere fantasy in the past. Previously, even the slightest approach from his daughter would have earned her a scolding, pushing her away in disdain. Tong Tong would only dare to cover her mouth, retreating to a corner with her doll. Crying softly, "Mommy, Mommy, hurry and come. We're riding horses together." Upon seeing her mother return, Tong Tong waved her little hand with glee. "What have you two done to the house? Just causing chaos, without a thought to clean up. You only bring me trouble." Qin Meiyun appeared quite angry, yet her heart brimmed with indescribable satisfaction and joy. Though she scolded them, her gaze softened increasingly. "Don't worry. You've worked all day. Just relax. I'll clean up in a moment. Go wash your face and change your clothes. We're going out to eat." Wei Chen urged. "Mommy, hurry and come play horsey with Tong Tong." Tong Tong chimed in, tugging at Yichen's hair with delight. "Get down." "Stop being silly," Qin Meiyun admonished sternly. Tong Tong, unable to defy her mother, reluctantly clung to Yichen's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering in his ear, "Horsey Daddy, let Tong Tong down." Hearing this, Yichen grinned widely. "My dear, you can ride too. Why not give it a try?" At his suggestion, Qin Meiyun's face flushed momentarily before she shot him a disapproving look. "Nonsense. I have something to ask you." Qin Meiyun's brows furrowed as she eagerly sought to inquire about the loan. The weight of $1 million debt had deprived her of peaceful sleep for the past 2 years. Without clarity, she could not find solace. High-interest loans were inherently terrifying, yet today she was told she need not repay. This left Qin Meiyun feeling increasingly unsettled. She needed to clarify everything with Yichen. "What do you wish to know?" "I will explain everything shortly. Can you please change your clothes first? Let us discuss while we eat," Yichen suggested, using Tong Tong as a shield. Qin Meiyun sighed in response. "Mommy, I'm so hungry," Tong Tong chimed in, rubbing her little tummy. "I've had enough of you both." Qin Meiyun rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. Yichen wore a victorious smile. Soon, Qin Meiyun changed into a simple outfit, and Tong Tong was dressed modestly as well. The mother and daughter had not purchased new clothes in quite some time. Yichen's heart ached at the sight of Qin Meiyun still wearing those worn-out shoes. As they stepped outside, they encountered the plump aunt returning with a basket of groceries. "What are you all up to?" the plump aunt inquired, her eyes lighting up in surprise. "We're going out for a nice meal to replenish their health. If you and your brother are free, please join us. The more, the merrier." Yichen quickly invited. "We wouldn't want to intrude on your family time. Your thoughtfulness is worth more than anything," the plump aunt responded, her face beaming with joy, though lines of worry were etched across her brow. "Take good care of them. If they suffer any more hardships, don't blame me for being harsh with you." Upon hearing this, the plump aunt smiled even wider. "All right, I'll treat you and your brother separately one day to thank you for taking care of them." Yichen waved goodbye and headed out. "Auntie, we're off, bye-bye." Tong Tong waved her little hand. "Hey, little girl, eat plenty and grow chubby." The plump aunt nodded, watching the family of 3 depart before turning back with a sigh. Retrieving her keys to unlock her door at the entrance of the community, Yichen was hailing a taxi. "Why, Yichen, did you notice? The plump aunt seems off," Qin Meiyun said, glancing back with concern. Wei Yichen nodded in agreement. "I sensed it too. She has lost quite a bit of weight. The last time I saw her, she didn't look this haggard, and her optimism seems to have faded." Qin Meiyun gazed at the entrance. A swirl of emotions within her. It seems the aunt is still anxious about her son's wedding house. She recalled the plump aunt mentioning that she had exhausted all her savings but still couldn't gather enough for a down payment. Coupled with the bride price and renovations, it truly was a hardship for the couple. "I wish I could help. Marriage is so difficult for young people nowadays." Qin Meiyun sighed deeply. Wei Yichen smiled softly. When we got married, we didn't even have a bride price. Everything was modestly arranged. You truly endured hardships back then. You didn't even have a decent wedding dress. At tea that time, Shin Mayun had asked for nothing. Marrying a man who came from humble beginnings with no house, car, or savings. The mortgage was managed with the help of her father's pension. The thought made Yichin feel ashamed, his heart trembling. He owed too much to too many people, a debt of gratitude that could never be repaid in this lifetime. The cost of the marriage certificate was $9, with each of us contributing half. I became the subject of ridicule as the woman worth $4.50, believing I had married for love. Yet, in the end, the women who sought wealth flourished, while those who sought love ended up with nothing. The sorrow in Shin Mayun's voice was palpable. Chapter 57. Brother, have you heard? A mysterious stock guru has made a fortune from oil futures. Yichun felt a tightening in his chest, guilt washing over him as he earnestly said, I am sorry. I failed to cherish you both. The debt I owe you can never be repaid in this lifetime. I won't promise you anything more, nor do I seek your forgiveness. Everything I do now, consider it an act of atonement. Upon hearing this, Shin Mayun turned her head away, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Soon, after hailing a taxi, the three of them got into the car. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Kirdun Hotel. As soon as Yichun stepped out of the car, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Tianhai, are you ready for me? Yichun inquired. Rest assured, brother, this little task is a piece of cake. Everything is set. The rooftop garden has been booked exclusively for us. By the way, this hotel is owned by a friend of mine. Totally reliable. Feng Tianhai replied with a cheerful tone. All right, I'm heading up now. Yichun nodded and hung up the phone. Weren't we supposed to go out for a meal? Why are we here? Shin Mayun asked. Indeed, we'll be dining here. Yichun chuckled. Upon hearing this, Shin Mayun was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening as she gazed at the luxurious hotel before her, unable to regain her composure. The entrance was adorned with a red carpet, and patrons in tailored suits and elegant evening gowns flitted about. The ambience was filled with the air of affluence, making her feel distinctly out of place as she cradled Tong Tong in her arms. Dressed in simple attire, this was utterly overwhelming. One could liken it to Lu Lao Lao wandering through a manor. Yichun, have you lost your mind? This is a 5-star hotel. My salary this month is only 5,000. It wouldn't even cover a single dish here. In a way, if you insist on this, I will head home. Dining here is less appealing than going to that spring pancake shop across the street. At least it's economical, Shin Mayun declared, her eyes averted as she turned to leave with Tong Tong. How could I possibly let you spend money? Just this once, please allow me to arrange it. All right. Besides, Tong Tong is hungry, and if we go back now, it will be late. Yichun hurriedly approached her, his tone pleading. I understand you've been earning money, but this place is simply beyond our means. It's not merely about who pays. It's about my discomfort, Shin Mayun replied earnestly. Experiencing such high-end surroundings, dining here would only amplify her unease, making her feel perpetually inferior. It is entirely my fault for not affording you the chance to enjoy a high-quality life. But from now on, that will change. Mayun, just trust me this once. Let's indulge in a good meal. My friend is waiting for us at the entrance. Yichun insisted once more, then turned to Tong Tong, adding, Tong Tong, I've heard there's a princess castle inside, filled with wonderful toys, a nutcracker, and a gigantic cake. Please, plead with your mother to let us stay. Mommy, this place is so beautiful. I want to play here for a while. I can skip the meal. Is that okay? Tong Tong chimed in, shaking Shin Mayun's hand, echoing Yichun's pleas. Her adorable demeanor made it impossible to refuse. Although she protested verbally, her stomach was already grumbling. All right, let's go. Shin Mayun sighed, ultimately conceding as they walked. She warned Yichun not to have designs on her meager salary. Fear not, tonight, all expenses will be covered by me, young Master Yi, he declared with excitement, lifting Tong Tong onto his shoulder as he dashed toward the stairs. Tong Tong, we're off. Mommy has finally agreed, Yichun exclaimed, thumping his chest. Onward, we shall seek the treasure of the fierce dragon. Yay, I'm off to defeat the dragon with my brave daddy. Little Tong Tong squealed, her innocent expression radiating cuteness. In that moment, Yichun felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment, surpassing even the joy of earning billions, eliciting a continuous stream of laughter from Tong Tong. Behind them, Shin Mayun called out to be cautious on the stairs, trailing closely behind. Unbeknownst to her, a radiant smile had already taken over her face. With Yi-chun leading the way, carrying their child, and Qin Mei-yun following closely, the scene was profoundly heartwarming. Despite the odd glances from onlookers, Yi-chun remained unfazed. A financial magnate worth 40 billion. Why would he care about others' opinions? Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Feng Tianhai, clad in white casual attire, standing respectfully. Brother Yi, everything inside is prepared. You may enter directly, Feng Tianhai greeted enthusiastically. Upon noticing Tong Tong and Qin Mei-yun, he quickly extended his greetings. Hello, sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. And this must be the little princess, Tong Tong. May I have a hug? Feng Tianhai was eager to show courtesy to Yi-chen's family, especially adoring Tong Tong. Hello, uncle, but my daddy doesn't allow strangers to hug me, Tong Tong politely responded, her hands outstretched in a gesture of helplessness, as if to say, I wish I could let you, but my daddy says no. This only elicited hearty laughter from Feng Tianhai. My goodness, brother, your daughter is incredibly adorable. Sister-in-law, you have blessed my brother with a treasure of a daughter. Look at my own child, and I can't help but feel envious. Feng Tianhai remarked with a smile. Qin Mei-yun felt slightly embarrassed, observing Yi-chen's friend. Though he appeared boisterous with a loud voice, his attire was refined, and his speech dignified, unlike the dubious companions Yi-chen had previously associated with. Could you spare the idle chatter? My daughter is hungry. Let us hurry inside. Yi-chen teased lightly. Come along, my mistake. Brother, sister-in-law, little niece, this way please. Feng Tianhai guided them in, sharing recent happenings along the way. By the way, brother, there is something major I'm not sure if you've heard. Crude oil futures have collapsed today. Moreover, a mysterious stock god emerged, seizing the opportunity to invest 600 million while prices were stable, effectively breaking the jaws of those financial tycoons. Absolutely astounding, Feng Tianhai exclaimed, his admiration evident. The reason for mentioning this was his curiosity about whether Yi-chen had any recent projects, hoping to learn from him and earn a fortune as well. Unbeknownst to him, the so-called mysterious stock god was none other than Yi-chen himself. So that's how it is. It seems the earnings were around 40 billion, Yi-chen mused, stroking his chin as he walked. Suddenly, Feng Tianhai halted, taken aback. Brother, you're quite well informed, truly impressive, as expected of a future big shot, he exclaimed, giving Yi-chen a thumbs up. Enough with the flattery. It's just that I didn't bring you along this time. The situation was too urgent and I couldn't reach out to you. Besides, Hao Gu was in dire need of funds. Even with everything he had, he only made a little over 80 million. Compared to the last project involving that unfinished building, you might have earned more than he did. You need to stop being so envious. As a grown man, show some grace. Yi-chen clapped Feng Tianhai on the shoulder casually. However, as these words left his lips, Feng Tianhai stood frozen, his mind racing to comprehend Yi-chen's statement. Wait, you mean you didn't bring me along this time? Hao Gu needed money and earned 80 million from crude oil? That means, Feng Tianhai gazed at Yi-chen in sheer disbelief, his expression one of terror. What's wrong with you? Have you lost it? Yi-chen asked, puzzled. Feng Tianhai was on the verge of a breakdown. His heart pounding as he realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. The mysterious stock god could very well be Yi-chen himself. Huh? You didn't know? I thought you were testing me. The so-called stock god is exaggeration. I merely gambled with a 20-fold leverage and made a small profit, Yi-chen replied, casting an incredulous look at him as he continued on. Qin Mei-yun had been listening to their conversation, feeling somewhat reassured by Yi-chen's assurance that he wasn't involved in any illegal activities. However, her heart skipped a beat at the mention of gambling with leverage. Oh my God. How could I be so oblivious? The legendary figure who seized 40 billion from the global capital markets is my very own brother. Brother, you're now a super tycoon worth 40 billion. In this city, you're the wealthiest of them all. I've never seen such wealth. You must take me along, Feng Tianhai exclaimed, completely losing his composure, flailing about in excitement as if he were a little fanboy, his gaze filled with adoration. Yi-chen, bemused, pressed Feng Tianhai's head down to temper his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Qin Mei-yun was left in shock at the mention of 40 billion. Her mind racing. At this moment, Qin Mei-yun's heart was in turmoil, as she eagerly yearned to clarify the matter with Yi-chen. What was the story behind that 40 billion? She was not motivated by greed. Rather, She was simply intrigued by how Yi Qian had amassed such a fortune. Could it be that he truly had blown up an oil field? At that instant, Feng Tianhai had already sprinted to catch up with Yi Qian as they entered the elevator. Only then did Qin Meiyun come to her senses and hastily follow suit. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 12th floor, the clothing section. As soon as the doors opened, one could hear Feng Tianhai incessantly showering Yi Qian with praise, nearly elevating him to the heavens. Enough already, just close your mouth. I'm not even that thrilled, yet you've become utterly overexcited. Yi Qian shook his head in disdain and remarked. Feng Tianhai, in his exuberance, seemed almost delirious. One might think that the 40 billion was his own accomplishment. Goodness, brother, are you still trying to be modest like this? If I could replicate your success, I'd boast about it from this moment until my last breath, even on my way to the afterlife. I'd be recounting it to Mingpa and sipping her dreadful soup. Let me tell you, brother, if my father were to discover that I had such an extravagant friend. Never mind, he definitely wouldn't believe it, not a single bit. Regardless, brother, you've opened my eyes. I feel as though I've wasted my youth before turning 20. Even if you don't share your wealth with me, our brotherly bond must remain unbroken. Witnessing your success is truly exhilarating. It serves as motivation enough for me, Feng Tianhai stated earnestly. You're a decent fellow, albeit a bit too loquacious. All right, let us hurry to the rooftop. Help me make arrangements. My daughter is on the verge of starvation. Yi Qian sighed, waving his hand. Understood. Feng Tianhai turned around with a bounce and re-entered the elevator. Daddy, when are we having dinner? At that moment, Tong Tong pouted, rubbing her belly. Dinner is already being prepared. Let us first buy some clothes, and after we've changed into our new outfits, we can go eat. All right, Yi Qian replied with a gentle smile. That we're buying new clothes? That's wonderful. I love you, Daddy. Upon hearing about the new clothes, Tong Tong's eyes lit up, and she hugged Yi Qian's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. Yi Qian, I know you've made money, but there's no need to be so extravagant. The clothes here are far too expensive. Qin Meiyun said after a moment of silence. I've already said, today you must listen to me. Let me take charge for once. Could you do me this favor, Lord Qin? Yi Qian clasped his hands together, wearing an expression of pleading. After saying this, he took his daughter and dashed into a store, pointing at the racks and instructing the attendant. Bring me one of every suitable size, and also help my little princess pick a lovely dress for dinner. The attendant stood there, dumbfounded, utterly astonished. The clothing here consists entirely of luxury brand children's wear, designed by renowned Italian designers, with each piece costing no less than 3,000. Especially upon seeing Tong Tong dressed so simply, she felt a tinge of disbelief. However, the next scene unfolded with Yi Qian directly pulling out a bank card to settle the bill at the counter. Over 30 items in total, Yi Qian spent over 90,000 just on clothes. The attendant immediately summoned all staff members to gather around Tong Tong, treating her like royalty, applauding and singing in her honor. Tong Tong had changed into a light blue Lolita dress, and with her adorable features, she truly resembled a little princess. She twirled in front of the mirror, her face radiating joy, mingled with the bashfulness of a little girl receiving beloved clothing. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun found herself blocked outside by two attendants. Unable to enter. This was Yi Qian's specific instruction to the staff. With her arms crossed, feeling helpless and anxious, she could only watch from outside the window as Yi Qian and his daughter swept through the store. Seeing Yi Qian pushing 3 shopping carts filled with luxury brand packaging, Qin Meiyun could no longer contain herself. Excuse me, miss, could I inquire about the total cost of the clothes he purchased? Qin Meiyun asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hello, ma'am, our clothing is quite affordable. The items chosen by the gentleman are around 3,000 each, not overly expensive. The attendant replied with a smile. 3,000? Well, that's manageable. You nearly gave me a heart attack upon hearing the price. Qin Meiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Over 30 items for the father and daughter, averaging 100 each. Quite decent. In such a high-end clothing store, she had genuinely feared Yi Qian would be extravagant. The attendant added, Miss, I meant each item costs 3,000. The one your daughter is wearing is the most expensive, priced at 7,000. What? Qin Meiyun nearly jumped at this revelation. She quickly covered her mouth in shock. Chapter 59. Spending money to the point of tears. Ma'am, your gentleman spent a total of 97,000 yuan. The attendant replied, smiling. Qin Meiyun was anxious, biting her lip, wanting to rush in. Has Yi-chun gone mad? Spending 2 years' worth of her salary on clothing for a child in one go. When she saw Yi-chun putting a pair of crystal shoes worth 20,000 yuan on Tongtong's feet, she could no longer hold back and stormed inside, speaking in a serious tone. Why, Yi-chun? Aren't you spoiling the child? Spending so much on clothes, are you out of your mind? With that money, you could buy several outfits for Tongtong at the night market for just 200 yuan. Yi-chun looked up, speaking earnestly. Indeed, I intend to spoil Tongtong. In the past, I, Yi-chun, lacked humanity and could not provide her with any of this. I gambled, I fell into debt, and failed to be a good father to her. But now, I will use all my abilities, even my life, to trade for a life of wealth for my daughter. As long as she is happy, I would buy not just these clothes, but even this hotel for her. Mayun, whether you think I'm reckless or view me as a nouveau riche, what I aim to do now is to take care of both of you. To the utmost extent, Yi-chan spoke with such fervor that his voice trembled. The nearby attendants were deeply moved, their eyes glistening with tears, casting envious glances at Qin Mayun. This is what favoritism looks like. Unconditional love, how blissful. If only I had a husband who loved me like this, even if he were to find a mistress, I would still take care of her during her pregnancy. The murmurs of several attendants made Qin Mayun feel a pang in her nose. Whatever. Qin Mayun turned her head away and dashed out. Daddy, is mommy upset because you only bought clothes for Tongtong and didn't he buy any for her? Tongtong looked up with her little head, gazing at Yi-chun. Yi-chun scooped Tongtong up, rubbing her adorable face and cheerfully said, Yes, we're off to buy some beautiful clothes for mommy, and then she won't be angry anymore. Let us go. Tongtong sat on Yi-chun's shoulders, waving her small fists in excitement. As Yi-chun's family departed, all the attendants watched in envy, unable to regain their composure for a long time. After catching up with Qin Mayun, Yi-chun firmly grasped her hand and led her into a women's clothing store. Let go. Hurry and let go. Why are you pulling me? Qin Mayun blushed, surprised that Yi-chun had suddenly taken her hand. Her heart raced in an instant. Don't struggle. I'm holding on to Tongtong with this hand. Be careful not to drop her. Yi-chun employed the same tactic, using Tongtong as a shield once more. Qin Mayun had no choice but to allow him to pull her along. Her face flushed, head lowered, following him into the clothing store. Oh my, isn't that Xiao Qin? Out shopping after work? Did you complete the orders I arranged for you today? As the trio entered the store, a sharp woman's voice pierced the air. Yi-chun looked up to see a flamboyantly dressed woman approaching. The woman was heavily made up, her perfume overwhelming, adorned in jewels. Supervisorly, I'm just aimlessly browsing. I can't afford such an expensive store, Qin Mayun said nervously. The woman before her was her superior. The company supervisor, Li Jiao, was 2 years older than her and quite vain. It was rumored that she was involved with the manager at the company and held significant power, looking down upon those of them who earned only a few thousand a month. After all, this was the world-renowned brand Prada. Just one item could cost you 3 months' salary. Don't wander around aimlessly. If you damage any of the clothing, you wouldn't be able to pay for it even if you sold yourself. Supervisor Li spoke with an air of superiority, dressed in a black suit that revealed her ample bosom. Yes, I understand, Supervisor Li. We'll be leaving now. Qin Mayun said as she attempted to exit, but was abruptly pulled back by Yi-chun. Why, Yi-chun? Let us go. Don't cause trouble, I'm begging you. Can't you just listen? Qin Mayun said anxiously, casting him a pleading glance. Leave? We're here to shop, not to be lectured. Come, try on every piece in this row. Don't even bother checking the styles. Just buy what fits. Yi-chun pulled Qin Mayun over, gently pushing her toward the clothing rack, speaking with extravagant flair. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao suddenly became interested, a mocking smile spreading across her heavily made-up face. Oh wow, who are you to speak so grandly? You can just pick any item. You should at least check the price tag first. It would be quite embarrassing if you couldn't afford it later. Li Jiao laughed coldly. Can't afford it? Ha, the fact that I can even enter a store like this, which you frequent, is already a tremendous honor for this establishment. As they spoke, Yi-chun casually picked up a piece of clothing, a form-fitting base layer priced at over 7,000. He smiled indifferently, exclaiming, too cheap. Li Jiao could hardly contain her laughter, the mockery on her face now fully unmasked. Here, even the starting prices of clothing were in the thousands, with better pieces costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Expenses beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Even she, capable of purchasing one piece a month, felt like a paragon of affluence. Yichen's attire was nothing more than street market fare. What wealth could such garments possibly represent? It was merely an attempt to save face. How amusing. I truly hope you can afford the bill later. Xiaowei, come quickly to attend to our esteemed guest, she jested, claiming that he intended to purchase an entire row of items. The female attendant approached, her demeanor laden with meaning, and asked, "Sir, are you certain?" In truth, she had wanted to mock Yichun for his attire, but upon noticing several luxury children's clothing attendants pushing shopping carts at the entrance and greeting her, her words transformed at the tip of her tongue. Esteemed sir, if you are indeed planning to purchase, I shall wrap it up for you immediately and ensure your satisfaction. Meiyun, go change, Yichun said, as he casually handed a long, elegant black qipao to Qin Meiyun. Can't we just leave? Qin Meiyun nearly cried in desperation. Chapter 60. Since I've bought it, if I don't like it, I can just toss it. Yichun was equally anxious and nearly pleaded. Madam, please give it a try. If you are dissatisfied, you may return it. The attendant Xiaowei smiled encouragingly. At that moment, Li Jiayao sensed something amiss. Why was this attendant treating him with such kindness? She was far more enthusiastic than with her own customers. What on earth was going on? Fine, I shall try it, but I make no promises to buy. Qin Meiyun relented, feeling helpless as she followed the attendant into the fitting room. Moments later, Qin Meiyun emerged, adorned in the dignified qipao, her well-proportioned and graceful figure showcasing the elegance of Eastern femininity in its entirety. Even in plain attire, her beauty was undeniable, but clad in the qipao, her aura transformed. From a modest beauty, she now resembled a regal concubine. Wai Yichen was captivated. His gaze fixed upon her, he lamented. How could he have once been so foolish as to admire the superficial charms of a female streamer? How could he ever bring himself to strike such a stunning wife? I don't think it fits quite right, Qin Meiyun said, standing before the mirror. Though her eyes initially sparkled with delight, upon glimpsing the price tag of 27,000, they dimmed, and she shook her head vigorously, witnessing Qin Meiyun in her new attire. Even Li Jiayao felt a pang of jealousy. Xiao Qin, I must admit, your figure is quite remarkable. It's a pity you lack the fortune to match. After all, you have a child to raise, and I've heard whispers about your scoundrel of an ex-husband, always gambling and accruing debts. This dress alone could cover 6 months of your salary. Such extravagant spending is ill-suited for you. However, if you ever desire a better life, I could introduce you to some wealthy gentlemen. Li Jiayao sneered, her mind churning with ulterior motives. If she could recommend Qin Meiyun to those lecherous businessmen and coax them into bed, she would undoubtedly reap considerable rewards. Yichen's expression turned icy, a chill evident in his eyes as he coldly retorted, Keep your vile thoughts to yourself. Do not assume others share your ignorance of wealth. I see your father is quite suited for companionship. Why not recommend your mother instead? Li Jiayao, incensed, shot back. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. Who do you think you are, if you have the guts? Buy the damn things instead of boasting. Stop pretending to be something you're not. In the end, you won't be able to afford it, you pathetic lowlife. I've seen plenty of scraps like you. Come on. Pay up with that. Li Jiayao lingered at the front desk, eager to witness Yichen's embarrassment. Wai Yichen cast her a glance before approaching the counter, withdrawing his card with a scoff. You lowly creature with narrow vision. At the front desk, arrange for the sales associate to bring me the same clothing in different styles, one of each. Wrap them up for me. We'll dine at the rooftop garden and return later to pick them up. Yichen casually placed the card on the counter. Upon hearing that Yichen had reserved the rooftop garden, attendant Xiaowei's eyes lit up. Moments ago, she had overheard her colleagues discussing a mysterious wealthy patron who had booked the venue for 500,000. To her astonishment, it was the very young man before her. She bore no doubts, as only the staff had knowledge of the rooftop garden reservation, which had occurred just half an hour prior. Very well, sir. Xiaowei hurriedly processed the payment. Soon, the machine produced a receipt confirming the transaction. Yet when Xiaowei glimpsed the balance displayed, she was momentarily stunned, convinced her eyes were deceiving her. Sir, this is your card. After a lengthy pause, Xiaowei finally regained her composure, respectfully presenting the card with both hands. Please hold on to it for a moment. We haven't completed the purchase yet. We'll settle everything in one go. Yichen approached Qin Meiyun, presenting her with a pair of shoes, 2 bags, and a selection of accessories. At this point, Qin Meiyun was so dazed that she allowed Yichen to dictate her choices. After half an hour of deliberation, they had amassed a total of 13 garments, 2 evening gowns, 3 bags, and 2 pairs of high heels. Returning to the front desk, Yichen prepared to pay once more. "Sir, this time your total expenditure amounts to 316,000, Xiao Wei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she handed him the card. Yichen's gaze fell upon the previously haughty Li Jiayao. Upon hearing of his spendings exceeding 300,000, the arrogance she had once displayed evaporated instantaneously. Yichen raised an eyebrow, inquiring at the counter, "What is the highest membership tier here?" "Sir, our store's highest membership requires a one-time deposit of 3 million. Granting diamond member status, Xiao Wei replied, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Recharge 5 million for me, and issue a diamond card in the name of Qin Meiyun, with a birth date of August 15th. Yichen's calm tone resonated like a bombshell throughout the store. Li Jiayao, standing nearby, could only stare in disbelief, her expression one of utter shock. "Very well, sir. I shall arrange that immediately. Please relax in the VIP area for a moment." Xiao Wei bowed deeply, her demeanor one of utmost respect. At this moment, even Tong Tong had a dedicated attendant bringing forth an array of toys for amusement. Anxious, Qin Meiyun approached, pulling Yichen aside. "Have you lost your mind? Why are you depositing such a sum at a clothing store? What are you thinking? With that money, you could bring your parents here and spare them from the toils of farming." 3 questions in succession. Not one of them focused on herself. Observing Qin Meiyun's worried expression, Yichen suddenly smiled, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Deep down, he regretted his past actions. How could he have ever been so cruel to such a wonderful wife? "Meiyun, you look truly beautiful right now," Yichen remarked dreamily. His heart ached, eyes misting with emotion, overwhelmed by remorse. "Darling, I beg you, allow me to love you once more. Just this once. For eternity, I will never let go. Never again will I lose you. Are you out of your mind? Quickly cancel the card, or I swear I'll be furious if you buy something. I won't want it anymore." Qin Meiyun's anger flared. "Then toss it. Throw it in the trash. From now on, if I purchase something you dislike, feel free to discard it," Yichen replied, arms outstretched. Qin Meiyun was left exasperated by his words. 5 million. It was 5 million. How could one casually suggest throwing it away, madam? Your card has been successfully processed. With this card, you may enjoy a 20% discount at any store nationwide. On your birthday, you will also receive our warmest wishes from Hermes. On your birthday, you may select any bag or clothing item under 30,000. Thank you for your trust." Xiao Wei bowed, respectfully presenting the card with both hands. The imperial-level service left Qin Meiyun feeling as though she were in a dream. Hesitantly accepting the card, which felt heavy in her hands. This card contained 5 million. How could Yichen, this spendthrift, be so reckless? Yet, the decision had been made, and she could no longer alter it, so she carefully stowed the card away, contemplating how she might discreetly return it in the future. Chapter 61. A city full of romance, just for you. "Qin, my beautiful lady, shall we be off?" Yichen gestured graciously. "Such a tease," Qin Meiyun replied. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a glance. Though she feigned reluctance, her heart brimmed with happiness. She was not a woman who craved vanity, yet she sensed that Yichen had indeed changed. Previously, he would have spent even the price of a pair of socks on a female streamer, believing it a waste to buy something for himself. Now, however, 5 million was merely a deposit at a luxury store, solely for the purpose of purchasing her clothing. This stark contrast in his affections began to thaw the icy walls surrounding Qin Meiyun's heart. As Qin Meiyun and Yichen strolled past, "Supervisor Li." Yichen smirked and taunted, "Supervisor Li, remember to put in some effort to find a boss capable of granting you a 5 million diamond card at a luxury goods store. As for Meiyun, you need not worry about her." Upon finishing his words, Yichen let out a cold laugh, closely following Qin Meiyun and leading Tong Tong out the door. Supervisor Li, seething with rage, stomped her feet in jealousy, her recently altered nose nearly crooked from the indignation. Meanwhile, Yichen's family walked ahead, trailed by 7 or 8 attendants diligently pushing shopping carts in tow. This grand procession of shopping carts resembled a long dragon, drawing attention wherever it went. Upon arriving at the elevator, Yichen addressed the attendants, saying, No need to follow me. Just help me pack the clothes, I'll come by to collect them later. Understood, Mr. Yi. The attendants chorused in unison, departing in an orderly fashion amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Yi-chun, accompanied by Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong, reached the elevator. An attendant personally opened the elevator for the family of 3. Hey, why can they go up while I can't? Suddenly, Supervisor Lee rushed over from the adjacent elevator. Having just been humiliated, she intended to take a breather in the rooftop garden, only to be thwarted from accessing it. Just as she was about to descend, she encountered Yi Chen and Qin Meiyun. Yet, as soon as they approached, the attendants willingly opened the elevator for them. Li Jiayao felt a profound sense of injustice, her teeth nearly grinding to dust in fury. Why? Just because I reserved the rooftop garden? Yi Chen turned his head, glancing at Supervisor Li, and replied nonchalantly. Li Jiayao was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of Yi Chen's substantial wealth, but remained unconvinced. A nouveau riche, a crude tycoon. Just because you have money? You think you're impressive? No amount of wealth can mask your tackiness. You are merely a lowly mutt, nothing more than a piece of low-grade trash. Li Jiayao scoffed derisively. Apologies, but having wealth is indeed impressive. I find your current predicament, squeezed among the crowd, obstructed from entering the elevator, quite amusing. Just look at you, gritting your teeth as if your jaw is about to shatter. Your face is green as a ghost. Meanwhile, I can come and go as I please, even by this hotel and mall outright. Barring you and your mutt from entering, I'm unlike you. Wealth affords me the freedom to do as I wish. Yi Chen coldly mocked. He had no desire to engage with a woman of such character, nor did he wish to spare her a glance. However, Supervisor Li's disdainful attitude and her willingness to introduce her woman to wealthy businessmen were utterly repugnant, compelling Yi Chen to impart a profound lesson to her, ensuring she harbored no ill intentions toward Meiyun. You? Li Jiayao was on the verge of madness, her surroundings filled with curious stares directed at her. She had intended to humiliate Yi Chen, but just a few words later, her pride lay crushed beneath his heel, nailed to the pillar of shame. At this point, Yi Chen's family had already boarded the elevator, heading straight for the rooftop garden. Inside the elevator, Qin Meiyun sighed. Yi Chen, could you tone it down a bit? Offending Supervisor Li will only bring trouble to me. Can you consider my feelings before acting? She expressed her helplessness, dreading the inevitable trouble she would face at work due to Supervisor Li's potential retaliation. What's there to fear? Worst case, I'll resign. I'm not someone who can't afford to support you. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Qin Meiyun forcefully shoved the diamond card back into Yi Chen's hand, turning her head away. At the company. This is my last stand. I plan to work at my grandmother's company next. If I don't bring back results, she won't value me to as for your money. I don't covet it. You can keep this card. It was evident that Qin Meiyun was genuinely upset. Yi Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. He had indeed been a bit too forceful, leaving Meiyun unable to accept it all at once. All right, I'll apologize to Supervisor Li tomorrow. That should suffice. Right? Qin, my beautiful lady, could you smile for me? You see, your unhappiness is affecting Tong Tong. Yi Chen playfully tilted his head, gazing at Qin Meiyun. Hemph, stop your banter. Qin Meiyun shot him an exasperated glance, her tone stern. Although she appeared severe, her anger had subsided considerably. Yi Chen, while I appreciate your newfound wealth, there's no need to squander it on me. Spend on Tong Tong if you wish, but not excessively. The past is behind us. Both of us need to embrace new lives. I genuinely appreciate the moments you've brought me these days. But, before Qin Meiyun could finish her sentence, the elevator doors swung open. At that moment, Qin Meiyun was left utterly stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment. Tong Tong, equally intrigued, pointed at the scene outside the elevator, exclaiming in delight. The rooftop garden was adorned with a vibrant array of flowers, creating a stunningly beautiful display. A sea of blossoms exuded a fragrant aroma, while the sky was illuminated with dazzling golden lights. A long table was lavishly laid out with a feast fit for royalty. Several elegantly dressed couples stood in 2 lines, bowing in unison. Welcome, esteemed M.R.Ye and Miss Qin, to the Kelton rooftop garden. May the beauty of the world be forever intertwined with you both. Qin Meiyun stood transfixed, utterly overwhelmed by the spectacle before her. Tong Tong, brimming with joy, broke free from Yi Chen's grasp, eager to rush out. 2 young female attendants quickly grabbed Tong Tong, ensuring her safety. The spine-tingling congratulatory words resonated. Feng Tianhai, on the starlit stage, lowered his voice into the microphone, declaring, "Congratulations to Brother Yi and sister-in-law on your 8th wedding anniversary. May your love grow stronger and your happiness be boundless." As Feng Tianhai finished speaking, a dozen drones circled above, perfectly synchronized. Countless petals cascaded from the sky. Drifting in the wind, fireworks erupted in unison, painting the sky with a brilliant display. Yichen gently nudged Qin Meiyun out of the elevator. In that moment, a whirlwind of rose petals danced in the night air, filling the city with a fragrant breeze, all in honor of her. Yichen gazed at his wife's silhouette, his eyes softening. "My beloved, this is the romance I wish to offer you in this lifetime. A true romance, solely for you." Chapter 62. Today, it's all about consumption. Whoosh! A starburst illuminated the sky, followed by a spectacular explosion of fireworks. Instantly, vibrant fireworks blossomed around them. In the next moment, the entire skyline of Longzhou City was bathed in a brilliant display of lights. The city trembled. A massive crowd was drawn to the spectacle, converging onto the streets. Even couples embroiled in arguments found solace in each other's arms upon witnessing this magnificent scene. On the rooftop, Qin Meiyun covered her mouth, bending over in tears. Her heart raced, tears streaming down her cheeks. She crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, as if releasing the burdens of 7 years and the hurt Yichen had caused her. "Brother, what's wrong with sister-in-law? Why is she crying?" "Oh no, is sister-in-law dissatisfied with my arrangements?" Feng Tianhai scratched his head, approaching Yichen with concern. "You did wonderfully. She is thoroughly satisfied," Yichen replied with a gentle smile as he walked over. As the fireworks began to fade, Tong Tong rushed over to hug Qin Meiyun. "Mommy, the fireworks were so beautiful," you cried. Tong Tong, being a child, remained oblivious to the complexities of adult emotions. "Mommy isn't crying. It's just that sand got in my eyes." Qin Meiyun chuckled, ruffling Tong Tong's hair. "Let us eat first. We don't want to go hungry," Yichen said softly. Only then did Qin Meiyun wipe her tears and turn her head away, not wanting Yichen to see her in such a state. The family settled back into their seats. "Why, Yichen, let us make this clear. We can eat, but no extravagant waste," Qin Meiyun emphasized earnestly. All right, I'll listen to you. We'll just have a little bit," Yichen replied, glancing at the array of dim sum and fruit on the table before turning to take the menu from the attendant. He began ordering a series of high-end dishes, including signature caviar, Kobe beef, French foie gras, and king crab. "Attendant, open a bottle of Romanée-Conti," Yichen said nonchalantly. As he lifted his gaze, he was startled to find Qin Meiyun staring at him with a look that could devour him whole. Though Qin Meiyun had never indulged in such luxuries, the prices of the items Yichen ordered were utterly shocking. A single piece of Kobe steak cost thousands. This was not merely dining. It was akin to burning money. This meal would undoubtedly cost over 200,000. "I just mentioned it, and you didn't listen at all. Spending tens of thousands on a meal. Do you have money to burn? I just checked. That Romanée-Conti you ordered is nearly 90,000. You're just wasting your money." Qin Meiyun leaned forward, lowering her voice to keep it discreet, mindful of maintaining Yichen's dignity in front of the attendants. "Indeed, it's purely a matter of having too much money," Yichen replied proudly. "I earn money to ensure you and Tong Tong live a high-quality life and enjoy the pleasures of life. Do you think I work hard just to stare at a string of Arabic numerals?" Mother, father is not wrong. I saw a chubby uncle on Douyin say that he doesn't know how to work. And as for going to the office, he finds it tiring." What were those 2 words again? Tong Tong, in a state of urgency, scratched her forehead and suddenly her eyes lit up. Waving her little finger, she exclaimed, "I got it. Just 2 words, consumption. Ha, my little Tong Tong is absolutely right. It's just 2 words. Consumption." Yichen was further amused, bursting into laughter. Not far away, Feng Tianhai looked on with envy. What a mess. Stop watching those inappropriate videos for children. Qin Meiyun shot a glare at Tong Tong. What kind of consumption is this? It's as if you have a vendetta against money. The family's joyful time was spent laughing and chatting over dinner. After the meal, Yichen and Qin Meiyun stood on the rooftop, overlooking the entire city. A surge of ambition filled their chests. "Oh, you think I resemble a nouveau riche, indulging in reckless spending?" Yichen suddenly tilted his head, looking at Qin Meiyun as he inquired, "At that moment?" Qin Meiyun brushed aside the wind-tousled strands of hair, exasperatedly replying. You are not indulging in reckless spending. You are clearly taking revenge on me. A single meal cost 298,000. With that much money, what couldn't you do? Your elder brother is in urgent need of funds. Initially, he couldn't even gather the down payment for a house to clear your debts and sent you the money, causing a rift between him and your sister-in-law to the extent that their marriage was in jeopardy. And your childhood friend, Zhou Quan, he and his wife run a small restaurant, struggling to earn a living. He trusted you enough to lend you 50,000, and you still haven't repaid him. You have accumulated so many debts of gratitude. Now that you have the means, you should let those around you benefit from your good fortune. Qin Meiyun spoke earnestly. The essence of a perfect wife is exquisitely displayed in her. Righteous, sensible, and strikingly beautiful. All right, I've taken note. Yi Chun quickly surrendered, raising his hands. How could he have lost such a wonderful wife before? He remembers all these debts of gratitude and is determined to repay them one by one. This time, however, he absolutely cannot miss out on such a good wife. Are you getting impatient? Fine, it's your family matter. It has nothing to do with me. With that, Qin Meiyun turned and walked away. This startled Yi Chun, who hurriedly chased after her, facing Qin Meiyun and explaining, Meiyun, what you said is for the good of my family. And I am truly touched. Yi Chun raised his hand, ready to swear, looking quite earnest. Upon seeing this, Qin Meiyun immediately covered her mouth, turned her head, and laughed. A gentle breeze tousled Qin Meiyun's long hair. Her stunning visage illuminated by a sweet smile. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Meiyun, you are truly lovely. Yi Chun was captivated. What are you staring at? Is my face a flower? Qin Meiyun teased. The heart knows the heart, and beauty surpasses the moon. Yi Chun spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun's face flushed red, nervously glancing around. Even before marriage, during their courtship, Yi Chun had never uttered such sweet words. Humph, you're sick. Qin Meiyun quickened her pace. Passing by Yi Chun. Indeed, a while ago, when I awoke from a deep slumber, I realized I had fallen deeply in love. Yi Chun followed closely behind Qin Meiyun, smiling gently. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the boy in love. His mind and heart were completely occupied by his wife. Chapter 63. Brother, at your current status, you ought to buy a car. Yi Chun, you have truly changed. Suddenly, Qin Meiyun halted, gazing intently at Yi Chun. Change for the better? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. Humph, you've become mushy. With that, Qin Meiyun's face turned crimson as she dashed away. Realizing this, Yi Chun hurriedly pursued her. Tong Tong witnessed this scene and joined in. The family of three joyfully rushed into the elevator, only quieting down after catching their breath. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Meiyun took a deep breath, feeling as though she was still lingering in the earlier dreamlike state. Many people remained downstairs at the hotel, gazing at the starry sky. Clearly, they were reminiscing about the splendid fireworks display. I just heard someone say, you earned 4 billion. Qin Meiyun tilted her head, looking at Yi Chun, feigning calmness and asking in a rather indifferent tone. In reality, her voice trembled slightly. 4 billion. What kind of concept is that? It was beyond the imagination of someone like her, who barely earned 5 or 6,000 due to her outstanding performance, and who had to stretch every penny. Well, to be precise, it's over 4.2 billion, with a few tens of millions as well. Yi Chun nodded lightly in response. When Qin Meiyun heard him casually mention that the leftover amount was in the tens of millions, her breath caught in her throat. The impact of a few tens of millions was already staggering. What does that even mean? Even a mere leftover amount of tens of millions would require her company to exert all its efforts for 3 years to achieve such results. Just a leftover amount could purchase her entire company. Then, contemplating the preceding 40 billion, it became even more daunting. Having over 40 billion in the bank would yield daily interest in the hundreds of thousands. I apologize for the hardships you endured while following me. Now it's time for you to enjoy life. Yi Chun looked at Qin Meiyun with a serious gaze. You should cherish this hard-earned happiness instead of frivolously squandering it. I previously said I couldn't move you, and now I certainly can't. Qin Meiyun sighed, realizing that no matter what she said now, Yi Chun probably wouldn't listen. Even a leftover amount of several million, even if he were to squander it, was not something that could be exhausted in a short time. You can persuade him. Right now, I am most obedient to you. If you tell me to go west, I will not go east. If you tell me to chase dogs, I will not chase chickens. Yi-Chen quickly extended his hand, assuring her with a serious demeanor. Qin Meiyun merely smiled faintly as she walked downstairs, pointing towards some distant lights. Let us go there for a stroll. There's a night market. Those previous items were too expensive. I can't adapt a night market? Let us go. Yi-Chen had initially thought about taking Qin Meiyun to a hot spring, accompanied by some red wine to set the mood. However, since Qin Meiyun had spoken, he could only comply. The night market was bustling with people. Yi-Chen walked ahead, even lifting Tong Tong onto his shoulders. Qin Meiyun, following behind, observed everything clearly. Yi-Chen displayed countless touching details, worried that his daughter might get lost in the crowd. This was a natural manifestation of paternal love. It seemed that Yi-Chen's fatherly instincts for Tong Tong had truly awakened. He had changed significantly, and it was evident that this transformation was not a mere facade, nor was it merely a result of newfound wealth. However, accepting Yi-Chen at this moment remained challenging for her. 7 years of nightmares had tormented her to the point of despair. Having finally gained freedom, how could she possibly emerge from the shadows within such a short span of a month? It was exceedingly difficult. Truly, it was far too difficult. After wandering through the night market, it was nearly midnight when Yi-Chen finally returned Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong home. Tong Tong had grown so tired on the way back that she fell asleep, her little face still radiating joy as she lay in bed. Dad, Daddy, Tong Tong loves you. Just as Yi-Chen was about to rise and leave, Tong Tong unexpectedly spoke in her sleep. Moreover, these words touched Yi-Chen's innermost tenderness once more. He recalled the first time his daughter called him daddy. He had felt nothing at all. In fact, he had even considered Tong Tong's birth to be an added burden. Yet at that moment, the utterance of daddy nearly melted his heart. Tong Tong, daddy loves you too. Yi-Chen gently leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Tong Tong's forehead before rising and exiting the bedroom. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun sat upright in the living room chair, appearing quite tense. Meiyun, I'm leaving now. Friends are waiting for me. You should rest early too. After giving her a glance, Yi-Chen pushed open the door and departed. Phew. Qin Meiyun finally relaxed. She had been incredibly tense just moments ago, her nerves tightly wound. She feared that Yi-Chen would express a desire to stay, leaving her uncertain on how to refuse. However, Yi-Chen had simply walked away, and for some reason, a hint of disappointment welled up within her. Especially when she felt this disappointment, her face flushed. Could it be that he has lost interest in me? Qin Meiyun gazed at the door, murmuring to herself absent-mindedly. Once she came to her senses, her eyes widened, and she hurriedly took a sip of water. What is wrong with me? Humph, why should I care about him? With that, she turned around, her cheeks flushed, and returned to the bedroom, changing into her sleepwear. Embracing Tong Tong, she drifted off to sleep. As Yi-Chen arrived at the entrance of the community, Feng Tianhai pulled up in a newly acquired Bentley Mulsanne, taking him to the Kelton Hotel, claiming he wanted to introduce him to a friend. A newly acquired car, huh? Yi-Chen chuckled, patting the seat. Oh, it's just that I recently started dating a new girlfriend. My Range Rover was already quite impressive, but she insisted she liked the Bentley. So I got one. By the way, brother, now that you've struck it rich, you should also get yourself a car. It should at least be of Rolls-Royce caliber. Having your own car would make it convenient to pick up your sister-in-law and my little niece. Wow, brother, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saying picking you up is a hassle. As long as you need me, just a call will suffice. Even if I'm lying in the ICU with a breathing machine, I can pull out the tubes and crawl to pick you up. Yi-Gu. As Feng Tianhai drove, he anxiously glanced at the rearview mirror and remarked, buying a car? I've considered it, but there's no rush. I'll wait a bit longer. However, regarding a house, I want to secure one first, so I can bring my parents and siblings over. Yi-Chen stroked his chin, lifted his gaze, and inquired, by the way, you mentioned introducing me to your friend, yet I haven't seen anyone. This. Feng Tianhai awkwardly scratched his head. Bro, I truly apologize. That guy is just too aloof and insists on showing off. To be honest, if it weren't for my uncle insisting that I assist in introducing you to him, I wouldn't have bothered with his pretentious nature. Feng Tianhai grumbled. Chapter 64. Feng Tianhai's Hidden Thoughts. Oh? Since it's your uncle's request, I suppose I should meet him. After all, he helped both of us last time, and I can't let that assistance go unacknowledged. By the way, is your friend in the hotel industry? Yi-Chen asked, Yes, his family runs hotels. It's a family business. This guy wants to make a name for himself and has been searching for projects lately. My uncle's intention is to haha. Have you spare some time to guide him, so he doesn't take unnecessary detours? Feng Tianhai grinned. This moment, his admiration for Yi Chen had evolved into something akin to reverence. Learning that Yi Chen was the renowned stock market guru, he remained exhilarated, unable to contain his excitement. This would certainly elevate his stature when boasting to others. Since it was his uncle's request, I must oblige. Yi Chen nodded, reclining in his seat, closing his eyes to rest, and ceased further conversation. After a few minutes, the vehicle halted once more at the Kyrdun Hotel. Yi Chen disembarked and entered alongside Feng Tianhai. They ascended to the 9th floor, arriving before an opulent office. A seductive woman clad in a business suit stood up, questioning, "Gentlemen, may I inquire who you are?" "We're here to see Chen Peng." "Where is he?" Feng Tianhai pushed against the office door, only to find it locked, prompting him to turn back inquiringly. "You're looking for General Manager Chen?" "He has gone to rest in his office," the secretary replied with a smile. "What? He went asleep?" Feng Tianhai exclaimed, indignant. "Damn it. How dare he, brother? Let us go. I've come all this way, and he is off sleeping. Has his brain turned to mush? Brother, this is my fault. I genuinely didn't expect him to be so inconsiderate." "Please don't be angry." Feng Tianhai immediately turned to apologize to Yi Chen. "You're overly tense. It's not a big deal. We can come back tomorrow. Today has been tiring anyway. I'll head upstairs to book a room and rest." Yi Chen gently patted his shoulder and turned toward the elevator. "Damn it. Chen Peng, you better not regret this." Feng Tianhai shouted angrily at the office before hastily chasing after Yi Chen. The following morning, Yi Chen received a phone call from Qin Meiyun. Yi Chen, "I have a lot to handle at the company today. Could you look after Tong Tong? If you're unavailable, I can have Fat Aunt take care of her." Upon hearing the inquiry, Yi Chen instantly snapped awake. Hurriedly dressing, barefoot, he rushed to the door on the other end. After a prolonged silence without a response from Yi Chen, Qin Meiyun spoke calmly. "Are you available?" "Of course, I'm available. I'm getting dressed. Wait, just wait for me. For me and Tong Tong, you're my top priority. I'll always be available to care for my daughter," Yi Chen explained hurriedly. Hearing the commotion on his end, Qin Meiyun finally felt relieved, thinking he was merely putting on an act previously, but today he had revealed his true self. Perhaps she had overthought things. "Take your time. Be careful and look after Tong Tong. Don't let her get hurt," Qin Meiyun added hastily. "You can rest assured with Tong Tong here. I'll ensure not even a strong breeze touches her," Yi Chen replied with a grin, clearly elated, as if he had won the lottery. This was the first time since Qin Meiyun's divorce that she had entrusted him to care for Tong Tong alone, indicating her growing trust in him. It seemed his efforts during this time had borne fruit. He silently vowed to continue striving. After hanging up, Yi Chen dashed to the elevator, heading downstairs. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun wore a smiled eye. In truth, she felt quite at ease leaving Tong Tong with Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen now treated Tong Tong with utmost affection, even more meticulously than she did as her mother. In the meantime, Yi Chen brought Tong Tong to the hotel, intending to take her to the amusement park for a day of fun. When Feng Tianhai arrived at his room and saw Tong Tong obediently brushing her teeth at the sink, he paused momentarily. "Oh my little princess Tong Tong, you're here." Feng Tianhai approached her, eager to press his cheek against hers, clearly enamored by her cuteness. "No, uncle, your beard is prickly and hurts." Tong Tong jumped off the stool, pushing his face away while shaking her head. Then I'll shave it off right now and then cherish my little Tong Tong," he replied, and astonishingly, he began to shave off the beard he had kept for quite a while. Yi Chen approached, cradling Tong Tong, gently washing her little face and drying it before taking out his phone to follow a tutorial video to braid her hair. "Wow, I didn't know you had this skill. I'm truly envious that you have such an adorable little girl," Feng Tianhai remarked with evident envy as he glanced in the mirror. "Well, let us go for it. While you're in good health, you should have children. With your status and position, girls would line up to marry you," Yi Chen said softly while happily grooming Tong Tong's hair. Tong Tong, meanwhile, lowered her head, poking at the phone screen, engrossed in a video. "As for me, marriage is in my fate. Although I admire you, I also respect your sincerity toward my sister-in-law. I'm destined to drift through life. And besides, isn't there already a little princess here?" Feng Tianhai said, extending a hand to lightly scratch Tongtong's cheek. This is my daughter. Don't mess with her. If you want one, you should have your own. Yichen protectively cradled Tongtong's face. Hee hee, but she is also my niece. Tongtong, shall we go to the amusement park soon? We can ride roller coasters, and I'll buy you the prettiest dress, chocolates, and Agenda's ice cream. Whatever you want, Uncle will get it for you. Feng Tianhai squatted down, grinning foolishly at Tongtong. Thank you, Uncle, but I still want to be Daddy's little girl. Please don't get any ideas. Tongtong adorably waved her little hand. Instantly, Yichen and Feng Tianhai exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Half an hour later, Yichen, holding Tongtong, accompanied Feng Tianhai downstairs at the hotel. Oh dear, how could I forget? Last night, my girlfriend went out and took my car. Feng Tianhai exclaimed. Brother, wait a moment. I'll have Chinpeng come pick us up with that. Feng Tianhai took out his phone and dialed. Wei Yichen glanced over but said nothing, his heart as clear as crystal. Approximately 20 minutes later, a young man dressed in a silver suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and handsome features, approached slowly, exuding a cold and aloof demeanor. Chapter 65. How could such a family-oriented man like my brother end up divorced? Chinpeng, are you a pig? What time is it, and you're still asleep? With your attitude, even if given the chance, you'd still be useless, and you expect my brother to take you along? You re nothing but useless mud. Upon seeing the young man, Feng Tianhai's temper flared, and he immediately began to scold him. Chinpeng glanced at Yichen beside him, then slowly turned to Feng Tianhai, stating, Watch your mouth. Do we know each other that well? This is only our second meeting, the first being 15 years ago in the courtyard. What else with your arrogance? Stop showing off in front of me. With that, he adjusted his attire and disdainfully blew a breath at the scorching sun. Seeing Yichen beside him, Feng Tianhai coldly replied, Heh, I want to stoop to your level. Hurry up and arrange a car. My brother wants to take the child to the amusement park. As for your guidance, we'll discuss it when we return. He was already somewhat impatient and preferred not to engage in a verbal spar with the other man, opting instead for a direct, commanding tone. What makes you think you can order me around? Just because of your uncle? He is still my father's subordinate. Speaking of which, I own 12 hotels. What do you have? Just a failing liquor agency that loses money. So, you've sold your car and can't drive anymore? What are you pretending to be here? Chinpeng retorted with a mocking expression. Enough. Let us just take a taxi, Yichen interjected, pushing Feng Tianhai aside, exasperated. Brother, you go ahead. I don't believe he is all that impressive. My net worth has already surpassed $1 billion in just a few days. Your 12 hotels' annual profits don't even match my pocket change. Moreover, this is my brother, my deity. Were it not for my uncle's reputation, who would deign to offer you guidance? Just look at your attitude. It's utterly unbearable. Feng Tianhai pointed an accusatory finger at Chinpeng, exclaiming in fury. Accompany me? Ha! Just based on him. He is no better than you, a person of the same lowly caliber, by the way. I have heard that you profited from a failed property project, supposedly inspired by a fortune teller. Was it him? At this, Chinpeng's face contorted with disdain, for his father was a high-ranking official, and he had established several hotels through his own merit. A fact beyond dispute. Wei Yichen replied coldly, Indeed, it was I initially intended to assist you, but it seems you do not require my help. Sensing the malice in his opponent's demeanor, he ceased to speak lightly. Assist me? Oh, ha, I nearly forgot. I've indeed heard of your exploits, relying on fortune-telling to hoard Maodai, dabbling in unfinished buildings. What era are we in? Only a fool like Feng Tianhai would believe you. Chinpeng continued to wear a look of contempt. Your father, the former leader of the Provincial Housing and Construction Department, is Chin Timing, correct? Yichen remarked casually. Chinpeng was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of shock and anger. Are you trying to deceive me? Speak of something substantial. He must have informed you of this. He pointed derisively at Feng Tianhai. Feng Tianhai's rage boiled over, nearly prompting a physical altercation, but Yichen silenced him with a mere glance. You are currently negotiating to acquire a popular inn named Yunshuo at the Qilin Mountain Scenic Area for $42 million. The asking price is $40 million flat. Today, the other party has invited you to continue discussions at Yundun Restaurant, and they will present you with a surprise. Of course, it could also be a shock. I can only advise you that the hotel should not be purchased if you insist on acquiring Yunshuo. It would be prudent to wait until after 10 o'clock to sign the contract. At this juncture, Yichen paused. Remember to keep an eye on the news or Douyin. You may uncover new revelations. I've said my piece. Whether or not you believe it is up to you. After delivering his warning, Yichen turned and strode away with Tong Tong in his arms. Chunpeng, you would do well to heed my brother's advice. Lest you find yourself regretting it. Feng Tianhai, filled with indignation, hurried after Yichen. Two lunatics. Clearly, they are obsessed with fortune-telling. Chunpeng scoffed, unconcerned, before instructing his secretary to arrange a vehicle to Yundun restaurant. Half an hour later, at the amusement park, Tong Tong was having a splendid time on the carousel. Wei Yichen sat behind her, holding his daughter and smiling broadly. In contrast, Feng Tianhai wore a troubled expression. Having just lit a cigarette, it was confiscated by a nearby staff member, deepening his frustration. Daddy, this is so much fun. I want to ride by myself. None of the other children have their daddies with them. And I can be brave too, Tong Tong exclaimed after dismounting. All right, for this round, I won't accompany you. Daddy will watch from the side, Yichen replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. It was a good thing for her to express her own desires. As long as there was no danger, he fully supported her, for she had often followed Mei Yun's lead and had little freedom. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong's face lit up with joy as she turned to ascend once more. Her strawberry bear bag and TOW. Wei Yichen leaned against the railing, keeping a watchful eye. However, his concern led him to seek out a staff member, producing 200 yuan notes. Excuse me, could you please keep an eye on my daughter? He asked politely. The female staff member hesitated but accepted the money, her face brightening. It's that little girl, right? Don't worry, sir. I will watch over her closely. With that, she approached Tong Tong, engaging with her, which made Tong Tong even happier. Brother, I'm truly sorry. Had I known Chunpeng would behave so poorly, I wouldn't have introduced you to him. That ungrateful fellow will surely live to regret it. Feng Tianhai finally found a moment to join Yichen, expressing his embarrassment. His furrowed brow stemmed from the fear that Yichen might be upset due to his poorly chosen acquaintance, leading him to doubt his own judgment. After all, it was not worth jeopardizing his reputation for someone else. Enough. Do I strike you as petty? I brought my daughter here to enjoy ourselves. You should stop sulking, or find somewhere else to be. Yichen chided with a laugh. Brother, as long as you're not angry. Everything else is negotiable. It's just a matter of laughter. I'll smile for you. Upon hearing Yichen's tone, Feng Tianhai finally relaxed, grinning broadly in a rather comical manner. Wei Yichen rolled his eyes in exasperation and playfully shoved his face. Oh dear, I must say, Tong Tong resembles you quite a bit, especially with that face-pushing move. Feng Tianhai grimaced, rubbing his cheek. Of course, my daughter must look like me. Yichen chuckled, beaming with pride as he watched Tong Tong on the carousel. By the way, brother, I didn't dare ask before, what's the story with you and sister-in-law? Well, if you'd rather not discuss it, I won't press you. Feng Tianhai hurriedly responded, genuinely curious. How could someone as exemplary as Yichen, an attentive husband and doting father, end up divorced? It just didn't add up. Chapter 66. Fury Unleashed. Tong Tong is hit. In years past, I committed numerous wrongs and fell into many vices, ultimately losing my stable job. One could say that the essence of a scoundrel can be found within me. I owe a debt to both her and her daughter, and everything I do now is merely an attempt to repay it. I hardly dare to hope for their forgiveness. Yichen sighed at this point. Fortunately, Mei Yun has begun to see me in a new light. I will continue to strive to shoulder my responsibilities as a husband and embrace my role as a father wholeheartedly. Ah, no wonder. But let me say this, brother. Sister-in-law is truly wonderful, so beautiful, and Tong Tong is so adorable. You really need to step up your game. Thankfully, you are now a billionaire tycoon. While sister-in-law isn't the type to be materialistic, a man's ability to earn is undoubtedly his greatest charm. I believe she will soon come to understand and reconcile with you. After all, men as young and wealthy as you are rare and highly sought after. Feng Tianhai was not merely flattering. To amass over 4 billion before turning 30 is no small feat. Let it go. When Mei Yun married me, it was never about money. She is not that kind of person. In short, if you ever find a girl who values you for who you are rather than your wealth, do not wait until you lose her to realize her worth. Yichen raised his hand and patted Feng Tianhai on the shoulder. Actually, I've encountered someone like that. Feng Tianhai replied with a smile. Now? The girl who urged you to buy the Bentley Mulsanne, Zhang Yaoyao? Yichen inquired with a grin. Huh? Brother, how did you know her name was Zhang Yao Yao? Oh, it's just my memory. It's perfectly normal to know her name. However, I didn't quite grasp your earlier point. Feng Tianhai suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. Why Yi-chan could deduce the most intricate details. How could such trivial matters escape his notice? That girl is fine for a fling. But don't get too serious tonight. You should visit the Blue Ocean Bar, room 702, and everything will become clear. By the way, don't forget to bring a few brothers along to avoid any trouble. After delivering his message, Yi-chan turned to gaze into the distance. The second plan was about to commence. This was one of the few remaining opportunities for him to profit. Time was of the essence. He had only a few days left. With the capital at his disposal, he was more than equipped. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yi-chan's words, Feng Tianhai's mood darkened. He trusted Yi-chan's advice implicitly. However, he also felt compelled to investigate the Blue Ocean Bar for himself. Not far away, Tong Tong, still eager to play, was about to climb onto the large white rabbit carousel when a plump boy reached out and tugged at her. You move aside. I want to sit here, the chubby boy declared rudely. No, this is mine. I want to play, Tong Tong retorted stubbornly, clinging to the wooden figure. Move aside, or I'll hit you. The boy lunged forward, tugging at Tong Tong's dress. Rip. Tong Tong's princess dress was torn. This was bought for me by my daddy. You need to move. Tong Tong, much like her mother, was petite yet surprisingly strong. With a firm push, she sent the boy tumbling off the platform. Though the platform was only half a meter high, the boy cried out in pain as he landed. Wah, it hurts, my bottom. When my mommy comes, she'll definitely teach you a lesson. The boy pointed an accusatory finger at Tong Tong, still just a child despite his size. I'm not afraid. I have my daddy. You tore the dress my daddy bought for me, Tong Tong bravely declared. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman approached, clearly the boy's mother. Zhuang, what's going on? You scared mommy. The woman's arm was covered in blood as she anxiously inquired. Why is this happening? Mom, it was her. She pushed me down, shouted the chubby boy, pointing at Tong Tong. What, pushed down? You little brat, though small in stature. You certainly have a lot of audacity to push my son. The woman's fury ignited as her brows furrowed in rage. Waiter, come here at once. Why was my son pushed down? Do you not know who I am? I am Mrs. Zhang, and my husband has shares in this amusement park. Can't you discern the difference between big and small? She bellowed. The waiter appeared flustered. Madam, your child was attempting to snatch a puppet from another child, which is why this occurred. It is not my fault. I sincerely apologize. Is your child unharmed? The waiter, feeling the weight of the situation, could only offer an apology, even though it was not directly her responsibility. After all, the amusement park is a place for children to play with parental supervision. Moreover, this incident was instigated. Not an accident. Slap. You dare argue? Get lost. My son has no need to compete with others. This amusement park is sponsored by my husband, she shouted, her voice laced with disdain. Without warning, she struck the girl, knocking her to the ground, and then stormed toward Tong Tong, yanking her off the platform and pushing her down. You filthy girl, how dare you strike my son? Speak. Do you dare do it again? The woman roared, causing Tong Tong to cover her face and begin to weep in terror, retreating in panic. Daddy, Daddy, I'm scared. Tong Tong cried out. At that moment, Yi-chan, hearing the commotion, turned abruptly, his heart racing, especially upon witnessing a woman yelling at his daughter. Fury ignited within him, reaching a boiling point. His eyes reddened, seemingly ablaze with rage. In the next instant, he vaulted over the railing, sprinting toward the woman. She sensed the impending confrontation, turning around to see Yi-chan approaching with a fierce demeanor. Tong Tong, Daddy's here. Don't be afraid. Yi-chan forced himself to suppress his rage as he lifted Tong Tong from the ground, anxiously checking her for injuries. Upon noticing her torn dress, his brow furrowed deeply. Daddy, that chubby ant pushed me and yelled at me. It wasn't my fault that her child grabbed my puppet and ruined my princess dress. I really loved the dress you bought for me. So I just pushed him. Tong Tong sobbed uncontrollably. Don't cry, dear. Daddy will buy you another dress. No more tears. Daddy will protect you. Yi-chan held Tong Tong tightly, his heart racing, desperate to shield her from any further fright. You little brat. You must be that wretched girl's father. Why didn't you show yourself sooner? Look at the trouble your daughter caused by pushing my son. Do you know who I am? This amusement park is sponsored by my husband. I warn you, apologize now, and make your daughter apologize too, or I won't let this go." The woman shouted with an air of supremacy. A crowd of parents began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "Tong Tong, go to that uncle. Daddy will be there shortly." Wei Chun lowered his voice, speaking gently to Tong Tong. "Tong Tong, come here. Uncle will take you to ride the pirate ship." Feng Tianhai clapped his hands, also striving to temper his own anger, smiling warmly at Tong Tong, who obediently nodded and walked over. Once Tong Tong was taken aside, Yi Chen stood up and approached the woman directly. "You just said, who is the wretched one?" Yi Chen confronted her, his expression darkening ominously. The woman, now intimidated, stammered and fell silent. "What's wrong? With so many witnesses, do you still dare to confront me?" she taunted, her finger pointing defiantly at Yi Chen. "Not only will I confront you, but your obnoxious son deserves a lesson as well." Yi Chen could no longer contain his fury. He lunged forward, seizing the woman by her hair, delivering a barrage of slaps, each one infused with his full strength, distorting her newly done nose and chin. The chubby boy was also sent sprawling to the ground, wailing in distress. "How dare you harm my daughter? I can hardly protect her as it is. How dare you strike her? She is my life. My daughter is my everything." With each slap, Yi Chun's hand grew numb. As the woman's screams faded into silence, the onlookers gasped in shock. The principle of "do not insult a mother before her child, nor harm a daughter before her father" resonated deeply. Any father with a shred of honor, when witnessing harm befall his daughter, is prepared to risk everything in retaliation. At that moment, Yi Chen exemplified this sentiment. He threw the woman to the ground and began kicking her head repeatedly, eliciting pitiful cries as she clutched her head in agony. Damn it! Yi Chen struck with such ferocity that he felt his strength waning. Adrenaline surging through him, causing his body to tremble. The woman, now weakened, cried out feebly, her teeth knocked out and her face disfigured, looking utterly wretched. "Sir, please calm down. You can't continue this. Someone could die." A girl rushed over, accompanied by several parents who forcibly pulled Yi Chen away. "Woo-woo, my husband is coming. He will surely kill you. You little scoundrel, just wait. I won't let this go." The woman, still resilient, lay on the ground. Her words slurred as she continued to curse at that moment. A bespectacled middle-aged man, flanked by several security guards, approached. Upon seeing the woman's pitiful state, his face contorted with rage, especially when he noticed the chubby boy crying on the ground. "Wife, who did this? Tell me. I want him dead." The man marched over, helping his wife to her feet, his expression one of fury. "It was him, darling. He hit me and our child." The woman pointed at Yi Chen, shouting. The man's demeanor shifted to one of icy indifference as he turned to face Yi Chen, his veins bulging with anger. However, upon recognizing Yi Chen's face, his expression transformed into one of shock. "Why you, Mr. Yi?" the man exclaimed in disbelief. He had witnessed Yi Chen during the gambling event against the stock god Zhang Liang. Being a billionaire himself, he held Yi Chen in high esteem. "You know me?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, flexing his wrists as he approached. Since the woman's husband had arrived, a fair confrontation was in order. A battle between men. Just as well, he had yet to vent his pent-up rage. "Of course I know you. That night you won over 78 million from Zhang Liang. I was present." The man replied, "Mr. Yi, you are a person of stature. To treat my wife so violently in public is simply unacceptable." The man demanded, visibly furious. If it weren't for the respect he held for Yi Chen's status, he might have ordered the security guards to intervene immediately. "Is that so? I am excessive. Perhaps you should ask your wife what she did first." Yi Chen sneered. The man's expression changed as he recalled his wife's character. Suddenly feeling uneasy, he turned to her. "Xiaolan, tell me what happened." "Husband, just deal with him. Look, I was almost killed by him. So many witnesses." The woman exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. However, when the man scanned the crowd, he found their expressions were largely indifferent, some even shaking their heads in disapproval. "You, tell me what transpired." The man's gaze settled on the staff member. "Mr. Zhang, it was your son who attempted to take this gentleman's daughter's puppet, damaging her dress in the process, and then was pushed down. Shortly after, Your wife rushed over and pushed this gentleman's daughter to the ground. The staff member recounted nervously, as the words sank in. The woman immediately lowered her head in guilt. Mr. Zheng's expression darkened, teeth clenched. He sighed and turned to Yi Chun. I apologize, Mr. Yi. It is my failure to discipline her. Did your precious daughter sustain any injuries? Yi Chun replied coldly. Fortunately, she was only frightened. Had she been harmed, I would have demanded her life. Hearing Yi Chun's furious roar, Mr. Zhang broke into a cold sweat. Repeatedly apologizing, eventually, he hurriedly took his wife and child away, almost fleeing the scene. Feng Tianhai returned with Tong Tong, who was now wearing a new princess dress identical to the previous one. Daddy, Uncle Tianhai took me to buy a dress. Tong Tong exclaimed, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident. Smiling brightly, Yi Chun quickly lifted her up. Did you thank Uncle Tianhai? He asked with a grin, and of course, Tong Tong is very polite. Tong Tong nestled against Yi Chun's shoulder, looking utterly adorable. What is there to thank for? Buying a dress for my niece is only proper. By the way, brother, how did everything resolve? I only found out that the wretched woman is actually Zheng Jun's wife. Marrying such a fierce woman will surely bring him misfortune. Should I apply some pressure on him? After Feng Tianhai approached, he spoke with a fierce expression. No need. It has all been resolved. One should show mercy when possible. All I want is for Tong Tong to be safe, and that is paramount. Let us go, for the hour is late, and I have something to discuss with you over dinner. Yi Chun waved his hand and headed towards the amusement park's exit. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai felt a surge of excitement within him. It seemed that Yi Chun had found yet another lucrative opportunity. Chapter 68. Could you refrain from disturbing her slumber? At this moment, within the luxurious confines of the Yundun Hotel, a grand private room was filled with a sumptuous feast, replete with fresh seafood and several bottles of exquisite red wine valued at 70 to 80,000. Chun Peng rose, approached a middle-aged man, and with a beaming smile, raised his glass, saying, Mr. Han, this marks our 6th meeting, and I trust you can discern my sincerity. It is not that your esteemed hotel lacks worth. Rather, my brother is currently facing a financial shortfall. Otherwise, I would not squander so much time here with you. With that, Chun Peng downed his drink in one swift motion, demonstrating his earnestness. However, Mr. Han merely shook his head and replied coolly, I must say, Chen, this is rather uninteresting. If you claim to be short on funds, I would lend you some, but the price of this hotel cannot be reduced by a single cent, to be frank. If I weren't looking to venture into other businesses, I would be reluctant to part with this establishment. The Kirin Mountain Scenic Area attracts throngs of visitors each year. Just to illustrate, my off-peak revenue alone reaches this amount. As he spoke, Mr. Han raised 3 fingers. At this moment, Chun Peng fell silent, taking a seat and listening intently. Moreover, my establishment is a trendy hotspot for influencers. I shan't disclose the refurbishment costs. But rest assured, the foot traffic alone warrants a hefty price. To be candid, if you do not make a decision today, I shall sign a contract with another CEO, someone you are familiar with, Shang Qiqiang of Shangshi Group, who has just acquired Haitian Group. He too is entering the hotel industry, but he currently lacks reputation. As for the price, he will not budge a cent. I am only discussing this with you out of respect for your father. With a wry smile, Mr. Han concluded. Upon hearing Shang Qiqiang's name, Chin Peng's expression shifted dramatically. Shangshi Group is a multinational corporation, a true super conglomerate. In Longzhou, they dominate the logistics, dining, and entertainment sectors, an absolute powerhouse in a competitive landscape. He would be no match, Mr. Han. I will take it for 42 million. Let us sign the contract this very moment. However, please hold on a moment. I have a matter to attend to, and shall return promptly to finalize the agreement. Chun Peng stated earnestly, Very well, but I must insist on a decision before 10 o'clock, as I have an appointment with Mr. Shang and cannot leave him hanging. Mr. Han nodded in agreement. Just then, as Chen Peng stepped toward the exit, a female secretary approached in haste. Mr. Chen, the owner of Bihai Lantian Hotel, Mr. Yang, has arrived and wishes to meet you regarding the hotel acquisition. He has stated he can reduce the price by 2 million from 50 million. She relayed. Reducing by 2 million still leaves 48 million. Compared to Yun Shui Yao, his business hotel is outdated. Yun Shui Yao is only 42 million, and he dares to ask for that. Chen Peng scoffed upon hearing this. Yet, suddenly he paused. Wait, did you say Mr. Yang from Bihai Lantian personally came here? He inquired urgently. Yes, Mr. Chun. He is quite earnest and is waiting in the adjacent room, the secretary confirmed. Understood. Please go ahead and keep Mr. Young occupied. Inform him I shall be there shortly, Chen Peng instructed casually. With a smile, the secretary nodded. Of course, Mr. Chun, I shall do that. Afterward, she made her way to the adjacent room. This is strange. I never arranged a meeting with Mr. Yang, nor did I fail to convey that his price was excessively high. Why has he come to negotiate today? Chen Peng pondered. It must be a coincidence. Perhaps he was misled by that charlatan. However, a 6 million difference. Yun Shui Yao remains the prime candidate for acquisition. At that moment, Chen Peng recalled Yi Chen's earlier warning. The owner of Bihai Lantian, Mr. Yang, truly has arrived. This feels rather ominous. But Chen Peng shook his head. Ha, a fraud. Why would I believe his nonsense? Am I out of my mind? With that, he approached the window, lit a cigarette, and glanced at his watch. It was already 9:40. 20 minutes left at best. That fellow stated that even if we were to sign the contract, it must be after 10. Is he merely playing tricks, or will something unforeseen occur? With these thoughts swirling, he retrieved his phone, opened Douyin, and after scrolling through a few videos on hotel management, he tucked his phone away. It's about time. I should return to finalize the contract. How could I have been swayed by that fraud's words? I must keep my distance from such people in the future. They bring nothing but bad luck. Chen Peng shook his head and moved towards the door of the private room. Just as he reached for the door, the secretary rushed back in. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Bad news. You must see this. Douyin's trending headline. After a guest checked into Yun Shui Yao, they discovered a foul odor in their room. After switching rooms, other guests found a corpse beneath the bed, already in an advanced state of decay. The hotel has been sealed. The secretary handed over her phone. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng's heart raced, and he was left speechless upon seeing the video that had just gone viral and rapidly climbed the trending charts. In that moment of shock, the door burst open, and Mr. Han rushed in, looking frantic. Without a greeting, he pushed past Chen Peng and dashed away. Watching Mr. Han's disheveled retreat, Chen Peng suddenly broke into a broad grin, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Mr. Chen, what has happened? What should we do next? The secretary asked, puzzled. Does Mr. Yang know about this incident? Chen Peng suddenly inquired. I doubt he does. I happened to see a friend share it, and I brought it to you immediately. The secretary replied quickly. Let us go see Mr. Yang. I will take it for 48 million. With that, Chen Peng led the secretary straight to the adjacent private room. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hotel, Yi Chen was just about to close the door when Feng Tianhai approached him with a worried expression. Boss, there are 2 law enforcement officers here. In a moment, 2 uniformed men stood before Yi Chen. Are you Mr. Yi Chen? We are from the Longzhou Criminal Investigation Team. We received a video report stating that you assaulted someone at Nanshan Amusement Park. Here is the video evidence. Please cooperate and come with us, one middle-aged officer stated, flashing his credentials. Very well, I will cooperate. However, could you refrain from disturbing my daughter's slumber? I need to put her down first. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Please cooperate with the investigation and refrain from any tricks. Otherwise, do not blame me for charging you with disorderly conduct, the middle-aged officer warned, as the younger officer beside him suddenly shouted. Yi Chen quickly pressed his face close to Tong Tong's ear, holding her tightly. She merely stirred slightly before settling back into her slumber. With a sigh of relief, Yi Chen raised his head to glance at the young officer, then turned to Feng Tianhai, saying, Tianhai, please take Tong Tong back. Do not say too much to your sister-in-law to avoid worrying her. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai forcefully pushed the young officer aside, casting a cold glare at him as he spoke. Do not think you can bully others just because you are in law enforcement. Can't you see there's a child present? Chapter 69. Do you think I resemble a villain? Feng Tianhai took Tong Tong into his arms, cradling her with utmost care. Repeat that, the young officer demanded angrily, pointing a finger at Feng Tianhai. Why you been? Enough with the noise. This is law enforcement, not a quarrel. As public officials, you should conduct yourselves with decorum, the middle-aged officer reprimanded sharply. The young officer remained defiant but refrained from further comments. Tianhai, stop wasting time and return Tong Tong. Be careful on the way. Yi Chen said calmly, Understood, brother. Rest assured, I will take good care of Tong Tong. I will find my third uncle shortly to get you released. Feng Tianhai nodded and turned to leave. Will you be using handcuffs? Yi Chen suddenly asked with a smile once Feng Tianhai had departed. No need. Just cooperate and everything will be fine. Let us go, the middle-aged officer replied as he opened the door. Quickly, stop dawdling, the young officer urged. Shoving Yichen in the next moment, Yichen deftly sidestepped the young officer's grasp and swiftly tripped him, sending him sprawling to the floor. With a cold smirk, Yichen walked past the young officer, remarking, "You should consider yourself fortunate that I am a law-abiding citizen instead of a reckless criminal. Otherwise, for your loud outburst in front of my daughter, I would have dealt with you severely." "Officer, does that count as a threat? If so, feel free to add it to the charges." Yichen glanced at the middle-aged officer and asked nonchalantly, "You had better behave yourself." The act of assaulting another was not particularly grave. As long as one could earn the forgiveness of the other party, one might face at most a mere 24 hours of detention. However, do not be too arrogant, as such behavior is hardly commendable. The middle-aged enforcer remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Yichen refrained from further comment and proceeded to walk outside. The young man, having risen, wore a fierce expression. "Damn it, he actually ambushed me. Team Zhang, I intend to lodge a complaint against him. This is utterly outrageous." The youth's face was filled with uncontainable fury. "You should adjust your attitude. If you did, he wouldn't treat you like this. A hot-headed fool like you should observe more and speak less when accompanying me on enforcement duties. Otherwise, should you be assigned to work with someone else, I will be unable to manage you. With such a level of intelligence, you allow an ordinary criminal to provoke you. What on earth are you doing?" Team Zhang scoffed in reprimand. The youth lowered his head in shame but still bore an expression of defiance. In the apple orchard community, Feng Tianhai parked the car and spotted Qin Meiyun anxiously waiting at the entrance. He alighted from the vehicle, waved his hand, and called out, "Sister-in-law, over here. Tong Tong has fallen asleep. Please carry her for a moment." Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun hurried over, extending her arms to gently lift Tong Tong. "And where is Yichen? What has he been up to?" Qin Meiyun's expression turned slightly sour. Having once trusted him with Tong Tong, what had he done? He entrusted the child to someone else. How does this differ from the scoundrel he once was? Initially, she had hoped for his transformation, only to realize she had been overly sentimental, harboring unrealistic expectations. "Sister-in-law, it's not what you think. Brother Yi encountered a situation and had no choice but to entrust the child to me. You must believe me, Brother Yi would never disregard Tong Tong. She is his own daughter," Feng Tianhai hastily explained. "Enough. Just tell me what exactly happened. Where did he go?" Qin Meiyun shook her head, demanding clarity. I've told you. Sister-in-law, please don't be anxious. Brother Yi got into a scuffle. He was taken by the enforcement department for questioning, but he will be released soon. The situation is not severe. Feng Tianhai, concerned that Qin Meiyun might continue to misunderstand and jeopardize their relationship, felt compelled to reveal the truth. Fighting, at his age, he still resorts to brawling with others. Is this his excuse for neglecting the child? Qin Meiyun stated coldly, her previously warming heart gradually turning icy. Sister-in-law, can you let me finish? My brother has confided in me. He was once reckless and made many mistakes, but he has changed now. I've seen it with my own eyes. This is what I mean. I can't express it all in one sentence. Just watch this video, and you will understand. With that, Feng Tianhai retrieved a video of Yichen's altercation that had been posted online, showing it to Qin Meiyun while explaining the context. Upon learning that Yichen had acted in defense of Tong Tong, she suddenly felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had misjudged him. Realizing this, she hurriedly opened the car door and sat down, saying, Tianhai, please take me to the enforcement department. I need to see how he is. Otherwise, I will worry. Sister, rest assured, this matter is not serious. In fact, it is far less significant than Tong Tong's nap. I will go find my third uncle. He can resolve this issue. Just put your mind at ease, Feng Tianhai assured her, patting his chest. When Qin Meiyun learned that Feng Tianhai's uncle held a high position, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surprised at the caliber of Yichen's current friends, each one stronger than the last, a stark contrast to his former companions. Very well, but do let me know as soon as you have news. Qin Meiyun urged anxiously. Understood, sister. With that, Feng Tianhai got back in the car and drove away. At that moment, Yichen sat in the interrogation room, calmly facing the inquiries. Why, Yichen, your act of violence is indefensible. While I acknowledge your capacity to compel the other party to reconcile, you shall not evade the law, Team Zhang stated sternly. Team Zhang, Do you perceive me as a villain? Yi Chen asked nonchalantly. It is not a matter of perception. Your actions will determine whether you are deemed good or evil. Simply put, your act of assault constitutes a crime. Team Zhang replied, unwavering in his principles. May I inquire? Team Zhang, do you have children? Yi Chen posed the question. Maintain a serious demeanor and respond to the inquiries, the nearby youth exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Yi Chen shrugged and replied, then I have nothing further to say. Yes, I have a son. He is 10 years old, Team Zhang responded. His name is Zhang Xingxing, and he attends the second experimental primary school. Yi Chen smiled. Suddenly, Team Zhang's face contorted with rage, and the youth pounded his fist on the table. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening Team Zhang? If you dare to harm his family, I will not hold back, the youth shouted angrily. Chapter 70. Chunpeng's sincerity. Team Zhang stood up, pressing the youth back down and walked up to Yi Chen, leaning closer to say, based on your earlier statement, I shall use your own words against you. If I were to remove this uniform, I would certainly bring you to your knees. At that moment, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned. Team Zhang, consider this. It is only natural for a father to react when his child is threatened. I refer to the incident of being bullied at school. As a father, you must uphold your duty as a public servant and refrain from violence while in uniform. However, I am not bound by such constraints. I lack moral obligations and shall not be shackled by ethics. Whoever harms my daughter shall face my wrath. Thus, I have done nothing wrong, correct? Yi Chen spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Correct, yet the law does not permit it. I apologize. I misjudged you earlier, Team Zhang stated solemnly. However, I must inquire. How do you know about my son's information? Team Zhang's curiosity was piqued. After all, this was the first time his son had met Yi Chen, and Yi Chen had been in the interrogation room without any contact with the outside world. How could he be aware of such details? This left Team Zhang perplexed. Team Zhang, you are a good person. You have been investigating a case of child abduction, where the perpetrators not only abduct but also execute their victims. To date, 3 victims, all aged between 8 and 13, have been killed. You have apprehended one of their gangs, yet have not extracted any useful information, Yi Chen stated with an air of composure. Initially, Team Zhang did not think much of it. After all, the case had made headlines and caused public unrest. It was not surprising that someone would be aware of it. However, when Yi Chen continued to speak, Team Zhang was taken aback. What else do you know? How did you come by this information? Team Zhang's emotions surged with agitation, and he began to suspect that Yi Chen might be a suspect. The ramifications of this case were too severe for society. Orders had been issued from above to solve the case within 3 days. Yet here they were on the second day with no leads. He felt an increasing sense of urgency. What time is it? Yi Chen did not respond to the inquiry. 3 o'clock sharp. Team Zhang glanced at his watch. In 1 hour, the children will be dismissed. Team Zhang, their next target is your son. Outside the second experimental primary school, a white van lay in wait, occupied by 2 criminals armed with hunting rifles. At a nearby hot dog stand, an individual was keeping watch. Meanwhile, another thug was planning to infiltrate the school, aided by a teacher from their hometown. Your son's homeroom teacher. Do not concern yourself with how I know this. If you trust me, it would be prudent to act quickly, Yi Chen urged earnestly, without a hint of jest. Yi Chen, do you realize that your words and actions could lead to serious consequences? If we respond and find nothing, you will be guilty of false reporting. Team Zhang pressed firmly on Yi Chen's shoulder, speaking in a low tone. Yi Chen merely glanced at him. If nothing comes of it, that would be for the best. At least no one would be harmed. Team Zhang, hurry, do not waste any more time. Do not let yourself regret this. If something happens, I am willing to bear the consequences. Do you not care for your child? Yi Chen reiterated, emphasizing the urgency. This time, Team Zhang raised his head, contemplating for a moment. Yu Bin, gather the team. We are heading to the second experimental primary school. Within 5 minutes, they were all assembled. Team Zhang fixed his gaze upon Yi Chen and called out loudly, Yu Bin, though you may be reluctant, you must follow orders. With that, Yu Bin stood up to notify his colleagues. Yi Chen, if this is true, as a father, I shall personally express my gratitude. If it proves false, as the head of the criminal investigation team, I will ensure you face legal repercussions. With that, Team Zhang swiftly turned and departed. Moments later, Yi Chen exited the criminal investigation department and was met by the smiling countenance of Feng Tianhai. To his surprise, Chan Peng was also present, resembling a beckoning fortune cat, waving his hands with a beaming smile. "Brother, you must be exhausted." Feng Tianhai hurried over, seemingly ready to lend Yichen a hand. "Spare me the theatrics. It was merely an interrogation, not a prison release, and no need for such exaggeration." Yichen chuckled and playfully scolded. "By the way, what has he fallen into this time?" He glanced at Chen Peng, who stood beside the car, opened the door, and beamed at him with a silly grin. I concede. I concede. The Yunshuoan has discovered a corpse. This guy has narrowly escaped disaster, a stroke of luck for him indeed. Otherwise, tens of millions would have been cast into the waters. Now that Yunshuo has been sealed off, this incident is likely to bring everything to a halt. Even the owner has been taken away for questioning, reportedly under serious suspicion, Feng Tianhai said with a triumphant expression. Wai Yichen had already anticipated this outcome. However, hearing it from Feng Tianhai's lips was particularly gratifying. Just as Yichen was about to enter the vehicle, Chen Peng trotted over eagerly. "Brother, are you still mad at me? This is just how I am. You know we've grown up together in the same courtyard. Please don't hold it against me. Let's get in my car and head back to the hotel, where we can pick up my sister-in-law and niece. It's on me." Chen Peng resembled a cheerful innkeeper. Grinning widely as he held the car door open, it seemed he truly had come to terms with the situation. From a noble family of privilege, he had now become humble and compliant within the span of a single day. This transformation only intensified Feng Tianhai's admiration for Yichen. "No need for such formality. Your ability to evade this calamity is merely your fortune. If you refuse to believe my grandiose words, there's little I can do," Yichen replied nonchalantly. Yet, his words only deepened Chen Peng's sense of guilt. Heaven knows, had he acted a moment sooner and signed the contract, 40 million would have slipped away. "Stop calling me brother. Where do you think we are? Weren't you so arrogant before, claiming my brother was of low status and that I shouldn't associate with such a wealthy young master lest I lower my own standing? And that is my sister-in-law and niece. Spare me your insincere familiarity." Feng Tianhai seized the opportunity to mercilessly mock Chen Peng. Relishing the moment, his admiration for Yichen soared to new heights once again. "Brother Hai, I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Father, you are my father by adoption. It is all my fault for being foolish and not recognizing greatness. Please, brother, grant me a chance to redeem myself, lest I be left utterly humiliated." Chen Peng nearly fell to his knees. Chapter 71. Saving a life is worth more than erecting a 7-story pagoda. Moreover, his attitude towards Feng Tianhai underwent a monumental shift. He began by calling him brother, then father. The extent of his apologies even earned Feng Tianhai's respect. "All right. Enough of this. Let's go pick up the kids and then head to the hotel," Yichen said as he got into the car. "Sure thing, brother. Let my sister-in-law and niece ride with me." "I drive steadily. Feng Tianhai is unreliable," Chen Peng exclaimed joyfully, practically skipping back to his own vehicle before Feng Tianhai could unleash his tirade. "Damn, that little brat, taking advantage and playing coy." Feng Tianhai grumbled as he also climbed into the car. Steering towards the Apple Orchard community, meanwhile, at the entrance of the Second Realization Primary School, Captain Zhang led several elite team members in surrounding a van completely when they spotted the two individuals inside. They were all taken aback, especially Captain Zhang. This is truly two people," Captain Zhang exclaimed, his face pale with shock. "Captain, there's a suspicious figure lurking near the corner hot dog stand. They seem very suspect." At that moment, the voice of Yubin crackled over the intercom. "Captain, the criminal who infiltrated the school has disguised themselves as a janitor and is currently under our control. All the students and teachers are in their classrooms, ensuring safety, and we can act at any moment." The series of transmissions from the intercom left Captain Zhang increasingly astounded. The words Yichen had spoken were unfolding one by one. "Do not act hastily. I will lead a team inside to verify the identity of a homeroom teacher first." Captain Zhang suddenly recalled Yichen's advice. If that homeroom teacher was indeed an accomplice of these criminals, not only was his child in danger, but the entire class was at risk. Moreover, if the opposing party was not taking action, he had no evidence. He could only proceed inside and await the opportune moment. Captain Zhang personally took the lead, bringing 2 team members into the school grounds. He first approached the classroom where his son was located. However, instead of entering, he positioned himself by the window, witnessing a bespectacled young man escorting his son outside. "Captain, what should we do?" one of the team members inquired. "Do not panic. I trust that this teacher is not acting of their own volition," Captain Zhang replied with a serious tone. Yet, upon seeing his son being led away by that teacher, his heart raced with anxiety. An indescribable fury burned within him. He wished he could shoot that teacher on the spot. However, he knew he needed to remain rational. In that instant, he suddenly recalled Yi Chen's words. "If you see your child being harmed, would you not fight with all your might?" Just then, the classroom doors swung open. The teacher emerged with a boy in tow. "Dad, what are you doing here?" The boy looked puzzled upon seeing Captain Zhang. At 10 years old, he was no small child, yet still bore a significant difference from adults. Consequently, upon seeing his son alongside a suspect, Captain Zhang's tension escalated. Simultaneously, the teacher noticed Captain Zhang approaching and instantly became exceedingly nervous. "I came to pick you up from school and take you to your grandfather's house." Captain Zhang clasped his hands behind his back. Although he had already chambered around, while addressing his son, his gaze remained fixed on the male teacher. The teacher struggled, beads of sweat cascading down his face. His hand had already risen, reaching for the boy. "Excuse me. Can I take my child home early today? I sincerely apologize for interrupting your class. If you're busy, please continue with your lesson. I'll just take the child to the entrance for registration," Captain Zhang suddenly said with a smile. Instantly, the teacher's raised hand fell limply to his side. Captain Zhang, however, did not relax. Instead, he grew even more cautious. After taking a few steps closer, he finally reached his son and swiftly pulled the child behind him. In that moment, several law enforcement officers charged forward, swiftly pinning the male teacher to the ground. "Thank you for not harming my child. Please come with us for questioning. Your situation is not severe. Strive for a chance to redeem yourself," Captain Zhang addressed the teacher, now subdued on the ground. "Sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I do not wish to die or commit a crime. They forced my child. I had no choice. I will certainly comply and confess," the teacher replied, a sense of relief washing over him, a smile breaking forth as the tension and fear dissipated. For 3 long days, he had been on the verge of breaking down. Finally, at that moment, he was liberated. The mutual gratitude and the internal turmoil had averted a crime and saved an innocent child. At that instant, Captain Zhang's heart brimmed with gratitude towards Yi Chen. Holding his son, he could no longer maintain his composure and broke into tears. Others witnessing this scene wore expressions of relief. This case had finally been resolved. Soon, the school entrance was swarmed by various media outlets. As Captain Zhang gave interviews, he smiled and declared, "This swift resolution is thanks to the bravery of our investigative team members, but the credit for this accomplishment belongs to a friend of mine. I am immensely grateful for the intelligence he provided, which helped prevent another tragedy from occurring." With the news coverage, the friend Captain Zhang referred to quickly became a hot topic online. Some claimed it was the return of a detective, while others dismissed it as mere rhetoric. There were even those who suggested it was just a citizen providing information, protecting their identity. Others speculated that the criminals had turned on each other due to a dispute over their spoils. In any case, a myriad of theories circulated across the internet. Meanwhile, seated in his car, Yi Chen caught sight of the news report, a smile gracing his face. Soon, Chun Pong and the others arrived at the apple orchard community. Upon stepping out of the car, Yi Chen spotted Qin Meiyun with Tong Tong, standing at the entrance with an expression of concern. "Daddy, it's Daddy." Tong Tong's eyes fixed on Yi Chen, and without hesitation, she broke free from Qin Meiyun's grasp and dashed towards him with a beaming smile. Observing this, Qin Meiyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. This little ungrateful one, so young and already so opportunistic, knows who treats her well, she muttered, though she still approached with a serious demeanor. "My precious little princess. Daddy has missed you dearly. Come give Daddy a kiss." Yi Chen crouched down, arms wide open, enveloping Tong Tong in a warm embrace. Tong Tong joyfully planted a kiss on Yi Chen's cheek, leaving a droplet of saliva. Exuding a faint scent of milk, Yi Chen welcomed it, feeling it was a gift from a little angel. Chapter 72. A sincere apology. "I was wrong, brother." "Daddy, where have you been? Tong Tong couldn't find you. Mommy was even scolding me." Tong Tong pouted, her expression filled with grievance as she clung to Yi Chen's neck. Children possess simple thoughts and are most attuned to who treats them kindly. The fatherly love Yi Chen offered was not manifested through wealth, but through companionship, indulgence, and affection. That singular brand of paternal love was irreplaceable. Ha ha, mother did not intend to, and in the future, if Tong Tong behaves more obediently, mother will not be so. Yi Chen swiftly scooped up Tong Tong, then turned to Qin Meiyun and said, Qin, the beautiful lady, who has troubled you? Your expression seems a bit off. Do not jest with me, I ask you. Where have you been? Qin Meiyun replied with a serious demeanor. Huh? I was doing nothing, just resolving a slight issue. If you don't believe me, ask Tianhai. Yi Chen pointed, only to realize that Feng Tianhai had long since vanished. In that instant, Yi Chen recognized that Qin Meiyun must have found out. That rascal Feng Tianhai. How could he let the secret slip while I was trying to keep it under wraps? His tongue is looser than his waistband. This fellow, I always knew he was unreliable. Yi Chen muttered, do not blame him. It was I who pressed him. He had no choice. Setting aside the fact that someone else disclosed your matters, as an adult, how could you resort to fighting? Even for Tong Tong's sake, you cannot harm someone to that extent. If your parents were to learn of this, they would surely worry for you. Qin Meiyun said earnestly. Although she scolded him, it was evident that she was concerned. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that in Qin Meiyun's heart, he was not invisible. At least, she still worried for his safety. You can still laugh? Qin Meiyun exclaimed incredulously, glaring at Yi Chen. Being cared for is indeed delightful. All right, Qin, the beautiful lady, I understand. I will never act impulsively again. I shall heed your teachings. Given that this is my first offense, let us not escalate matters unnecessarily. Yi Chen attempted to reach for Qin Meiyun's hand, but instinctively withdrew. Qin Meiyun noticed his gesture and sighed. Very well, you are an adult and should have discretion. Although you acted impulsively, your concern for your daughter is commendable, yet next time, you must consider your methods. As Qin Meiyun's words fell, Yi Chen immediately stood at attention and saluted. At your command, Lady Qin. Seeing Yi Chen's frivolous demeanor, Qin Meiyun couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Chun Pang cautiously approached. Are you hunchbacked? How come I never noticed before? Yi Chen inquired with confusion. Huh? No, I am not hunchbacked, sister-in-law. Have you finished your scolding? If so, let us set off, Chun Pang asked tentatively. At that moment, Yi Chen realized that this fellow was not hunchbacked but rather intimidated by Qin Meiyun. My apologies for making you laugh, he said. Where are we headed? Upon seeing outsiders, Qin Meiyun finally relented and reverted to her usual gentleness, politely inquiring. To the hotel. I've arranged a banquet there. Sister-in-law, please get in the car. In truth, my brother has been under considerable strain. I am aware of that incident, and that woman truly deserved a beating. Go win Yi Chen's forgiveness. Chun Pang had exerted considerable effort. I know he acted out of impulse. Yet it was reckless. The child is fine, just some superficial injuries. If he were to seriously harm someone, it would create more trouble. Even a justified cause can turn unjust. Qin Meiyun spoke with seriousness. Indeed, violence is never the answer. Chun Pang wiped the sweat from his forehead, initially intending to speak well of Yi Chen, but ended up conceding to Qin Meiyun's admonishments. Soon, Qin Meiyun entered the car to embrace Tong Tong. I don't want to. This uncle said this morning that we could not ride in his car. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong clung to Yi Chen and refused to go. At once, Chun Pang was embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. It's a misunderstanding, dear niece. Uncle was speaking in his sleep. How could I not let someone as adorable as you ride in the car? Uncle was wrong. Please forgive me. Chun Pang smiled at Tong Tong. Really? Then I will go sit with mother. After hearing this, Tong Tong turned around and leaped from Yi Chen's arms into Qin Meiyun's embrace. Just then, Feng Tianhai came running, waving his hand as if he were a traitor. With a sheepish grin on his face, I had a stomachache earlier. Hey brother, sister-in-law, didn't he give you a hard time? Did she? Feng Tianhai asked cheerfully upon reaching them. Enough with the nonsense, hurry up and drive. Yi Chen slapped him lightly before getting into the car. The group then set off towards the Grand Hotel. The banquet prepared by Chun Pang was splendid. He had even instructed the kitchen to specially create a 3-tiered children's cake for Tong Tong. This delighted Tong Tong immensely. Brother, previously I acted thoughtlessly. Please do not hold it against me today. I simply wish to apologize. I will drink this toast. And you may indulge as you please. Chen Peng raised his glass and gulped it down. All right, brother Yi was never truly angry with you. If he genuinely wished to hold you accountable, he wouldn't have come. If you really want to thank brother Yi, do something substantial and spare the empty words. Feng Tianhai interjected. Feng Tianhai, who do you look down upon? Do you think I, Chen Peng, lack connections? Brother, I have a suite in Billionaikein, over 170 square meters, just renovated and never lived in. Here are the keys. After saying this, Chen Peng produced a set of keys and offered them to Yi Chen, throwing a provocative glance at Feng Tianhai, as if to say, I, Chen Peng, am indeed generous, gifting a house of over 100 square meters. Enough. How could I possibly accept your gift? My uncle asked me to assist you. I will certainly help. Put it away, Yi Chen said, bemused, quickly pushing the keys back. In truth, it was not solely for his uncle's sake. There were personal interests involved, primarily due to Chan Peng's father being a high-ranking official, nearly second to the city lord. He was not scheming, but rather, in a legitimate context, having a familiar contact could ease many future endeavors. For instance, today, he was released so easily due to numerous connections. If he had truly broken the law, no one could save him. However, since it was the other party who initiated the violence, it could at most be considered mutual combat. And the other party had voluntarily forgiven him, thus this matter was hardly significant. But with that one statement, he could have been spared an additional 20 hours of detention. Chapter 73. Preparing in advance. Short selling plans, brother. Do you look down upon this house, or is it not to your taste? I personally designed the luxurious European-style renovation, spending 70 to 80,000 just on the renovation. Chen Peng asked in astonishment. He found it hard to comprehend. This house, including the renovation, was worth at least 260,000. To give it away and receive no acceptance? Was it deemed too little? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. About to explain, but at that moment, Feng Tianhai interjected. He just thinks it's not up to par, I say. Chen Peng, do you truly believe my brother would covet your house? I think it's not that he looks down upon it, but rather, consider your perspective. Do you think a man with over 40 billion in liquid assets needs your 100 homes? As Feng Tianhai's words settled, Chen Peng was instantly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. His mind exploding. While Feng Tianhai often boasted and joked, he would not exaggerate in such matters. Yet he could never have imagined that Yi Chen, merely a few years his senior, was worth over 40 billion. How terrifying! Mainly, he had never seen Yi Chen before. He knew of those few wealthy individuals in their circle. A net worth of 40 billion was already exceedingly rare. After all, Longzhou was merely a small city, barely second tier. No, it wasn't a net worth of 40 billion, but rather 40 billion in liquid assets, readily available. The significance was even more profound, brother. It's not that I look down upon you. It truly isn't. Is what Feng Tianhai said true? I know of people in the circle with net worth in the hundreds of billions, but none can produce 40 billion in liquid assets at once. Prior to this, I truly had a narrow view and had never met you. Chen Peng asked in utter disbelief. He was curious. He was genuinely eager to understand how Yi Chen possessed such immense wealth. Indeed, I recently made some gains in the stock market, Yi Chen replied, taking a sip of water, nonchalantly stating. He then accepted a small cake from Tong Tong and took a bite. His casual remark instantly left Chen Peng in utter shock once more. His mind raced, at least, upon hearing the sensitive term stocks. He quickly recalled the recent exploits of a legendary figure in the financial world, having scooped up a hefty sum from the ocean of global capital, coupled with the figure of 40 billion. Wait, let me calm down and gather my thoughts. Chen Peng trembled as he picked up his glass, took a sip, and nearly choked, his face turning beet red. Beside him, Feng Tianhai was laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Yi Chen appeared indifferent, playing with Tong Tong. Yet, within Qin Meiyun, waves of shock surged one after another. She was now fully comprehending the concept of 42 billion. To have a CEO with a chain of several hotels bowing respectfully, to have a powerful young master follow behind like a devoted servant, calling him brother. A house worth 6 to 70,000 in renovations, previously unthinkable for Qin Meiyun. Yet now, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Devoid of any interest, he had truly changed, and the transformation was monumental. It was as if the transformative development of the nation in the 1970s had encountered a remarkable leap. one that even intelligent machines could not comprehend. This realization brought great comfort to Qin Meiyun, filling her with an increasing sense of satisfaction. Don't be so excited. It's not an extraordinary matter. Yichen finally lifted his head, smiling as he addressed Chen Peng. Brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I have embarrassed myself in your presence. So, you are indeed the renowned stock market guru, Stock God 42, who has been the talk of the financial circles lately. Chen Peng's emotions settled, but he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What? Stock God 42? What nonsense is this? Yichen scratched his head, perplexed. Trading crude oil futures, leveraging 20 times over 8 hours, raking in 42 billion. As far as the community is concerned, your reputation has ascended to a divine level. Enough, enough. It's too embarrassing, brother. I truly have nothing of value to offer you, so I cannot repay this favor in the short term. If you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. I am willing to serve you diligently, Chen Peng said earnestly, cradling his hands. Indeed, there is something, but it's not a request for assistance. Rather, it's about enabling the two of you to make a small profit. You know about BM Motors, right? At that moment, Yichen remarked with a faint smile. Suddenly, boom, Feng Tianhai, upon hearing the prospect of making money, excitedly toppled off his chair. Everyone turned in astonishment. Don't mind me, brother. Please continue, Feng Tianhai exclaimed, stretching out a hand from under the table, then hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Wei Yichen merely chuckled before continuing. In an hour, there will be excitement at the BM Auto Show. You two should go take a look, and tomorrow, expect a message from me. As Yichen's words fell, the two exchanged glances. Brother, I need to use the restroom, Feng Tianhai declared before rushing out of the room. Brother, I'll accompany him to the restroom. Chen Peng quickly followed suit after exchanging a brief greeting. Observing these two lively characters, Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. Meiyun, please keep Tong Tong entertained. I need to make a phone call. With that, Yichen rose and walked toward the window. Qin Meiyun, understanding the gravity of Yichen's current endeavors, obediently settled Tong Tong in a chair and began feeding her. I want to play with Daddy, Tong Tong pouted, spotting Yichen entering the adjacent room. Daddy is busy. Be good, or I might have to scold you, Qin Meiyun playfully threatened, raising her tiny fist, though it was merely a gesture of tease. To her surprise, Tong Tong appeared on the verge of tears. However, Qin Meiyun felt no pangs of sympathy, recognizing that this behavior stemmed from Yichen's indulgence. It's not a good thing, Tong Tong. When adults are busy, you must learn to entertain yourself, understand? If Daddy doesn't earn money, your strawberry bear, cake, and everything else will be gone. Moreover, if Daddy doesn't earn money, he won't have time to spend with you, Qin Meiyun guided patiently. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong nodded obediently, as children often do, before pouting. Then I'll wait for Daddy to make lots of money, so he can play with me every day. As she spoke, she spread her arms wide, illustrating just how significant that meant to her. At that moment, Yichen stood by the window, dialing a number. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, Brother Yi, it's quite late. What can I do for you? Wei Zonglin, having just fallen asleep, was roused by the phone call. Had it been anyone else, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. These days had been exceedingly busy, and a promotion seemed imminent. However, upon realizing it was Yichen calling, he sprang up with excitement, devoid of any resentment. Brother, I need a favor. Could you assist me in purchasing some short-selling options for BM Motors over in the U? Tonight? Yichen inquired. Wei Zonglin quickly donned his glasses, adopting a serious demeanor. Absolutely. I happen to have a friend who runs a company in the US and has some connections with banks. He often engages in short selling and is quite trustworthy. I can vouch for him. How much do you wish to purchase? Hearing this, Yichen felt reassured. Not much, just 500 million will suffice. Please process it through my account, and there will certainly be generous compensation once the deal is done. Yichen replied with a smile. All right, let us skip the formalities between us. I'm contacting him right now. With that, Wei Zonglin hung up the phone. Yichen gazed out at the night scenery, a smile gracing his face. Tonight, BM Motors would face a monumental event, and tomorrow, their stock would plummet by 30 trillion. At this juncture, buying at the bottom and anticipating a rise could yield profits, though many might anticipate an increase without being able to predict its extent. Many were willing to take the risk, albeit with minimal investment. This incident would usher in a significant price drop for BM Motors, intended to restore the stock market. It was merely a matter of who could capitalize on the lowest price and cash out at the peak. Yi Chun was well aware of this. Short selling could only be conducted abroad, hence he aimed to profit marginally. However, buying long could allow Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng to make a small fortune. Everything he was doing now was paving the way for his future. Late into the night, Yi Chun returned to the private room when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Just as he was about to rise, Qin Meiyun, unexpectedly placing her hand on his shoulder with a smile, said, "I'll go." "Who are you looking for?" Qin Meiyun asked, slightly startled upon seeing a man in law enforcement attire. She worried he might be seeking Yi Chun. As her unease about his recent changes weighed heavily on her mind, "Is Yi Chun here?" "I am Captain Zhang Sheng of the 9th Criminal Investigation Team," Captain Zhang said with a smile. "Yi Chun is not here." "I'm sorry," Qin Meiyun replied, hastily closing the door. Turning away, her face paled with anxiety. She was not afraid. She feared nothing, as long as Yi Chun was not taken away. Just then, Yi Chun approached Qin Meiyun with a gentle smile, saying, "Open the door. He's here to express his gratitude." "Gratitude? Yi Chun, could you stop joking around? They have come to our door. Be quiet. Wait until he leaves before we talk. You must honestly explain what you've been up to during this time and how you've earned so much money." Qin Meiyun inhaled deeply, her heart racing. Imagining lying in front of a law enforcement captain was inconceivable to her, for she had never been one to fabricate stories. Yet, subconsciously, she was protecting Yi Chun. Although her method was misguided, this was simply who Qin Meiyun was. "Don't worry. He truly is here to express his gratitude." With that, Yi Chun donned a confident smile and opened the door. At that moment, Yi Chun called out to Captain Zhang, who had just walked a short distance down the corridor. "Captain Zhang, do you need something from me?" Captain Zhang, surprised, turned back and walked toward Yi Chun's invitation, entering the private room. Qin Meiyun felt a twinge of shame, occasionally casting furious glances at Yi Chun. The situation rendered Yi Chun somewhat awkward. "Yi Chun, I have come to thank you for the intelligence you provided. Without your reminder, my son," Captain Zhang began, pushing his son forward to face Yi Chun. "Xing, kneel and bow to Uncle Yi," with Captain Zhang's words. The little boy promptly knelt on the ground. "Get up, quickly," Yi Chun exclaimed, reaching out to help the boy to his feet. "Captain Zhang, this is unnecessary," Yi Chun hurriedly interjected. "It is customary in my hometown, and you are our family's savior. Kneeling to you is not a loss," Captain Zhang continued, a look of genuine remorse on his face. "It's my duty. There's no need to take it personally. Haven't you eaten yet? Come, let's share a meal. Please, don't be modest," Yi Chun invited. "No, another day. My wife will cook. Please come to our home for dinner. I know you're busy, and I won't impose, but you must come to our house for this meal. Otherwise, I'll bring Xing every day to kneel before you," Captain Zhang said with a bright smile, leaving Yi Chun feeling somewhat helpless. Captain Zhang then presented a banner, revealing the words Dragonzhou Good Citizen Award, along with a medal. "This is an award from our entire criminal investigation team after careful consideration. It is an honor," Captain Zhang stated solemnly. Yi Chun did not hesitate to accept the medal and pin it to his chest. "I appreciate the recognition from the authorities," Yi Chun said earnestly, saluting. "Well, I must take my leave. Xing, say goodbye to the little sister, and bid farewell to uncle and aunt." Captain Zhang nodded appreciatively. While playing with Tong Tong, Zhang Xing politely greeted her and then called out to Yi Chun and Qin Meiyun, "Goodbye, Uncle Yi, Aunt Yi, goodbye. Come visit us when you have time." Qin Meiyun beamed, rising to see them off. After escorting Captain Zhang and his son away, Qin Meiyun finally let out a sigh of relief, especially upon seeing the medal adorning Yi Chun's chest and the banner on the table. Her smile grew ever brighter. The final remnants of her worries dissipated entirely. "Now, you must believe me. All my money has been earned legally. You can rest assured. Even for the sake of you two ladies, I would never resort to such unscrupulous acts as killing the chicken for its eggs," Yi Chun stated with utmost seriousness. In the presence of Captain Zhang, he remained composed and unruffled. However, when confronted by Qin Meiyun, he chose to be candid and forthcoming. He then laid bare the details of his legitimate ventures in making money. Though when it came to stocks and hoarding, Qin Meiyun found herself at a loss. Only after understanding that Yi Chun indeed earned his wealth legally did her worries dissipate entirely. At this moment, at the BM Auto Show, the venue was bustling with visitors, and numerous foreigners had gathered together. Wave after wave of models paraded down the runway, striking various alluring poses around an array of new automobiles. Dozens of media outlets vied to report on the event. The atmosphere was exuberantly lively. Feng Tianhai was indulging in cake while surveying the surroundings, occasionally glancing at the models. "Where did you get that cake?" Qian Peng, feeling hungry, approached to inquire. Chapter 75. I am forever here. It's long gone, just this piece, which I snatched up quickly, however. I now suspect that Brother Yi might be envisioning a world for the three of us. Which is why he has drawn us out here. It's indeed lively, but nothing extraordinary. The BM enterprise has been quite stable for many years, and the stock hasn't fluctuated much at all. Feng Tianhai still couldn't discern the underlying reasons. If it weren't for Yi Chen's own words, he would have returned home ages ago. Let's observe a bit longer. Patience is key. I'm going to grab an ice cream. It's too hot. After saying this, Chen Peng pointed towards a nearby girl distributing ice cream. No need to go. It would be pointless. That's not meant for us. It's all for those foreigners. Feng Tianhai replied indifferently. What? What does that mean? We're hosting an auto show in our country, and it's a joint venture. Why shouldn't we be given ice cream? Who are they looking down on? Chen Peng frowned. However, just as his words fell, a commotion erupted at the ice cream distribution point. A man and a woman were questioning the situation. They were a pair of streamers, and they had already begun a live broadcast. Let us go check out the excitement. Feng Tianhai's expression shifted as he walked over with Qian Peng. Among the crowd, a young man, wearing glasses and appearing rather refined, was now livid. Why is it that those foreigners can receive ice cream while we cannot? Are you discriminating against us? The young man indignantly queried. I'm sorry, sir, but the ice cream is truly all gone. Just take a look, the girl said, opening the box to reveal it was empty. Don't mislead the public. Open that other box. The young man pointed towards a different box. Sir, please do not act unreasonable. I am under no obligation to heed your commands. The girl's expression instantly turned frosty. Moreover, several security personnel swiftly dragged the young man away. The entire scene was recorded. At that moment, a foreigner pointed at the box and spoke a few words. Suddenly, the girl's face lit up with a smile, encouraging the foreigner to open the box and take an ice cream. After the foreigner walked away, the two girls continued to beam. What do you think? Chen Peng smiled faintly. What is there to think? Clearly, it's discrimination. BM's reputation is being tarnished. The main issue is that these two beauties changed their demeanor too quickly. Even without ice cream, their contemptuous attitude towards their fellow countrymen is truly rather distasteful. After finishing, Feng Tianhai turned and walked outside. After observing the commotion for a while, Chen Peng also departed from the auto show. That evening, the two returned to their hotel. Inside a private room, Feng Tianhai recounted the events that transpired. Furthermore, he found the video, which had garnered over 1 million likes on Douyin. The comments section on BM's official platform had been inundated. Brother, without a doubt, BM's shares will plummet. But we cannot short sell domestically. We can only watch, Feng Tianhai queried, puzzled. When the shares drop, we buy at the bottom. It's that simple. Do you really need me to explain this? Yichen chuckled. But this matter needs to brew for a while. When should we make our move? If we act too early, we'll pay too much. If we wait too long, we might miss the opportunity. Feng Tianhai still found himself in a quandary. He certainly did not possess Yichen's foresight. His ability to judge stocks was nearly non-existent. Especially with the BM incident escalating, a significant drop in stock prices was inevitable. As for a rebound, that was assured, but it would require time. Moreover, the volume of purchases would determine the profit margins. Timing the purchase was of utmost importance. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, it will hit the lowest point. Just by then. Following that, BM will have new initiatives that will significantly boost the stock. Moreover, these will be tailored to the market conditions in Huaxia. Yichen stated with a smile, seemingly shrouded in mystery. Very well, then brother, let us head back to get some sleep. You should rest early too. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng left the room with expressions of sheer delight. Sleep? Could they possibly sleep? They were surely off to find a place to have fun. The next morning, Yichen awoke early to freshen up. Last night, he had slept on the sofa while Meiyun and Tong Tong occupied the bed. As he got up, he was careful not to disturb the two ladies' slumber. My goodness, what time is it? Yichen, why didn't you wake me? Suddenly, Qin Meiyun jumped out of bed, but immediately after, she hurriedly dove back under the covers, for she was clad only in her undergarments. Yichen glanced back, chuckling, and said, "It's not like I've never seen before. What is there to be afraid of? I saw you and Tong Tong sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you both. That class, it's better not to attend." However, Qin Meiyun shot him a glare and replied, "Nonsense, we are divorced now, so I must be mindful of my image. If it weren't for Tong Tong waking up in the middle of the night without me, I would have gone home long ago, leaving you two to sleep together." After some fussing under the covers, Qin Meiyun finally emerged dressed, wearing the new clothes Yichun had bought her last time. Even her former flats had transformed into high heels. Clad in a light blue suit dress, her figure was showcased to perfection. Especially her legs, wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, were smooth, glossy, straight, and slender. This early morning, upon catching a glimpse, Yichun felt his heart race uncontrollably. It was simply breathtaking. Yichun truly could not fathom how he had once been oblivious to such beauty. How could he, the husband of such an exquisite goddess, have been so indifferent? "Don't stare so much." Sensing Yichun's intense gaze, Qin Meiyun maintained a strong facade, though her heart fluttered sweetly. Which woman doesn't he love beauty? Which woman doesn't he wish to be cherished and adored by a man? "Hurry up, I'm running out of time." Later, "You take care of Tong Tong. Don't let her have anything too oily for breakfast. I have an early meeting today, and in 2 months, I'll be returning to my grandmother's company to work. I aim to deliver some results before going back." Qin Meiyun pulled Yichun out of the bathroom. She then took out her cosmetics and began applying a light makeup in front of the mirror. Leaning closer to the mirror, her abdomen pressed against the sink, causing her body to lean forward, accentuating her curvaceous figure beautifully. Yichun vowed he only glanced once, yet he found his hands yearning to caress her. However, he understood that Meiyun had not entirely emerged from her shadows yet. I'll take Tong Tong to kindergarten later. She can't stay at home any longer. If she struggles to adapt today, I'll accompany her in kindergarten." Wai Yichen nodded in agreement. "Yichen, you mustn't spoil Tong Tong too much. All things in excess will backfire. If you indulge her when you're not around, I won't be able to handle her." Qin Meiyun stopped her actions and turned back, speaking earnestly, "That won't happen. I will always be here." Even if Wai Yichen was quite agitated, but before he could finish, Qin Meiyun's glare was fierce enough to kill. "What nonsense are you saying? Speaking such ominous words so early in the morning?" Qin Meiyun shot Yichen a stern look, her tone severe. Chapter 76, Delivering Gifts to the In-Laws. "My apologies, but Meiyun, you look truly stunning today." Leaning against the door frame, Yichen resembled a cheeky rascal. "Stop joking with me. I need to go to work. You take care of your diet too. Don't neglect your health in the hustle. What good is earning money if your health deteriorates?" With that, Qin Meiyun stepped out, opened the door, and hurriedly dashed outside. Yichen lingered with a silly grin for a moment before waking Tong Tong and feeding her breakfast. He took her to a nearby prestigious kindergarten. It was all arranged by Feng Tianhai, so the process was nearly effortless. The elite kindergarten put Yichun's mind at ease, allowing him to focus entirely on making money. In the afternoon, Yichun monitored the BM stock and, upon confirming the lowest point, began to invest aggressively. He directly poured in 20 billion. As for Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng, he merely notified them of the buying opportunity. The amount they purchased was up to them. After everything was settled, Yichen finally sighed in relief. Later that afternoon, Qin Meiyun called him. Yichen hurriedly answered. "Wai Yichen, my brother has returned. I'm taking Tong Tong back tonight." Qin Meiyun's voice conveyed a hint of nervousness and a touch of anticipation. Yichen could easily discern this. "Then, may I accompany you? Rest assured, I will not provoke Mom and Dad. Whatever they say goes." Yichen replied earnestly. "Or perhaps it's better not to. You know my brother's temper. If you go, he will definitely beat you up." Qin Meiyun sighed. "Let the confrontation occur. After all, he is my brother-in-law. Moreover, I have wronged them in the past, failing to live up to your expectations. Even if it leads to my demise, it is a consequence I must accept. It is settled then. I shall pick you up tonight, and we will return together," Yichen said with palpable anxiety, fearing that Qin Meiyun might refuse him. This was a prime opportunity to alleviate the burdens and worries of Qin Meiyun's parents, thus paving the way for a potential reconciliation between him and Meiyun. Otherwise, no matter how significant the changes he made, if he could not overcome the barriers presented by his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law, he would feel an internal conflict in that scenario. It It would be Meiyun who would suffer, caught in the middle. All right, I understand. Qin Meiyun replied coolly upon hearing this, before abruptly hanging up the phone. Yi Chun took a deep breath, feeling his heart race. However, what was inevitable must eventually be faced as evening approached. Yi Chun picked up Tong Tong and Meiyun, embarking on their journey to his in-laws' neighborhood in a car driven by Feng Tianhai. Tianhai, have you prepared everything I asked? Yi Chun fidgeted, having already inquired 6 times, now asking for the 7th. Brother, rest assured, everything is in order. I guarantee you won't lose face, Feng Tianhai replied, sensing Yi Chun's tension and feeling astonished. He never expected that Yi Chun, a man worth over 4 billion, could display such vulnerability. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun, cradling the lollipop-sucking Tong Tong, gazed out the window, lost in her thoughts. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the apartment building. After Yi Chun and Feng Tianhai opened the trunk, Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. The trunk was overflowing. It was worth noting that Feng Tianhai was driving an extended Range Rover, and the trunk was quite spacious. Yet it was filled to the brim with Maotai liquor, Zhonghua cigarettes, as well as an array of gifts including sea cucumbers, abalones, and ginseng. Brother, all of this was arranged through my friends. The quality is impeccable. I specifically sourced this batch of Maotai from a friend's network. Its flavor is authentic. Feng Tianhai grinned. These items are indeed commendable, but there is simply too much. Are you stocking up? Yi Chun exclaimed, bewildered as he rummaged through the trunk. 10 boxes of Maotai, 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and 10 portions of various nutritious products. While it was a grand gesture, this was excessive. What's wrong with that? When visiting your in-laws, one must present oneself generously. Besides, we can manage a few trips, Feng Tianhai said, rolling up his sleeves and hoisting several boxes of Maotai toward the entrance. Sister-in-law, which floor do we live on? 6th floor, Tianhai. Take it easy, don't bump into anything. Qin Meiyun warned gently as she held Tong Tong. Don't worry, sister-in-law, Feng Tianhai said with a grin, carrying the liquor upstairs. Yi Chun felt helpless. He had merely asked Feng Tianhai to purchase a few items, not to acquire such an abundance. It made him appear like a nouveau riche. However, since everything had already been brought, there was no point in returning it. So he too rolled up his sleeves and began carrying items. Yi Chun, this is excessive, Qin Meiyun remarked in astonishment upon seeing the trunk brimming with goods. This was all bought with your family's space in mind. The intention was to fill your parents' home. Yi Chun chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun rolled her eyes, yet her heart felt warm. It was worth noting that since Yi Chun had become infatuated with a live-streaming host and was engrossed in gambling, he had not bought anything for her parents in several years. Although he had purchased items before, it was solely for the purpose of deception. With this thought, Qin Meiyun became anxious, especially since she understood her brother's temperament well. If he were to lose his temper later, and Yi Chun were to clash with him, she could hardly bear to envision the scene. After around 10 minutes, they had finally finished moving everything. Yi Chun and Feng Tianhai were both panting heavily. Brother, I need to head back and monitor the stocks. Call me anytime if you need more. I can arrange for more supplies. Feng Tianhai waved his hand. All right, you go ahead and keep an eye on things. Yi Chun nodded. Okay, sister-in-law, you both take care. I'm off. Feng Tianhai bid farewell and departed. Qin Meiyun wanted to invite him to dinner but didn't have the chance to speak. Tianhai was impulsive but had a good heart. Having a friend like him alleviated her worries. With a slight smile, Qin Meiyun approached the door and gently knocked. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing her mother, Han Guizhi, with Qin Zhenshan standing nearby. Meiyun, you're back, come in, Han Guizhi said, her face beaming with joy. Grandpa and Grandma, Tong Tong is here too. Tong Tong chimed in, her little mouth sticky with sweetness. Oh my, this is my precious Tong Tong. Grandpa has missed you, Qin Zhenshan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he took Tong Tong from Qin Meiyun's arms. Meiyun, why aren't you coming inside? Han Guizhi asked, puzzled. Mom, Yi Chun is here too, Qin Meiyun said softly. Stepping back Yi Chun stood there, holding 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes in front of him, appearing quite nervous. Mom, Dad, these are all nutritional products I bought for you. The cigarettes and liquor are for my dad. And the seafood is freshly sourced through friends, Yi Chun explained, presenting the items. The smile on Han Guizhi's face gradually froze, while Qin Zhenshan, who was turning to enter the house with Tong Tong, also turned back with a solemn expression. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and let them in. Qin Junshan shouted at Han Guizhi before returning inside. Come in, please, Han Guizhi responded, pulling her daughter inside. As they pushed the door open, they were taken aback. The space was piled high with liquor, cigarettes, and various gift boxes, nearly blocking the entrance. Why did you buy so much? How much did this cost? Han Guizhi exclaimed in shock. Mom, there are birds' nests, donkey hide gelatin, and ginseng here. Authentic nutritional products. You and Dad need to focus on your health, Yichin hurriedly clarified, beginning to carry items inside. Soon, the room was almost filled to capacity with gift boxes. Although Qin Junshan wore a grim expression, he felt a sense of comfort within. This brat hadn't bought anything for 7 years, and now he had brought everything all at once. He had seen that there were 10 boxes of Maotai, worth at least 100,000. With all these gifts, it would cost at least 200,000 to 300,000, making it clear that this young man had indeed made some money. He didn't seem to be deceiving them with counterfeit goods. This liquor is too expensive. Last time, Old Wang mentioned that a bottle costs tens of thousands, enough to buy a Mercedes. Yichun, if you have this money, you should be more filial to your parents. We don't need this, Han Guizhi admonished gently. If it weren't for Old Wang's visit, who had a keen eye for recognizing the value of the liquor, she would have assumed it was all fake. Mom, this time it's not that pricey. It's ordinary Maotai, not a collector's edition. Each bottle is only around 6,000 to 7,000. Nothing to exaggerate. If Dad enjoys the collector's Maotai, I can bring some next time. You two don't need to worry about my parents. I plan to visit them soon, Yichin replied, fidgeting nervously at the door. Even during his first visit to meet his parents, he had never felt as anxious as he did now. 7,000 or 8,000 a bottle? Good heavens, that's 70,000 to 80,000 for 10 bottles. Where did you get all this money? Han Guizhi was stunned, her face filled with astonishment upon realizing that a bottle cost her husband's 2 months' salary. Mom, please rest assured. This money is legitimate and clean. If it weren't, I would have ended up in jail long ago in the past. I made many mistakes and disappointed you both. I never expected to gain your forgiveness. But I hope to show my filial piety as a form of atonement. Yichin's voice trembled as he spoke, his palms sweaty. We can't accept this. We don't have the fortune to enjoy your kindness. This is too valuable. I can't afford it as long as you live well and don't cause trouble for Meiyun or add to our worries. I will be grateful, Qin Junshan grunted. Dad, please accept these gifts without feeling burdened. As long as you like them, ginseng can be consumed like rice, and if you two are healthy, won't that make Meiyun happy too? Yichin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Junshan couldn't hold back his smile. Chuckling as he said, You rascal, now you know how to flatter. In the past, you would turn sour at the slightest provocation, but this time you've shown remarkable restraint. It must have been difficult to pretend. Dad, please allow me to call you that. I was foolish, blind, and a scoundrel before. I didn't appreciate what I had. I truly regret it and hope you both can give me another chance. Just once. Yichin implored earnestly. Don't tell me what it means for me to forgive you. Qin Junshan replied before turning to head out with Tong Tong, stating, I'm taking Tong Tong downstairs to buy some vinegar. Dad, you and Tong Tong stay here. I'll go buy it, Yichin insisted, eager to help as he rushed out the door, mirroring the diligent son-in-law he once was. Meiyun, what is going on? How did you return with him? Were you not divorced? Let me tell you, had it not been for my fear that he might harass both you and your mother in the future, I would have long since thrown him and all his belongings out. It's peculiar, though. This young man has indeed altered his temperament considerably in the past. If anyone spoke to him like that, he would have bared his teeth in anger. Qin Junshan expressed his confusion. Have you not noticed any other changes in him? Suddenly, Qin Meiyun smiled and said, You two have made me aware. The last time he came over, your father knocked him to the ground, and he did not retaliate. Moreover, he even gifted me over 10,000 yuan. And the wine he bought for you was quite expensive. Han Guizhi interjected, astonished. Meiyun, I know you have a flaw. You are too soft-hearted. This trait runs in our family, just like your mother and me. We are all ordinary citizens with little ambition, only wishing for the safety and happiness of our children, which is more than enough. Although Yichun has undergone significant changes, I can see sincerity in his eyes. Yet I am still wary, having once been bitten by a snake. I fear the rope for 10 years. He has only changed for a few days, but he caused you 7 years of turmoil. Let us not even mention those 7 years of youth. Consider what will happen to your future. If he reverts to his former ways, it is you who will suffer. Do not be deceived by his gifts of Moutai, luxurious cigarettes, and various health supplements. I do not covet them. What I care about is your happiness. You are my daughter. I seek neither wealth nor luxury, only your peaceful existence is sufficient, now that you are divorced. If he is living well, he will not trouble you. Let us save the money he has given us. If one day he reveals his true self again, we shall return it to him. I have no intention of marrying you off again. I do not trust any man in this world, only myself. Even if I have to beg on the streets, I will ensure you and your mother do not go hungry. Qin Junshan declared with a resolute voice. At that moment, Qin Meiyun could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face as she embraced Qin Junshan and wept bitterly. Alas, why speak of such things when all is well? Han Guizhi said, wiping her reddened eyes, enough, enough. Tong Tong is watching. What do we look like? This family crying and wailing. Qin Junshan said this, yet his own eyes were also glistening with moisture. Daughter, tell me honestly, have you softened your heart? Or has he threatened you? Speak to your mother, and I assure you, she will not spare him. Han Guizhi grasped Qin Meiyun's hand and said, Chapter 78. Have you gone shopping? No, he is quite perceptive now. With just a glance, he becomes obedient. Qin Meiyun wiped her tears and replied calmly, I asked it because he has money now. He can earn it and treats you well, which has moved you. Qin Junshan asked again. Father, how could that be? If I were after money, with so many choices back then, why would I have chosen him? You know what kind of person your daughter is. Qin Meiyun shook her head. Ah, how could I not know you? Is love not more important than money? Otherwise, why would you be so foolish as to stay with him for 7 years, allowing him to deceive you? Regardless, with your father supporting you. I fought on the battlefield to protect our home. I refuse to believe I cannot safeguard our little family. If that scoundrel dares to harm you again, I shall not hesitate to take action. The affection of a father is as steadfast as a mountain, and Qin Junshan embodied this sentiment fully. Downstairs at the convenience store, a plump woman waved a fan while snacking on sunflower seeds. Chatting with several other women, when Yichen walked in, the woman instantly perked up. Ladies, did you see that? That is the son-in-law of the old Qin family. I heard he is infatuated with a female streamer and has turned to gambling, losing everything, even his stable job. The plump woman, the store owner, had lived there for many years and naturally recognized Yichen. How did I find out? Old Qin values his reputation. Family scandals do not leave the house. Last time, I even saw him and his son-in-law come to blows. I heard they have divorced. Of course, they have divorced. Otherwise, that girl from the Qin family would be in trouble. She is quite beautiful. Such a waste, however, since she bore a daughter, it will be easier for her to find a match in the future. Here he comes, everyone, stop talking. At this moment, Yichen placed a bottle of vinegar on the counter. Smiling as he asked, Mei Jie, how much is this? The vinegar costs 5 yuan, but I cannot sell it to you. Mei Jie retorted coldly as she took the vinegar away. Why? Yichen asked, bewildered. Old Qin has been running a tab with me for half a year, owing over 1,000 yuan, and has yet to pay. He does not dare to come here. Yet you have the audacity to try. First, settle the debt, or you shall not buy even a single peanut from me. The plump woman said, hands on her hips, with a defiant expression, Fine, I will pay. Yichen chuckled at this and proceeded to scan a code, making a direct payment. Ding. The WeChat payment notification chimed. 100,000 yuan. At the sound of the notification, Mei Jie and the other women were left dumbfounded, thinking they had misheard. 100,000 yuan here. Mei Jie, when my father-in-law comes by, do not make things difficult for him. Keep a record of every transaction. That old man is shrewd. If you play tricks, he might just dismantle your store. Yichen added before picking up a bottle of vinegar and walking out. As for Mei Jie, how can I put it? Yichen understood her well. Sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. Transferring 100,000 yuan directly saves his father-in-law from having to circle around the neighborhood on his way home, especially since he has an outstanding debt. Nevertheless, Mei Jie had not pressured him for the payment. She was aware of the situation in Qin Jinshan's family and felt sympathetic. She knew well of Qin Jinshan's character. He would not owe a debt unless absolutely necessary. That stubborn old man. This young man has made a fortune? No, I must hurry and deliver the money to old Qin. This sum is enough to improve his living conditions. Mei Jie grabbed her phone, Ready to leave. Don't go, Magia. The young man has not left yet. Wait until he does. What if you deliver it back, and he regrets it? Others advised against it. Upon returning home, Yichen unloaded all the bags onto the floor. Qin Meiyun approached and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's all meat. You nearly brought back a whole pig. There are the prepared dishes and pickled vegetables that Dad loves. I bought a few pig trotters for Mom to make since you love her braised pig trotters." Wei Chan said with a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Did you go shopping? Trying to exhaust my mother?" Although she said this, Qin Meiyun felt a wave of sweetness in her heart and had already placed the ingredients into the refrigerator, filling it to the brim. Han Guizhi, upon seeing this, was equally astonished. Although she was older and could not eat much, the sight of so much fish and meat filled her with satisfaction. "Mom, go rest. I will handle the cooking. The pig trotters are your domain. Meiyun loves what you make." At that moment, Yichun had already donned an apron and rushed into the kitchen to begin his work. Han Guizhi felt somewhat at a loss as she looked at Qin Meiyun. "Mom, you should rest. Let him take over." Qin Meiyun smiled and urged her. Only then did Han Guizhi walk to the living room, where Qin Junshan was happily playing with Tong Tong. "Old man, it seems Yichun has truly changed a lot. In the past, not only would he not cook, but if the food did not suit his taste, he could flip the table," Han Guizhi said, her face filled with astonishment. "Humph, do not be deceived by appearances. He may behave well for a few days, but I remain skeptical of whether he can maintain it in the long run. However, this is a good sign. If he genuinely repents, at least he will not harm our daughter again. If not, he will soon reveal his true colors. Should he dare to touch a single hair on her head, I will go to war with him." As he uttered these words, Qin Junshan intentionally raised his voice. This was meant for Yichen's ears. Nearby, Han Guizhi was startled and quickly pushed Qin Junshan, urging him to lower his voice and not provoke Yichen, lest chaos ensue. However, upon hearing this, Yichen bore no resentment. Instead, he felt a pang of guilt. His father-in-law and mother-in-law had once regarded him as their own son, entrusting their daughter to him. Yet, he had subjected their beloved daughter to abuse and mistreatment. Any parent would be furious. It was as if he could no longer tolerate Tong Tong's suffering even a slight grievance after his transformation. Yet, the years Qin Meiyun spent with him were far more than mere grievances. Yichen smiled, scrubbing the vegetables with renewed vigor, determined not to disappoint any of his loved ones again. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Meiyun had quietly approached, stealing a glance at Yichen, surprised to see him smiling even after being scolded. "You daughter truly not angry?" As she spoke, Qin Meiyun closed the door, fearing Yichen might truly lose his temper, which could provoke her father. Her greatest fear was that the warm family atmosphere of the previous moment could suddenly devolve into chaos. Observing this, Yichen shook the water off his hands and opened the door once more. This scene sent Qin Meiyun's heart racing. In the past, Yichen would have likely retaliated, perhaps even resorting to violence with her father. Chapter 79. Confronting the father-in-law. "Father, if you feel unsatisfied, feel free to scold me some more, but please do not get angry. Although you are my father-in-law, you are still an elder. Do not hesitate to berate me. I would even welcome a kick or a few punches, as long as it brings you joy. At this moment, I fear you may have grown weary and be unable to engage with me any longer. Heh." Upon saying this, Yichen turned back to the kitchen, immersing himself in his tasks. This left Qin Meiyun, observing from the side, utterly astonished. Could it truly be that Yichen uttered such words, actively inviting a beating? In her lifetime, she had never encountered anyone making such a request. As for Qin Junshan, upon hearing this, he too was taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he chuckled and scolded. "This lad has truly changed his ways. He doesn't even retort when insulted, though his attitude is commendable. The fact that he seeks out a beating is rather infuriating." Nearby, Han Guizhi also laughed, for she could see that Yichen had indeed transformed significantly. Even if only on the surface, at least he was making an effort. "Do not hit my grandfather." Suddenly, Tong Tong lifted her head, tilting her small face upwards to look at Qin Junshan. "Oh my, you little ungrateful one. So you do care for your father. But what if your grandfather were to be struck by your father?" Qin Junshan playfully tapped Tong Tong on the head. "That cannot be allowed. Father must not hit grandfather." Tong Tong pouted defiantly. Her little demeanor was utterly adorable, much to the delight of Qin Junshan and his wife. Grandfather, I want to ride a horse, Tong Tong suddenly exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Qin Jinshan's neck. What do you mean by riding a horse? Qin Jinshan asked, bewildered. You climb down, silly grandfather, Tong Tong pouted. All right, coming right up. This little girl is spoiled by your mother. Why do you enjoy tormenting people? Though he said this, Qin Jinshan still knelt down. Just as Tong Tong was about to climb on, Qin Meiyun approached. Tong Tong, how dare you? Your grandfather is so old. Can he bear your weight? Now get down. Qin Meiyun admonished sternly. Startled, Tong Tong could only retreat a few steps, hands clasped behind her back. It's fine. My old bones are not that fragile yet. Why shout at the child? Qin Jinshan interjected. What do you mean? When did I ever play such games with her? I'm exhausted after a day's work. It's all because Yi Chun indulged her and allowed her to develop these little habits. Upon hearing this, both Qin Jinshan and Han Guizhi stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Yi Chun? He actually let the child ride on him to play? In the past, they would never have believed this, even if threatened. Wah, 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 I want daddy. I want daddy. Ride a horse. Upon hearing Yi Chun's name, Tong Tong became even more aggrieved and burst into tears. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun hurried over, grabbing Tong Tong to take her into another room for a scolding. But just then, Yi Chun rushed out. Daddy is here. Don't cry. Tong Tong. Meiyun, please keep an eye on the pot for me. Yi Chun said hastily. Why Yi Chun? You cannot indulge her like this. Hurry and prepare the meal while I have a proper discussion with Tong Tong. However, Qin Meiyun directly scooped Tong Tong up and carried her into the room. Yi Chun, feeling helpless, returned to the kitchen. Qin Jinshan and his wife were utterly stunned by this scene. They never imagined Yi Chun would dote on the child to such an extent. Before long, lunch was ready. Yi Chun, you needn't trouble yourself any longer. Come sit and share a drink with me, Qin Jinshan said with a smile, gesturing towards the kitchen upon seeing the bountiful feast laid out. Han Guizhi also entered the kitchen and playfully pushed Yi Chun outside, saying, Go on, have a chat with your father. Yi Chun nodded, wiped his hands, and took a seat. It has been years since we could sit down for a proper drink and chat. In the past, your temper was so foul that you could flip tables during the New Year celebrations. I've spent a fortune replacing tables this past year, Qin Jinshan remarked, causing Yi Chun's face to flush with embarrassment. He then poured 2 cups of wine. Yi Chun accepted them with both hands, and they both took small sips. So, tell me, how exactly did you earn your money? How much have you made? Qin Jinshan inquired with a smile. Dad, I've actually been wanting to tell you about this for quite some time, but I was afraid you wouldn't understand. Are you familiar with stocks? Yi Chun asked, taking a bite of cucumber. Qin Jinshan shook his head. He knew of stocks, but did not comprehend them. Let us talk about the wine instead. Mutai, the market price varies greatly. The one we're drinking now costs around 7,000 to 8,000 a bottle. The price doesn't fluctuate much, but there are many opportunities to buy low and sell high. For instance, if I purchase a bottle when the price is around 3,000 to 4,000 or 5,000 to 6,000, I can stock up. The profit from a single bottle could be several thousand. Yi Chun elaborated on his methods of making money. He also briefly mentioned stocks, but refrained from discussing his predictive abilities. He could foresee the world and national fortunes, yet he could not predict his own fate or that of his family. Perhaps this was the sole flaw of his foresight. After chatting for a few minutes, although Qin Jinshan did not fully grasp it, he could at least ascertain that Yi Chun's methods of making money were not illegal. Meanwhile, Han Guizhi and Qin Meiyun brought out 2 plates of braised pig estrotters. Listening intently to Yi Chun's words, So, how much have you earned during this time? You seem like a nouveau riche. Even if you've made money, you shouldn't spend it so extravagantly. Your parents are getting older. When you're able, let them benefit a bit too. They've worked hard, farming to support your education and marriage. Your mother and I both have our own incomes. You needn't worry about us. Just take care of your parents, Qin Jinshan said, demonstrating his understanding of familial obligations. Not much, just over 4 billion, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, gnawing on a pig's trotter. After taking a sip of wine and savoring the rich aroma of mutai, Qin Jinshan's eyes widened in shock, nearly spitting out his drink. He abruptly stood up, covering his mouth with his hand. He struggled to swallow the wine, but the force of it made him cough uncontrollably. Tears streaming down his face. Dad, no one is trying to rob you. Why the rush? Qin Meiyun quickly stood up, patting Qin Jinshan on the back. Exactly, there's plenty of wine. Take your time drinking, Han Guizhi added, offering him a glass of water. Once he finally regained his composure, Qin Zhenshan pointed at Yi Chen in astonishment, asking, "What did you just say? How much?" 40 billion, to be precise, around 42 billion, with a few million in change. Yi Chen replied, appearing completely unfazed. To him, several billion felt as trivial as a few dollars. "Change in the millions?" Qin Zhenshan stammered, his voice trembling as he hurried back to his seat. How did you earn so much?" "Old man, what does 40 billion even mean?" Han Guizhi, sitting nearby, was equally perplexed. They were of an older generation, aware that 40 billion was a substantial sum, yet they found it hard to believe it could happen to Yi Chen, and they struggled to comprehend what 40 billion truly represented. "What does it mean? Consider that the two companies we worked for back in our youth have all been sold for less than 5 billion combined. Your cousin's farm, which was initially invested with over 7 million, could have 40 billion to purchase 60 farms of the same scale." As Qin Zhenshan provided this analogy, Han Guizhi gasped in shock, her face a mask of astonishment. "Are you bragging? So much money in just a few days?" Qin Zhenshan asked incredulously, his eyes wide open. "Dad, watch your blood pressure. Besides, there's no need for me to boast about such sums. In this city, it's merely considered some wealth, and in the province, it's at the bottom." Yi Chen replied earnestly. "What? At the bottom? You used to say you weren't making any money, always gambling. And now you casually mention making tens of billions? I really don't understand." Qin Zhenshan shook his head, attempting to calm his emotions. After speaking, he returned to his seat, resuming his drinking. It was evident he was still quite pleased. Now that Yi Chen had money and had become a big boss, at least he wouldn't have to worry about his daughter suffering financially. That alone was enough for Qin Zhenshan. As they dined, Yi Chen's phone rang. "Hello," he answered. "Brother, the short-selling shares in Mibong country have been cashed out at the lowest point as you instructed, earning over 2 billion after deducting fees. The amount has already been transferred to your account. I must say, brother, your ability to make money is terrifying, like harvesting cabbage," came Wei Zhonglin's astonished voice from the other end. Yi Chen felt somewhat numb to the praise regarding his wealth. "Just 2 billion. Don't flatter me. I'll remember this favor. When you get promoted to the head of the bank, I'll treat you to drinks until we're drunk." Yi Chen responded with a hearty laugh. "All right, just make sure to take care of me from time to time. If you have any extra funds, deposit them with me, and I'd appreciate it. No need to mention favors. I won't keep you any longer. I have a meeting to attend," he concluded, hanging up the phone. He checked his notifications and saw a message indicating that 240 million had been deposited. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Yet when he lifted his head, he found the entire family staring at him. "What do you mean, just 2 billion? How did that happen?" Qin Zhenshan asked gravely. The stocks rose, and I made a small profit. Just over 2 billion. Yi Chen replied casually. Why, Yi Chen casually remarked, then continued to gnaw on a pig's trotter. Qin Zhenshan licked his parched lips, swallowing hard, feeling his mind begin to swirl. As for Han Guizhi, she wore an expression of concern. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. "I'll go open the door. You all keep eating," Han Guizhi said as she rose and walked towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a man clad in a black suit, his face adorned with a broad smile. He was tall and slightly plump, accompanied by a girl in a floral long dress, wearing glasses and exuding an air of cultured elegance. "Mom, I'm back," the man exclaimed joyfully. Tears immediately streamed down Han Guizhi's face. The man was none other than her son, Qin Mingzhi, who had been working away from home. "Mingzhi, you finally returned. Your mother has missed you dearly. Come in quickly. After a whole day of travel, you must be exhausted." Han Guizhi eagerly pulled her son inside. Following closely behind was the girl, who elicited a look of surprise from Han Guizhi. "Mom, this is my girlfriend, Chenlu. I haven't had the chance to bring her home before," Qin Mingzhi said, still smiling. "Lu, please come in," he added. "Auntie, it's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the haste of my visit. Please don't mind this small token," Chenlu said, extending several gift boxes. "Oh dear, just your presence is a wonderful gift. How could I possibly complain?" Han Guizhi beamed, beckoning, "Zhenshan, Meiyun, come over. Your brother has brought his girlfriend home." Qin Meiyun and Qin Zhenshan hurried to the door to greet them. The family shared a jovial atmosphere, exchanging pleasantries, and Chenlu changed into her indoor shoes. "Brother, let's eat with sister-in-law," Qin Meiyun said with a smile. "Absolutely," Qin Mingzhi replied cheerfully. However, The moment he stepped into the living room, he spotted Yi-chun standing by the table, and his expression shifted dramatically. The smile faded, replaced by fury. In the next instant, Qin Mingzhi rolled up his sleeves, seized a chair, and charged at Yi-chun. "You bastard! How dare you show your face here? I swear I'll make you pay today." Qin Mingzhi roared, his rage palpable. Qin Meiyun rushed forward to intervene, shouting, "Brother, sister-in-law is still here. Put down that chair. What are you doing?" She clung to Qin Mingzhi, raising her voice in alarm. "Mingzhi, calm down. Let's talk this through." Qianlu, startled by the scene, quickly urged, "Mingzhi, put the chair down. Do you hear me? Put it down." Qin Zhenshan, embodying the authority of the family head, sternly reprimanded, "Dad, what's going on? This scoundrel has harmed my sister so grievously, and he still dares to come here. If you all are afraid of him, I swear I'll take him down myself. Even if it means spending time in prison, the Qin family will not be bullied." Qin Mingzhi shouted, his face a deep shade of anger. As for Yi-chun, he remained silent, fully aware that he deserved this treatment. "Regardless of the circumstances, you need to lower that chair." "Listen to me," Qin Zhenshan sighed, stepping forward to forcibly wrest the chair from Qin Mingzhi's grasp. "Brother, please sit down," Qin Meiyun insisted, pushing Qin Mingzhi into a chair. "Yi-chun has truly turned over a new leaf. It's not as you perceive," Qin Meiyun hastily explained. "Meiyun, what are you saying? He has changed? After all these years, you still believe that scum can redeem himself? I think you've lost your mind." Qin Mingzhi spat angrily. "Why, Yi-chun? You better not think of leaving. You bullied my sister and deceived my parents. Thinking the Qin family is a soft target. If I don't end you today, I'm not the eldest son of the Qin family." With that, Qin Mingzhi's temper flared once more. Chapter 81. The arrival of the new sister-in-law. It seemed a confrontation was imminent. Yi-chun took a deep breath and bowed deeply. "Brother, you've just returned. Please eat first. I'll take my leave so as not to disturb you and sister-in-law. It's sister-in-law's first visit. I apologize for being a nuisance to sister-in-law. Please enjoy your meal, and don't think too much of this. It's all my fault. My brother usually isn't like this." After saying this, Yi-chun turned and walked outside, closing the door behind him. It wasn't fear or avoidance. It was simply that he felt it inappropriate to remain in such a situation. He descended the stairs and lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, inside the house, Qianlu approached, gently patting Qin Mingzhi's shoulder. "Look at you, getting so worked up. What if it harms your health?" "Sister-in-law, my brother usually isn't like this. It's just that because of my shortcomings." Qin Meiyun felt quite embarrassed. "Meiyun, your brother has already informed me about your situation. There's no need for explanations. If your brother hadn't gotten angry today, I would have found that strange. It's only right for him to be upset for his sister and family. You needn't worry about me overthinking things," Qianlu said, understandingly smiling. Qin Meiyun felt deeply touched by her words. The family finally settled down considerably. "What on earth is that scoundrel doing at our home? Meiyun, I ask you, didn't you two divorce? Tell me if he has been pestering you. I'll take care of him." Qin Mingzhi demanded angrily. Qin Meiyun was at a loss for words under his questioning, lowering her head in silence. "Look at you, so spineless. You're a mother now. You are just too kind-hearted. Otherwise that good-for-nothing wouldn't have bullied you to this extent. He is simply exploiting your vulnerabilities." Seeing Qin Meiyun's silence only fueled Qin Mingzhi's anger. "Shut up. You keep calling him a scoundrel. What is it to you? Are you doing well now? Earning a decent living? You think you can look down on me now?" Just then, Qin Zhenshan suddenly slammed the table and interjected, "Dad, how could I dare? I'm just distressed for my sister, frustrated that I can't help. You my father. I wouldn't dare to argue with you. I just can't stand that scoundrel, daring to bully us in our own home." As Qin Mingzhi spoke, his tone softened, though his anger toward Yi-chun remained apparent. After all, he was still afraid of his father. "You remember I'm your father, then listen to me. Stop shouting. Your sister has her own choices. Besides, Yi-chun has genuinely repented. We've all witnessed his transformation. If he were still the same as before, do you think your father and I would have allowed him in our home? Don't act so rashly. Let us communicate properly." After Qin Zhenshan's admonition, Qin Mingzhi finally calmed down. "Come on, let us eat. Don't let Qianlu go hungry. Meiyun, please attend to your sister-in-law. She is a precious guest of our family," Qin Zhenshan said with a smile. "Sister-in-law, please sit here." Qin Meiyun, Also smiling, led Chen-Lu to a seat. At that moment, Tong Tong had finally stopped crying, cradled in Qin Meiyun's arms, enjoying her meal. The family gathered around the table, and Qin Mingzhi poured some wine to share with his father. The atmosphere growing increasingly lively, however. At that moment, Han Guizhi stood up and walked into the kitchen, retrieving a large bowl, then filled it with the food from the pot. "Mom, what are you doing? Hurry and eat," Qin Mingzhi called out. "You all eat first. I'll be back shortly," Han Guizhi replied, covering the bowl as she walked towards the door. Upon seeing this, Qin Meiyun's face brightened with a smile. Qin Zhanshan nodded in acknowledgement. Glancing at the entrance, meanwhile outside, Yichen exhaled a puff of smoke and prepared to leave. "Yichen, wait." Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Yichen halted, turning to see his mother-in-law hurrying towards him. "Mom, why are you coming out? Please go back inside. I'll visit you and Dad another day," Yichen said with a smile. "How could I not come out? Regardless, you are still our Qin family as son-in-law. Let bygones be bygones. You've been busy today, and you haven't even had a warm meal. That's unacceptable. Our Qin family doesn't have such customs. Even if you and Meiyun have divorced, otherwise, today you would be in the seat of honor. Eat this meal before you leave," Han Guizhi insisted, placing a bowl filled with food before Yichen. In that moment, Yichen felt as if his heart had been grasped tightly by a pair of hands. Tears welled in his eyes, unable to be contained. This was his father-in-law and mother-in-law, their lifelong kindness etched deeply into his being. They treated him as if he were their own son. Yet, over the years, Yichen had truly disappointed them. At that moment, Yichen could find no words to articulate his feelings, his hands trembling as he accepted the bowl, squatting down to devour the food ravenously. Disregarding all semblance of decorum, "Eat slowly. I'll go get you some water. You can't leave until you finish." Han Guizhi observed Yichen devouring the food with an expression of contentment. Sensing that her son-in-law seemed to have changed, however, just as she turned, she saw Qin Meiyun emerging, holding a bottle of water. "Your man still knows how to care for you. All right, I'll leave you two to it. I'll head upstairs. Don't let your sister-in-law pick on you." Han Guizhi smiled as she walked up the stairs after seeing her daughter come out. "Take your time eating, don't choke. Here you go." Qin Meiyun approached Yichen and knelt down. Though her exterior betrayed no emotion, her heart ached. Yichen devoured his meal, gulping down water in large swigs, then broke into a silly grin. Tears streaming down his face. "Wife, I'm sorry. I've wronged too many people. Give me time, and I will ensure they come to see me anew. I will strive to win over your parents and your brother." Yichen spoke earnestly. "Go. Who is your wife? We are divorced now. Especially when we are out in public, be mindful, or I shall be embarrassed to face others." Upon hearing the term wife, Qin Meiyun felt as if she had been transported to another realm. Although Yichen had used the same title in the past, its meaning had changed drastically. Previously, it signified a nightmare. Now, it bore a hint of sweetness, tugging at her heartstrings. Chapter 82. The Embattled Qin Meiyun. Alas, even the title of wife has been exploited. "I've finished eating. By the way, Meiyun, you should hurry up too. It's your sister-in-law's first day here. Let us not give her too much to ponder. I've got things to attend to," Yichen remarked, licking his empty bowl with his tongue. "Behave yourself. This is in public. Haven't you ever eaten before? You look like a starving ghost." Qin Meiyun shot him a glare, snatching the bowl from him. Playfully chiding, "Isn't it the case that the food at your in-laws is simply delectable?" After wiping his mouth with a tissue, Yichen stood up, patting his belly in satisfaction. This sight made Qin Meiyun stifle a laugh. Covering her mouth, "All right then, I'll head upstairs first. Come to pick me up in the evening. The house is small. If my sister-in-law stays over, we won't have enough room," Qin Meiyun cautioned. "Sure thing, I'll get busy now." Yichen waved his hand and strolled toward the community exit, humming a tune, his face radiating happiness. This sight filled Qin Meiyun's heart with sweetness, akin to tasting honey. Initially, she had expected Yichen to turn hostile. But to her and even Qin Zhenshan's astonishment, Yichen endured everything. Moreover, he preserved the Qin family's dignity in front of Chen-Lu. No wonder Han Guizhi insisted on serving food, urging her son-in-law to eat his fill before departing. After leaving his in-laws' home, Yichen returned to the hotel to rest for the afternoon. He soon received a call from Qin Meiyun, informing him that she had taken her sister-in-law back to her own home, and there was no need for him to pick her up in the evening. Yi Chen felt relieved and began to delve into BM automotive stocks. According to his foresight, the stocks would soar this afternoon due to a price reduction promotion aimed at mitigating the negative impact from the previous ice cream incident. The discount was genuinely substantial, leading to a remarkable uptick in stock prices. Brother, there has still been no movement on BM's front. At that moment, Feng Tianhai was fiddling with his laptop and looked up to inquire. Chun Peng remained silent but wore an expression of anticipation, watching Yi Chen emerge from the bathroom. This afternoon, BM will announce a new car purchase discount, a drastic price cut for the 3 Series. Nearly dropping by 50,000 to 80,000. Keeping an eye on the news is crucial, Yi Chen said as he headed outside. Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng were naturally filled with unwavering confidence. That afternoon, BM Automotive not only issued a public apology but also unveiled a new vehicle purchasing promotion. The extent of the discounts was nothing short of outrageous. Being a well-known brand, such substantial discounts sparked a frenzy. The most evident reaction was in the stock market. That afternoon, stock prices surged dramatically, with a significant bullish trend taking shape. Upon witnessing this, both Chun Peng and Feng Tianhai erupted in joyous laughter, as they had netted over 10 million in just that brief afternoon. Furthermore, tomorrow's stock trajectory was bound to be even more vigorous, likely maintaining its momentum for at least a week. Yi Chen, upon observing the upward trend, also wore a satisfied smile. Throughout the afternoon, his investment of 2 billion yielded over 13 million. However, he was not entirely content. Compared to leverage, this was hardly noteworthy. Fortunately, the following days promised stable profits. The next day, after waking up and freshening up, Yi Chen donned a tidy outfit and stepped out of his room. He found Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng standing at the door, both visibly excited. Brother, it's risen again. Another 10 million has been credited today. By the way, the plane tickets you asked me to book are ready, along with the gifts, Feng Tianhai said, handing over the tickets. All right, you two keep a close watch. And stay in touch via phone. I need to return to my hometown for a visit. It's been a while since I last went back. I want to see my parents. I expect this trend to last 7 days. And after that, I will inform you to sell everything, Yi Chen said as he accepted the tickets, nodding his head. Sure, brother. You can rest assured I'll keep an eye on things here, Chun Peng replied earnestly, as Yi Chen entrusted him with managing his stocks, a sign of his trust. Let us go, Tianhai. We're off to pick up Meiyun and the child. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked toward the elevator. Yi Chen first arrived at the group company where Qin Meiyun worked. Upon arriving at the ground floor, he called, but no one answered. At that moment, in the office of the general manager, Qin Meiyun hung her head in shame. Facing reprimand, Qin Meiyun, don't think that now that you've resigned, you can neglect the company's business. Look at your performance this month. It's even worse than the newcomers. How dare you still consider yourself a mentor? A sales representative as incompetent as you is simply leading others astray. Look at Feng Yu's performance. She exceeded you by over 2 million this month. Are you unwilling to leave smoothly? The general manager, a bald man with a greasy Mediterranean hairstyle, sat in a suit, his belly protruding, resembling an irate boar. His voice was quite grating. Manager Lin, I've truly done my best. Summer is the off-season for liquor, and many long-time clients are shifting to beer sales. Feng Yu was trained by me. I know she is excellent, but you don't need to use me as a negative example, Qin Meiyun replied, feeling quite aggrieved. Meiyun, your words are misguided. Though I am your apprentice, I am also trying my best. You only trained me for a month, yet my performance now surpasses yours. No wonder Manager Lin is upset. Even if you've resigned, you should still fulfill your last duties. Otherwise, who would dare hire you elsewhere? The girl beside her spoke with an air of sarcasm. This left Qin Meiyun utterly incredulous. This in turn, who used to follow her around calling her sister Meiyun, had appeared so humble, yet now she dared to speak in such a manner. Feng Yu, don't forget that I left the clients to you. And the $70,000 beer order in your hands was still mine. One must not forget their roots. Can't you see how I've upheld my responsibilities during this time? Qin Meiyun questioned. Utterly baffled, she could anticipate that Supervisor Li had been making things difficult for her, but she never expected her own apprentice to turn against her. Based on what you say, those clients belong to the company? Not to you. I mean, Sister Meiyun, you can't really think of me as a child to deceive, can you? Manager Lin, please clarify. Are clients personal resources or company resources? Feng Yu said, dripping with sarcasm. Chapter 83. The terrified Manager Lin, of course. They belong to the company. Qin Meiyun, look at your apprentice. Her awareness surpasses yours. I've heard from Supervisor Lee that you found a wealthy man as your support and no longer need to work. Haha, that doesn't he give you the right to slack off during your notice period. If you don't want to work, just vacate your position. Don't occupy the restroom without doing your business. I can approve your resignation now, but your half-year bonus will not be eligible for disbursement. Manager Lin crossed his arms, his gaze scrutinizing Qin Meiyun. After all, you have a backing now. You won't miss this little sum. That's impossible, Manager Lin. That bonus is something I earned through hard work. I will not resign early. Furthermore, please treat me with respect and refrain from slandering me. Qin Meiyun's anger flared. Manager Lin's blatant bullying and credulity towards rumors left her feeling utterly helpless. How could she maintain her dignity moving forward? Qin Meiyun, you say it as if finding a rich supporter is a talent. I envy you. Isn't that respect? In our line of work, the most crucial skill is to package oneself well for sale. And clearly, you have achieved that. Now that you have a benefactor, why bother with that bonus? Manager Lin spread his hands, chuckling. Indeed, master, you're now the mistress of a wealthy man. Your clothes cost thousands, yet you still care about that bonus. What a joke. I truly envy you. Divorced with a child and not young anymore, yet you found a golden son-in-law. How fortunate you are, Fang Yu added with her own biting remarks. Their words constituted slander and mockery in Qin Meiyun's eyes. She was incensed but understood that no matter how she explained, they would never believe her. The bonus is what I rightfully deserve, and not a penny less. My performance has met the company's targets. Manager Lin, considering my years of service to the company, I hope you can view this matter with clarity. Qin Meiyun suppressed the fiery anger within her, striving to calm her emotions as she spoke solemnly. I understand. You may leave now. Supervisor Lee is also looking for you. President Lin waved his hand dismissively, clearly impatient. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun hesitated several times, the words almost escaping her lips, yet she ultimately swallowed her grievances and turned to exit the office. Fang Yu, you must admit, Qin Meiyun, now a married woman, exudes an aura of maturity that is simply captivating. Her figure and features are beyond reproach, he exclaimed with a hint of envy. I find myself somewhat envious of her paramour. He is quite fortunate indeed. President Lin licked his lips, his gaze greedily trailing the silhouette of Qin Meiyun as she departed, leaving him wanting more. He had previously pursued her, intending to promote her to a managerial position and cultivate her as his secret lover. Only to be rebuffed, he had thought her a paragon of virtue, unaware that his initial offerings had not been sufficient. How unfortunate it is that such a magnetic woman is already taken. Had he known, he would have raised his stakes to secure her for himself. Married women are entrancing, while young maidens are alluring. It appears President Lin has been bewitched by Qin Meiyun, while I cannot even catch a glimpse of a woman. Fang Yu lamented. Just then, President Lin wrapped his arm around Fang Yu's waist, pulling her close and beginning to explore her body, which left her breathless. However, the sudden ringing of a phone interrupted their moment. President Lin, there's a call for you. You should answer it. Fang Yu gently pushed him away, her voice playful. Her current success was undoubtedly aided by President Lin, not to mention Qin Meiyun's subtle encouragement. To establish herself in the company and earn a living, she felt compelled to leverage her beauty. Ironically, she had once thought Qin Meiyun foolish for not capitalizing on her striking appearance, especially as a divorcee. She could easily win President Lin's favor. It seemed that Supervisor Lee's position was virtually hers for the taking. Yet, to her astonishment, Qin Meiyun had already devised her own plans, securing a partnership with an even more capable and affluent boss. According to Supervisor Lee, this boss was quite young and extravagant, even recharging a $5 million card for Qin Meiyun at an Hermes luxury store, driving the female employees of the company into a frenzy of envy. They all wished to usurp her position, and each began to adorn themselves flamboyantly, hoping to attract a wealthy suitor. Forget it. What does it matter now? It's nothing significant, President Lin remarked nonchalantly, already unbuckling his belt. However, just then, his phone rang. He quickly pulled up his trousers and retrieved his phone, realizing it might be a crucial call from a high-ranking executive. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Upon seeing President Feng displayed on the screen, he was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he hastily answered, "Oh, President Feng, what a surprise to receive your call. I am truly honored." It was regrettable that I couldn't meet you during our last discussion on collaboration. President Lin bowed and scraped over the phone, fully aware that President Feng was a long-standing client of their group, a major player in the industry, and the general agent for Mutai. The volume of goods he procured annually made collaborating with him highly profitable. However, recently, President Feng appeared to have diverted his focus towards stocks, reportedly garnering significant profits, while showing little interest in the liquor business, resulting in fewer orders. Several sales representatives had returned empty-handed, which left President Lin feeling anxious. President Lin, I called to discuss a matter with you, President Feng stated coolly from the other end. President Feng, you flatter me. Whatever the issue, I will gladly accommodate any request you have, President Lin replied hastily. Please, don't be overly formal. It's not a major issue. My brother's wife works at your company. Today, my brother is returning to our hometown and wishes to request a few days off for her. Since it's not the weekend, I thought it best to give you a heads up. President Feng paused, gauging the reaction. He had opted for this indirect approach to help Qin Meiyun secure her leave at the behest of Yi Chen. Knowing she valued her job immensely, asking her directly would be too difficult, especially considering her pride. He did not want to inadvertently infringe upon her freedom or work. Thus, he had to rely on President Feng to directly address the matter with the company's general manager. Upon hearing this, President Lin felt puzzled and astonished. President Feng's brother? Surely you jest. He cannot be your biological brother, as I know the head of the Feng family does not reside in such a small place as Longzhou. However, President Feng's tone suggests this individual is closer to him than a mere brother. Yet, how could such a prominent figure's wife be employed at my company? Ah, my brother is Yi Chen, the stock god who recently made headlines in the crude oil futures market, earning over 4 billion with a 20-fold leverage. That's my brother, and my sister-in-law is Qin Meiyun. Please arrange this quickly. We are pressed for time, President Feng stated bluntly. In an instant, President Lin's eyes widened, and he gasped in shock. The revelation of who President Feng's brother was left him utterly astounded. His mind racing. When he realized that the sister-in-law in question was indeed Qin Meiyun, he trembled, stuttering, President Feng, this is a minor issue, merely a request for leave. However, I must inquire about the relationship between this stock god and Qin Meiyun. Is she not his lawful wife? Indeed, she is his lawful wife, though not pry too deeply. Their relationship is quite complex. Just remember that my sister-in-law works at your company. Be perceptive and considerate, as long as she is happy. Both my brother and I will ensure you are well taken care of. Your small company is not performing exceptionally well. If my brother were to lend you a hand, you could thrive. President Feng spoke in a grave tone. Oh my heavens, President Feng, why didn't you inform me earlier? The wife of the stock god is right here in my company. How could I have been so oblivious? President Lin exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Rest assured, the stock goddess wife is akin to my revered ancestor. I shall arrange this immediately. Upon hearing President Feng's words, the seasoned President Lin was instantly invigorated. Nearly drooling with enthusiasm, by the way, I've heard there have been rumors circulating in your company that could adversely affect my sister-in-law. This matter is also in your hands. My brother and sister-in-law are a legitimate couple with children. My brother may have started late, but he is not involved in any scandal. Should anyone dare to gossip, I will not hesitate to take action. President Feng warned sternly. Rest assured, I will guarantee this with my life. There will be no further rumors. I am heading to address this matter right away. President Lin promised eagerly, recognizing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The stock god was a colossal asset, and under his shade, President Lin could thrive. If he could establish a rapport, his company's fortunes would soar, and his personal prospects could follow suit. After hanging up, President Lin clapped his hands, his face beaming with joy. Such was the spirit of a man in high spirits. He even lost interest in the alluring female subordinate beside him. President Lin, what has you so cheerful? Feng Yu inquired, leaning closer. Feng Yu, find an opportunity to apologize to Qin Meiyun and mend relations with her. From now on, there can be no more rumors in the company, understood? If anyone is caught spreading malicious gossip about Qin Meiyun, they will be summarily dismissed, President Lin declared gravely. Feng Yu's heart raced, her face paling with anxiety. President, what is going on? Please enlighten me, she implored. Oh, you've all misunderstood. Qin Meiyun has not found a benefactor, nor is she being kept. She is simply low-key and unassuming. Perhaps her husband has unexpectedly struck it rich and is still adjusting. I mentioned to you earlier that a stock god has emerged in the industry, commanding respect and wielding immense influence, capable of extracting wealth from the mouths of international tycoons. In just one afternoon, he earned over 4 billion, President Lin exclaimed, patting his belly and sighing in awe. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was left speechless, covering her mouth in shock, her breath caught in her throat. Her mind blanked from the overwhelming revelation. After a long pause, she finally responded, I will go apologize right away. With that, she hastily dashed out, her attire disheveled. President Lin tidied himself before departing the office. Just then, Qin Meiyun returned to her desk. A look of grievance etched on her face as she continued to type away at her work. That moment, Supervisor Li abruptly threw a file onto the table. Qin Meiyun, what is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately trying to make my life difficult? This isn't over yet. This batch of proposals has been revised several times already, and with each iteration, they seem to deteriorate further. Are you truly that incompetent? Do not delude yourself into thinking that merely associating with affluent individuals elevates your status to that of a phoenix perched upon a branch. In the end, you are still selling yourself. You may have stumbled upon a fortunate situation, fetching a higher price, but I warn you, this is a company, not your personal domain, and no matter how formidable your benefactor is, they cannot exert influence here. Supervisor Li reprimanded sternly, hands on her hips, exuding a formidable presence. Instantly, her scathing words drew the attention of nearby female employees, some peering in with glee, others displaying disdain, while a few even resorted to envious curses. How fortunate Qin Meiyun must be, having exited a marriage with a child, only to become a sought-after individual. It is rumored that a wealthy patron spent 5 million to win her favor. Had I known that second-hand women were so desirable, I would have sought a divorce myself. Ha ha, Xiaolan was right. This wealthy individual has quite the peculiar taste, favoring women of a previous union. Who would have thought the demure Qin Meiyun possessed such allure? Her charm must surely be potent enough to leave that affluent man utterly captivated. He. Indeed, however, I have heard that being a mistress is fraught with peril. One can be discarded at any moment. Once the wealthy man grows weary, he will toss you aside like refuse, for he can find any type of woman he desires. Bang! Qin Meiyun could no longer contain her fury. Slamming her palm against the table, with an icy demeanor, she declared, Have you finished your tirade? Do not project your own filth onto others. Is it not enough that your values are twisted? Must you also tarnish someone else's reputation? With no evidence to support your claims, what benefit do you gain from this slander? Supervisor Li was momentarily taken aback by Qin Meiyun's outburst, then responded with surprise, Oh my, our company's model employee has finally lost her temper. I would have thought you were a saint, possessing nothing but a kind heart. It seems I have overestimated you, Qin Meiyun. Your personal affairs are your own, and I have no inclination to pry. However, you are at work now, and I expect you to redo all of these assignments. If not, you are not permitted to leave. Do you hear me? If you understand, shout it back to me. Supervisor Li's voice thundered as she raised her tone, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Meiyun. Chapter 85 I beg you, take a break and return home to rest. The others were taken aback, shrinking back in fear, no longer daring to observe the spectacle. At that moment, tears welled in Qin Meiyun's eyes, feeling utterly wronged. She could have resigned immediately, but Supervisor Li and General Manager Lin had colluded to withhold her bonuses. Furthermore, to return to her family's company, she needed a certificate of competence, which, should General Manager Lin deem unsatisfactory, would surely lead to her grandmother's disapproval. Qin Meiyun merely wished to create wealth through her own efforts, yet she continually faced discrimination and suppression for her kindness and willingness to compromise. At this juncture, her vulnerabilities were exploited, stemming from her trust in her apprentice, Fang Yu, when she confided about needing certification from her family's company. Otherwise, why would she be subjected to such hardship? Resigned, Qin Meiyun returned to her desk, tears streaming down her face as she picked up the documents to make corrections. Witnessing her submission, Supervisor Li finally revealed a smug smile. Just then, Fang Yu approached and seized the documents from Qin Meiyun's hands, anxiously stating, Master, let me do this for you. You take a break. I can handle it. Qin Meiyun wiped her tears and looked at her in confusion, doubting Fang Yu's sincerity. IT was likely a ruse to mock her. No, I can manage this myself. Let go, Qin Meiyun insisted earnestly. Master, I was wronged. I should not have spoken to you that way. Please do not take it to heart. I meant no harm, and I certainly do not wish to undermine you. I, Fang Yu, am ungrateful. I implore you for a chance to redeem myself. Let me handle this. You deserve to rest. Having finished her plea, Fang Yu forcibly snatched the documents from Qin Meiyun's grasp. Qin Meiyun was left utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Fang Yu's demeanor, leaving her in a fog of confusion. Fang Yu, you dare to oppose me? Supervisor Li, noticing this, yanked Fang Yu back and reclaimed the documents. Get out of here. I want to see who dares to meddle today. Qin Meiyun, get to work. If you do not complete it satisfactorily, you are not leaving. Supervisor Li stood with her hands on her hips, resembling a fierce matriarch. Ha ha, Supervisor Li, you have grown accustomed to wielding power. Just wait, you will face the consequences. Bullying my master? You truly do not know your limits. Fang Yu was elated, initially contemplating how to earn Qin Meiyun's forgiveness, only to find Supervisor Li unwittingly providing her with cover by creating trouble for Qin Meiyun. Do not say I have not bullied her. Even if I did, what of it? Supervisor Li declared with pride. She was astonished, as Fang Yu was usually not one to shy away from colluding with her to torment Qin Meiyun. What had caused this apparent change of heart? Just then, General Manager Lin arrived, and all the female employees stood up to greet him. Good day, General Manager Lin. Are you heading out? Supervisor Li sauntered over, swaying her hips in her fitted skirt. I have a matter to discuss with Qin Meiyun. General Manager Lin said gravely, bypassing Supervisor Li to approach Qin Meiyun's workstation. Meiyun, you have the day off today. Please return home to rest. Come back whenever you feel like working. Do not tire yourself on the job. You are our model employee. If you become exhausted, I cannot bear the responsibility. Hurry, gather your things, and go home. Let Supervisor Li drive you back. Just as everyone thought General Manager Lin had come to reprimand Qin Meiyun, his astonishingly benevolent attitude left them in disbelief. Supervisor Li's jaw dropped, and she gasped in shock, wondering if she had misheard. However, as reality set in, her expression darkened. Could it be that Qin Meiyun had charmed General Manager Lin? Otherwise, why would he indulge her so? General Manager Lin, I do not understand your intentions. I am simply doing my job, fulfilling my last duties. Why must you make this difficult for me? Qin Meiyun asserted, barely holding back her tears, her face a mask of indignation. Just as she seemed on the verge of tears again, General Manager Lin was nearly taken aback, almost collapsing to the floor. Oh dear. Please do not cry. I beg you, is it not enough that I grant you a long break to rest? It is not as you think. I approved your resignation, and rest assured, your evaluation will be beneficial for your future employment. I truly wish to give you a break. I swear. General Manager Lin raised his hand earnestly. I can vouch for this, Master. General Manager Lin genuinely intends to grant you a break. Please do not misunderstand. Fang Yu affirmed firmly. It appeared that they were not jesting. In an instant, the office fell silent. The boss pleading with an employee for a break, the employee refusing. While the boss swore to prove it, the other employees were left bewildered. This was utterly absurd, completely overturning their understanding of the workplace. Was it not customary for employees to beg their bosses for time off? Furthermore, I will arrange for your paid leave, triple salary, and bonuses immediately. Meiyun, I have witnessed your hard work and dedication, and I acknowledge my previous oversight. Please do not take it to heart, General Manager Lin continued. The impact of his words left everyone in disbelief, as if they were dreaming. Paid leave at triple the rate? The boss apologizing and pleading with an employee to go home. Which direction must one bow to experience such a dream? The employees were on the verge of madness, wishing they could speak on Qin Meiyun's behalf. Even Supervisor Li was left aghast, gasping in disbelief, unable to process what had transpired. What on earth was happening? Why had General Manager Lin suddenly adopted such a respectful demeanor toward Qin Meiyun? General Manager Lin, you must be joking, Supervisor Li exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, Qin Meiyun regained her composure, regarding General Manager Lin with a puzzled expression, remaining silent, as Supervisor Li had voiced her own queries. Be quiet. What does this have to do with you? Now, all the unfinished work from Meiyun will be assigned to you. IT will be distributed to your department. If it remains incomplete, I will deal with you. General Manager Lin suddenly reprimanded, leaving Supervisor Lee pale and speechless, afraid to ask why. Chapter 86. A man of good character, Wang Chao. Such favoritism. Although she felt a sense of unfairness and anger, Supervisor Lee dared not express her discontent. With a fierce glare directed at Qin Meiyun, I could only clutch the documents and depart. Meiyun, quickly tidy up and let us go. Your husband, my brother, is still waiting downstairs, Lin Zong proclaimed with a beaming smile. At once, Qin Meiyun grasped the situation. The sudden shift in Lin Zong's demeanor, could it be related to Yichun? She chose silence, merely organizing her belongings before rising to head outside, with Lin Zong trailing closely behind. Today, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to curry favor with that stock market magnate. Meanwhile, Yichun, holding a plane ticket, was making his way through the company. Just as he reached the elevator, he encountered Qin Meiyun and Lin Zong descending. Meiyun, perfect timing. I was planning to take you back to your hometown. Have you arranged your holiday? Yichun inquired with a smile. Haven't you already taken care of everything for me? Why ask? Qin Meiyun complained, yet her heart soared with relief. The past period had been overwhelmingly stifling for her at work. Supervisor Li, Feng Yu, and the entire staff seemed to conspire against her. Coupled with Lin Zong's oppression, it had amplified her stress. Now, she could finally breathe easy. Oh, is that so? Yichun grinned, realizing this matter could no longer be concealed. At that moment, Lin Zong approached, bowing and scraping, first greeting Feng Tianhai before standing before Yichun. You must be Mr. Yi. What an honor. I've heard your name for ages, and seeing you today, you truly are a remarkable young talent. At your age, to achieve such success is nothing short of genius in the financial realm. How admirable. Lin Zong grasped Yichun's hand tightly, his flattery flowing incessantly. Yichun responded politely a few times, but his impatience was already apparent. Upon noticing this, Feng Tianhai stepped forward. Lin Zong, my brother needs to catch a flight. Let us discuss matters when he returns. My sister-in-law's holiday might be extended at any time, so I hope you can understand. Feng Tianhai gently patted Lin Zong's shoulder, his tone seemingly grateful but sounding very much like a command. Lin Zong, not want to be oblivious, quickly replied. Oh, that's no trouble at all. Sister-in-law, rest easy during your holiday. Take as long as you need. No need to inform us. Mr. Yi, you both are busy when you return. Please allow me the honor of treating you to a meal, Lin Zong expressed with anticipation. Yes, I will certainly make time if the opportunity arises, Yichun replied with a nonchalant nod before turning to lead Qin Meiyun outside. Lin Zong, my brother mentioned that you should consider selling the stock you are currently holding in Ocean Technology. I've heard Hex's stock is quite promising. You're a clever man. I needn't elaborate further. Seize the opportunity, Feng Tianhai, assuming a senior's demeanor, patted Lin Zong's shoulder before walking away. Huh? It took Lin Zong a while to comprehend, after which a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. The stock he had purchased had recently suffered significant losses, and he had planned to continue buying more. However, upon hearing Feng Tianhai's words, he instantly reconsidered. This was advice from the stock market guru. Missing out would be a grave mistake. Feng Zong, please extend my gratitude to Mr. Yi, and when he returns, do not forget me. We must sit down for a proper meal together, Lin Zong exclaimed excitedly. Chasing after him, yet Feng Tianhai paid him no mind, hopping into the car that whisked Yichun and Qin Meiyun away. Feng Tianhai felt a quiet satisfaction. The feeling of being admired for possessing exceptional skills was exhilarating. It only reinforced his belief that being by Yichun's side allowed him to learn immensely. Even as a driver, he would gladly accept. Such a life was truly fulfilling, brimming with excitement. In the vehicle, Qin Meiyun frequently stole glances at Yichun, her mind racing with thoughts. The transformation in Yichun was astounding. The allure of manhood was fully manifested in him. Even Lin Zong appeared subdued before Yichun. His face filled with reverence. The aura emanating from Yichun was overwhelmingly potent. This left Qin Meiyun in a daze, as if she were dreaming. Was this truly the same man who had once been deceitful, domineering at home, timid outside, evasive when problems arose, and a drunken brute towards his wife and children? The contrast was simply staggering. Half an hour later, with Tong Tong in tow, the family set off for the airport. Tong Tong had never traveled far before, and upon boarding the plane, he was filled with curiosity and delight. Qin Meiyun settled into her seat, savoring the comfort of first class, watching Yichun hold their child and tell stories. eventually drifting off to sleep. However, she was awakened abruptly from a nightmare. In her dream, she saw Yi Qin's true nature revealed once more, even more malicious than before, leading her to paradise only to kick her down to hell. All the beauty dissipated, turning to mere illusions. In her dream, Yi Qin was even more ruthless, forcing her to sell blood and gamble. He even attempted to abandon Tong Tong in the mountains. Qin Meiyun felt an overwhelming sense of despair, suddenly jolting awake to the announcement from the plane. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon be descending into Binhai City." As the announcement concluded, Qin Meiyun gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from her forehead. At that moment, Yi Qin's large hand reached towards her, and she exclaimed, "No, don't." Instantly, numerous passengers turned to her with puzzled expressions. Only then did Qin Meiyun realize her state. "Meiyun, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Yi Qin asked with concern. "I'm fine. We're about to land. Let us pick up some gifts for my parents in the city." Qin Meiyun managed a faint smile. "No need. Everything has been arranged." "Tianhai's old classmate is here to pick us up," Yi Qin replied with a smile. "All right," Qin Meiyun nodded, falling silent once more. Soon, the plane landed smoothly. The Yi family exited the aircraft and stood at the arrival hall's exit. Where Yi Qin scanned the area. "Excuse me, are you Yi Qin, a friend of Feng Tianhai?" A sharply dressed young man approached, tentatively inquiring. "I am." Yi Qin nodded. "Hello, I'm Wang Chao, a classmate of Tianhai. The items he asked me to prepare are ready. Let us head to the car. I'll take you to Daowang village." Wang Chao warmly gestured for them to follow. "Thank you for your help," Yi Qin expressed his gratitude. "Not at all. A friend of Tianhai is a friend of mine. Once we reach Binhai, feel free to reach out if you need anything. Please don't hesitate. If I fail to take care of you properly, Tianhai won't spare me," Wang Chao said, his demeanor friendly and approachable. During their brief interaction, Yi Qin felt quite at ease. "So, what do? I heard from Tianhai that you run a 4S dealership. How's business?" Yi Qin asked casually. In reality, he had foreseen this and knew Wang Chao was trustworthy. Hence Tianhai's decision to send him to pick them up. "It's going all right. Nothing compared to your ventures, just small-scale operations. A new dealership is about to open. If you have time, I would be honored to invite you as a guest of honor for the ribbon cutting." Wang Chao replied with eager anticipation, "I'll have to decline. I won't be staying long in my hometown, and it's been ages since I last visited. I wish to spend time with my elders." "By the way, your opening is tomorrow, right?" Yi Qin asked casually. Suddenly, Wang Chao halted, his expression shifting to one of anxiety. Yi Qin too paused, perplexed. "Brother, I've heard Tianhai say you're quite remarkable, a prophet of sorts. Everything you say comes true. Is there anything I should pay attention to for my opening tomorrow?" Wang Chao hurriedly inquired. "You startled me. Don't take his words too seriously. It's not that grand, however. For tomorrow, do ensure you have ample fire safety equipment, and it would be best to set up a barrier at the entrance. If you have decorative balloons, the larger, the better. Put up several," Yi Qin advised before continuing on his way. Shortly thereafter, he was surprised to hear Wang Chao on the phone behind him, seemingly relaying his earlier warnings to his subordinates. This young man was quite resourceful, with commendable execution skills. It seemed tomorrow would likely proceed without major incident. Upon spotting a fleet of brand-new black Range Rovers, Yi Qin paused in astonishment. "Wang Chao, this is a bit too ostentatious. I'm merely returning home to visit family." "There's no need for this," Yi Qin chuckled. Although he said this, he felt a sense of satisfaction at being so highly regarded. Tianhai's old classmate was indeed reliable, brother, there's a saying. Returning home in wealth is like wearing brocade at night. With this spectacle, I feel I'm lowering the bar and picking you up. This is the best luxury vehicle fleet I could muster. I hope you don't mind." Wang Chao replied with a bright smile. "No need, let us do this. Leave one vehicle for me to drive back, and when I return, I'll return it to you. Just don't leave me a new one." Yi Qin pointed to a relatively new Range Rover behind them. "This, brother, you're putting me in a tough spot. I want to be able to explain it to Tianhai," Wang Chao said, looking quite troubled. "No worries, I'll handle it with him. Besides, your new dealership is opening soon. You should get back to work." "I am just visiting home. A quieter trip is preferable," Yi Qin shrugged nonchalantly. "Well then, when you and your sister-in-law depart, please be sure to give me a proper farewell. Otherwise, it would be akin to looking down on me." Wang Chao had no choice but to acquiesce. "Certainly, I will seek you out when we leave." Yi Qin nodded in agreement. Following this, Wang Chao drove off with the convoy. leaving behind only the sleek black Land Rover. Before getting into the car, Yichen opened the trunk, revealing a metallic case alongside a collection of gifts neatly arranged within. Upon opening the case, it was filled to the brim with vibrant red banknotes, at least 500,000. "Dad, look at all this money!" Tong Tong exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. "Yichen, why are you carrying so much cash?" Qin Meiyun inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. In this day and age, mobile transfers and convenient transactions render carrying such substantial cash unnecessary. You don't understand. Our family owes a considerable amount because of me, and it must be repaid. Moreover, transferring money is merely a string of numbers. The villagers place a significant emphasis on cash. Besides, what Wang Chao said earlier was true. A wealthy man who does not return home is like a brocade-clad figure walking in the night. This is not a display of extravagance. Rather, I simply wish for my parents to hold their heads high. No longer having to bow to others, Yichun declared with a resolute heart as he patted his chest. You have a point. Nevertheless, you are correct. Due to your actions over the years, Mom and Dad have been burdened with debts and obligations, often subjected to the scrutiny of others. Now that you have the means to earn, it is only right to restore their dignity, Qin Meiyun affirmed wholeheartedly. My wife truly understands me. Now, let us get in the car and set off. Yichun waved his hand grandly and climbed into the vehicle, driving his wife and daughter towards the outskirts of the city. As they traversed the rural roads, Tong Tong stretched out her little hand, embracing the warm summer breeze and cheering at the sight of distant mountains. Qin Meiyun wore a smile, yet an occasional shadow of anxiety crossed her face. The nightmare I had on the plane must be connected to me, she thought to herself. At that moment, Yichun turned off the music and gently inquired while gazing at Qin Meiyun in the mirror, Is something troubling you? Qin Meiyun hesitated, reluctant to speak, fearing that mentioning the dream would shatter the current joyous atmosphere, a risk not worth taking. Yet, she was genuinely frightened. After all, the scenarios from her dream were memories she had endured for a full 7 years. No need to say more. I understand. Meiyun, remember, the Yichun of the past is no more. From now on, only the current Yichun will cherish you and Tong Tong 100-fold. No betrayal, no suspicion, only a heart devoted to your happiness. Yichun said, filled with remorse, extending his hand towards her. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Meiyun placed her hand upon his. Together, they held each other's hands, feeling the warmth of Yichun's strong palm, as the effects of her nightmare gradually began to dissipate. Tong Tong, witnessing this, joined in, and the three of them clasped hands, their laughter echoing from within the car, floating into the air as if the blue sky and white clouds were smiling along. As the Land Rover appeared in the remote village, a throng of children began to chase after it. Dewang village was impoverished, with the youth working far from home, but today coincided with the May Day holiday, leading many young people to return to visit family or for matchmaking. Thus, when they saw a Land Rover entering the village, curiosity sparked among them. Who was so affluent as to drive such a luxurious vehicle? Yichen's expression remained calm as he drove, yet his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. In his past life, he had burdened his family, plunging their already impoverished household deeper into debt. Because of his actions, his once struggling parents had found it increasingly difficult to hold their heads high in the village. Yichen's adoptive father, Yi Jianjun, and mother, Li Shouying, were honest folk, having dedicated their lives to the land. True farmers at heart, he vividly recalled how his father had borrowed from neighbors and villagers to support his college education. They had exhausted every relative, accruing debts far beyond what a mere farmer could bear. In truth, when his father had borrowed money to help him repay debts, it was as though he had resolved to gamble everything for his adopted son, laying everything on the line. Yichen's heart was overwhelmed not just with guilt. As the car came to a gentle stop before a dilapidated wooden door, he gazed at the familiar crumbling house, nostalgia flooding over him. He remembered how, upon entering, he would call out, "Mom, I'm back." And his mother would rush out, clutching a bundle of green onions, her face alight with joy, preparing various wild vegetables and delicacies for him. Chapter 88. The poor go unnoticed in the bustling city, while the rich have relatives in the remote mountains. His father would be sitting outside the door, his eyes heavy with age, yet Yichun knew how elated he was, even if he struggled to express it. His father, with his stubborn and fiery temperament, had high expectations for him, But disappointment also loomed larger with those expectations. In later years, he fell into bad habits, spending recklessly on gifts for streamers and gambling, creating chaos at home. With each visit home, the smiles on his parents' faces grew increasingly scarce. Returning to reality from his memories, Yi-chun inhaled deeply and pushed the car door open. Isn't that the second son of the Yi family? Yi-chun? Someone remarked. I heard he lost his job in the city and is deep in gambling debts. Indeed, a good family ruined because of him. Yi Jianjun has maintained his dignity all his life. But now, because of this second son, he has lost face and walks hunched over. Could mother, at this moment, Qin Meiyun also walked in, calling out cheerfully in a soft voice. Although her voice was barely audible, Li Xiaoying still heard it. Upon seeing Qin Meiyun, she hurriedly embraced Tong Tong and excitedly approached her. Meiyun, at you? You have returned? That's wonderful. Come inside quickly. I'll prepare a meal for you all. Seeing her daughter-in-law had unexpectedly come back, Li Xiaoying was overwhelmed with joy. Mother, please don't fuss. Yi-chun and I aren't hungry. We ate on the way. I was worried that you might not welcome me if I came, Qin Meiyun said nervously, lowering her head. What are you saying? Regardless of anything, you are always a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. When you return home, who needs to welcome you? Li Xiaoying urged. Hurry inside. Don't linger outside any longer. Li Xiaoying was already smiling widely, pulling Qin Meiyun towards the house. Yi-chun quickly followed suit. Mother, where's my father? He inquired. Your father is at the village chief's house. Your aunt and the others have set up a fish pond and are encroaching on our land. They're currently in negotiation, Li Xiaoying replied, her eyes dimming as she spoke. What? What is there to negotiate? We have already informed them that land belongs to us. How can they take it without compensation? Yi-chun exclaimed, his face filled with anger. Moreover, I heard that my father was beaten by them. Is this true? He asked furiously. Sigh, that's all in the past. You all go inside. I'll call your father back. Li Xiaoying said, not wanting Yi-chun to escalate the matter, especially since their family still owed money to his aunt. After all, how could they allow their land to be taken and then negotiate? Yi Jianjun had a fiery temper and could not tolerate such bullying. However, for Yi-chun's sake, he had suppressed his anger over the years, no longer raising his voice in conversation, and had become the subject of ridicule less frequently. Mother, I'll go find them. You stay home. It's just a matter of paying her back. I'll return the money. But the incident of my father being beaten must be addressed, Yi-chun declared as he strode towards the door. Exuding an air of determination, son, don't act impulsively. Your temper is just like your father's. He has improved significantly. Please don't let this escalate, Li Xiaoying called out worriedly as she hurried after him. Qin Meiyun held on to Tong Tong, following closely behind. Yi-chun was already making his way outside. Seeing the commotion, the surrounding villagers gathered curiously. Son, heed your mother's advice. Don't make a big deal out of this. After all, they are relatives. You'll encounter them again. If you create a rift, how will you all coexist in the future? Li Xiaoying urged as she caught up with him. Meanwhile, Yi-chun had reached the Land Rover, rolled down the window and said, Mother, get in the car. Meiyun, you should come too. Qin Meiyun nodded, opened the door for Li Xiaoying to enter first, and then followed Tong Tong into the vehicle. Mother, let me tell you. Kindness invites bullying and goodness invites exploitation. You and my father have been too honest. We do owe them money, but we cannot be bullied like this. I will repay the debt, but the matter of my father being beaten must be resolved. Yi-chun asserted, starting the car and accelerating towards the village chief's house at the eastern end of the village. But we truly owe them money, Li Xiaoying said, filled with concern. I returned this time specifically to settle the debts. You and Dad will not have to worry anymore, rest assured. I want to let you face difficulties again, Yi-chun stated firmly. What? Li Xiaoying gasped, taken aback and somewhat incredulous. Mother, trust Yi-chun. He has turned over a new leaf, and he has already repaid the debts while earning quite a bit, Qin Meiyun comforted, placing a hand on Li Xiaoying's shoulder. For a moment, Li Xiaoying could only nod, still anxious, but with her daughter-in-law assuring her. She felt at a loss for words. Soon, Yi-chun drove up to the village chief's house. The chief's residence was relatively well off, featuring a tiled house and a spacious yard. As soon as Yi-chun stepped out of the car, he heard a sharp woman's voice ringing out in the yard. Yi Jianjun, how shameless can you be? Small-minded as ever. Have you forgotten how pitiful you were when you borrowed money from us? Now you're acting all high and mighty. I'm asking you a question, but you were too scared to reply. You weren't so timid when we lent you 20,000. A plump woman clad in a floral dress and adorned with gold rings exclaimed fiercely. Yi Jianjun, we are relatives after all. Your sister has taken 2 acres of your land. Do you really need to be so stubborn? A middle-aged man among the crowd angrily chimed in. That land was divided among our parents. It belongs to whoever it is given to. I will find a way to repay the money we owe you. Tomorrow, I will go work in the city, on a construction site, and I will make sure to repay you by the end of the year. A middle-aged man wearing a tattered hat said indignantly, Humph, spare me your words. How much debt does your family owe? You don't think I know? Not to mention how much your younger brother owes in the city. You've borrowed no less than 40 to 50,000 from these relatives. Don't try to play games with me. Either we take those 2 acres, or you repay the money. There's no room for discussion. The plump woman shouted aggressively, As long as I, Yi Jianjun, live a day, this debt will not go unpaid. Yi Jianjun declared resolutely, Cut the nonsense. What good is your life? Look at your children. Which one has any future? The eldest can't even afford a wedding and pretends to be grand, trying to buy a house in the city, while the money was likely swindled away by your second child. As for the second child, he is nothing more than a debt-ridden rat, scorned by everyone. Remember how arrogant your family was when you were preparing for civil service exams? And now, you've fallen from grace. The plump woman sneered derisively. Just then, the wooden door was kicked open with a loud bang, silencing all the commotion. Yi Qian stepped in with a frosty expression, rage coursing through him as he witnessed his father being scorned by a throng of relatives in front of the village chief and numerous villagers. The sight of his father enduring such humiliation without daring to retaliate made Yi Qian's heart ache like it was being sliced by a knife. Yi Qian, you actually have the audacity to return? The plump woman mocked with a smirk. Whereunto you said to be in debt to gamblers and loan sharks, fleeing everywhere, leading to your family's ruin and your wife's departure? You've come back to hide from your debts? Haven to you, Yi Qian. How dare you disrespect me as the village chief? After so many years, who has ever dared to kick down my door? The village chief reprimanded angrily. Upon seeing Yi Qian, Yi Jianjun frowned and sternly said, What are you doing back here, you rascal? This is none of your business. Hurry back home. He understood Yi Qian well enough to know that his temperament mirrored his own, despite not being blood-related. Like many fathers and sons in Huaxia, their relationship was marked by silence, with expressions of love not being fervent. His father appeared hot-tempered yet stubborn. Upon concluding his words, Yi Qian waved at Qin Meiyun, who was not far away. She promptly opened the trunk of her car and retrieved a box, presenting it to Yi Qian with great care. Without hesitation, he placed the box upon the stone mill situated in the courtyard. As he opened it, he extracted several stacks of cash, subsequently striding towards the corpulent woman. Initially, my family lent you 20,000. With interest, I shall repay you 40,000. From this day forth, we are even. Do not use this matter to stab my father's back again. Turning away, Yi Qian approached the village chief and handed over 30,000, stating, Uncle Village Chief, last year my father sustained a leg injury while working in the fields and borrowed 15,000 from your household. Here are 30,000. The remainder shall be considered interest. This is far too generous. Yi Qian, where did you procure such funds? If they are of dubious origin, I cannot accept them, the village chief responded. Albeit reluctantly taking the money, he was astonished, questioning how this gambler had acquired such a sum. He feared that if the source was illicit, it would soon be seized from his hands. As the village chief expressed his doubts, the surrounding onlookers displayed skepticism, their gazes towards Yi Qian shifting. What other means could he possibly have? He lacks a job and is merely a gambler, undoubtedly living in shame. Indeed, perhaps it is counterfeit, interjected Yi Qian's aunt, her voice dripping with scorn. Village chief, be cautious. This lad is no good, deceiving his family, exploiting his father-in-law, and mistreating his wife. His money is certainly tainted. At that moment, Yi Qian's aunt, Yi Huiling, scoffed derisively. The village chief retreated into his home, retrieving the village's official cash-checking machine and verifying the bills on the spot. All were genuine. Even Yi Huiling checked the money in her possession, confirming its authenticity. Humph, even if the money is real, it surely bears a taint. Yi Huiling remarked with a sinister smile. If you are too fearful to accept it, then give it to me, Yi Qian retorted coldly. Why should I give it to you? This is a debt owed to my family. Should anything occur, you will be the one in trouble. Yi Jianjun, how could you be so foolish as to raise such a wasteful child who brings you trouble? Await the authorities to apprehend him. Yi Huiling cursed, insisting that if Yi Qin's money was ill-gotten, he would inevitably face consequences. Dad, do not listen to their slander. This money is all earned by me. Yi Qin asserted earnestly, unafraid of misunderstandings but deeply concerned about his father's worries. Stop your nonsense. Do not think we are unaware of your petty dealings in the city, gambling your family into ruin and lavishing gifts on female streamers, causing you to lose your job. You are nothing more than a lowly scoundrel and a waste of space, yet you dare to speak of making money? However, just as Yi Huiling finished her tirade, the typically docile and virtuously Shouying stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Huiling. You are the one spouting nonsense. My son may have erred, but he has principles and would never stoop to the depths you suggest. Close your mouths. As Yi Huiling prepared to retort, Yi Jianjun's fury erupted. Grabbing a nearby chair, he hurled it to the ground, bellowing, "Silence! My son has made mistakes, but it is my duty as his father to educate him. Not yours to meddle. Even if he has committed wrongs, I will personally ensure he confesses. I will not wait for others to come knocking at our door. You have no evidence. On what grounds do you defame my second son? Are you itching for a beating? The money has been repaid. Stop your nonsensical babble. I trust my son. His earnings are clean." With that, Yi Jianjun seized Yi Qin's arm, preparing to depart. "Dad, wait a moment. Today I shall repay all our debts and obligations," Yi Qin declared, opening the box to reveal a staggering amount of cash, leaving Yi Huiling's family utterly astonished. They had never laid eyes on such wealth. It appeared to be over $1 million. For ordinary farmers, let alone 10,000, $1 million was unfathomable wealth. Even the village chief could not produce such a sum in one go. The courtyard fell into a hushed silence as Yi Qin, expressionless, stood beside the box of money and addressed the crowd. "Dear uncles, aunts, and elders, I, Yi Qin, was once foolish and brought trouble upon my family. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Today, I repay all debts owed to you. And not merely the principal. For every 1,000 I owe, I shall return 2,000. For every 10,000, 20,000. Sister Zhang, Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, Aunt Yu, please step forward." As Yi Qin called out with grandiosity, for humble villagers approached. And he took the debt ledger from his mother, repaying each amount in double. As the villagers received their money, smiles illuminated their faces. Once all present had received their dues, their earlier suspicions of Yi Qin dissipated completely. If the money had truly been obtained through illegal means, how could it possibly be used to repay debts? He would have long since squandered it or fled. This simple logic dawned upon the villagers, who had previously been misled by Yi Huiling's words. "Esteemed villagers, although you are my elders, I have a few words to share. It is only right to repay debts. For those who have assisted my family, be they relatives or otherwise, I will not only settle accounts, but will also be there to help you in the future." Yi Qin continued, "Let me make it clear. Debts are settled and favors returned. However, should anyone dare to stab my father's back again, do not blame me, Yi Qin, for turning hostile." His words resonated with authority, silencing the crowd. Following his speech, the elders nodded in agreement, recognizing Yi Qin's conscience and commitment to double repayment. Yet, just as the villagers began to shift their perception of Yi Qin, Zhang Chu, Yi Huiling's son, swaggered forward, shaking his head. "What utter nonsense! You truly think yourself significant. A bit of money has gone to your head. Let me remind you, Yi Qin, you were always a coward, a worthless wretch who ruined your family. Your wife has run off with someone else. All your life, you've been bullied. If you dare to act high and mighty here, believe me, I'll beat you to a pulp." Zhang Chu, tall and imposing, sneered derisively, his final words causing even Qin Meiyun, standing nearby, to turn pale with anger. Yi Qin's expression darkened, his eyes sharp as daggers, his fists clenched tightly, on the brink of eruption. Yet before he could respond, Yi Jianjun had already lost his temper. His son's return had brought him pride, and Yi Qin's earlier words had unleashed years of pent-up frustration and grievance. But now, with Zhang Chu's interruption, he could no longer contain his fury. "You little brat, today, I shall teach you a lesson you won't forget." As he spoke, Yi Jianjun rushed to the wall, seizing a heavy iron shovel, charging at Zhang Chu with ferocity. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chu's bravado crumbled. He panicked and fled, clutching his head in terror. Yet, he was swiftly met with the iron shovel, followed by a flurry of kicks that left him wailing in pain. Yi Huiling rushed to intervene but was knocked to the ground by Yi Jianjun's hand. "Listen here, Yi Huiling. Had it not been for your blood relation, I would not have restrained myself from dealing with you. Your unruly son is my responsibility. Dare to insult my son and daughter-in-law, and I will not hesitate to take action." Yi Jianjun brandished the shovel, his eyes blazing with fury, causing Yi Huiling to writhe on the ground. Throwing a tantrum, Li Xiaoying hurriedly embraced Yi Jianjun, fearing he might seriously harm someone. However, in his rage, no one dared to intervene. Even a stray dog that crossed his path was kicked away with alarming force, a testament to his unwavering resolve to protect his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Chu, clutching his bleeding head, lay on the ground, too terrified to rise. Yi Chun approached, kicking him a few times before pulling his father away. "Dad, that's enough. Let us teach them a lesson and be done with it." "No. This group of scoundrels dared to insult my daughter-in-law. I shall not let them off easily," Yi Jianjun roared, shoving Yi Chun aside. The surrounding relatives fell silent, too afraid to speak or intervene. "Dad, let us go home. We don't want to hurt anyone," Yi Chun urged, glancing at his granddaughter Tong Tong, who had become frightened. Just then, Qin Meiyun appeared, cradling Tong Tong, who, rubbing her mouth, timidly said, "Grandpa, I'm scared." With a clang, Yi Jianjun dropped the shovel to the ground. Strangely, just a moment ago, he had been furious, ready to unleash his wrath. Now, with Tong Tong's simple call of Grandpa, his anger transformed into a smile, shifting more rapidly than a traditional Sichuan opera mask change. "Tong Tong, my dear granddaughter. How I have missed you. Meiyun, why have you brought Tong Tong here? Grandfather is no longer angry. Come quickly, let him embrace you." Yi Jianjun hurriedly rushed over, enveloping Tong Tong in his arms, his face radiating a brilliant smile. The wrinkles on his visage unfurling. Tong Tong's few words had him utterly enchanted. "Grandpa, I'm so hungry," she said, rubbing her belly and pouting. "My precious granddaughter is hungry, and you too, my dear wife. Meiyun and the others are back, and you're still not home to prepare a meal. Hurry back and cook a chicken for my granddaughter." With that, Yi Jianjun hoisted Tong Tong onto his shoulders, completely devoid of his previous fiery temper. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaoying also breathed a sigh of relief, while Qin Meiyun smiled with satisfaction. As the family departed the courtyard, the lively clamor and wails of Yi Huiling and her son could still be heard in the background. Upon returning home, Li Xiaoying began to busily prepare a feast. Soon, a plump hen, several fresh vegetables, and a pot of pork ribs stewed with green beans were ready, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Tong Tong had already seized a large chicken leg, her mouth coated in grease, much to the delight of both Yi Jianjun and Li Xiaoying. However, as Yi Jianjun turned to observe the boxes of goods nearby, and the mountain of Maodai liquor, Zhonghua cigarettes, and various expensive nutritional supplements piled on the floor, his expression gradually darkened. "Where did this money come from?" Yi Jianjun asked coldly. "Of course, it's my earnings, Dad." "You don't believe me?" Yi Chun set down his utensils, responding earnestly. "Nonsense. That was merely for show, to save face in front of outsiders. Do I really need to point out your shortcomings? Tell me the truth about how you earned this money, or your mother and I will have no peace." Yi Jianjun questioned sternly, leaving Yi Chun feeling quite helpless. "Dad, to be honest, you wouldn't understand. I made it through stock trading." "Stocks? Do you know about them?" Yi Chun spread his hands in inquiry. "What stocks could possibly yield such wealth? Don't think me naive. If those Maodai liquors are genuine, they would cost tens of thousands. And the soft Zhonghua cigarettes, sea cucumbers, top-tier abalone, and bird's nest, these are all high-value items." Yi Jianjun's eyes narrowed with skepticism. After all, Yi Chun had previously been a source of disappointment, which naturally led a father to harbor doubts. Previously, he had been deceived by a gambling son, losing a lifetime of savings. After supporting him through school and finally securing a good job, he lost that stable position as well. Trust was not easily granted, Dad. I can assure you that Yi Chun's money is entirely legitimate, and he hasn't broken any laws. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here visiting you both, Qin Meiyun interjected. She had just learned that the elderly couple had originally planned to visit Tongtong, but turned back upon discovering the news of her divorce from Yichen. Fearing it would disrupt their visit, Qin Meiyun could only imagine the weight of their hearts as they traveled, and she felt a pang of guilt. After all, the divorce had inflicted considerable pain on both sets of parents.